Chapter 1. The Great Zhou, Imperial Capital. In a courtyard at the corner of the eastern suburbs, the sound of clanging echoed early in the morning. Brother, it's time to rise. Today is the day of the Xian Yi assessment. Song Qian, her skin as radiant as snow and her face charmingly delicate, donned in a fitted outfit with a token hanging at her waist, accentuated her slender and graceful figure. At that moment, she stifled a yawn and eagerly pushed open a certain door. Upon seeing that the young man inside had already dressed and was seated at his desk engrossed in a book, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face as she greeted him. Brother, still reading the spring and autumn annals? Indeed, studying history enlightens the mind. Reading more is invariably beneficial. Song Qian discreetly tucked the book into the drawer, then raised his hand to gently press down on his sister's head, pushing her back outside. You're not a child anymore. How can you casually intrude into a man's room? Song Qian scoffed, casting a glance at the characters Jean Ping made visible from the drawer, a smile dancing in her eyes as she promptly exclaimed, Father, brother is reading inappropriate books. Before she could finish her sentence, Song Qian swiftly covered her mouth with one hand while wrapping the other around her neck, shooting her a glare as he muttered, a string of candied hawthorns. Song Qian wiggled her two slender fingers, shaking them side to side, two strings. Deal. Her face lit up with joy, and with a grin, she glanced back at the desk, lowering her voice to ask, Brother, when can I have a look at your spring and autumn annals? Song Qian shot her a disapproving look given her carefree nature. That ancient text would surely be discovered by their parents within 3 days if it fell into her hands. He cared little for his image in her eyes, but he certainly did not wish to suffer embarrassment in front of their parents. Their father, Xuan, was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Hearing his daughter shout, he wiped his sweat and stepped inside. What mischief are you two up to this time? Nothing. Song Qian casually walked out, smiling. Today is the Xian Yi assessment. I advised Qian to stay by my side and not be reckless. But this little girl remains unconvinced. You'd best heed your brother's advice. Song Shan stretched his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing, before his expression turned serious as he addressed Song Qian. Although our family has a long-standing connection with the Xian Yi, your assessments are merely a formality. Nonetheless, do not take it lightly or become complacent. Every year, the casualty rate during the Xian Yi assessments exceeds half. Qian, you are naturally more impetuous than your brother. While you may act as you please in daily life, during the assessment, you must listen to your brother. Understood? Song Qian pouted, a hint of defiance in her demeanor. Casting a somewhat resentful glance at her composed brother, she felt displeased, yet she dared not retort against their father. Their father's temper was notorious. Should he become truly angered, he would not hesitate to wield his belt, regardless of her being his daughter. Instinctively, Song Qian's gaze flickered to the 7 wolves belt at her father's waist, a gift her brother had crafted for him upon his promotion. He had even given it a peculiar name, 7 wolves. While she had yet to see any wolves, she had certainly received her fair share of spankings. After a breakfast at home, amidst their parents' admonitions, Song Qian hoisted Song Qian by the neck with one hand, lifting the greedy girl still munching on her steamed bun out of the house. Though dawn was just breaking, the streets were already bustling with people, either carrying breakfast or enjoying a meal at the stalls. Song Qian, sword in one hand and bun in the other, grumbled, Brother, I'm taking the blame for you again. It's you who was reading that inappropriate book, yet I'm the one getting scolded by old Song. Song Qian glanced around cautiously, patting the sword at his waist, and whispered, Mind your manners, that's our father. Do not keep calling him old Song. Isn't that what you taught me? Song Qian licked her lips, giggling, Brother, when shall we confront father about this? Song Qian's heart tightened. Confront about what? What else? Song Qian exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Naturally, it's about our strength surpassing his. Old Song has been proud all his life. Imagine his expression if he finds out his children are superior. Upon hearing this, Song Qian let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had feared that his sister had discovered his identity as a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was a planner at a gaming company, and he distinctly remembered testing a martial arts game named Martial Arts World just before his transmigration. This game, set against the backdrop of the Zhou continent, integrated characters from the works of renowned martial arts authors, offering immense playability and exploration. In a moment of inspiration, he had decided to experiment with the game's skill fusion feature. He combined the internal cultivation techniques of various top-tier martial arts, such as the 9 Manual, 9 Yang Divine Skill, and others, eagerly anticipating the creation of an extraordinary skill. Just as darkness enveloped him, he found himself transmigrated. When he regained consciousness, a game interface appeared in his mind, along with a martial arts technique named Pure Yang Wuji Tongzigong. And he himself had become a 3 to 4-year-old child, with a younger sister tugging at his arm, pleading for candied hawthorns. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Song Qian's voice snapped Song Qian back to reality. "Nothing," he replied flatly. "All these years, my guidance in your cultivation was for your own protection, not for you to show off in front of old Song." "Oh, got it." Noticing her brother's apparent displeasure, Song Qian immediately appeared obedient. The Xian Yiwei headquarters was located outside the imperial city, a special agency directly under the emperor, unbound by any governmental constraints. It possessed powers akin to those of the Jinyui during the Ming dynasty, engaging in investigation, arrest, and interrogation. The Song family was one of the 120 hereditary families within the Xian Yiwei system. After passing the examination conducted by the Xian Yiwei headquarters, Song Xian and Song Qian were now members of the third tier of the Xian Yiwei, the lowest rank. The third tier Xian Yiwei was a position where most scions of noble families idled away their days, serving as a subtle form of welfare provided to the aristocracy. They were seldom entrusted with significant duties, typically patrolling the streets and intimidating gang members, earning a monthly salary of 10 taels, leading a rather comfortable life. However, for those unwilling to languish in mediocrity and eager to ascend the ranks, mastering greater authority required passing the Xian Yiwei assessments, which would allow them to rise from third to second tier. Only upon reaching the second tier could one truly be considered a member of the Xian Yiwei. Especially for members of hereditary Xian Yiwei families like Song Xian, promotion to the second tier not only increased their monthly salary by 20 taels, but also granted them access to one major elixir and 2 minor elixirs every 3 months. The major elixir could enhance one's internal energy for a year, while the minor elixirs could heal both internal and external injuries. These elixirs were personally concocted and bestowed by the founding emperor of the Great Zhou, available solely to members of hereditary Xian Yiwei families upon promotion to the second tier. In the martial world, they were considered invaluable treasures, exceedingly rare. Even the emperor received only a limited supply of these elixirs each year. The reason Song Qian and Song Qian registered for the Xian Yiwei assessment was precisely for these 2 elixirs. The Xian Yiwei headquarters was vast, with a multitude of departments and personnel. As third-tier members, the Song siblings fell under the jurisdiction of the Xian Yiwei Inspection Division. "Xingu, I heard you signed up for the promotion assessment?" Upon entering the inspection division, a plump young man in blue approached them. Song Qian nodded. "The elders at home are urging me." "What about you? When will you sign up?" The young man chuckled nonchalantly. "Oh, it'll pass. You know my capabilities, the salary of a second-tier Xian Yiwei is beyond my reach." After a moment of self-deprecation, he turned to Song Qian, who regarded him with disdain. "Song Qian, how about I send a matchmaker to propose to your family someday?" "Get lost." Song Qian kicked out, sending him sprawling to the ground. Unfazed, the young man dusted himself off and waved goodbye to Song Qian. "Can't be a brother-in-law. Then how about you be my sister-in-law instead?" Clang! Song Qian drew her sword, her charming face turning frosty as she coldly admonished, "Lu Xiao Lu, do you think you've been given a face?" Lu Xiao Lu shrank back, darting toward the entrance, but not before winking at Song Qian. "They'll treat you tonight. Let's go to the opera." Song Qian nodded slightly. Song Qian huffed. "Brother, Lu Xiao Lu is a lunatic. Don't keep fooling around with him." I know. Song Qian chuckled as he hummed a tune, striding toward the inspection division hall. How could he not know that this person was unhinged? But he's a good brother who treats others to drinks and enjoys the melodies in the brothels. "I merely wish to save a bit of silver. Is that a fault of mine?" In the grand hall of the inspection bureau, Chief Zhao Dizhus was sipping tea and reviewing documents when he heard the sound of footsteps and looked up. "Uncle Zhao," Song Qian called out with a smile. Zhao Dizhus nodded cheerfully, lifting a cup of tea and inquiring, "This is fine goji berry from Mingzhou. I've heard you've been frequenting the brothels lately. Would you like to take some home to replenish your strength?" That won't be necessary," Song Qian replied with a somewhat forced smile. As for those brothels, he had only gone to satisfy his curiosity. Engaging in anything further was beyond his capability. After all, he had cultivated a youthful foundation, and his current level of attainment had yet to reach the stage of yuan yang externalization. Zhao Dizhus nodded. Young people enjoy their pleasures, but one must also exercise caution. With Song Qian, the young lady, present, Zhao Dizhus refrained from elaborating further. After taking a sip of tea, he retrieved a document from his desk and turned to Song Qian. "Have you ever taken a life?" Song Qian shook his head. As a resident of the imperial capital and a civil servant working from 9 to 5, under the scrutiny of the Xiani guards, he walked the streets amidst the respectful nods and smiles of the populace. In such circumstances, Where would he find the opportunity to kill? The promotion assessment for second-tier Xian E-Guard primarily revolves around taking lives. Zhao Dizhu's exhaled a breath of steam from his teacup. Speaking with gravity, you should understand that third-tier Xian E-Guards merely drift through life, mostly interacting with ordinary citizens. However, the second tier is quite different. They frequently venture out on assignments and inevitably encounter all manner of vile criminals. Many among them are martial artists from the underworld, and some hot-headed youths, regardless of your status as an official, may draw their blades at the slightest provocation. Thus, the ability to kill is an essential skill for a second-tier Xian E-Guard. With that, he handed the document on the table to Song Xian. The tasks within are ones I've specifically selected. They are among the simplest. You and your sister may choose one and proceed to take a life. Song Xian glanced over and tapped his finger on the third task. Uncle Zhao, let's go with this one. Zhao Dizhu's scrutinized it. The mission to eliminate bandits at Langlang Mountain? He nodded in agreement. Very well. Although the bandit camp is numerous, they lack formidable fighters. Exercise caution, eliminate a few lackeys, and the task will be deemed complete. Remember, you must not wear official garb. It must be a personal endeavor. Should you deceive or be caught in a misdeed, you will find it difficult to stay within the bureau. Understand, Uncle Zhao. Upon leaving the inspection bureau, Song Qian could no longer contain her chattering. Brother, why didn't you choose the first task to eliminate the flower thief who has been active outside the city? It seems far easier than dealing with bandits. Song Qian shook his head. The first task is too random. What if that fellow doesn't show up for a month? Will we be forced to lie and wait outside the city for a month? Song Qian tilted her head in thought, then touched her lovely face with a smug expression. That's not difficult at all. He'll dress in vibrant attire and stroll about outside the city. I'm sure I can draw out a lecture. Song Qian flicked her forehead, conceited. Upon returning home, their father had already gone to work at the bureau, while their mother was busy sewing. Upon seeing the siblings return, she inquired, has the assessment concluded? Not yet. Song Qian waved her hand dismissively. We're back to prepare some items. We'll be setting out shortly. Once inside their room, Song Qian began rummaging through their belongings. Soon he had retrieved hidden weapons, daggers, poisons, smoke bombs, and antidotes. Brother, is such a grand preparation necessary for taking out a few lackeys? What do you know? Song Qian shot him a glance. The world is perilous. How many valiant heroes have met their end at the hands of mere lackeys? Compared to those seasoned veterans, we are but novices. It is prudent to be well prepared for our survival. As he spoke, he picked up a heart-protecting mirror to hand it to his sister. Song Qian wrinkled her nose in disdain, patting her ample chest. This contraption is too constricting. Can I go without it? Either you wear it yourself, or I shall stuff it in for you. The choice is yours. Song Qian huffed, accepting the heart-protecting mirror and tucking it into her clothing, then lowered her gaze at the myriad of bottles and jars her brother was handling. She pointed casually at one of the bottles. Brother, what is this medicine? It's Xuan. Ah, an aphrodisiac. Lower your voice. Song Qian glanced toward the door and whispered, you seem quite knowledgeable. Song Qian chuckled awkwardly. All thanks to your excellent teaching, brother. Seeing her brother ignore her while stuffing various bottles into his arms, Song Qian grew anxious and asked, brother, why do you need that Xuan? Are the girls in the brothels not satisfying enough for you? The recent flower thief outside the city, could it be you? If you really have such a hobby, take me along next time. I can keep watch for you outside. Song Qian's mouth twitched slightly. You truly are a wonderful sister. As he spoke, he gently tapped the bottle in his embrace and murmured, poison holds no power over formidable masters, yet the Xuan powder is not merely a toxin. If employed at the right moment, even innate experts can be brought down by it. Song Qian felt a tinge of disbelief. If it is not poison, then what could it be? Song Qian pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. It is a health supplement for entertainment. After tidying up their belongings, the brother and sister departed from the imperial capital, riding on the standard steeds of the Xian Guard, the spirited Qingzhong horses. As they made their way towards the realm of Langlang Mountain, on the journey, a thought crossed Song Qian's mind. And a transparent module resembling a gaming character attribute panel materialized before him. Name, Song Qian. Age, 20. Identity, third-class attendant of the Xian Guard realm. Simultaneous cultivation of essence, qi. In spirit, 9th level of postnatal realm. Reputation in the Jianghu, a novice companion. Qingzhong horse of the Xian Guard. Internal cultivation method, pure young Wujing youth technique, heavenly level technique. Family heritage Xinbing skill, innate level technique, martial skills, basic fist and foot techniques of the Xian Guard, fundamental knife techniques, foundational swordsmanship, introductory throwing techniques for hidden weapons, basic iron cloth skill, and beginner-level lightness skills. Equipment, standard soft armor of the Xiani Guard, standard long sword, dagger, hidden weapons, pebbles, and various poisons. Tasks, bandit eradication, task and progress. Upon dismissing the attribute panel, Song Xian fell into a brief contemplation. This represented the culmination of his 17 years of cultivation since his transmigration, albeit with a pronounced imbalance. His internal cultivation was quite advanced, nearly a step away from breaking into the innate realm, yet his martial skills were woefully inadequate. In simpler terms, he now embodied a mobile artillery piece with profound internal strength, a robust physique brimming with vitality, and a mental acuity that had reached the limits of the postnatal realm. Yet he lacked formidable offensive techniques. Unfortunately, acquiring powerful martial skills necessitated either joining a sect or ascending to a high position within the Xiani Guard, both of which posed considerable challenges. Song Xian is not one to indulge in unnecessary turmoil. He is acutely aware that the foundation of his survival in this world lies in the pure young Wujing boy skill, rather than risking himself in pursuit of martial arts. It is far more prudent for him to remain in the capital, diligently honing his craft behind closed doors. As long as his internal energy is sufficiently high and his cultivation strong enough, even if his martial skills are lacking, he can still deliver a fatal blow with the most rudimentary sword techniques. After all, it is a celestial-level technique, whose power is incomparable to ordinary methods. Theoretically, as long as he lives long enough, there is a substantial probability that he may become a legendary celestial being. The Great Zhou dynasty, founded on martial prowess, boasts a flourishing martial culture and a plethora of formidable martial artists. The ranks of martial practitioners are primarily divided into 5 major realms: mortal, postnatal, innate, master, and grandmaster. Song Xian had long harbored the suspicion that he might have traversed into a world reminiscent of the martial arts game developed in his previous life, or perhaps a realm strikingly similar, as the overarching narrative and the classification of martial arts levels in this world bore a striking resemblance. The classifications were as follows: the 3 realms of the mortal level, refining the skin, strengthening the tendons, and fortifying the flesh. The 9 stages of the acquired level, wherein one's inner energy permeates the 5 organs, refining the limbs, with an inner force that is ceaseless, allowing one to remain buoyant in water and wielding an overwhelming strength in every movement. The 3 flowers of the innate level, wherein the strength of the physical body condenses into the flower of essence, the true energy condenses into the flower of qi, and the mental prowess coalesces into the flower of spirit. The master, wherein the 3 flowers converge at the apex, merging into one, capable of transforming into a martial arts primordial spirit. A profound understanding of martial arts can establish a unique lineage, allowing one to single-handedly command an army. The Grandmaster, who can evolve the domain of martial arts, wielding the power of heaven and earth with a mere gesture, able to repel thousands. A solitary figure capable of safeguarding an entire nation. Above the Grandmaster, there exists a level verging on the mythical, the celestial being. However, this echelon had not been attained by anyone since the founding of the Great Zhou 3 centuries ago. In his previous life, Song Xian had merely used this level as a backdrop while planning the game. Yet, a game is but a game. The world in which Song Xian now resided was a vibrant, tangible existence, where many aspects could not be comprehended solely through the lens of his former gaming experience. For instance, had he undertaken the task of eliminating bandits in the game, he would have needed only to arrive at the designated location and charge into the bandit stronghold to slay. However, at this very moment, near a village 100 miles from Langlang Mountain, Song Xian and Song Qian encountered a group of bandits descending to plunder. Over a dozen brigands were indulging in feasting and revelry within the village, with several of them embracing village women, drinking and gorging themselves while shamelessly groping the women, exuding sheer delight. A village of several hundred souls was being tormented by these mere 10 bandits, yet none dared to stand against them. Of course, it was not that no one had the courage. Rather, those who had dared to confront them now lay in pools of blood, having become souls claimed by the blade. Being a thief is indeed preferable. In the past, toiling for others and guarding homes or fields left one too exhausted to even afford a wife. Unlike now, where one could feast at will and revel with women, truly a life akin to that of the immortals. After a few cups of wine, one bandit, feeling euphoric, mused that his life had certainly not been lived in vain. Brother One was right. With food, drink, and women to share, what more could one desire from life? As he spoke, the bandit began to tear at the clothing of the village woman in his grasp, emboldened by wine and desire. Ready to indulge in his lust in broad daylight, However, just as he was about to loosen his belt, he noticed two young individuals approaching, seemingly unaware of how they had come to be there. Particularly, the woman, radiant and enchanting, evoking a deep sense of pity. In an instant, he found the village woman beneath him far less appealing. Abruptly pushing her aside, the bandit sprang to his feet, drawing his long knife, and grinned at Song Qian. Eagerly beckoning, "Here comes a little lady just for us. Come on over. Let's have some fun." Song Qian, in a fit of rage, drew her sword and prepared to strike, but was halted by Song Qian, who stretched out his hand. "You hold the rear. Let me first test their strength." This was Song Qian's inaugural experience with killing, and he did not dare to underestimate the situation. Channeling the pure energy of his Chunyang Wujitangzi skill, he unleashed it with all his might and activated his basic lightness skill, grass on the fly. With a swift whoosh, Song Qian's figure blurred, and in an instant, he appeared before the bandit. Before the man could react, Song Qian delivered a simple yet powerful straight punch to the bandit's chest. The impact was explosive, flesh splattered. Bone shattered as his fist, augmented by inner strength, penetrated as if it were a cannonball crashing through tofu. "Damn it!" He cursed under his breath as he withdrew his bloodied fist and unceremoniously pushed the bandit to the ground, feeling slightly nauseated. He was genuinely taken aback by the man's utter weakness. "A master! We must flee!" Someone among the bandits cried out in alarm. The leader reacted the quickest, vaulting onto his horse in an attempt to escape. However, before he could spur his steed into motion, a resonant clang of a sword echoed in his ears. And in the next moment, a brilliant flash of sword light severed his massive head from his body. Simultaneously, the horse beneath him was also cleaved in half, blood spraying and staining the earth a deep red. Song Qian glanced at the long sword in his hand, slightly astonished. The basic sword technique unleashed with all his might displayed such formidable power? However, he soon realized that it was not the basic sword technique that was extraordinary, but rather his pure yang internal energy, which was immensely formidable. After all, this internal energy was cultivated from a celestial level skill. Even the most rudimentary techniques, be it boxing or swordplay, could unleash devastating strength when augmented by pure yang energy. Outside the village, there was a moderately sized hillside. On the slope, two men wearing wide-brimmed hats were observing the distance. One of them, clad in black attire, held a brush in one hand and a small notebook in the other, seemingly recording something. Upon closer inspection, faintly inscribed on the page were the words "outstanding," accompanied by a separate note below that read "ferocious." The children of the old Song family are rather formidable. Closing the notebook, the man who had been recording gazed at the corpses strewn across the village outskirts and remarked with admiration, "I have always heard that the children of the old Song family lack ambition and merely wish to pass their days in idleness. I never expected them to be so ruthless when they truly put their minds to it." The other man nodded in agreement, chuckling, "Indeed, this is somewhat beyond my expectations." To pierce a man's chest with a single punch, it seems that Song Qian's inherited ice fist technique has reached an advanced level. In the postnatal realm, few dare to claim their internal energy surpasses his. As for their martial skills, he hesitated for a moment, noting the weakness of the mountain bandits, who fell to a single sword strike, rendering their martial prowess indiscernible. Yet, judging by the speed at which Song Qian and his sister wielded their swords, their technique appeared commendable. The man holding the notebook smiled with satisfaction, saying, "These two are born to be members of the Black-clad Guards. Let us return and report. By the way, inform the brothers below that the bandits of Langlang Mountain are no longer of use. Instruct them to clean up immediately. It is quite bothersome to see this trash linger for even a day longer." The other man nodded, but muttered, "The task of eradicating bandits should be the responsibility of the local authorities. Why must we, the Black-clad Guards, clean up this mess? It seems the local government is quite inefficient." The man in black sighed, "Let us not concern ourselves with the worries of our superiors. That is their responsibility, not ours." With that, the two men lightly pushed off the ground with their toes, their figures darting like arrows, swiftly vanishing into the woods. Song Qian withdrew her long sword from the neck of the last mountain bandit, gracefully twirling it to flick the blood from the tip. Casting a triumphant glance at Song Qian, "Brother, killing is far simpler than I had envisioned. It's a pity you prepared so many bottles and jars. They were utterly unnecessary. Better that way. I would prefer to never have to use them for the rest of my life." Song Qian let out a breath, feeling a sense of discomfort at having taken a life for the first time. In contrast, Song Qian, the young girl, wore a beaming smile, showing not a hint of fear. Such a temperament truly seemed destined for the life of an assassin. With the mission accomplished, might I now retrieve my heart-protecting mirror? It feels rather rigid and is quite uncomfortable. As she spoke, Song Qian reached into her bosom. Song Qian cast a glare at her, saying, "Remember, there are countless masters in this world. Do not think that just because you have eliminated a few petty thieves, you are invincible." "I understand." Song Qian shrugged her shoulders, ultimately refraining from removing her protective heart mirror under her brother's watchful gaze. "Caution, caution, I comprehend. You have repeated this for over a decade." This was her first time accompanying her brother to eliminate foes, and Song Qian was in high spirits. Since childhood, she had harbored a dream of wandering the world as a chivalrous heroine. However, regrettably, her elder brother's overly prudent nature had restrained her from venturing beyond the imperial capital, delaying the fulfillment of her aspirations. By the grace of heaven, in her 18th year, her long-cherished dream of upholding justice and aiding the weak was finally set in motion. With her long sword returned to its sheath, Song Qian turned to face the villagers, and in an instant, her previously radiant mood dimmed. The expression she had anticipated, gratitude and admiration, were nowhere to be found. Instead, she saw only fear and trepidation reflected in their eyes. "What does this mean? I, the heroine, have resolved your bandit troubles, and instead of expressing gratitude, you regard me as if I were a venomous serpent. Do I appear so fearsome? Yet." Song Qian seemed to grasp the situation, fastening his sword to his waist. He produced a token from his robe, his voice resonant and imbued with authority. "The Xiani guards are here to carry out their duty, tasked with eradicating the bandits of Langlang Mountain. Those unrelated are to return home immediately." Upon hearing this proclamation, the villagers, who had been anxious and fearful, underwent a dramatic transformation in attitude. An elder, resembling a village chief, was unable to contain his joy and was assisted forward. Bowing deeply to Song Qian, "Heavenly Lord, you have finally arrived." One daring villager stepped forward, asking, "Sir, is what you say true? Are the Xiani guards truly here to eliminate the bandits?" "Indeed, it is true." Song Qian tucked away the token and spoke with a grave tone. "Hasten home. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from venturing outside today." "Oh, and..." He gestured towards the lifeless body on the ground, recalling that he needed to send a few individuals to report to the authorities, requesting them to send someone to collect the corpse. "My lord." The elderly village chief hesitated, aware that certain officials in the county had connections with the bandit leaders of Langlang Mountain. He dared not voice the rest of his concerns. Yet his meaning was unmistakable. They were but ordinary villagers. If they ventured into the county office, and those officials were to take offense, how could they bear the consequences? "I am Officer Song Qian, of the second-rank Xiani Guard." Song Qian's voice was calm, yet his countenance bore an air of authority. "If anyone at the county office troubles you, simply invoke my name and inform them that should they neglect to collect the bodies, I shall take it upon myself to do so." He added, "Should there still be those who lack discernment, then you are welcome to seek me out in the capital." "Indeed," Song Qian chimed in from the side. "Once in the capital, you can easily inquire and discover where we reside. My brother is quite well known there." She referred to her brother, Song Qian, the adept at idling among the Xian Guard, and the little prince of the brothels. Ahem, he coughed lightly, interrupting his sister's words, then pointed to the corpse on the ground. "Well then, shall we commence our tasks?" "Huh, what tasks?" Song Qian was taken aback. The person was already dead. Was it necessary to dismember the body? "Let us search for any stolen items on them." Song Qian cast a glance at her, questioning her professionalism with disdain. "Have you no sense of decorum? How have I spent the past decade teaching you?" "Oh." Song Qian quickly realized the situation and cheerfully began to rummage through the pockets of the bandit's corpse. Occasionally, her voice, tinged with delight, could be heard. "Brother, there's silver here. Brother, look, doesn't this bottle resemble the health supplement you carry? Oh, and here's a book as well." Song Qian quickly turned his head, wondering what was happening. Had he killed a few minor monsters and, perhaps, even obtained a skill book? He casually took the book with an unclear cover from Song Qian's hands and, filled with excitement, opened it. Then a voice of disdain emanated from Song Qian. Song Qian, at a loss for words, tossed the book onto the ground and, in frustration, stamped his feet twice. "Damn it, the Spring Palace Manual," he exclaimed, his agitation palpable. After departing from the village, Song Qian and his companion made their way toward the direction of Langling Mountain. "Brother, are we truly going to the bandit stronghold?" Song Qian felt a surge of excitement. She had long heard whispers of the notorious Golden Belt associated with acts of violence and mischief. It seemed her companion was poised to embark on a grand venture. Integrity was paramount. She had already proclaimed in the village her intent to eradicate banditry, and she was resolute in fulfilling that promise. just moments ago, at the village entrance. With a single stroke, she dispatched a lowly henchman, which afforded Song Xian a clear understanding of her martial prowess. As long as she did not encounter any renowned masters from the martial world, dealing with mere mountain bandits or highway robbers would pose no challenge at all. With such strength at her disposal, why hesitate? With a day free of obligations, one might indulge in the pleasures of music and revelry. Nay, instead, she would first vanquish a bandit stronghold to stretch her limbs. Riding her steed with a flowing mane, humming a cheerful tune, Song Xian leisurely traversed the winding paths of the mountain village. Song Qian rode alongside him, yet as the path gradually narrowed, the young lady found herself trailing behind. Gazing at the vast, verdant mountains, Song Xian was struck by a surge of inspiration and recited, "In the rivers and lakes, under the night rain, 10 years of lanterns. With the spring breeze of peach and plum, a cup of wine." In this moment, if only there were a flask of wine, life would indeed be a journey worth undertaking. Upon finishing his verse, Song Xian noticed the absence of his sister's response and turned in mild confusion. To his surprise, Song Qian was engrossed, one hand gripping the reins while the other cradled a small booklet, completely absorbed in the cultural ambience of her reading. Utterly oblivious to his earlier words, Song Xuan reined in his horse, leaping gracefully to the side of Song Qian. "Is it beautiful?" Song Qian, deeply engrossed, instinctively responded with a soft only to turn her head and catch sight of her brother's expression, which was laced with disapproval. In a flurry of embarrassment, she hastily closed the small booklet, attempting to tuck it away into her bosom. "Hand it over," he urged. Song Xian swiftly snatched the small booklet with a dragon-like grace, then fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Song Qian. "I thought I had discarded this on the ground. When did you pick it up?" Song Qian's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and she dared not meet her brother's gaze. With a hint of guilt, she murmured, "While you were discussing matters with the villagers, I discreetly picked it up when no one was watching." She hesitated before adding, "Well, I noticed you often watched it at home, so I, became quite curious." Song Xian calmly tucked away the booklet, showing no intention of ridiculing her. Instead, he spoke earnestly, saying, "Although we children of the rivers and lakes tend to marry later than ordinary folk, at 18, you are not so young anymore. It is indeed the age for considering marriage. If you encounter a man who captures your heart." Before Song Xian could finish speaking, Song Qian, somewhat annoyed, interjected, "You are already 20 and not in a hurry. Why should I, at merely 18, feel any urgency? Moreover, where is the precedent for an unmarried elder brother while his younger sister weds first?" With that, she patted the sword at her waist and declared proudly, "I, Song Qian, aspire to become an unparalleled heroine, commanding respect across the martial world. If I were to find a man now, how could I continue to navigate the realm of chivalry?" "Do as you wish." Song Qian no longer felt the need to say much. His younger sister, having followed him closely since childhood, had unconsciously absorbed many of his thoughts and beliefs. Although he appeared to be a mere slacker in the Xuan Guard, spending his days idly at work, deep down, he harbored aspirations of traversing the martial world. Over time, this influence had also seeped into Song Qian, who, surprisingly, yearned for the legendary realms of the martial world even more than her elder brother. Song Qian has always been carefree. Although she felt a moment of panic when her brother discovered her looking at the erotic album, she quickly brushed off the incident. Riding alongside Song Qian, she soon resumed her playful demeanor. "Brother, you are famously known as the prince of the brothel. Have you not been with all the women there?" "No." "Oh? Does that mean you haven't been with any, or just not all of them? All you think about is sleeping. What occupies your mind all day?" Song Qian gazed at Song Xian for a prolonged moment, then nodded thoughtfully. "Observing your demeanor, it is highly likely that you have not slept at all. I had a feeling. A person with your fastidiousness could hardly find any appeal in a woman who has been touched by others." Song Xian remained silent, for he wished to convey that he harbored no particular obsession with cleanliness. His meticulousness was merely a result of his cultivation of the pure young infinite boy technique, which rendered certain actions impractical until his abilities reached fruition. However, the esoteric nature of this technique constituted the most profound secret within the recesses of his heart, one he had never divulged even to his family. Thus, he chose to remain taciturn regarding Song Qian's conjectures, allowing her assumptions to stand unchallenged. If she deemed him fastidious, so be it. It was preferable to her wild speculations. "Brother," she continued, "father has mentioned that after this year, he will arrange a marriage for you. How do you intend to address this matter? What else is there to do?" "Just prolong it," he replied. Song Qian let out a sigh. Before he cultivated his martial arts primordial spirit and ascended to the realm of a martial arts master, he could not indulge in romantic pursuits. After all, he could hardly bring home a wife only for her to endure a life of loneliness, could he? I know you still cannot forget Lu Xiaoyou's elder sister, can you? Song Xian fell silent. Alas, brother, she has been gone for 5 years. What is it that you still cannot let go of? I believe that Xiaoyou's second sister, Lu Xuan, is quite lovely. Her gentle demeanor makes her seem easy to approach. Moreover, we have all grown up together, and she and you can be considered childhood sweethearts. If you were to marry her, I, as your sister, would surely not have any conflicts with my sister-in-law. How wonderful would that be? Song Xian remained silent. Brother, what exactly do you mean? Do not tell me you are oblivious to Lu Xuan's affections for you. She, like me, has already turned 18, and suitors have been visiting her home one after another to propose. Yet, she consistently declines. Do not tell me you are unaware of who she is truly waiting for. Song Xian, feeling somewhat irritable at the inquiry, waved his hand dismissively and stated, "Let us discuss this matter at a later time. I have no desire to speak of the Lu sisters' affairs at present." Song Xian parted her lips, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Her elder brother had always been composed and steady, his temper equally stable. However, he became irritable and impatient whenever the subject of the Lu sisters arose, exuding a dangerous aura that even made her, as the younger sibling, feel apprehensive. Observing her brother's icy demeanor, she could not help but harbor resentment towards her eldest sister, Lu Xiaolu, who had vanished without a trace for 5 long years. It was all Lu Qingshue's fault. As they approached the foot of Langlang Mountain, Song Xian and his sister dismounted and gazed at the stronghold situated halfway up the slope, both of them drawing their long swords. "Stay behind me and do not stray beyond 10 paces, regardless of the circumstances. Do you understand?" Understood. Song Qian remained utterly composed. She believed that where there was one murder, there would inevitably be another. In matters of slaughter, she felt a certain innate talent. The mere thought of presenting dozens, even hundreds, of lives to the King of Hell sent a thrilling surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Song Qian's fervor ignited swiftly, yet it extinguished just as rapidly. Gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the encampment, her once fervent heart sank into a chilling despondency. "Brother, someone has outpaced us." Song Xian nodded in acknowledgement, surveying the surroundings and examining the wounds on the corpse. After searching several rooms, he beckoned to Song Qian. "Let us depart. We must return to the office to report." Song Qian inquired with confusion, "Are we leaving just like this, without searching for any clues?" "There's no need," Song Qian replied, shaking his head. "The bodies all show signs of a swift and decisive kill, and they have been dead for less than half an hour. Anything of value has already been thoroughly looted. This is the modus operandi of our Xiani Guard. Unless something unexpected occurs, after we eliminated those mountain bandits at the village entrance to complete our mission, the Xiani Guard will dispatch personnel to eradicate this stronghold." Song Qian suddenly understood. In other words, the Xuani Guard had long been monitoring the bandits in this area, and only sent people to eliminate this group of marauders after we had completed our assessment tasks. Song Xian nodded with a smile and said, "The Xuani Guards have 3 offices. In addition to our own inspection division, there are also the adjudication division and the law enforcement division. The inspection division primarily handles cases, while the adjudication division is responsible for trials. As for the law enforcement division, to put it bluntly, it is an organization dedicated to the execution of those deemed undesirable. There are about 100 mountain bandits here, yet none showed signs of struggle before their demise. They were all instantaneously dispatched, indicating a significant disparity in strength. Unless unexpected circumstances arise, it is likely that the Xuani Guards from the law enforcement division were involved. I have heard of the law enforcement division. They are said to be ruthless and exist solely for the purpose of slaughter. Brother, do you think that once we are promoted to second-class Xuani Guards, we might be assigned to the law enforcement division?" "It's hard to say," he replied. "That depends on the nature of our father's relationship with Uncle Zhao and how solid it truly is. Our father, Song Yuanshan, has mentioned more than once that he grew up with Zhao Dizhus, the head of the Xuani Guards Inspection Division, as close brothers. Their bond is exceptionally strong and akin to a matter of life and death. As long as Uncle Zhao does not give his consent, the law enforcement division will have no means to act." Song Qian sighed, hoping that Uncle Zhao could be more supportive. While she did not perceive murder as an insurmountable challenge, she was reluctant to become a ruthless killing machine within the enforcement division. Song Xianwei squinted, rubbing his forehead. Over the years, he had occasionally found himself unconsciously uttering words from his previous life. Unbeknownst to him, Song Qian had picked up on this as well. This little girl was increasingly resembling a time traveler. The Xianyi Wei, a privileged institution that instilled fear in many. Though the three offices of the Xianyi Wei were interconnected, they maintained a degree of independence, each possessing its own administrative office. Typically, hereditary descendants of the Xianyi Wei, like Song Xian and Song Qian, served in the inspection division. However, upon ascending to the rank of second-class Xianyi Wei, they would have an opportunity for reassignment. This reassignment was generally based on their performance during the promotion tasks, with some being transferred to the law enforcement division, and a select few to the adjudication division. As soon as they stepped through the doors of the inspection division, Song Xian and Song Qian were escorted to see Chief Zhao Dizhus. Uncle Zhao. Zhao Dizhus was seated at his desk, dealing with papers when he noticed the siblings' arrival. He set down his brush and greeted them with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. I have received your performance records here. The law enforcement division has given an excellent evaluation. At these words, Song Xian felt a tightening in his chest. Oh no, they were being eyed by the law enforcement division. Surely they wouldn't truly be summoned there? Indeed. Zhao Dizhus continued. The law enforcement division has sent a transfer order, wishing to assign you both to their ranks. I would like to inquire about your thoughts on this matter. Would you be interested in taking up the position? Song Xian shook his head, and naturally, Song Qian aligned with her elder brother, promptly nodding in agreement. I anticipated your reluctance, which is why I have dismissed it. Song Xian let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Zhao, will there be any dissatisfaction if we directly reject the order from the law enforcement division? Zhao Dizhus chuckled heartily. And if there is dissatisfaction, what of it? Does that fellow Li dare to turn against me over a couple of second-rate Xuani guards? Serving in the law enforcement division inevitably involves clashes with martial arts experts, and the mortality rate is far from low. Given the bond between your father and me, I certainly cannot allow you to venture forth into such peril. As he spoke, he rose and approached Song Xian, gently patting his arm. I heard you punch through a bandaged chest? Song Xian nodded apologetically, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was his first experience with taking a life, and his control over his internal energy was still unrefined, which might have amused Uncle Zhao. Zhao Dizhus shrugged off the matter, saying, killing is something one becomes accustomed to with experience. In the future, when dealing with such ordinary thieves, strive to conserve your internal energy and avoid unnecessary waste. Song Xian nodded in agreement. Approaching the desk, Zhao Dizhus handed 2 second-rank Xianyi Wei tokens to the pair, saying, previously, as third-rank Xianyi Wei, your duties primarily involved idling within the imperial capital. However, the situation has changed. You are now second-rank Xianyi Wei, assigned to the inspection department, and you shall henceforth be responsible for the investigation and handling of specific cases. Ordinarily, having just passed your assessments, you would be entitled to a few days of respite to recuperate. However, a case has just been submitted from below, and I am unable to spare suitable personnel. Therefore, I entrust this matter to you, brother and sister. With that, Zhao Dizhus retrieved a document from the drawer of the desk and handed it to Song Xian. Song Xian swiftly perused the memorial and furrowed his brow, saying, Uncle Zhao, is it not customary for such cases to be handled by the local authorities? When did our Xuani guard become involved in cases of adultery? Zhao Dizhus, equally resigned, replied, under normal circumstances, such matters between common folk do not fall within our jurisdiction. However, this case is somewhat peculiar. After an initial investigation, the local constables suspected it might involve individuals from the martial world and reported it to our Xuani guard. It is said that this incident has sparked considerable negative public sentiment locally, and since our inspection division is responsible for the investigation, the case has consequently landed upon our desk. Song Xian folded the document and inquired, Zhao Shu, may I bring along a few personnel? The second-tier Xianyi guards are all occupied with their own duties. However, among the third-tier Xianyi guards in our inspection division, you may select a few to accompany you. Remember, upon your arrival, your sole task is to ascertain the origins and developments of the matter at hand. If this case indeed pertains to individuals from the martial world, once you identify the specific parties involved, refrain from further involvement and simply report back to me. The subsequent actions will be handled by the enforcement division, who are adept in dealing with such matters. Understood. After Song Xian and Song Qian paid their respects to Zhao Dizhus, they prepared to depart. However, just as they were about to exit, he turned back and inquired, Uncle Zhao, if we encounter someone threatening outside. Before he could finish, Zhao Dizhus' clear voice resonated, if it must be done, then do it. Our Xianyi guard harbors no such reservations. Rest assured, I shall bear the burden if issues arise. Upon stepping out of the government office, Song Qian couldn't help but express her admiration. Uncle Zhao truly lives up to his name. He is indeed reliable. Indeed, with Zhao Dizhu's assurance, Song Qian felt considerably more at ease. Having such a commander willing to take responsibility for his subordinates brought a sense of comfort to anyone's heart. By the time they returned home, the sky had cloaked itself in darkness. Their father, Song Yuanshan, unusually returned home early. Having received the news that his son and daughter had successfully passed the second-level Xianyi guard examination, in high spirits, he had even stopped to purchase a jar of wine along the way. Their mother, Song Linsher, had prepared a feast of wine and dishes, even before entering. Song Qian caught a whiff of the delightful aromas and eagerly made her way to the table. Song Lin clapped her hands, exclaiming, "You're already a grown lady. Yet still so careless. Go wash your hands." "All right." Song Qian hummed a tune as she stepped into the courtyard to wash her hands. While rinsing, she playfully teased her father, who was practicing his punches in the yard, saying, "Father, are you rehearsing your senior fitness routine?" "Senior fitness routine?" Song Yuanshan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Instinctively, he reached for the 7 wolves belt his son had gifted him, only to realize after a thorough search that he was wearing loose loungewear at home today, rendering the belt unnecessary. "Stop mimicking your brother's nonsensical remarks," he admonished. "As a man, he can afford such frivolity, but you, as a young lady, behaving so erratically, who would dare to marry you in the future?" Song Qian, with an air of indifference, remarked, "This heroine possesses discerning tastes. It is not merely anyone who can aspire to win my hand in marriage." Song Yuanshan let out a couple of grunts, presumably realizing that his daughter had grown up and that further chastisement was inappropriate. With a flick of his sleeve, he retreated indoors, declaring it time for dinner. "Did you manage to irritate Dad again?" At the dining table, Song Qian teased his sister with a playful remark. Song Qian playfully stuck out her tongue at him, lifted the wine jug, and poured some into her father's cup. "I was merely teasing, Father. You, with your vast capacity for tolerance, would never be angered by a mere girl like me." Flattered by her words, Song Yuanshan's expression brightened considerably, and he chuckled, "My dear, pour a cup for your brother as well." Song Qian pouted, lamenting that her father, old Song, was undeniably biased. He always poured the wine for others, while she never received a drop. Of course, she only dared to grumble silently in her heart. Such complaints were not something she would voice in front of her father. The 7 wolves he possessed were never mere decorations. "Come on, big brother, let us toast." Song Yuanshan raised his wine glass, clinking it with Song Qian's before downing it in one gulp, which opened the floodgates to conversation. "Eldest brother, as the head of the family, you must take good care of your younger sister in the future. Do you understand?" "Yes, father, you can rest assured." Song Qian nodded eagerly. "I have also heard about your assessment today. It seems it was quite brutal." Song Qian nodded. "The bloodier, the better." Song Yuanshan clapped his hands and laughed. "In our line of work, one inevitably gets their hands stained with blood sooner or later. There will be plenty of bloody affairs ahead. In time, one will grow accustomed to it." Song Qian continued to nod, aware that all of this was merely a prelude. The topic his father truly wished to discuss lay ahead. "When I was your age," Song Qian's heart stirred, realizing that the main topic had commenced. Song Yuanshan wore a contemplative expression, reminiscing about the time when, "At my age, I had already encountered dozens of ruthless bandits and nefarious martial artists who perished at my hands. Of course, our family has long held the hereditary title of the Xian Yiwei, engaged in such endeavors, so there is little to boast about. What fills me with genuine pride is that before I turned 20, I had already wed your mother. Indeed, that very year, when I reached the age of 20, marked the year of your birth." Song Qian turned his face away in silence, only to catch sight of Song Qian grinning and playfully winking at him. In this world, a man's achievements and fame do not constitute true merit. It is the abundance of offspring that truly signifies success. "My dear eldest, your father understands the burdens you carry, which is why he has refrained from broaching the subject of marriage. However, you are no longer young, and it is indeed challenging to carry on the legacy of the Song family through your generation. Certain matters warrant your contemplation." Song Qian rubbed his forehead, acknowledging the undeniable truth that men should marry when they come of age and women should wed accordingly. At that moment, he winked at Song Qian, silently urging her to come forth and alleviate the situation. Song Qian understood the unspoken implication and poured another cup of wine for Song Yuanshan. "Father, you're being rather hasty. My brother and I have just been promoted to the 2nd rank of the Xianyi Guard. and we have yet to settle into our new positions. Can we wait a few more days? Furthermore, Uncle Zhao has just entrusted us with an urgent case from a distant locale, which requires our immediate departure tomorrow morning. Once we have completed this task, we can then deliberate on my brother's marriage. What do you think? Upon hearing her words, Song Yuanshan hesitated momentarily. Well, you may handle the case, and your mother and I can begin consulting with a matchmaker in the meantime. We have taken quite a liking to the second daughter of the old Liu family, that girl Xuan. If you have no objections, we could settle this matter first. After all, you were once on the verge of a betrothal with the eldest daughter of the old Liu family. Before he could complete his sentence, Song Xian's expression shifted ominously. He abruptly set down his chopsticks and stood up, saying, "Father, mother, please continue your meal. I am full and shall return to my room." With that, he disregarded Song Yuanshan's reaction and swiftly departed. What a child! Song Yuanshan's cheeks quivered with anger, his wings stiffened. He would not heed a word from his father. His mother, Song Linsher, grasped his arm and reproached him, saying, "Did I not tell you to speak only of the betrothal? Why do you bring up that eldest daughter of the Liu family again?" Song Yuanshan opened his mouth, rubbed his forehead, and wore a look of chagrin. After consuming some wine, his mind became heated, and he let slip his tongue. It had been 5 years. Why had the boy not yet overcome that hurdle in his heart? With a sigh, he settled back down to continue drinking. Perhaps it was best to let things be. He was no longer a child. How could I manage him for a moment when I could not govern him for a lifetime? The meal concluded with an air of dissatisfaction. After the lights went out, Song Qian stealthily approached the door of Song Xian's room, lowering her voice to call out, "Brother? Open the door. I have something to discuss with you." Inside the room, Song Xian sat cross-legged, practicing the pure young Wujing boy technique. In the embrace of the night, his internal pure yang energy flowed like golden rays through his organs. A faint golden luminescence even emanated from his skin, rendering him akin to a golden deity. Upon hearing Song Qian's voice, Song Xian slowly ceased his practice and replied nonchalantly, "It's late. Let us talk about it tomorrow on the way." Song Qian let out a soft exclamation, stealthily returning to her room. In the courtyard, Song Yuanshan and his wife discreetly observed this scene, before cautiously retreating indoors themselves. Once the door was securely closed, Song Yuanshan sighed in resignation. Over the years, this young man had spent considerable time indulging in songs and entertainment with Liu Xiaolu, and he had thought that he had come to terms with his feelings. Yet, to his dismay, how could it be that a romantic like him emerged from the Song family? I refuse to believe that there aren't plenty of virtuous young women in the world. Just because Lu Qingxue left without a word, does it mean that my son from the Song family cannot find a bride? The next morning, just as dawn began to break, Song Qian appeared outside Song Xian's door, eager to rouse him. Upon opening the door, Song Xian, wearing a displeased expression, pointed his index finger and playfully flicked her forehead. "Song Ernie, how is it that you possess such boundless energy every single day?" Song Qian covered her forehead and grinned with a hearty laugh. Today was the day for her business trip, and the mere thought of venturing out for work filled her with such excitement that she found herself unable to sleep. Song Xian gazed at her, noting that the young lady was adorned in a black long robe of the Xianwei uniform today. The attire diminished her elegance, yet enhanced her spirited demeanor. Coupled with the long sword at her waist, she truly resembled a formidable figure. "Please wait a moment." Song Xian entered the room, tidied up his collection of bottles and jars, and tucked them into his bosom. He picked up the long sword from the bedside and cast a glance at Song Qian. "Let us depart." "Oh." Song Qian hurriedly followed, lowering her voice to inquire, "Aren't we going to greet our father?" Song Qian cast a glance at her, gripping her arm as they exited the grand doors. Having already incited old Song's ire the previous day, approaching him now would only invite further scorn. As the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, this ancient city thrived with unparalleled prosperity beneath the emperor's gaze. From the break of dawn, the streets resounded with cries and shouts, the neighing of horses, and even the sight of patrols from the city guard traversing the thoroughfares. Yet, regardless of whether they were passers-by, vendors along the roadside, or the stern soldiers marching in formation, the moment they beheld the dark robes of the Xian guard worn by the Song siblings, expressions of trepidation flickered across their faces. The Xian guard of the Great Zhou, a symbol of imperial authority and a legitimate institution of lethal force, who could gaze upon them without a measure of fear? Song Xian chose a mutton soup restaurant by the street, ordering 2 portions of mutton soup and 10 baked flatbreads. He and Song Qian then indulged heartily in their meal. As practitioners of martial arts, their appetites were considerable. The owner of the establishment, keenly observant, noticed that the two appeared to be still hungry and graciously provided a basket of freshly baked flatbreads. The breakfast was immensely satisfying for the duo, and after leaving a piece of silver on the table, they made their way to the Xuan Iwei Yamen. Today, he was to embark on a business trip and needed to select a few suitable subordinates to accompany him. As they walked, the streets were bustling with people, appearing quite chaotic, and now and then, they spotted scholars carrying book boxes hurrying towards the inner city. Song Xian furrowed his brows in contemplation and suddenly realized, no wonder there are so many people today. It is the day of the imperial examination, held once every 3 years. Song Qian glanced at the scholars, then turned her head to scrutinize Song Xian, occasionally nodding slightly as if engaged in some form of comparison. What are you thinking about? Song Xian casually inquired. Song Qian smiled slightly as she turned her head, saying, it is often said that those who are well-read possess an innate grace. However, after observing for a while, I have yet to find anyone with a demeanor that surpasses yours, dear brother. For some reason, in comparison to you, they all seem rather lackluster. Song Xian chuckled, remarking that it was rather obvious, for he had cultivated his skills since childhood, honing his pure yang internal energy to refine his physique and sharpen his spirit. How could a mere scholar, lacking even the strength to bind a chicken, possibly compete? Upon entering the Xuan Guard's inspection office, Song Xian found no sign of Zhao Di's Hus. It was said that old Zhao had been summoned by the commander of the Xuan Guard for a meeting before dawn. Initially, Song Xian had hoped to request a few men from Zhao, but with the latter absent, he had no choice but to gather his own recruits. Brother Song, Sister Qianqian. Inside the office, some third-rate Xuan guards, still bleary-eyed, came to report for duty, many stifling yawns. Yet, upon spotting Song Xian and his companion, they all perked up, greeting them from afar, for neglecting to do so would surely invite trouble. Song Xian has long been a seasoned slacker within the Xuan Guard, known for his amiable disposition and approachability, earning him a commendable reputation among his peers. In stark contrast, Song Qian commands a formidable presence as the leading figure among the third-tier Xuan guards. It is rare to find anyone in the inspection division's third tier who has not felt the sting of her fists. This young lady, despite appearing obedient and docile in Song Qian's presence, transforms into the renowned and formidable Sister Qian when venturing out alone, in the grand capital of the Great Zhou. Who does not bow in deference upon encountering Sister Qian? Song Qian gave a slight nod, standing silently beside Song Xian. In the presence of her elder brother, she consistently assumed the role of a modest follower, allowing him to speak on matters while she endeavored to maintain her silence. Song Xian, with a cheerful demeanor, gazed at the dozen or so third-tier Xuan guards entering the yamen and remarked, yesterday, we just received a case that requires a trip to the county below. Is anyone interested in joining? However, no response followed his words. The guards merely looked towards the sky or remained silent, showing no inclination to accompany him on this assignment. Why would they choose to toil in a small county when they could enjoy a leisurely life in the capital? The thought of venturing out to handle a case in a remote county, fraught with danger and devoid of benefits, seemed utterly unappealing. Seeing that no one responded, Song Xian was not taken aback. After all, during his own tenure as a third-tier Xuan guard, he had behaved in a similar manner. Thus, he ceased speaking and took a step back behind his sister, offering a gentle smile to the group of young men. Close the door, released Song Qian. Upon witnessing this scene, the previously languid third-tier Xuan guards suddenly appeared on high alert, with some instinctively retreating. Song Qian clasped the hilt of the sword hanging at her waist, her voice laced with a chilling intensity. My brother attempted to reason with you all, yet you chose to ignore him. Now, let us delve into a discourse devoid of reason. As she spoke, her delicate fingers brushed lightly over the individuals present, casually selecting 3. Whomever I choose must comply. Should anyone dare to refuse, I shall not hesitate to deliver a crushing blow. Though her words bore a certain ruggedness, none among the crowd dared to dismiss them as mere jest. For Song Qian, this fierce woman, was indeed capable of delivering such a strike. Lu Xiaolu. Song Qian was the first to point at Lu Xiaolu, and in that instant, a look of helpless resignation appeared on Lu Xiaolu's round face. Although he felt somewhat reluctant in his heart, he did not voice any objections. After all, he had been inseparable friends with the Song siblings since childhood. How could he stand idly by when his brother was in need? Monkey. Song Qian's finger landed on a young man, slight of build and somewhat unseemly in appearance. Upon being singled out by Song Qian, the young man felt a mixture of despair and indignation, yet he could only bow and nod obediently, flattering her with, Sister Qian has an excellent eye. Ultimately, the last chosen was a robust figure, a towering man with a dark complexion, whose imposing stature resembled that of an iron tower, instilling fear in those who beheld him. However, this seemingly indomitable giant found his eyes welling with tears upon being selected by Song Qian. "Sister Qian, must I really go? My father has arranged a marriage for me these days. If this falls through, how shall I ever find a wife?" Nevertheless, the robust man still decided to accompany them. For Song Qian had painted an enticing picture and confidently promised to find him a satisfactory bride in the future. Though the promise seemed somewhat extravagant, he chose to believe in it. Having grown up in the same circle, the youth had faith in Song Qian's character. If he vowed to find a wife, he would undoubtedly deliver. The Great Zhou dynasty spans an immense territory, implementing a governance model of states, prefectures, counties, and districts. The entire realm comprises 9 provinces, each province containing 12 prefectures, each prefecture consisting of 12 counties. It is no exaggeration to state that a single province is akin to an entire nation. To maintain such a vast expanse under the control of the imperial court, successive emperors have enacted numerous measures. For instance, the Great Zhou royal family, which established itself through martial prowess, places an almost obsessive emphasis on martial arts, effectively rendering the royal family the largest martial clan in the realm. To the emperor, ensuring the dynasty's longevity hinges fundamentally on possessing unparalleled military strength. Furthermore, to counterbalance the forces of the martial world, generations of emperors have continuously bolstered the power of the Xianyi Guard, which has evolved into a formidable entity by the time of Song Qian. Song Qian once heard Zhao Dizhu say that as long as the emperor had not issued a formal decree prohibiting the Xianyi Guard from intervening, they could meddle in any matter within the Great Zhou territory. The extent of their power is truly astonishing. Song Qian's recent business trip to Shaning County, which falls under the jurisdiction of Mingzhou, is situated over 800 miles from the imperial capital. However, this distance is not particularly daunting. For a few martial artists of commendable physical prowess, it is merely a matter of several days' journey. Upon arriving in Mingzhou, Huayan Prefecture, after several arduous days of travel, Song Qian and his companions entered the prefectural city astride their spirited green-maned steeds, their faces marked by the dust of the road. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qian made his way directly to the magistrate's office. The case he was tasked with had been escalated through the layers of the Huayan Prefecture's administrative hierarchy, ultimately landing in the hands of the Xuan Guard's inspection division. At this hour, with the sun at its zenith and the post-luncheon lethargy settling in, the few officials outside the magistrate's office leaned against the walls, surrendering to the drowsiness of the day. Song Qian gazed upon the expansive yamen of the county magistrate, a pivotal center within the jurisdiction. The magistrate's decisions could profoundly affect the lives of millions of citizens across the various counties below. Yet, this crucial establishment bore an air of neglect. Aside from a few drowsy clerks, not a single figure could be seen, highlighting the apparent dereliction of governance. "Brother Xian," Lu Xiaolu whispered, "during my journey, I inquired about the county magistrate of Huayan, Shenqinggan. He is a miserly parasite, valuing wealth above all else. The corrupt practices of those in power trickle down, and within the entire yamen of Huayan, from the magistrate to the assistant magistrate, the chief scribe, and even the minor clerks, none are free from avarice." As he gestured towards the desolate yamen, he remarked that this place, devoid of activity, deterred even the common folk from seeking justice. The affluent would particularly shy away from reporting grievances. The predatory officials within consumed both the accusers and the accused, and anyone who entered these gates would either suffer greatly or find themselves stripped of their resources. Over time, this led to a marked decline in the number of individuals willing to pursue legal action, even in the face of disputes. The populace preferred to spend a little extra to resolve matters privately rather than risk the treacherous corridors of the yamen. Song Qian discreetly surveyed the surroundings of the county magistrate's office, slowly nodding and smiling as he remarked, "Xiao Lu, tell me. It is rather curious that the common folk would rather endure misfortune in silence than approach the court to file a complaint. Yet, a case of adultery has stirred considerable commotion locally, even reaching the esteemed offices of the Xianyi Wei in the imperial capital. Is this not intriguing?" "It is indeed intriguing," Lu Xiaolu responded with a smile of his own. Song Qian, feeling somewhat perplexed, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Could you two gentlemen be more straightforward in your conversation? What do you mean by interesting or not? What is the true implication?" Song Qian elucidated, "Generally, when incidents occur in localities, they are often concealed as much as possible. Only when concealment becomes untenable do they escalate to higher authorities. Consequently, an incident that transpired in a county has even reached the imperial capital's Xianyi Wei inspection office. What do you make of this situation?" Song Qian suddenly realized. Is it because someone from the governor's office or the provincial commander has suppressed this case, and out of necessity? The magistrate of Huayan had to leverage connections to send the case to the capital? Song Qian shook his head, remarking that a mere county magistrate possessed no such influence. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that a high-ranking official from the prefecture or even the state is embroiled in a power struggle, seeking to utilize this case to undermine or eliminate certain local dignitaries. Now I comprehend. Song Qian realized, articulating that, in essence, someone intends to wield the Xian Guard as a weapon to eliminate a few political adversaries. Am I correct? Song Qian nodded, acknowledging that, for the time being, there exists this potential, and the likelihood is indeed quite substantial. Song Qian let out a displeased hum, expressing her disdain for the insidious nature of those who engage in politics. How dare they use our Xian Guard as a mere pawn, without fearing that they too might face dire consequences? Brother, what shall we do next? Should we continue with this case? Of course, why should we not proceed? Song Qian chuckled, disregarding any ulterior motives that might lurk behind the scenes. First and foremost, they needed to clarify the details of the case at hand. After all, this was their inaugural case, and returning in disgrace would severely hinder their future prospects within the Xian Guard's office. He paused momentarily, emphasizing the necessity of uncovering the truth before addressing the violent matters concerning the law enforcement department. Those individuals were ruthless, indifferent to any schemes or deceptions, ready to sever ties with anyone they deemed a threat. With that, he gestured for Daniel. Daniel, go and knock on the door. Daniel responded with a deep, resonant hum, striding forward. With each of his powerful steps, the ground trembled subtly beneath him. Who was in charge here? His thunderous voice reverberated at the entrance of the governor's office, abruptly rousing several dozing officials. One officer, appearing to be the head, barely opened his eyes before he began to curse. Which blind fool is making all this noise without regard for decorum? Before he could finish, he fully opened his eyes to behold Daniel's towering, muscular form, which blocked out the sunlight, casting a vast shadow over him. The head officer's tone faltered as he swallowed hard, his voice lowering and slowing as he realized the significance of Daniel's striking dark attire, emblematic of the Xian Guard. This is the governor's office. May I ask who you are? Daniel swiftly produced a badge from his waist and, like lifting a mere chick, hoisted the head officer by his neck, thrusting the badge before him. Do you recognize this badge? Why, yes, I do. The officer stammered, squinting at the glaring insignia of the Xian Guard, his voice hoarse with trepidation. Good to hear. Daniel tucked the badge away and casually tossed the officer to the ground, then bellowed, the Xian Guard is here to investigate. Summon your superior. The officer scrambled to his feet, hastily retreating into the office to fetch someone. Before long, a throng of officials surrounded a man clad in the attire of a clerk, who approached briskly. He appeared relatively young, perhaps in his 30s, with a fair complexion and no beard, resembling a refined scholar rather than a warrior. I am the clerk of Huayan County. May I inquire if you gentlemen hail from the imperial capital? Song Qian dismounted and surveyed the individual before him with keen scrutiny. He noted that this person exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, he possessed a certain dignified demeanor characteristic of a cultured scholar. The reputation of the Xuan Guards in official circles was far from favorable. The civil officials regarded them with a blend of animosity and apprehension, typically adopting a stance of respectful distance. It was evident that this official from Huayan County, the county magistrate, harbored a degree of resistance, if not outright aversion, towards the arrival of Song Qian and his fellow Xuan Guards. Xuan Guards Inspection Division, Song Qian. Song Qian spoke slowly, inquiring how to address this esteemed official. I am known by the surname Yi, replied the official. Yi Jianshi, was it? Song Qian spoke in a deep voice. You should be well aware of our intentions. There is no need for pleasantries. Let us proceed with the case. Upon hearing Song Qian's straightforward words, Yi Jianshi was momentarily taken aback. However, his expression softened slightly, and his tone unconsciously became more gentle. In that case, esteemed officials, please wait a moment in the yamen while I summon someone to retrieve the case files. Song Qian nodded, leading Song Qian and others into the grand hall of the magistrate's office, devoid of superfluous conversation as they took their seats. Soon, an attendant entered, bearing tea, but Song Qian merely acknowledged him with a serene nod, displaying no inclination to lift the cup and partake. In the realm beyond one's abode, safety reigns supreme. In such unfamiliar surroundings, the tea offered by strangers was something he resolutely abstained from. Song Qian and others abstained from tea. and Yi showed no inclination to persuade them otherwise. He sat calmly, seemingly lost in thought, his mind wandering to unknown realms. Before long, several officers hastily entered the hall, bearing a scroll of documents. Presented to the gentleman, Yi instructed. Upon receiving the scroll from the officers, Song Xian swiftly began to peruse its contents. His reading was remarkably rapid. Before Yi had finished his cup of tea, Song Xian had completed the entire review of the document. The case was not intricate. It was, in essence, a matter of adultery. In the flourishing era of the Great Zhou, the societal norms were relatively liberal. Not only were men permitted to practice martial arts, but women could do so as well, resulting in a higher status for women compared to the feudal dynasties recognized by Song Xian. In the Great Zhou, women could not only engage in martial arts and education, but could also participate in the imperial examinations, entering the realm of governance. However, despite the seemingly progressive societal values and enlightened court, it remained a feudal dynasty dominated by male authority. To preserve the purity of the male lineage, the laws of the Great Zhou imposed extraordinarily severe penalties on women found guilty of adultery. For men, proven cases of adultery resulted in 30 lashes, a fine of 50 taels of silver, and exile for 3,000 miles. Conversely, women found guilty, after due verification by the Ministry of Justice, faced public humiliation and execution. Such disparate treatment was accepted without question in the autocratic feudal society. Song Xian set down the dossier and turned his gaze towards Yi Dianshi, wondering if Yi Dianshi could provide a detailed account of the case. Yi Dianshi furrowed his brow slightly, for had not everything been meticulously documented in the records? Song Xianjing gazed at him quietly. A dossier is merely a dossier, yet it does not necessarily represent the truth. I yearn to hear the words directly from Yi Dianshi's lips. Yi Dianshi paused for a moment in silence, then gestured for the bailiffs flanking him to withdraw. Before hesitantly speaking, this case is not particularly intricate, but it is entwined with the struggles of the upper echelons, and there are certain matters I cannot disclose. Even if I were to speak, it may not reflect the reality. Perhaps it would be more prudent for your excellency to personally interrogate the woman imprisoned for the crime. What do you think? Song Xian was taken aback, gazing deeply at the individual before him, and then nodded with a smile, saying, in that case, it would be much appreciated if Master Yi could escort us to the prison cells. The Tian prison of Huayan Prefecture housed various death row inmates, some of whom had already been sentenced to death by the local authorities, awaiting further review by the Ministry of Justice, while others had completed the review process and were merely awaiting execution in the autumn. In the dim and damp confines of the prison, one could occasionally hear the desperate cries and wails of the condemned. Some inmates, upon catching sight of Song Xian and his companions, incessantly banged on the cell doors, shouting their grievances. However, Song Xian exhibited no inclination to intervene, proceeding directly to one of the death row cells under Master Ye's guidance. My lord, this is the place. At the entrance of the dark and cramped cell, Song Xian peered through the gap, spotting a woman whose features were obscured, lying bloodied on the floor, her eyes dull and lifeless, staring vacantly at the ceiling above. Open the cell door, Song Xian commanded. Master Yi hesitated momentarily but eventually nodded slightly to the jailer, signaling him to unlock the door. With a creak, the iron door swung open, and Song Xian, along with Song Qian and Lu Xiaolu, entered in succession, making the already confined space feel even more cramped. Meanwhile, Dinyo and Houzi stood outside the cell, acutely aware of their role, ensuring that others remained outside, even preventing Master Yi from entering. Master Ye's expression shifted several times, yet he ultimately refrained from forcing his way in, though he held a disdain for the Xuani guards. He was reluctant to offend these fearsome enforcers over a single case. Inside the cell, Song Xian looked down from his elevated position at the numb woman on the ground, lightly clearing his throat. Yet, the woman showed no signs of recognition, utterly indifferent to the presence of anyone in the cell, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as if she had completely surrendered to despair. Upon witnessing this, Song Qian furrowed her brows and stepped forward. Grasping the woman by the arm and pulling her upright, she tilted the woman's chin, bringing their faces into direct alignment. This assertive action finally sparked a glimmer of light in the woman's eyes, her gaze sharpening and focusing on Song Qian. It appeared she was still alive. Song Qian smiled contentedly, causing the woman to kneel partially on the ground. She then turned to Song Qian and said with a smile, "Brother, we may begin now." Song Qian uttered a soft acknowledgement, producing the token of the Xuani guard and displaying it before the woman. "Allow me to introduce ourselves. We hail from the imperial capital as members of the Xuani guard. I need not elaborate on the nature of our duties, do I?" Upon hearing the name of the Xuani guard, Despite her overwhelming despair and resignation to her fate, the woman instinctively trembled. To the common folk, the Xuan Guard represents a mortal extension of the King of Hell, with their officers likened to his minions. It is said that those who fall into their grasp find themselves in a dire predicament, unable to seek survival or even embrace death. The mere thought of dying becomes a luxury. I, Song Xian of the Xuan Guard, shall take charge of your case from this day forth. With that, he slowly crouched down, locking eyes with the woman before him. Sun Lu, the magistrate of Huayan County, has accused you of adultery. I seek merely a single truth from you. Have you indeed committed such an act? Within the courtyard of the Huayan County magistrate's residence, several officials engaged in hushed conversation. A portly middle-aged man inquired, "Where have the Xuan guards from the imperial capital gone?" A man dressed as a clerk quickly responded to the magistrate. Yi Dian has received them. I hear they have already gone to the dungeon to personally interrogate Sun Lu. Didn't you say I should meet with them? The clerk shook his head. My lord, you are a legitimate fifth-rank official. Though the Xuan Guard wields considerable power, they cannot act with absolute impunity. It would be inappropriate for you to personally receive them. Yi Dian's presence is sufficient. The magistrate nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. We shall declare that I have caught a chill and am unwell, unable to receive guests. Furthermore, let us not offend the Xuan Guards. Prepare the appropriate lavish gifts for them, catering to their needs. Whether it be silver or women, as long as it does not exceed reasonable bounds, ensure everything is arranged. The clerk smiled. Rest assured, my lord. I have already made arrangements with Suiyin Tower. There will be a banquet tonight with Li Tongpin personally hosting them. They're a group of youthful individuals, brimming with vitality. A courtesan in each room will surely prevent them from causing you any trouble. Excellent, excellent. The magistrate expressed his satisfaction, patting the clerk on the shoulder. You handle matters deftly. Proceed as you suggest. In the dungeon, Song Xian and the accused woman, Sun Lu, stared at each other intently. Remarkably, though she was already married, the woman appeared to be in her early 20s. Despite the toll of her suffering in the dungeon leaving her weary and haggard, a closer look revealed her beauty still shone through. Think carefully. This is your final chance. If you wish to avoid public humiliation, then tell me the truth. Have you engaged in adultery? Sun Lu, filled with trepidation, gazed at Song Xian. Her lips trembling with words unuttered. She instinctively turned her head towards Song Xian, but in the next moment, her gaze returned to Song Xian. Perhaps it was wiser to confide in this young man, who seemed more amiable than the fierce young woman. My lord, I am innocent. Sun Lu knelt before him, tears finally spilling from her eyes. I am truly wronged. I was coerced. I did not commit adultery. My lord, I would rather die than bear the shame of such an accusation. I am innocent. I am a victim. I did not commit adultery. Not adultery. The woman's emotions surged, repeatedly asserting her innocence. Yet, when Song Xian pressed her for details of the events, she faltered, her words tumbling out in incoherent fragments. Enough. Song Xian let out a sigh and commanded the monkey outside the cell, "Go fetch the husband of the accused woman from outside the city." As he spoke, he turned to Yi Dianshi and requested, "Please assign a few constables to accompany him." Yi Dianshi wasted no time and promptly designated several constables to swiftly follow the monkey out of the prison. After more than an hour, the group returned, dragging a peasant man into the cell. Upon seeing the woman kneeling on the ground, the man immediately erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You shameless wretch! What nonsense are you spouting this time?" Hearing the commotion, Song Xian cast a glance at Lu Xiaolu, silently urging him to quell the disturbance. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaolu stepped forward, unsheathing the long sword from his waist with a sharp sound, and admonished, "Dare you raise your voice in the presence of my Xiani guard? Are you courting death?" As the metallic clang of the weapon echoed, the man immediately fell silent, particularly upon meeting Lu Xiaoyu's cold, piercing gaze. Overwhelmed by fear, he crumpled to his knees with a thud. "My lord, I have led an honest life and never committed any wrongdoing. You must not wrong an innocent man." Song Xian, weary of idle chatter, spoke in a low voice. "You shall answer my questions truthfully. Should you utter even a single falsehood, I shall ensure you dine in the Xuan Guard's prison." The mere mention of the Xuan Guard's prison sent a shudder through not only the peasant before him, but also through Yi Dianshi and the other officials waiting outside. That place was akin to a hell on earth. Once one entered, escape was but a distant hope. "Tell me, did your wife commit adultery? And did you report it to the authorities?" The man hesitated, instinctively glancing toward the prison, as if seeking permission to speak. However, before he could receive a response, Lu Xiaoyu's sword was already poised at his throat. In an instant, the man capitulated. "Sir, in these times, how can we common folk dare to report to the officials?" "Oh, Song Xian was instantly intrigued and urged, "Please elaborate on what you know." "Very well," I replied. "I shall recount everything." The man took a deep breath and began his tale from the beginning. "I was but a tenant farmer living outside the county town, earning a meager living through labor for others. Though our circumstances were not affluent, we managed to get by, and over the years, we had saved a little wealth. Perhaps it was the blessings I accumulated in my past life. Through the introduction of a matchmaker, I married a wife as beautiful as a flower, a union that drew envy from all in the village." As he spoke of his wife, he glanced at the woman kneeling on the ground, quietly sobbing, and his eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. "I do not mean to amuse you, esteemed sir, but we humble farmers are not accustomed to grandeur. My wife's beauty pales in comparison to the daughters of affluent households. Yet, in the surrounding 10 miles, she is renowned for her beauty." He cast a shy glance at Song Xian and then at Song Qian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he recognized the disparity in appearance between his beloved wife and the two ladies before him. "Enough of the pleasantries, please continue," Song Xian urged impatiently. "Ah, yes." The man swallowed hard, his expression turning to one of regret. Then calamity struck. One evening, after finishing my work in the city, I returned home only to find a woman sitting outside my yard, looking pitiful and seemingly resting. I approached her and she introduced herself as Xiaoli, a resident of the neighboring Wujing county. She revealed that she had been married for 5 years, but after her husband passed away last year, her in-laws subjected her to relentless cruelty, even her father-in-law harboring inappropriate intentions. Unable to endure such torment, she had fled and found herself here, her funds exhausted, seeking merely a place to rest for the night. At this point, the man hesitated slightly, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, seeing her plight. I agreed to offer her shelter. Song Qian let out a soft laugh. "You find her appealing, don't you? Let me ask you this. If an old woman were to come and request to stay at your home for the night, would you agree?" The man, feeling a wave of shame, lowered his head and replied, "Perhaps, it is possible that I might." Song Qian waved his hand and inquired, "Is this woman connected to the case?" "Indeed, this matter all arose because of her." Song Qian nodded, encouraging her to continue. Xiaoli's background was indeed heartrending, yet it possessed an alluring charm devoid of peril. Thus, I was moved by compassion and consented to her plea. Song Qian lowered his gaze towards Sun Lu. "Can you accept the fact that your husband has brought another woman into the household?" Sun Lu remained silent. Yet it was the man who spoke up to clarify. "My wife is gentle and virtuous." Upon hearing the tragic tale of Xiaoli, she did not refuse and readily agreed. Lu Xiaolu and the other men exchanged glances, their eyes conveying unspoken sentiments. "You see, in the future, one must seek a wife with such a generous heart." The following day, as Xiaoli prepared to leave, I regrettably pried and inquired where she intended to go next. With a pitiful expression, she confessed that she was homeless and had nowhere to turn. If we had no objections, she wished to stay a little longer, claiming she could engage in needlework to earn her keep, thus contributing to the household expenses. She also offered to assist with chores and agricultural tasks, ensuring she would not be a burden. After discussing it with my wife, we felt that having an additional mouth to feed was not overly burdensome, especially since Xiaoli could work and earn money. My wife remarked that as I often toiled outside from dawn till dusk, sometimes returning home only after several days, having a companion at home would alleviate any fears of solitude. Hence, I consented to the arrangement. The man bowed his head in shame, admitting, I, too, harbored selfish desires. Xiaoli is quite beautiful, not inferior to my wife, and she is widowed and destitute. I contemplated that over time, as we lived together, it might naturally lead to her becoming part of my household. As an ordinary citizen, the prospect of having 2 lovely wives in my lifetime was an irresistible fortune. Alas, it was this very greed that ushered in calamity. In the hearts of Song Xian and his companions, a general idea began to take shape. Following the conventional narrative, it was likely that Xiaoli was not a woman of virtue, and it seemed she had led the obedient son Lu to stray, ultimately resulting in an adulterous affair. Initially, Xiaoli lived at home without any apparent issues. During the day, I would labor in the city while my wife and she engaged in needlework, simultaneously tending to our modest half-acre of land. Each evening, upon returning home to behold the 2 charming ladies, the fatigue of the day's toil felt worthwhile. However, gradually, after a fortnight, I began to sense an unsettling atmosphere within our abode. There were nights when I awoke to find my wife quietly weeping under the covers. When I inquired about her sorrow, she merely shook her head, attributing it to nightmares. Each time I departed for work, she wore an expression of concern, as if she harbored words that remained unspoken. My heart was beset with confusion, compelling me to seek the truth. One day, I informed my wife and Xiaoli that I would be working away from home for 3 to 5 days. Xiaoli appeared quite pleased, assuring me that she would take good care of the house, allowing me to focus on my work without worry. After bidding farewell to the two, I did not proceed directly to the city. Instead, I stealthily returned home. Before I even entered, I heard the sounds of intimate murmurs. Kicking open the door, I was met with the shocking sight of Xiaoli and my wife, unclothed, entwined upon the bed, engaged in that act. Reflecting on this incident, the man clenched his fists, his eyes welling with tears. Song Xian was also taken aback. The records indicated that the Sun Lu family had committed adultery and was caught red-handed by her husband. But it did not mention any involvement with women. Song Qian and others also fell into deep contemplation. The laws of the Great Show seem to lack explicit articulation regarding the situation in which a wife engages in indiscretions with another woman behind her husband's back. How should such a case be adjudicated? The Ministry of Justice has decreed a sentence of death for adultery, which indeed appears rather severe. Does your wife have an inclination towards women? Song Qian cast a fleeting glance at Sun Lu, who dared not raise her head. The matter of sexual orientation is indeed a delicate topic. As a time traveler educated in the new era, he holds no prejudice against such individuals. What harm is there in women engaging in intimate companionship? Have we not observed the esteemed officials in the court, many of whom keep pet rabbits in their residences? Upon hearing Song Xian's inquiry, the man named Sun Buer was suddenly overwhelmed with tears. If that little beauty were a woman, then so be it. I shall pretend I have seen nothing. Perhaps you could even join in, right? Lu Shaola chimed in leisurely. Sun Buo found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for how to continue. Song Xian gestured to Lu Shaolu, saying, "Do not interrupt. Sun Buer, according to your assertion, that beautiful widow who calls herself Xiaoli, is she not a woman?" "No." Sun Buer retorted angrily, "He is a man. What he possesses beneath is even larger than mine." As these words echoed, an eerie silence fell over the cell. Song Xian nearly choked on his own saliva, the sudden turn almost causing him to strain his back. Goodness, after all this time, it turns out this was a case committed by a master of cross-dressing. After spending so many days with that Xiaoli, you didn't suspect for a moment that he was a man? Song Qian expressed her disbelief, feeling that this matter was rather too extraordinary. Is it truly impossible to discern? Sun Buo sighed heavily, his petite frame adorned with long hair, possessing a delicate beauty, and a voice that was soft and nuanced, with no prominent Adam's apple. How could one possibly tell? If that is the case, it indeed complicates matters. Song Xian reflected on this. In this world, women are often celebrated for their small frames and diminutive posteriors, where the ideal is a figure that can be grasped delicately. When dressed in loose clothing, it becomes quite challenging to ascertain whether someone is male or female based solely on physique. Typically, one relies on height, appearance, hairstyle, and voice for such judgments. Sun Buer, an ordinary peasant, naturally had limited experience, making it quite normal for him to be deceived. That man named Xiaoli, have you apprehended him? No. Sun Buo shook his head, explaining that upon being discovered, the man likely panicked, hastily pulled up his trousers, and escaped through the window. He must possess martial arts skills, moving with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Upon realizing he was skilled, I dared not pursue further, fearing he might retaliate in anger and resort to violence to silence me. Song Qian let out a derisive laugh. So, you dare not confront the adulterer, and instead unleash your fury upon your wife, leading her to report you? I did not report her. Sun Buer hastily shook his head. As he glanced at the Sun Lu clan, the fierce vitriol he had displayed upon entering the cell had dissipated, replaced by a look of resignation. Indeed, I was angry and did strike her in the moment, yet I did not involve the authorities. It is a matter of familial disgrace, and moreover, that governmental office is a veritable den of devourers. How could I possibly dare to approach it? Song Xian slightly nodded, turning to his wife and inquiring, "Sun Lu, is what your husband claims true?" Sun Lu knelt and bowed, affirming, "It is true." He continued, "Do you believe you have committed adultery?" The woman, in tears, replied, I did not wish for this. However, that man was too formidable. I could not resist him. Moreover, he threatened me, stating that if I revealed this matter, he would annihilate my entire family. He possesses martial prowess, and we are merely ordinary folk. How could we dare to confront such a person? Since you did not report it to the authorities, how did your wife end up in the dungeons, condemned to death? Sun Buer, with a sense of helplessness, recounted. After I struck her, my anger subsided significantly. Upon reflection, I realized that were I in her position, I too would have felt powerless against such a skilled martial artist. Besides enduring humiliation, how could one dare to retaliate? It is indeed my own greed that led me to covet her beauty, allowing disaster to enter our home. As simple farmers, when faced with such calamities, we can only resign ourselves to our misfortune, swallowing our grievances in silence, for who would dare to voice them? And how did your wife find herself in this predicament? Sun Buer, displaying a visage of shame, confessed, this occurred later. Although I understand that my wife bears no blame, my heart is nevertheless troubled. One day, intoxicated, I beat her and hurled insults, accusing her of shamelessness and failure to uphold her wifely duties. My voice was raised, and coincidentally, on that day, tax collectors were in the village and overheard our quarrel. Without further ado, they seized my wife. As he spoke, Sun Buer wept once more, lamenting, I am powerless, I am not a man. I harbored resentment towards her, yet I knew this was not her fault. My lord, once married. A bond of 100 days is formed. My actions were merely an outlet for my frustrations. I never intended for her to meet such a fate. Song Xian turned to gaze outside the cell at the attentive Yi Dianshi and inquired, are the officials apprehending the Sun and Lu families in your employ? Yi Dianshi shook his head, replying, they are under the command of Li Tongban. Song Xian let out a sound of acknowledgement and inquired of Sun Buer about the situation of his wife. Have you not spoken to the officials at the magistrate's office? I have indeed. Sun Buer replied with indignation. The word from the magistrate's officials is clear. If I wish to prevent my wife from being condemned for adultery, I must produce 100 taels of silver. 100 taels. How can I possibly procure such an amount? I have no choice but to sell off my fields and property, and even borrow from relatives and friends. Yet, before I could gather the required silver, the officials sent word that my wife's guilt has been established. She is to be branded as an adulteress. This verdict is irrevocable, beyond any power to amend. They further threatened me, stating that regardless of who inquires, I must maintain the claim of adultery. Should I utter a single word amiss, not only would I perish, but my relatives and friends would share the same fate. Esteemed officials, you are from the Xuan Guard. I understand you are not intimidated by the magistrates. I implore you, please save my wife. Song Xian remained silent, lost in contemplation. If this couple was indeed truthful, the case would be quite clear at this juncture. In essence, this Sun Buer had married a renowned beauty from the surrounding countryside, which subsequently attracted the attention of a rather peculiar flower thief. This flower thief seemed to possess an unusual penchant, preferring to disguise himself as a woman rather than resorting to brute force. With a tragic backstory coupled with his striking appearance, he incited Sun Buer's greed and audaciously took up residence in the latter's home. Thereafter, through intimidation, he violated the man's wife. The situation was not overly complex. It resembled a case of a flower thief embroiled with individuals of the underworld. However, a curious anomaly existed. The case files contained no mention of the flower thief, as all information pertaining to him had been expunged. As the record keeper Yi Dianshi remarked, the case itself was not intricate. The complexity lay with the people involved. Lu Xiaolu approached Song Xian and whispered, Brother Xian. According to Sun Buer, the constables under Li Tongban initially apprehended Sun Lu's wife as a pretext for extorting money, purely for financial gain. Yet, in a remarkably short period, they concluded that Sun Lu's wife had committed adultery, solidifying it into an unassailable case. This shift indicates that their motives extended beyond mere profit. They sought to obliterate any information regarding the flower thief. It is evident that this flower thief is not merely a skilled martial artist from the underworld, but likely possesses a rather distinguished background, potentially with substantial connections to the authorities. Some individuals above wish to suppress the scandal of a flower thief violating a common woman from emerging. At this juncture, he smirked and remarked, it seems this matter is far from being concealed. Some wish to keep it under wraps while others are eager to expose it. Otherwise, this case, which ought to be reviewed by the Ministry of Justice, would not have landed in the hands of our Xuan Guard. Song Xian slightly nodded, acknowledging the profundity of your analysis. Thus, our current predicament is rather precarious. Lu Xiaolu, with a hint of disbelief, exclaimed, Brother Xian, you cannot possibly think that the mastermind behind this would resort to eliminating us, the Xuan Guard, to silence us, can you? Has he lost his mind? Does he not fear that the Xuan Guard would retaliate by exterminating his entire clan? The Ministry of Justice requires evidence to pursue a case. Yet should anyone dare to harm us, the enforcers from the Law Enforcement Department care not for evidence. If there are any suspicions, they shall act with swift execution, disregarding due process. Song Xian chuckled, Do not be anxious. It is merely a possibility. However, to be prudent, we must indeed make some preparations. There should be a station for the Xian Yi within Huayan County, correct? Indeed there is, Lu Xiaolu whispered, but those are the people from the law enforcement division. If we wish to mobilize them, they are unlikely to heed our call. Then you shall inform them that you hail from the imperial capital, and that the chief of the imperial inspection division, Zhao Dizhus, is your father. Should anything happen to you, he would undoubtedly not let them off lightly. You have been mingling in the imperial capital for quite some time. Don't tell me you lack the cunning to use such connections. Lu Xiaolu hesitated for a moment. Brother Xian, is this reliable? If old Zhao finds out, he come after me? You seek neither power nor fame. And your connection to the Xian Yi is a legacy that cannot be easily severed. As a mere idler, why would you fear old Zhao's retribution? Moreover, before we departed the imperial capital, Uncle Zhao assured us that should any issues arise, we could invoke his name. He can handle any calamity. With your words, I feel reassured, he said, flicking his sleeve with a flourish, striding confidently out of the prison cell. He beckoned to the monkey. Shouho, accompany me. We have matters to attend to. The monkey glanced at Song Xian and, seeing that the leader had no objections, promptly followed Lu Xiaolu out of the heavenly prison. Once the two had departed, Song Qian approached Song Xian and quietly inquired, Brother, what were you just discussing with Xiaolu? I instructed him to gather some support. Such matters could also be entrusted to me. Not permissible. Song Xian shook his head, remarking that in terms of navigating the world, one is not as astute as Xiaolu. Furthermore, he insisted that one must remain close by, not straying too far. If anything were to happen, he would find it impossible to explain to his parents. Do you still consider me a child? Song Qian pouted her lips in discontent. Yet she understood that her elder brother's decision was irrevocable. After a couple of huffs, she chose to refrain from further discussion on the matter. My lord. After a prolonged silence, Sun Buer, feeling somewhat anxious, finally ventured to inquire, My lord, do you believe there is still hope for my wife? Song Xian wore a benevolent smile. As long as your words are truthful, there is hope for salvation. However, should there be any deceit, you need not await the formal decree from the Ministry of Justice. I can personally escort you to the King of Hell for tea on the very same day. Turning to Yi Dianshi after Lu Xiaolu departed, he inquired, Are there any similar cases in Huayan Prefecture in recent years aside from the affair involving the Sun and Lu families? Indeed, Yi Dianshi replied without needing to consult the case files. In the past 3 years, there have been 8 recorded cases of adultery in Huayan Prefecture and its subordinate counties. All 8 cases involved young and beautiful married women engaging in clandestine liaisons. Of these, 5 have been executed following the ministry's review. As for the remaining 2, the local clans have enforced their own regulations, privately subjecting the offenders to punishment. As it stands, only Sun Lu remains alive. Song Xian inquired once more, Can the adulterer be apprehended? Yi Dianshi shook his head, replying, In these cases, there are witnesses who have observed the illicit acts of the married woman. Yet the adulterer has never been captured. Song Xian took a deep breath, his countenance turning icy. Even Song Qian understood the implications of this. Brother, in such matters, ordinary people tend to endure rather than report to the authorities. Those recorded by the government represent merely a minuscule fraction. The unrecorded instances are likely to be alarmingly numerous. Song Qian nodded. When you spot a cockroach in your home, it signifies that, in the hidden shadows beyond your sight, countless others are lurking. Song Qian instinctively clenched her fist. Are you implying that those adultery cases were all orchestrated by that notorious womanizer, with someone in the government forcefully suppressing the matter and framing it as an adultery case? Song Qian nodded slightly, letting out a cold chuckle. Disguised as a man, he shamelessly engaged with others' wives. This fellow truly acted with audacity. Lu Xiaolu possessed commendable social skills. To outsiders, the members of the Xuan Guard's law enforcement division were seen as harbingers of death, notoriously difficult to engage with. Yet, within merely 2 hours, Xiaolu led a contingent of elite enforcers, clad in the black robes of the Xuan Guard and wielding dark iron blades, mounted on war horses. Song Xian swiftly led Song Qian out of the prison, where they were greeted by several individuals. Upon meeting, Song Xian first clasped his fists in gratitude towards Lu Xiaolu, expressing his appreciation for the trouble taken by young Master Zhao to come in person. He emphasized the name young Master Zhao with great weight, while Lu Xiaolu, with an air of confidence, raised his head and remarked, Make sure to speak favorably of me to my father upon your return. So he understands that I am not merely a frivolous scion living off past glories. Certainly, certainly, Song Xian chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting towards the leader of the enforcement officers. The individual stood tall and lean, his arms adorned with well-defined muscles. The palms of his hands calloused from years of wielding a blade, though he appeared to be in his 30s. The lines etched on his face told tales of hardship and resilience, giving him an air of somber experience. Song Xian warmly clasped his fists in greeting. I am Song Xian. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed sir? Ah, it is Lord Song. The head of the law enforcement division exuded an air of coldness, seemingly unskilled in social interactions, which indeed was the case. After a brief response, he fell silent, only to be nudged by a companion beside him, which brought him back to the moment. I am Xin Lian, he added. Thank you for your assistance, Lord Xin. Song Xian replied with a nonchalant smile. Lord Song. The smaller, yet astute companion of Xuan Lian clasped his fists in salute. My esteemed Xuan is not particularly loquacious. I hope you will not take offense. The ranks of the Xuani guards are divided into 3 major tiers: third, second, and first. The third tier is merely a position for the offspring of nobility to pass the time. The second tier is further subdivided into 4 ranks: Qianhu, Baihu, Zongqi, and Xiaoqi. Generally, martial artists recruited from the common folk commence as Xiaoqi, and only upon accumulating sufficient merit can they ascend to Zongqi. However, those like Song Xian, who hail from the imperial capital and are directly affiliated with the inspection office, begin as Zongqi upon passing the second-tier examination. Thus, in terms of rank, Song Xian and Xin Lian are equals. Yet, he did not stand on ceremony. With a gentle smile, he responded, My brother, you are being overly courteous. I have invited you to assist me. How could I possibly hold any grievances? By the way, may I ask your name? I am Genie Xuan, serving as a Xiaoqi under Lord Shin's command. You may call me Xuan. He then became serious, glancing at Lu Xiaolu, and continued. Earlier, this young master Zhao mentioned that he faced life-threatening danger in Huayan and requires our assistance, Lord Song. May I inquire about the nature of this peril? His expression reflected confusion, a sentiment echoed by Xin Lian, who also wore a puzzled look. Within the realm of the Great Zhou, it was typically the Xuani guards who caused trouble for others. Seldom did anyone dare to instigate them. Thus, where could this life-threatening danger possibly arise? Song Xian chuckled. Under the orders of Zhao Dezhu, the chief officer of the Xian Guards Inspection Division, I have been tasked with leading a team to investigate a case of adultery in Huayan Prefecture. Adultery case? Xin Lian and the others exchanged peculiar glances, puzzled as to why the Xian Guard would concern themselves with such trivial matters. When had they become so idle as to meddle in these mundane affairs? This case involves individuals from the martial world, Song Xian added. Upon hearing this, Xin Lian and the others, who had initially dismissed the matter, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The Xian Guard was established to maintain a balance between the vast population of martial artists and the imperial court. Generally, the Guard refrained from intervening in conflicts among martial artists, provided that innocent civilians were not harmed. However, should martial practitioners act immorally, using their skills to prey upon ordinary citizens, it fell squarely within the jurisdiction of the Xian Guard. At that moment, Song Xian succinctly outlined the details of the case, then spoke somberly. The case is essentially clear. However, further investigation will inevitably lead us to the identity of the flower thief. This individual likely possesses a significant background, possibly connected to local dignitaries. I fear that if pressed too hard, they may resort to desperate measures. Thus, I have no choice but to seek the assistance of my esteemed colleagues. There is no need for formalities in such matters, Song Darren. Xin Lian, with his resolute nature, unsheathed his long knife with a swift motion. Investigating the case is the duty of the inspection division, but when it comes to killing, that is the domain of our enforcement division. You need not elaborate on the particulars, simply inform us of our next steps, who to eliminate and how we shall track down this flower thief. As his words echoed, over 20 officers from the enforcement division, mounted on their steeds, drew their long knives in unison, their silence betraying the palpable intent to kill reflected in their eyes. Song Xian and Song Qian exchanged subtle glances, each imbued with a sense of inscrutable significance. The individuals from the Law Enforcement Bureau were indeed as peculiar as the rumors suggested, exuding an aura of menace that hinted at the countless lives they had extinguished to hone their lethal prowess. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Song Xian spoke slowly. I am yet to uncover the identity of the flower thief. However, it is of little consequence, for the magistrate presiding over the adultery case will surely possess the knowledge I seek. With that, he called out to the prison, Denio, bring out the couple. Sun Buer and his wife. All right, came Dinyo's thunderous reply from within the dungeon, followed shortly by the sounds of fists colliding and bodies crashing to the ground. In no time, Dinyo's towering form, reminiscent of an iron tower, emerged from the cell, each hand grasping one of the sun couple, swiftly bringing them forth. "Goodness!" exclaimed Genie Xuan, who had initially radiated fierce intent, as he instinctively marveled at the formidable figure of Dinyo, who cast a considerable shadow even from a distance. "Sir Song, is this your man?" Shun Lian inquired with caution, for Dinyo emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. He was clearly a being of innate strength. Should he have trained in rigorous martial arts and donned heavy armor while wielding dual broadswords, he would undoubtedly transform into a human meat grinder on the battlefield. "His name is Niu Mang, an officer from the Inspection Bureau." Song Xian briefly uttered a few words without elaboration. This was due to the fact that Yi Dianshi was furiously approaching from behind the imposing figure of Dinyo. "What is the meaning of this, Sir Song? Why have your men stormed the prison?" Yi Dianshi's expression was exceedingly grim. It was he who had brought his men to the prison, and now the condemned prisoners had been taken away. Should this matter be reported to higher authorities, the repercussions for him would be considerable. "It's nothing of significance." Song Xian chuckled, saying, "This case is now under the jurisdiction of the Xuani Guard. It is inappropriate for them to remain imprisoned in the dungeon of Huayan Prefecture." Yi Dianshi, feeling helpless, muttered, "But they are death row inmates. How can they be taken away just like that?" Before he could finish his sentence, Song Qian shot him a glare and coldly retorted, "Yi Dianshi, let me be frank with you. We do not feel secure with Sun and Lu confined in your Huayan prison. The Xuani Guard intends to escort them away. Do you dare to obstruct us?" Yi Dianshi fell silent, particularly intimidated by the sight of over 20 menacing Xuani Guard cavalrymen outside on the street. And he prudently chose to retreat without further protest. Song Xian stepped forward and performed a respectful salute. "Yi Dianshi, although our acquaintance has been brief, I perceive you to be a person of capability. In the coming days, it seems that there may be significant changes in Huayan County. So I implore you to ensure the maintenance of order within the city." Yi Dianshi, bewildered, nodded in agreement. However, upon witnessing Song Xian mount his horse and gesturing to Song Qian and the others, he declared, "Let us proceed to exact retribution." As the investigation reached this juncture, it became evident that the case involved individuals from the martial world, falling squarely within the purview of the Xianyi Wei. Thus, with no further reservations, Song Xian unleashed his full efforts. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed through the streets, causing many townsfolk to recoil in fear at the sight of the Xianyi Wei cavalry, which surged forward like a dark cloud, trembling in terror. Once the ominous cavalry had vanished at the street's end, the concealed citizens cautiously emerged, whispering amongst themselves, "Those must be the Xianyi Wei. What calamity has occurred?" They speculated. "It appears they are heading towards the governor's mansion. Could it be that the governor is in peril? Shh, lower your voices. If he survives, won't he come after us? What is there to fear? Those individuals are specifically tasked with executing judgment. A host of such harbingers of death heading straight for the governor's mansion. Surely that rotund fellow cannot escape unscathed? Ah, my good fellow, you seem quite discerning. Are you truly unafraid that the governor may transcend this calamity and seek retribution against you? What is there to fear? I have connections in the capital. I fear him not." "Ah, so you hail from the capital. My apologies, my apologies." Outside the governor's mansion, several constables, who had been enjoying the sun and dozing, were instantly roused by the fearsome presence of the Xianyi Wei, their slumber instantly dispelled, trembling with trepidation. "Open the gates." Song Xian let out a cold shout. The group of constables turned their gaze towards the head officer, whose lips twitched slightly. Without a hint of hesitation, he decisively swung open the gates of the magistrate's office. Given the imposing demeanor of the Xianyi guards, any moment of doubt on his part could result in dire consequences. After all, this crowd was here for the local officials inside. What was a mere head officer's life worth against such odds? As the gates creaked open, Song Xian surged forward on horseback, charging into the courtyard of the magistrate's office. Instantly, chaos erupted within the courtyard. Without needing to be instructed, Lu Xiaolu and the lean monkey dashed into a hall, seizing an official from within. "Are you the county magistrate?" Song Xian sat atop his steed, gazing down from his elevated position upon the official who appeared utterly bewildered. "No, I am but a humble official, Huayan Prefecture's Tongpan, Li." With a wave of his hand, Song Xian commanded, "Take him down and give him a beating." Without hesitation, Lu Xiaolu seized the man and dragged him to the back. Soon, A cacophony of anguished cries echoed from his lips. As Lu Xiaolu struck him, he vented his frustration with kicks to his face, exclaiming, "Li Tongban, is it? You carry quite the air, don't you? I have come to Huayan to investigate, yet you fail to greet me in your own office? You dare to disregard my authority? I swear, I will kick you to death today." Moments later, the nearly beaten Li Tongpan was once again brought before Song Xian. "Do you understand why you are being punished?" "Yes," Li Tongpan responded, his words slurred. This time, he had learned his lesson. Henceforth, he would personally greet anyone from the imperial capital, regardless of their rank. Naturally, if he were to have a future at all, realizing the gravity of the situation, he surmised that the imposing presence of the Xian Yiwei likely stemmed from accusations of his years of corruption. It seemed his head would be offered up as a sacrifice. "That's good enough," Song Xian said. "I have no desire for idle chatter. Just tell me directly. Who is the flower thief?" Li Tongban froze, his heart momentarily ceasing its rhythm. Was the purpose of this inquiry to capture him? Panic surged within him as he hastily shook his head. "My lord, I truly do not know." "You know nothing?" Song Xian laughed coldly. "The Lu family was captured by your men. Don't tell me you are completely oblivious to the intricacies of this matter. My lord, this is unjust. I am truly wronged." Li Tongban wept profusely, tears streaming down his face. "The men under me captured the Lu family merely to extort some profit. But I had no hand in this case. It was entirely overseen by the governor. If you wish to apprehend someone, it should be the governor, for he knows everything." At that moment, he harbored a deep-seated resentment toward the corpulent governor. Why must we, in Huayan, focus on making money and indulging in pleasures, only for you to clean up the mess of that flower thief? Now look where we are. Not only did we fail to tidy up, but we have also attracted the Xian Yiwei. It seems death is now an inevitable fate. Shen Lian's men were remarkably professional. While Song Xian continued his interrogation of Li Tongpan, Genie Xuan had already bound the governor and brought him forth. The rotund governor seemed in high spirits, indulging in lewd theatrics with a woman in broad daylight within the inner chambers. With a swift kick to the governor's backside, he sent him sprawling to the ground. Song Xian stepped forward, addressing the esteemed governor. "Indeed, Your Excellency, you are a person of considerable importance, and it is quite a challenge to secure a mere audience with you." Governor Wang, rising from the ground, wiped the blood from his face and, trembling all over, gazed at Song Xian. "I am the governor of Huayan County, officially appointed by the court, a legitimate fifth-rank official. You have unlawfully stormed the government office and assaulted a court-appointed official. I shall report this to the emperor and demand your impeachment. I shall certainly seek your impeachment." Song Xian scrutinized him and couldn't help but chuckle, for it was indeed rare to see a hint of spirit. With a wave of his hand, he ordered them to take him away, urging the county magistrate to confront reality. Lu Xiaolu cheerfully dragged the corpulent figure of the county magistrate toward the side of the courtyard, while Song Qian, with eager anticipation, followed suit with a grin. Soon, the air was filled with the wretched cries akin to those of a slaughtered pig. After a thorough beating, the county magistrate became considerably more docile. From that point onward, whatever Song Xian inquired, he answered without hesitation. "Who is the one who sullied the Lu family?" "My lord, I truly do not know. I was merely following orders. The governor sent someone to inform me to suppress this matter. I am but a man tasked with dirty work. How could I dare offend the esteemed governor?" "What is the governor's name?" "The governor is named Tian Yuan, the younger brother of the patriarch of the prominent Tian clan in Mingzhou. And the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice is his elder brother." "Continue, elaborate further." "Tian Yuan has one wife and 5 concubines, with 6 daughters. Yet only a single son whom he dotes on excessively, to the point of spoiling him beyond reason. I have speculated that the governor's frantic attempts to cover this matter may very well be linked to his son. Does he have only this one son?" The county magistrate recalled and replied, "The governor was once told by a fortune-teller in his youth that he would have no sons. Thus he adopted a boy from the Tian clan. However, after begetting his own son, he looked down upon the adopted child. It is said that after an argument between them, that child ran away from home and has since disappeared without a trace." Song Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the name of the child he adopted?" "I believe it is Tian Chong, courtesy name Bo Guang." "Tian Bo Guang?" Song Xian's expression turned peculiar. "Have you heard of him, my lord?" Song Xian remained silent for a moment, pondering before turning to Shen Lian and inquiring, "Is there any recorded information about Tian Bo Guang in your region?" "Indeed," Shen Lian replied. "There are many renowned martial artists in the Mingzhou territory, and Tian Bo Guang is particularly notable for his exceptional lightness of foot and remarkable swordsmanship. earning him the moniker wandering alone for thousands of miles among the martial community. However, this individual is notoriously lecherous, frequently abducting women from the Jianghu for his own debauchery, making him a well-known flower thief in the martial world, rivaling even the reputation of Yun Zhanghe from the northern domain of Songzhou. Song Qian spoke, "Brother, do you believe that the cases we are investigating were perpetrated by Tian Buguang? It's hard to say. Does Lord Shen have any insights? It should not be Tian Buguang." Shen Lian opined. This individual is quite a figure in the martial world of Mingzhou, possessing exceptional lightness of foot, having escaped the pursuit of innate masters. His swordsmanship is also remarkably outstanding among postnatal martial artists. Few can contend with him. Although he is known for his lecherous ways, primarily preying on women of the underworld, he likely holds little interest in the women of ordinary households. Song Qian slightly nodded, as the scene from the smiling, proud wanderer where Tian Buguang abducts Yearns surfaced in his mind. One may cast doubt upon Tian Buguang's character, yet his discerning eye remains beyond reproach. In simpler terms, Tian Buguang operates on a level of sophistication. While the Sun and Lu families possess beauty, they merely stand out among the ordinary. When compared to the formidable female warriors, who have honed their skills through years of martial arts practice, they pale in comparison. The likelihood of Tian Buguang being attracted to her is indeed minimal. If not him, then perhaps it would be his less fortunate younger brother. Song Qian, with a serious demeanor, analyzed the situation. They are all from the old Tian family, likely not of good character. Regardless of their nature, we should apprehend them first. Though her words were somewhat blunt, they resonated with Song Qian's sentiments. Given the case's progression, it was imperative to reach a resolution. As Song Qian aptly pointed out, this matter was undoubtedly linked to the magistrate surnamed Tian. Thus, it was prudent to detain them first. Shen Lian harbored no objections and instructed Genie Xuan, "Send 2 men to escort both the county magistrate and the deputy magistrate to our local prison. Once we have concluded our urgent matters, we shall return to interrogate them at our leisure." These 2 plump figures could easily yield enough profit to ensure a prosperous new year for the brothers of the Huayan Judicial Office. Song Qian waved his hand, beckoning Sun Buer and his spouse to join him. They were about to embark on a journey to the capital, and it would be inconvenient to bring the couple along. Genie Xuan nodded in agreement. Mingzhou, Jianghuai Prefecture. When Song Qian and his companions arrived at the jurisdiction of the capital city, it was already the morning of the second day. "Lord Shen, since Tian Buguang is a registered individual within your law enforcement agency, why has there been no action taken to apprehend him?" Song Qian took a bite of the provisions she carried and sipped some water, gazing at the ancient city that loomed mysteriously majestic in the morning light, casually posing a question. Shen Lian, drinking from his water flask, elucidated, "Though our Xian guard wields considerable power, we are merely a tool of the emperor, not truly free from constraints. Tian Buguang, a notorious flower thief, primarily targets women of the rivers and lakes. Thus far, there have been no reports of him harming common folk. Generally speaking, there exists no clear demarcation between the court and the underworld, yet certain unspoken rules prevail. The rivers and lakes adhere to their own realm, while the court remains separate. How you engage in conflict and strife within your domain is of little concern to us, provided it does not encroach upon the lives of ordinary citizens. The court will turn a blind eye and remain an observer. Even if there is a desire to intervene, it would only be to subtly support certain factions within the underworld to maintain a balance, without direct interference in their affairs. This is an understood truth among us. Although Tian Buguang may be wicked, there are those within the underworld who will deal with him. If he proves too formidable, then it is merely a reflection of his prowess. As long as he does not provoke the boundaries of our Xiani guard, we would be unwise to meddle in the affairs of the rivers and lakes." At this juncture, Shen Lian offered a rare smile, suggesting that Lord Song is likely aware that while our Xian guard bears a grand reputation, our standing within the underworld is less than favorable. We are often regarded as the emperor's hounds, and they harbor a certain trepidation towards us, without a justifiable cause. Intruding recklessly into the affairs of the underworld could easily incite a united resistance from its practitioners. Song Qian was lost in thought. As long as there are justifiable reasons, we can indeed take matters into our own hands, correct? This statement holds its merit. Shen Lian replied with a noncommittal smile. Take this case for instance. It is evident that individuals from the martial world are involved in harming ordinary citizens, which directly violates the principles of my Xuani guard and provides us with a legitimate reason to intervene. Should these individuals be shielded by a sect, we can certainly report it to the Xuani Guard headquarters in the imperial capital. The officials will dispatch suitable personnel to rectify the situation based on the specific circumstances. If it truly involves a martial sect, we may even witness the formidable presence of the elite Xuan guards in action. The elite Xuan guards. Upon hearing this phrase, a glimmer of yearning appeared on Song Xian's face. Having navigated the imperial capital for many years, he was well aware of the prestige associated with this title. Achieving innate martial prowess is merely the most fundamental requirement for promotion to this esteemed rank. Furthermore, one must accumulate sufficient meritorious deeds to qualify for the advancement examination. At this level, even the emperor must accord them due respect, for it is not an exaggeration to say they are the backbone of the great Zhou Empire's martial strength. Jianghuai Prefecture is one of the 12 prefectures of Mingzhou, and the governor holds the rank of a third-grade official, making him a legitimate local dignitary. Without appropriate justification, even the Xuan Guard would not dare to act autonomously. The governor's office is situated in the most bustling area of the southern part of the prefectural city, featuring clusters of pavilions and terraces sprawling across a vast area. It is fortified with high walls for protection and patrolled by guards, making it a stronghold of security. Song Xian and his entourage of the Xian guards rode forth, causing the common folk to scatter in their wake. However, as they approached the government office, they were halted by a squad of guards stationed outside. This is a restricted area. Halt your advance. Song Xian gazed into the distance and beheld a troop of guards, impeccably equipped and exuding a formidable presence. What astonished him the most was the cold intensity in their eyes. They displayed not a trace of fear in the face of the notorious Xian Wei. Song Xianliang brandished the token, commanding the Xian guard to proceed with their investigation. You all must withdraw at once. Under ordinary circumstances, the mere display of the Xian guard's insignia would suffice to deter any rational mind from obstructing their duties. However, today, outside the Jianghuai Prefecture, the once formidable authority of the Xian guard seemed to have lost its efficacy. We only recognize the edict of the prefect. All other commands are disregarded. The leader of the guards maintained a frigid demeanor, as if he had never heard of the Xian guard at all, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Song Xian. State your purpose, or do not blame us for our rudeness. Song Xian smiled. To be candid, ever since he had navigated the ranks within the Xian guard, this was the first occasion he encountered someone even more audacious than himself. Shen Lianxia immediately stepped forward and whispered to Song Xian. The guards in this government office are likely private soldiers raised by the Tian family. They are only aware of the Tian family and oblivious to the imperial court. We can simply charge in without further ado. As his words fell, a sharp clang resonated as Shen Lianxia's long knife swiftly unsheathed from his waist. In a flash of steel, a massive head was sent soaring into the air, splattered with crimson, a testament to the fact that the head guard had been decapitated by Shen Lianxia's blade. Song Xian was momentarily taken aback, gaining a clear understanding of Shen Lian's modus operandi. In society, my brother Shun is ruthless. When he speaks of violence, he acts upon it without hesitation. Truly, he is a person forged by the law enforcement department. Once Shen Lian made his move, the guards were not intimidated. Instead, they roared ferociously and, one by one, retreated while drawing their blades, launching a fierce assault towards Shen Lian and Song Xian. Song Qian and the other members of the Xuan Guard responded swiftly, drawing their swords and blades with a cacophony of metal clashing against scabbards resonating in the air. Song Xian met the first approaching guard with a swift palm strike, his speed eclipsing that of the guard's blade by several magnitudes. Before the long sword could descend, his hand had already imprinted itself upon the guard's chest. With a resounding thud, the sound of shattering bones echoed as the guard's chest caved in. Before the lifeless body could be cast aside, Song Xian seized the arm and effortlessly hurled it away. A thunderous crash ensued as it collided with 3 guards rushing in behind, sending them crashing to the ground. Having learned from his previous encounter with the mountain bandits, Song Xian executed his moves with impeccable precision this time, channeling his internal energy without a trace of waste. Nor was he splattered with blood, which left him quite satisfied. Indeed, real combat serves as the finest avenue for honing martial skills. The commotion outside aroused the guards within the mansion, and soon, the grand doors were thrust open, unleashing dozens of fierce guards who roared as they charged forth with their weapons drawn. Song Xian, mounted on his warhorse, shattered the skull of a guard with a single strike. He swiftly seized the long blade from the guard's grasp with his left hand, while his right hand summoned pure yang energy, delivering a powerful palm strike to the weapon. With a resounding crash, the long blade fractured instantly. Under Song Xian's manipulation, sharp shards flew forth like arrows, mercilessly slicing through the ranks of advancing guards. leaving them wounded and bloodied in an instant. This spectacle momentarily stunned even Xuan, who was otherwise engrossed in his own slaughter. While he could also shatter a blade with a single blow, controlling those lethal fragments to inflict harm was beyond his capabilities. Such a feat not only required profound inner strength, but also a mastery of energy manipulation that was nothing short of extraordinary. As more guards poured from the mansion, they were awestruck by Song Xian's ability to dispatch a dozen foes with such ease. They encircled him, yet none dared to charge forward again. "Advance! All of you, advance!" commanded a man who appeared to be the steward outside the mansion. "Your salaries come from the governor, your lands were granted by him, and even your marriages were arranged by his hand. Should the governor fall, all that you possess will vanish into thin air." Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant guards felt their anger surge. With their eyes blazing, they brandished their weapons and charged forward with reckless abandon. They grasped no lofty principles. They only understood that their livelihoods were tied to the one who provided for them. The benefits bestowed upon them by the governor were more than enough to compel them to risk their lives in return. Damn it all! Song Xian silently cursed under his breath, feeling a flicker of admiration for the governor of Jianghuai, a man he had never met. The art of winning people's hearts was indeed remarkable. Even arranging a marriage for someone was a testament to his skill. Who would not be compelled to serve with unwavering loyalty? With a sigh, Song Xian drew the long sword from his waist. It seemed that a mere display of mercy would no longer suffice. As the first assailant lunged towards him, he effortlessly thrust his sword forward, without any ostentatious movements or techniques. Yet, the man appeared almost dazed, extending his neck forward, only to be precisely pierced by the sword's tip. Withdrawing his blade, Song Xian made a swift motion, the gleam of the sword leaving behind a fleeting shadow, followed by the chilling sound of flesh being severed as another adversary collapsed to the ground. Song Xian did not possess any profound or esoteric sword techniques. His sole advantage lay in his swiftness. Having cultivated the pure young Wujing child technique, a celestial-level martial art, for over a decade, his physical prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even without channeling his internal energy, the speed at which he wielded his sword transcended that of the guards within the government office. It is an undeniable truth that, despite the guards exuding an intimidating presence, their hacking motions appeared to Song Xian as mere slow-motion antics. With the bloodshed already unleashed, Song Xian felt no hesitance. His figure flowed like a dragon among the throngs of people, leaving behind a trail of fleeting shadows. Spectators could only behold the flickering sword light in all directions, accompanied by the incessant, chilling sounds of steel slicing through flesh. When Song Xian, sword held aloft in one hand, positioned himself at the entrance of the government office, a gruesome tableau of bodies lay strewn around him in chaotic disarray. "Run!" At last, the remaining 10 or so guards, their spirits utterly shattered, succumbed to panic. With a cry from an unknown voice, they scrambled and tumbled toward the safety of the office. As Song Xian surged with enthusiasm, he let out a long howl, lightly pressing his toes against the ground before soaring upward like a swift swallow. In his hand, the long sword flashed like lightning, the silvery dragon-like blade slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. With a swift twist, the sound of tearing fabric echoed as heads soared into the air. "What a masterful swordsmanship!" A voice from the dark-clad guards expressed with admiration. With a casual flourish of his sword, Song Xian spun twice in the air before gently descending, surveying the ground littered with corpses and exhaling softly. His swordsmanship was far from exceptional, it was merely a testament to his speed. In that fleeting moment, while others perceived him as a divine swordsman slicing down 12 heads in a single stroke, the reality was that he had executed over 10 rapid thrusts in the blink of an eye. The sheer velocity rendered him invisible to the onlookers, creating the illusion of a single strike that felled a dozen foes. Lacking any real technique, his approach relied solely on swiftness. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is invincible, only speed is unbreakable. When speed reaches its zenith, a single sword can shatter myriad techniques. At the entrance of the yamen, chaos reigned, blood gushing across the streets. Yet, in the tranquil rear garden of the yamen, all was eerily silent, the clamor of battle barely penetrating this serene oasis. At this moment, Xuan, the governor clad in resplendent garments, sat beneath a flowering tree, leisurely sipping tea. However, a closer inspection revealed that his hand, holding the teacup, trembled slightly. "Father!" A young man rushed in from afar. He was of modest height, somewhat delicate in stature, and donned in white, exuding an air of youthful charm. Yet, perhaps due to anxiety, his voice was sharp, grating on the ears. "Father, the dark-clad guards have invaded. Why are you still here drinking tea?" "What else can I do but drink tea?" Xuan gazed fondly at his son, sighing, after all these years of nurturing private soldiers, If they cannot fend off these demons, it is simply our fate that has come to pass. We cannot escape it. The young man's expression shifted continually until a hint of guilt appeared. I have brought this misfortune upon you. You advised me to keep a low profile. Yet I could not resist the temptation to cause trouble. Xuan shook his head. I believed I had concealed things well, especially with your uncle's support in the court and no issues arising from the Ministry of Justice. Yet, this case ultimately fell into the hands of the dark-clad guards. I was careless. I should have silenced the Sun family beforehand. The young man fell silent for a moment before asking, Father, is someone in the court targeting our Tian family? Indeed, Xuan replied. The Minister of Justice is of advanced age and will likely retire this year. Your uncle, as the left assistant minister, naturally wishes to secure that position. However, the right assistant minister has also set his sights on it. Over the years, your reckless behavior has caused me to shield you repeatedly, and your uncle has gone to great lengths to resolve your troubles, all to prevent your actions from jeopardizing his pursuit of the ministerial position. Alas, your blunder has attracted the attention of the right assistant minister, leading to the dark-clad guards. Confused, the young man asked, Father, if you do not wish to confront the dark-clad guards, why then have the guards been ordered to fight them? There is indeed a purpose. Xuan tightened his grip on the teacup. It is to buy time. At that moment, he abruptly shattered the teacup on the ground. With the shattering of the cup as a signal, several black iron nets descended from the sky. Taken by surprise, the young man was ensnared before he could react. In the corner of the rear garden, several cloaked figures emerged, brandishing knives, securing the net tightly. Father, what are you doing? What am I doing? I am here to end your life. Xuan rose, drawing a dagger from his sleeve and advancing. It is all my fault. I should not have indulged you so. Father, I am your only son. Yes, you are my only son, which is precisely why I have continuously cleaned up your mess. Now, because of you, the entire Tian family faces annihilation. Xuan's face contorted in struggle before turning fierce. My son, I know you learned a form of lightness skill from that rebellious Tian Wujing. Thus, upon learning that your case had been handed to the dark-clad guards, I commanded the creation of these iron nets. I foolishly hoped they would not discover this place. But now, there is no escape. The dark-clad guards have come to our door. If you do not die, the entire Tian family will be buried with you. Do not blame me for being ruthless. I have done everything I could to protect you, but now it is utterly hopeless. You must blame your own immaturity, your penchant for women. I have provided you with dozens of concubines. Is that not enough for your amusement? Why then must you meddle with someone else's wife? You could have been discreet. Yet you chose to flaunt your actions. As his anger mounted, Xuan shouted, You have stirred up such great trouble. Now it is time for you to repay the family. With that, he lunged the dagger toward his son's neck. Yet, just as the dagger was about to pierce flesh, a stone, soaring like a shooting star, struck it with a resounding thud, sending it flying from Xuan's grasp. Master Tian, is it not a bit late to think of silencing witnesses? At the entrance of the garden, Xian stepped through the blood-soaked ground, sword in hand, striding forward. Behind him, a throng of dark-clad guards, including Qian and Xinlian, surged in like a tidal wave, swiftly dispatching the cloaked figures and sealing all exits of the garden. Xuan trembled, his lips quivering as he looked at Qian with pleading eyes. Sir, could you grant this old man and the Tian family an opportunity? Oh, Qian regarded him with interest. What opportunity do you seek? Xuan pointed at his son, whispering, This wretched child is the cause of all this trouble. I do not wish for his life to be spared. But I implore you not to implicate the Tian family in the investigation. If you could protect our family, he shakily raised a finger. I shall offer each dark-clad guard a reward of 100,000 taels of silver. 100,000 taels each? The crowd of dark-clad guards erupted in commotion, several eyes gleaming with greed. Even Qian felt a stir of desire. 100,000 taels was enough to purchase a lavish estate in the capital, cultivate thousands of acres of fertile land, and indulge in a life of luxury with numerous wives and concubines. Seeing that the crowd was swayed, Xuan seized the opportunity, hastily raising the stakes. Moreover, each of you shall receive an additional 300,000 taels after the matter is resolved. Money can move mountains, he thought, disregarding everything else. Even if he had to deplete his wealth, as long as the Tian family survived and he and his brother retained their positions, there would be plenty of opportunities to regain what was lost. Such grandiose claims. Qian let out a derisive laugh, 1 million taels per person. Not to mention the additional promises made to us, would total at least 30 million taels of silver, wouldn't it? It's not that I underestimate the Tian family. But can you truly come up with such a substantial sum? Tian Yuan hurriedly responded with a forced smile, while cash on hand is certainly insufficient. My Tian family has been established in Jiangwei for over a century and is among the prominent families in Mingzhou. We possess numerous fields, shops, and residences. If we liquidate our assets, we should be able to gather a considerable amount. Can you really manage that? Song Qian exclaimed in astonishment. How much wealth would you need to extract from the common people to achieve that? Tian Yuan, feeling embarrassed, dared not speak further and merely cast a longing glance at Song Qian. He recognized that this person was the true leader among them. Song Qian shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. To be honest, the temptation is indeed considerable, for you have offered so much. However, it is unfortunate, Governor Tian, that your family's wealth is too perilous for me to accept. This case involves the power struggles within the court, and I shudder to think how many eyes are watching in the shadows. Accepting your family's silver today could lead to our heads rolling tomorrow. I am quite aware of my own limitations. With the pure young Wujing child technique, a celestial-level martial art, I should seldom encounter adversaries in the postnatal realm. And even if I were to face an early innate martial artist, I might hold my ground. Yet, should I attract the attention of formidable foes such as the elite Xianyi guards for the sake of silver, my chances of survival would be slim to none. I possess a promising future and boundless potential. As long as I live, I can cultivate to become a martial arts master or even a grandmaster. Why should I risk my life for a mere pittance? Silver is a commodity that, once I attain the status of a martial arts grandmaster, I shall have in abundance. Upon hearing this, the initially greedy Xianyi guards extinguished their desires. What use is wealth if one has no life to spend it? Without waiting for Tian Yuan to speak further, Song Qian raised his hand and ordered the capture of all those within the rear courtyard. 5 days later, Song Qian hosted a farewell dinner for Shen Lian and the others. The investigation had been thoroughly conducted and the criminals apprehended. As for the subsequent matters, they were beyond Song Qian's purview. The previous day, the Xianyi guards from the imperial capital had dispatched personnel to escort the case files and the culprits back to the capital. How the case would be adjudicated was a matter for the higher-ups to deliberate. After a satisfying meal, Song Qian, along with Song Qian and Xiao Lu, mounted their horses and clasped their fists in salute to Shen Lian and the others. Brother Shen, it has been a pleasure working with you. Should you find yourselves in the imperial capital in the future, do remember to seek me out for a drink. Shen Lian forced a smile, promising to visit whenever the opportunity arose. Brother Song, may I have a word with you? Noticing Shen Lian's slight embarrassment, Song Qian nodded and rode ahead for over 100 meters before stopping. Soon after, Shen Lian caught up on horseback, and as they met, he offered a somewhat anxious smile. Song Xiandao, we have fought side by side, sharing life and death as comrades. Feel free to speak your mind. Shen Lian hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a heavy bundle from his bosom. At a glance, Song Qian knew it contained approximately 200 to 300 taels of silver. Brother Song, I am rather unsophisticated, so I will speak plainly, Shen Lian said somewhat apologetically. When we captured the family of Tian Yuan at the Tian residence, my men managed to seize a bit of silver. How much did you take? Song Qian lowered his voice. The Tian family had likely been under scrutiny from above for some time, and their wealth could be estimated. If the amount taken was substantial, it might lead to complications. Not much, Shen Lian hurriedly replied. Divided among more than 20 brothers, each received only a few dozen taels. Compared to the Tian family's several million in assets, it is hardly worth mentioning. Is that so? Then there is nothing to worry about. The brothers fought valiantly. A little money for drinks is of no consequence. Song Qian dismissively waved his hand, for this matter was well understood by all. As long as no one overstepped their bounds, no one would make a fuss about it. After all, with the fall of the Tian family, their vast fortune awaited division among the powerful figures above. The imperial treasury could also benefit handsomely, and the blood-soaked members of the Xianyi Guard could each receive a few dozen taels of silver. Was this excessive? Not in the slightest, in fact. Song Qian believed that Shen Lian and the others had shown some restraint, likely out of concern for his potential opposition, leading to their somewhat reserved demeanor. Brother Song, this is your share. It is not much, 50 taels each, to serve as travel expenses, Shen Lian said, gazing at Song Qian with anticipation, fearful of a possible rejection. Song Qian chuckled heartily, saying, if I do not take this silver, I fear that Brother Shun and the others might find it difficult to sleep. Wouldn't you agree? As he received the bundle, he casually adjusted it, reflecting, the sound of this silver clinking is truly delightful. Shen Lian offered an awkward smile but felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the silver in hand, He no longer had to worry about Song Xian potentially reporting them upon returning to the imperial capital. Although he did not believe Song Xian to be the type to harbor ill intentions, it was nonetheless reassuring to have matters laid out in the open. With the bundle secured behind him, Song Xian clasped his hands in greeting and said, "All gatherings must eventually come to an end, Brother Shen. This is where I bid you farewell. I hope we may have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future." Shen Lian replied with a smile. "Brother Song is truly a remarkable individual. By our next meeting, you may very well have ascended to the rank of 100 households." Song Xian chuckled softly. Having gained a deeper understanding of Shen Lian, this man truly lacked eloquence. Could one casually use phrases like a dragon among men? Why not claim I possess the potential of an emperor? After exchanging greetings with Song Qian and the others, Song Xian and his companions set off on their journey back to the imperial capital. As they watched the group recede into the distance, Shao Qi Jin Xuan turned to Shen Lian and inquired, "My lord, have we collected the silver?" "We have," Shen Lian replied with a relaxed smile. "We were merely too anxious." This individual is not the type to be rigid and aloof. He possesses both strength and a solid background, as well as an understanding of human affairs. Such a person has boundless prospects ahead. Around midday, after a long ride, Song Xian and his companions tied their horses beneath a locust tree by the roadside, dismounting to enjoy the shade. "Brother, that bundle was given by Shen Lian. It must contain a considerable amount of silver, right?" Song Qian, with her keen eyes, had already discerned what was within. She held her silence until this moment before finally inquiring. Song Xian unwrapped the bundle, revealing a dazzling array of silver coins that captivated the eyes of several onlookers. Precisely 50 taels for each person, ensuring everyone received their share. Lu Shaolu swallowed hard and grinned. "Xian Go, this hardly seems appropriate. As the leader, you ought to take the lion's share. We can simply divide the remainder among ourselves." Both the monkey and Denyo eagerly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that their contributions had been minimal during the journey. Half of the nearly 100 guards from the Tian family had fallen to Song Xian's prowess. Though they had engaged in less combat, the prospect of equally sharing the silver felt somewhat unjust. What is there to fret over? We are all brothers here. Having ventured so far together, I cannot allow you to leave at a disadvantage. Lu Shaolu and the others exchanged glances, but still felt hesitant to accept. Song Xiandao, what is the matter? Have you not managed to acquire the substantial sum of 1 million, and now you disdain a mere few taels? That is not the case. Lu Shaolu replied somewhat awkwardly. "Brother Xian, to be frank, on that day at the Tian residence, we happened to take a few items ourselves. It would be rather unreasonable for you to distribute silver to us afterward." Good heavens! Song Xian was rendered speechless. "You might as well stop calling yourself Shaolu and go by Lao Lu instead. Speak up, tell me what you've taken, but let it not be something taboo." Lu Shaolu produced a jade pendant, roughly the size of an infant's palm, from his bosom. Upon Song Xian's gaze, he noticed it was intricately carved with a lifelike depiction of Guanyin, and it appeared to be of fine quality. Dainyu, blushing, then revealed a gold hairpin, saying, "I was thinking of using this as a betrothal gift when I marry." "And you, Hosey?" Song Qian inquired with curiosity. Hosey quickly shook his head, saying, "Brother Xian, must I speak?" Song Xian remained silent, while Song Qian shot him a fierce glance, her eyes brimming with intensity. "What do you say?" The monkey, feeling helpless, retrieved an item from his pocket. Upon seeing it, the crowd exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this a woman's bodice?" The thin monkey. Who would have thought you had such a penchant? Lu Shaolu laughed mischievously. The monkey, overwhelmed with embarrassment, stammered, "I merely thought it was valuable, adorned with gold trim." "All right, put it away." Although Song Xian felt somewhat speechless, he regarded it as a trivial matter. "Song Qian, what about you? Don't tell me you didn't take it." Song Qian candidly remarked, "Of course I took some, a few pieces of jewelry, to bring home as gifts for my mother." She spoke with conviction, and Song Xian felt no objection to her words. After all, the brothers had fought valiantly against their foes. Surely they were entitled to claim a few spoils of war. Were it not for his own lack of strength, he would have secured a greater share. Otherwise, he would have simply summoned a convoy to transport the silver back home. If one were to gain nothing, how could he continue to lead the team? In the future, who among the brothers would still be willing to risk their lives alongside him? "What about you, Xian? Don't tell me you didn't take anything at all." Lu Shaolu chuckled, well aware of their shared upbringing. At the tender age of 8, Song Xian displayed an audacious spirit by boldly demanding protection fees from local ruffians in the capital. From an early age, he grasped the significance of wealth. A seasoned figure like Brother Xian, well versed in the ways of the capital, would certainly not overlook the silver at his disposal. Song Xian spread his hands, conceding, "All right, I've revealed my cards. I too possess something." Indeed, Xiao Lu and the others chuckled with delight. Who is Brother Xian if not a person of wisdom? It is inconceivable that he would remain obstinately indifferent to opportunities for gain. However, what I hold is not wealth. As he spoke, Song Xian retrieved a manual from his bosom. This is something I discovered in Tian Yuan's son's chamber. It is a manual on lightness skills, likely transcribed by Tian Bo Guang for his younger brother. It was evident that although they were not blood brothers, their bond was quite amiable. The monkey chimed in. They both delight in being rogues. How could their relationship be anything but good? Yet, to ponder further, if Tian Yuan's biological son possesses martial prowess, why does he not emulate his brother and instead prey upon the wives of ordinary folk? Song Xian casually remarked, "It's because he cannot handle high-level matches." High-level matches? The others, including the monkey, pondered for a moment and began to grasp the underlying meaning. Indeed, Brother Xian is well informed. His words resonate with profound depth. Enough of the nonsense. Song Xian waved the manual in his hand, remarking that the Xian E-Guard's office possessed numerous manuals, yet they all required merit for exchange, which was not easily attainable. Do not accuse me of hoarding knowledge. Hasten to fetch paper and ink to transcribe this lightness skill. Acquiring more skills in lightness will only serve to enhance your survival abilities. We are brothers, and I would rather not receive a summons to your funeral feast one day. Why are you so fixated on feasting? After Xiao Lu and the others diligently transcribed the manual, Song Xian promptly handed it to Song Qian. This manual was not particularly profound. After acquiring it, he nearly mastered it in a single reading. Perhaps due to his cultivation of the pure young Wujing boy skill, a celestial-level internal martial art, his comprehension had been significantly enhanced. What might take others considerable time to study, he seamlessly grasped after just one glance. Indeed, this could be counted among his few advantages. Upon receiving the publicly shared lightness manual from Song Xian, Lu Xiao Lu and the others stubbornly refused to distribute any silver. Song Xian, not inclined to continue with pleasantries, pushed the bundle of silver towards Song Qian. "Take this silver. Purchase some fine wine for our father when you return to the capital, buy our mother a new outfit, and treat yourself to some cosmetics. As for the remainder, keep it as your dowry." Receiving over 200 taels of silver, Song Qian's expression was devoid of joy, instead turning pale with fear. "Brother, what do you mean by this? This sudden largesse? Are you preparing for your last rites?" Hearing her words, Song Qian's cheeks twitched in disbelief. "It is merely a few taels of silver, and you are frightened to this extent. Once I achieve mastery in my skills, I shall haul cartloads of silver back home. You would then surely ascend to the heavens. Is that so?" Song Qian's expression shifted rapidly, returning to a cheerful demeanor. "What I fear is not the abundance of silver, but the sudden absence of you. It is settled then. When you return with a cartload of silver, I shall be your driver. Let us relish the thrill of parading a cart of silver through the streets. You little money grubber." Song Xian chuckled teasingly before rising to his feet and saying, "I suppose everyone has had enough rest? Let us return and report to old Zhao." As he mentioned old Zhao, Song Xian slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh dear, how could I forget old Zhao? The commotion we caused this time was considerable, and we shall certainly rely on him for future matters. It is only fitting to bring him a gift." Upon hearing this, the others began to deliberate on what kind of present would be appropriate for old Zhao. Ultimately, Song Xian rummaged through his pocket and produced a small vial. Tearing off the label that read "small dosage of Xuan San." "This will do," he declared. In the midst of middle age, one resorts to soaking goji berries in a thermos. Old Zhao is of an age where such health supplements are most suitable for him. Remember, this is the potent aphrodisiac I obtained from an old Chinese physician during my visit to Mingzhou. You mustn't let it slip. Song Xian carried a considerable assortment of items. Concerning the Xuan San, it is categorized into small and large doses. The large dosage acts swiftly with potent effects, yet it also harbors significant side effects, leaving one yearning for more, ultimately depleting the body rapidly. In days gone by, he concocted this substance with the intent to ensnare others. In contrast, the small dosage offers a gentler effect with minimal side effects, merely serving as a health supplement for entertainment, as he had previously explained to Song Qian. This concoction, when the opportune moment arises, he intends to mass-produce for profit, as many of the esteemed officials in the imperial capital are rather frail. If all goes as anticipated, this elixir should become a coveted item. Upon returning to the capital, Song Xian and his companions did not head home, but instead made their way directly to the Xian Yiwei inspection office to fulfill their duties. Noticing their arrival, Zhao Dizhus greeted them with a smile, saying, "Bring forth the chilled watermelon and beverages to host a welcoming feast for our esteemed contributors." Song Xian approached with a smile, first completing the task at hand, before expressing his confusion. "Uncle Zhao, it's merely a case we are handling. Is it really necessary to hold a banquet?" "Necessary? Absolutely," Zhao Dizhu replied, his smile unmasked. "The case you have managed truly brings honor to our Inspector General. Just 3 days ago, the Tianguan court concluded their hearings. Can you imagine how many virtuous young women have suffered at the hands of that scoundrel from the Tian family over the years?" Song Xian estimated that there must be at least several dozen, perhaps even over 100. "If there are fewer, then say so." Zhao Dizhu extended 3 fingers. "More than 300. In the 3 centuries since the establishment of our great Zhou, we have captured numerous flower thieves. However, encountering such a vast number that endangers virtuous families is an unprecedented occurrence." Song Xian also clicked his tongue in astonishment, realizing the magnitude of the situation was indeed terrifying. This was not merely a matter affecting over 300 women. It entailed the devastation of more than 300 families, each of which harbored children and parents. If this matter were not handled with utmost care, it could lead to the ruin of these families. Zhao Dizhus expressed his sentiments. One can only say that this individual possesses considerable skill, masquerading as a woman to seduce. The average person would never suspect a thing. Once he becomes bored, he simply departs, leaving the affected women to suffer in silence, too afraid to speak out. Consequently, this matter has been well concealed, with few discerning any clues. However, frequent encounters by the river inevitably lead to wet shoes. Eventually, there will be a slip-up. This case will ultimately fall into the hands of our Xiani guard, as it is precisely this incriminating evidence that has been seized by the rivals of the Tian family. Song Xian inquired, "How will this case ultimately be adjudicated?" "It is hard to say." Zhao Dizhus gently shook his head. "Yesterday in the court, the emperor was exceedingly furious about this case. Such a significant crime involving the violation of many households remained undetected for years. It is one thing for local officials to deceive one another, but even the Ministry of Justice, a pivotal department, has engaged in deceit. The emperor has lost trust in the officials of the ministry. The Minister of Justice had anticipated a dignified retirement this year, yet the emperor denied him that opportunity, directly stripping him of his position in the court. If nothing unforeseen occurs, a major overhaul is imminent within the ministry, and many high-ranking officials from Mingzhou will likely be implicated. The emperor seems intent on utilizing this major case to rectify the corrupt entanglements between the court and local authorities. Regardless of the final outcome, the Tian family is doomed. The court officials, including the emperor, have set their sights on the Tian family's substantial wealth, amounting to tens of millions. In the best-case scenario, the Tian father and son may face a sentence of execution by slicing, with the remaining family members exiled to the frontier. In a more tragic outcome, they could face death by 1,000 cuts, with their entire clan obliterated. Zhao Dizhus sipped his goji berry tea, squinting as he smiled, and said, "You are the primary investigator of this case. The emperor even remembers your name. If you perform well, your future is boundless. By the way, if you were to pass judgment on the Tian family, what would your verdict be?" "Death by 1,000 cuts," Song Xian replied without hesitation. His enmity with the Tian family was irreconcilable. Should they rise again, he would inevitably face trouble. Song Xian naturally wished for the complete eradication of the Tian family to eliminate any future threats. Was it excessive to say this was the first major case of flower picking since the founding of the Great Zhou? Zhao Dizhus slowly nodded, "Not excessive." Song Xian smiled as he retrieved a small vial from his pocket, speaking with an air of mystery. "Uncle Zhao, this is a miraculous elixir I obtained from a venerable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner during my visit to Mingzhou. Just a single dose can rejuvenate a man's vigor." Zhao Dizhus took the vial and glanced around, noticing others engrossed in devouring chilled watermelon. He then whispered, "Is this thing reliable?" Song Xian wore a serious expression, pondering the unreliability of certain matters, which made him hesitant to present such offerings to you. "Yet, I must acknowledge your thoughtfulness." Zhao Dizhu, satisfied, tucked the bottle into his sleeve. He harbored no apprehensions regarding Song Xian's intentions, as their families shared a long-standing friendship. And he also served as Song Xian's support within the Xiani Guard. Unless this lad had lost his senses, he would never wish harm upon anyone. "By the way, during this business trip, did you manage to reap any benefits?" Zhao Dezhu suddenly inquired. Song Xian, after careful consideration, countered with a question. Then, Uncle Zhao, is there any benefit I can secure? Zhao Dezhu cast a glance at Lu Xiaolu and the others. It would be unthinkable for his subordinates to undertake such a journey only to return empty-handed. They ought to receive some form of reward. Otherwise, if you wish to lead a team in future endeavors, it would become increasingly difficult to manage. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, while there may not be any substantial gains, I can certainly procure a few dozen taels of silver for each of them. Zhao Dezhu nodded in agreement. Such matters are best not spoken of openly. Yet they are understood by all involved. The nuances of when to accept and when to refrain will become clearer as you handle more cases in the future. In conclusion, working within our unique department entails a considerable amount of learning. Song Xian nodded earnestly, acknowledging his youth and lack of understanding, expressing his reliance on Uncle Zhao for guidance. By the time they departed from the yamen, darkness had enveloped the sky. Sated from their feast, the guests returned to their respective homes, each seeking the comfort of their mothers. After a long day of official duties, Zhao Dezhu's returned to the inner residence, where his wife summoned a maid to bring warm water, subsequently taking a towel to begin wiping his face. "My lord, what has brought you such joy? You've indulged in quite a bit of wine," she inquired. "You are aware of the children from the Song family, correct?" "I have some recollection." "What has transpired?" "They have found success. In a few years, they may well become esteemed members of the first-class Xianyi Guard." Zhao Dezhu's burped. "In these past years, I have supported them, and it is quite possible that in the future, the Song family will lend their support to our Zhao family." "That child, he must be 15 this year, yes? It seems we shall depend on the Song siblings for assistance in the years to come." As he spoke, he gazed at his wife, whose age had not diminished her grace, and under the influence of alcohol, Zhao's heart stirred with restlessness. Just then, Song Xian had gifted them some items. Tonight, the couple would put them to the test. Half an hour later, Zhao Dezhu's wife was on the brink of tears. "My lord, I truly cannot endure any longer. How much longer will this continue?" Song Xian and Song Qian, brimming with excitement as they carried the gifts purchased from the street, returned home. However, upon stepping through the doorway, they were halted by two robust matronly figures stationed at the entrance. Song Xian took a step back, glancing to either side to reconfirm. Indeed, this was his home. "Who are you?" Before Song Xian could speak, the two elderly women spoke first, eyeing Song Xian and his sister with a wary expression. "And who might you be, coming to my house?" Song Qian did not indulge them. She flung the burden in her hands to the ground and with a swift motion, pinned the two elderly women down. Qian Xian, her father, Song Yuanshan, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over and admonished, "What nonsense is this? How can one treat guests in such a manner?" "Guests?" Song Qian released her grip on the two individuals, her gaze fixed upon them with evident hostility. "Are they truly guests? What kind of guests block the entrance, preventing the host from entering?" The two matrons, having risen from the ground, looked at Song Qian with eyes filled with trepidation. This fiery-tempered young girl, though seemingly slender and graceful, possessed an unexpected strength, rendering the two robust women powerless, like fledglings underfoot. At that moment, a delicate voice resonated through the courtyard, reminiscent of pearls cascading onto a jade plate. "It is my failure to discipline appropriately. I have inadvertently offended my cousin and cousin. Allow me, Daiyu, to offer my sincerest apologies to everyone." Song Xian turned his head and beheld a young girl clad in a pale azure long gown with a cloud motif, standing at the corner of the courtyard. She was bowing repeatedly, her head bowed in tears as she addressed both Song Xian and Song Qian. At that moment, Song Xian's mind buzzed with a singular question. In which world have I truly found myself? Wasn't this supposed to be a martial arts realm? How could Lin Mei Mei, delicate as a willow and frail as a sickly flower, possibly be present? Oh dear, what has transpired here? Just then, his mother, Song Lin, hurried over, grasping the hand of the young woman and soothing her with gentle reassurances. "It's merely a small misunderstanding, my dear child. Why are you still crying?" "Mother, who is she?" Song Qian harbored no fondness for that delicate little girl, who resorted to tears whenever trouble arose. According to her elder brother's previous remarks regarding certain scheming women, she was nothing short of a green tea girl. "She is your cousin." I shot a glare at Song Qian, exclaiming, "You, child, at this age still behaving so carelessly and clumsily. If you possessed even a fraction of Daiyu's grace, I wouldn't have to fret about your marital prospects incessantly." With that, Song Linsher paid no heed to the irate Song Qian. taking the hand of the young girl in a green dress and leading her toward the inner chambers. Come, Daiyu, it's getting late. Your aunt will show you the prepared room. You shall stay here for the night, and tomorrow I shall have your cousin and sister escort you back. Yes, I shall follow my aunt's arrangements. The girl's soft, gentle voice only deepened Song Linshi's affection for her. The two old maids exchanged awkward glances with Song Qian, then bowed respectfully to Song Yuanshan before hastily following suit. Once the group had distanced themselves, Song Qian glared angrily at her father, Song Yuanshan, and demanded, "Father, what is the meaning of this? When did I acquire another cousin?" Song Yuanshan scratched his head. "I am not entirely certain. It seems to be a relative from your mother's side, likely belonging to the same clan. However, I suppose they are merely distant relatives. As I have not heard your mother mention them before, it is only recently that they have made contact." Song Qian lightly cleared his throat, filled with curiosity, and inquired, "By the way, is that cousin named Lin Daiyu? Is that indeed her name?" Song Yuanshan cast a meaningful glance at Song Xuan, remarking that he would soon turn 15 this year. Although he is slightly younger, the difference is not significant. It is quite commendable, isn't it? Song Qian chuckled softly a couple of times without responding. Feeling fatigued, he announced, "I shall retire to my chamber for some rest." Upon witnessing her elder brother entering the room, Song Qian hurriedly intercepted their father. "Father, please speak candidly. Is this not a scheme you and mother concocted? Bringing forth some distant cousin to facilitate a matchmaking endeavor for my brother?" Song Yuanshan first chuckled disdainfully, then spread his hands wide, revealing his intentions without reservation. Indeed, that was precisely what he meant. As he spoke, he placed his hands behind his back, humming a tune as he turned and strode away. Song Qian was unwilling to relent, insisting that her father clarify everything. After much entanglement, her father had no choice but to meticulously recount what he knew. With a creak, Song Qian pushed open her brother's door. Song Qian was seated on a chair, sipping tea, when he noticed Song Qian entering. He snorted, "Do you not know to knock? Step outside and knock." Song Qian pouted slightly, yet she obediently stepped outside to close the door securely. Moments later, a series of knocks echoed. "Brother, are you there? I need to talk to you." "I'm asleep. Let's discuss it tomorrow." "Humph." Song Qian angrily pushed open the door and exclaimed, "Brother, I truly have something important to discuss with you." As Song Qian sipped his tea, he pondered the bountiful rewards of his recent business trip, contemplating the best hiding place for the substantial amount of silver he had acquired. "Brother, I have gathered some information. Our little cousin is a distant relative of our mother." "Oh, and what follows?" "Our cousin lost her mother at a tender age, and her father has been occupied with official duties for many years, leaving her to reside with her grandmother. This upbringing has rendered her sensitive and peculiar in temperament." As she spoke, Song Qian lifted her cup and poured herself some tea. Upon their initial encounter, she had shed tears, leading him to suspect her of being a deceptive character. However, considering her background and disposition, it seemed unlikely that her emotions were feigned. Song Qian let out a sound of acknowledgement. "Is that all you have to say?" Song Qian gazed at him intently. "Brother, do not tell me you cannot discern our parents' intentions. What are your feelings towards that little cousin? Father mentioned that our mother had made contact with her 2 years ago. She is a naturally intelligent and exceptionally talented young woman in poetry and prose. Our parents have been deeply concerned about your marriage." Song Qian set down his teacup and remarked earnestly, "It is too small. I cannot manage it." Uft. Song Qian couldn't help but spray her tea, and after wiping her mouth, she covered her lips and laughed. "Brother, what is going on with you? That little cousin looks so fresh she could be squeezed for juice. And you're still not satisfied?" Song Qian waved his hand, not implying anything in particular. It was simply that she was far too young. After all, having lived over 20 years in his previous life, and considering his current age, his psychological age exceeded 40. A man of 40, in terms of mentality, felt a deep sense of dissonance when confronted with a girl barely 15. Observing that Song Qian was still pondering the implications of his words, Song Qian rose to make his way towards the door. "Ah, where are you headed?" "I'm off to find Lu Xiaolu. Recently, it has been nothing but travel and conflict. I feel quite weary. I intend to visit the pleasure house to unwind and enjoy some music." Off to the pleasure house again. Song Qian hurried over, extracting a silver ingot from her sleeve and placing it into his hand. She admonished, "Brother, our family is prosperous now. We mustn't always rely on others to treat us. If you have no intention of marrying Xiao Lu's elder sister, do not accumulate debts of gratitude." Song Qian did not seek out Lu Xiaolu, but instead ventured beyond the city to a secluded mountainous forest. Clad in a flowing white robe, he sat cross-legged atop an ancient tree, basking in the embrace of the nascent dawn, inhaling and exhaling the ethereal essence of the universe. From a distance, he appeared almost otherworldly, a faint aura of mist swirling above his head, swaying gently in the breeze like an immortal being. Following recent bouts of conflict, Xian sensed that he was on the brink of a breakthrough in his cultivation, poised to ascend to the innate realm with just a single catalyst. However, the nature of this catalyst eluded him, manifesting only as an indistinct feeling. As noon approached, he concluded his meditation and gazed at the vast, nebulous expanse of the sky, releasing a sigh of turbid air. Perhaps to achieve his breakthrough, he required a vigorous battle that would impose a challenge upon him. Departing the forest, Xian did not return home directly. Instead, he strolled leisurely along the official road. Along the way, he encountered several travelers, some of whom recognized him and greeted him with eager smiles. "Brother Xian, have you had lunch yet? Would you care to join us for a meal?" Xian occasionally nodded as a form of greeting, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to transcend and attain the innate realm. His gaze gradually became vacant. Suddenly, while lost in contemplation, he felt a jolt at his waist, and the money pouch hanging from him vanished without a trace. Just as his thoughts had yet to regain clarity, Xian's half-closed eyes snapped wide open, and his sword at his waist was drawn in an instant. Flash! A voice, devoid of any earthly warmth, emanated from his lips. Following this, a long sword cut through the air, seemingly unremarkable, without any flamboyance. Yet, in that very moment, a sword aura erupted forth like a crimson dragon, piercing through the clouds and tearing apart the gloomy sun, bursting into a sudden brilliance. Swoosh! The sword aura soared like a startled phoenix, akin to a rainbow striking the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous sound that shattered the silence. Blooming across the vast expanse of the world, the sword energy rampaged. The sound of it ripping through the ground resonated continuously, resembling the roar of heavenly thunder, causing a buzzing in the ears of all who heard it. On the official road, the sparse pedestrians were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground, their ears ringing and their vision obscured in a sea of crimson, unable to discern what had transpired. After instinctively unleashing that strike, Xian's thoughts finally returned to him. He gazed around at the fearful onlookers sprawled on the ground, and then at the long chasm carved into the earth before him. Disbelief etched across his features. Was that sword aura truly unleashed by me? The sword aura was a lethal technique reserved for innate masters who specialized in swordsmanship. And even some innate experts would hesitate to claim they could wield such a formidable attack. Yet, just now, Xian had inexplicably unleashed a sword aura. Had he perhaps broken through? Subconsciously, he circulated his internal energy to assess his state, but soon, a flicker of disappointment washed over him. His cultivation level remained at the 9th layer of the acquired realm, having not entered the innate realm. His recent ability to unleash a sword aura was primarily due to the purity and profoundness of his pure yang internal energy, which fully supported the consumption required for such a burst. Additionally, it seemed he had entered a mysterious state that allowed him to grasp the method of activating the sword aura. Though his cultivation had not advanced, he had nonetheless gained insight into the technique of unleashing such a devastating attack, which was a pleasant surprise. In high spirits, Xian looked down at the young thief who was half lying on the ground, clutching the stolen money pouch. The thief appeared to be quite young, perhaps in his teens. With a slender frame and disheveled short hair, his face a mask of fear. The sword aura he had just unleashed had grazed the thief's shoulder. Had it deviated just a fraction more, the young man would have been cleaved in two. Noticing Xian's gaze, the thief trembled as he raised the money pouch. His voice tinged with a hint of whimpering. "I only wanted to steal a money pouch. Was it really necessary to go this far?" Even at home, his father would not easily employ such lethal techniques. Since sneaking out, he had never encountered a martial artist capable of unleashing a sword aura. Little did he expect that today, driven by a whimsical desire to experience the thrill of theft, he had nearly put his life on the line. Xian fixed his gaze upon the pouch held aloft by the other, refraining from reaching out to take it. Instead, he spoke, "Your agility is quite remarkable." The little thief had managed to stealthily approach and pilfer the pouch from his side, all the while deftly evading his sword's lethal energy. Such skill was not merely commendable. It was truly extraordinary. Although this was the first time Xian had unleashed his sword energy and was still unaccustomed to it, the swiftness of the blade was unparalleled. The thief's ability to react in an instant and narrowly evade the deadly strike was nothing short of impressive. It must be said, this was the most formidable display of agility Song Xian had encountered in this realm. The thief's face was smeared with grime, obscuring his features. Upon hearing Song Xian's words, he chuckled sheepishly and shrank back, remarking, "No matter how swift one's agility, it cannot surpass your sword's energy. Good sir, I merely took a trinket, surely. My offense does not warrant a death sentence." Song Xian did not respond, but calmly stated, "I offer you a chance to save your life. Use the lightness skill you just displayed to barter for your existence." The young thief hurriedly shook his head. Young hero, when venturing outside, who carries their secret manuals with them? Wouldn't you agree? Alternatively, you could accompany me back home, and I shall personally retrieve it for you. Song Xian shook his head, acknowledging that the manual was absent, yet he queried whether the method of cultivation was not known to him. "Write it down, and I shall let you go." As he spoke, he glanced upwards at the ominous clouds that had stealthily gathered, surveying the anxious crowd around him, who dared not breathe. He waved his hand. "It appears rain is imminent. Should you not return home to gather your clothes?" At his words, the passers-by seemed to awaken from a stupor. "Ah, rain is indeed approaching. I must return home." One exclaimed, "Oh, I just remembered, my wife is giving birth today. Farewell, my friends." Another chimed in, "What a coincidence. My wife is also in labor. Let us depart together." Observing the hurried dispersal of the crowd, Song Xian redirected his attention to the conflicted little thief before him. Speaking slowly, "I do not require the original manual. You need only transcribe it. Surely you can discern what holds greater value, life or the manual. You are abusing your strength." The little thief, surprisingly obstinate, continued to resist. "You are a thief," Song Xian stated calmly, "as a master capable of unleashing sword energy. To bully a novice like myself is a violation of martial ethics." "You are a thief," the little thief retorted. "To seize another's manual is a grave taboo in the martial world. You are a thief." She pressed on, "to take advantage of a weak woman. What kind of man does that make you? You are a thief." After a prolonged standoff, the self-proclaimed weak woman finally conceded. "Can we refrain from discussing the matter of thievery?" "Agreed." Song Xian nodded. "Now, let us discuss the manual. I shall provide it." The little thief gritted her teeth. "But first, understand this. Once I hand over the manual, our past grievances will be forgotten, and you must never again label me a thief." "Very well." Song Xian's expression softened, losing some of its previous chill. "And truly, will you allow me to leave? What if you go back on your word, leaving me without recourse?" A faint smile played upon Song Xian's lips, as he remarked, "You have no choice. You must now place your trust in my integrity." The weak woman thief sighed, adopting a resigned demeanor. "Alas, encountering you is my misfortune, yet I shall write." With that, she picked up a twig from the ground and began inscribing upon the yellow earth. After a brief respite, she rose, stretching languidly, and gestured towards the markings on the ground. "It is finished. Once you have taken note, remember to erase it. It must not be divulged to outsiders." Song Xian shook his head, declaring, "I am a person who values integrity and despises breaking promises. However, should someone breach their word first, do not blame me for being ruthless." The little thief, upon hearing this, cast a wary glance his way and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing of consequence." Song Xian pointed to the manual on the ground and calmly remarked, "My dear lady, one often forgets the essential details. Perhaps you have overlooked some critical information. Here is another opportunity for you. Take a moment to reflect and identify where the oversight lies." The little thief fixed her gaze on Song Xian, observing his serene demeanor, which revealed nothing of his thoughts. At that moment, she conceded defeat, realizing he was an experienced individual, and considered herself unfortunate. With that, she knelt down, erased some of the content, and added new details, subsequently stating with sincerity, "This time, I assure you, there has been no error." Song Xian gazed at the inscriptions on the ground, reading them several times before nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, a personal attribute panel materialized before him. In the section for lightness techniques, there appeared an additional skill named Spiral 9 Shadows. Spiral 9 Shadows, a lightness skill recorded in the latter part of the 9 manual, when mastered to a profound level. It allows the practitioner to instantaneously create 9 shadowy afterimages, a quintessential martial arts mastery of a grandmaster level. A filthy little thief possessed the most exceptional lightness technique of the age. At this juncture, Song Xian had nearly confirmed the identity of this individual. On the shores of the East Sea, on Peach Blossom Island, the daughter of the island master, Huang Yaoshi, Huang Rong. Yes, The very Huang Rong who graces countless martial arts novels. With a casual step, he kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring the manual written by Huang Rong. He waved his hand and said, "Our grievances are settled. I shall no longer mention your thievery. And I hope you two can keep the secret of the manual to yourself." "I understand." Huang Rong huffed, seemingly still reluctant. As Song Xian turned to leave, she called out, "Hey, aren't you going to take your money pouch? Keep this silver as payment for your manual. We've exchanged goods for money. Now we are square, and our enmity is resolved." Watching Song Xian's figure recede into the distance, Huang Rong pouted. A mere handful of silver had secured a supreme skill. Indeed, a profitable transaction. Once Song Xian's silhouette vanished completely, she felt her legs weaken, and she collapsed to the ground, her heart racing as she patted her chest. What a terrifying individual. I nearly lost my life. After a moment, she regained her composure and began to walk in the opposite direction of the imperial capital. The capital was far too sinister, teeming with experts. Her father had once said that the capital harbored hidden dragons and crouching tigers, which she had doubted. Yet she had scarcely arrived before encountering such a formidable character. Who knows how many ancient monsters lurk in the city? Enough of this. I cannot linger in the capital any longer. I shall wander to Mingzhou. Surely it cannot be filled with experts as well? She muttered as she entered the woods. And before long, Huang Rong was riding a small donkey, trotting leisurely along the official road toward Mingzhou. Speaking of that individual, he seemed only a few years older than herself. How could he be so powerful? Although he lacked the demeanor of a true expert and was quick to covet others' manuals, he did honor his word, and her life was spared. Leaning her chin on her hand while riding the donkey, Huang Rong's mind drifted back to Song Xian's proud figure clad in white, prompting her to huff again. This fellow is indeed arrogant. He let me go so easily without worrying that I might return seeking revenge? Yet, the next moment, recalling Song Xian's sword aura that resembled a stunning swan effortlessly cutting through withering foliage, she instinctively swallowed hard. Perhaps it is best not to provoke enemies with such might. He must belong to some formidable power in the capital. Subconsciously, she touched Song Xian's money pouch, reassuring herself, I was in need of silver. And he required a lightness technique. Thus, we have engaged in a mutually beneficial and fair exchange. Indeed, Huang Rong nodded emphatically, declaring it a fair trade based on mutual needs. With this thought, her heart felt much lighter. Considering she had survived an encounter with a master, she was indeed fortunate. What was there to be unhappy about? She could not simply run away from home for a few days and return in tears to her father seeking justice over a minor grievance. Huang Rong could not afford to lose face. Song Xian had not ventured far. He stood atop an ancient tree, observing the retreating figure of Huang Rong. Once he saw her leisurely riding her little donkey towards the borders of Mingzhou, he felt a sense of relief. It could be momentarily confirmed that the little rogue, or rather, the daughter of the Peach Blossom Island master, had no intention of returning to gather a posse to trouble him. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. Having lingered in this world for too long, he had grown excessively cautious. In truth, given Huang Rong's character, once they had agreed to clear their grievances, they would indeed be settled. Although the girl was willful and cunning, she was not the type to sulk and report to her parents after losing a scuffle. With a light-hearted chuckle, Song Xian turned and re-entered the forest, beginning to practice his sword energy. Soon, the forest echoed with the hissing sound of sword qi, accompanied by the resounding crashes of shattered rocks and the thundering fall of trees. By the time Song Xian returned home, the mealtime had already passed. His mother, Song Lin, was clearing the remnants of the meal from the table, while his father, Song Xuan, strolled in the courtyard to aid digestion. Song Qian held Lin Dayu's hand, and the two sat beneath a tree, whispering and laughing softly. As for the two young maids accompanying Dayu, they were reluctantly sweeping the courtyard. Upon seeing Song Xian push open the courtyard gate, one of the maids remarked in a sarcastic tone, though the young master is a relative of our young lady, there remains a distinction between male and female. It would be wise for the young master to maintain some decorum, lest rumors arise suggesting our young lady lacks propriety by associating with a male. It would be quite scandalous. Listening to her snide remarks, Song Xian felt no anger. Instead, he nodded earnestly. You make a valid point. With that, he raised his left hand, forming his fingers into the shape of a sword, and gently traced a line upon the courtyard ground. A fierce crimson sword qi erupted, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, and with a resounding thud, it plunged into the earth. Subsequently, a large pit appeared on the ground, ample enough to easily accommodate a person. Song Xian spoke with an air of indifference, stating here, it is merely the three of us. Should any rumors escape into the outside world, it is undoubtedly the result of your two meddlesome old hacks. His temper was notoriously volatile. The mere whisper of gossip would ensure that someone would inevitably find themselves in a predicament. As he fixed his gaze upon the two trembling old women, he inquired, "Who do you think is most suited to occupy this pit?" Upon hearing his words, the two old women could no longer maintain their composure and fell to their knees with a thud. "Young master, we are but servants here to attend to the young lady. How could we dare to spread any rumors about her?" They pleaded. "Oh, young master, please show us mercy and do not hold us to the same standards as your esteemed self." They turned their desperate eyes toward the young lady, exclaiming, "Please, miss, say something. We do not wish to perish. We truly do not wish to die." The two old women, thoroughly frightened, wept earnestly. Meanwhile, the young lady, adorned in a tranquil green dress akin to a delicate flower reflected upon the water, appeared momentarily stunned as she gazed at the gaping pit before her. It was Song Qian who first regained her senses, circling the pit with curiosity before exclaiming in excitement, "Brother, have you advanced to the innate realm?" "Not yet." Song Qian pouted in disbelief, exclaiming, "The sword energy, surely it requires a congenital warrior who has condensed the flower of vital energy to wield it, right? Are you truly not a congenital being?" Song Qian waved his hand, suggesting that the matter could be discussed at a later time. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he decided to retreat to his room for rest. As he passed by Lin Daiyu, he paused for a brief moment and remarked, "Your constitution is rather frail, indicative of a short-lived fate. If time permits, you might consider learning some health-enhancing exercises from your cousin." Having spoken, he did not wait for her response and stepped into his chamber, leaving his bewildered little cousin behind. This child truly lacks the art of conversation. Song's mother sighed in silence. She harbored the desire for Daiyu to marry into the Lin family. However, observing her son's demeanor, it seemed he lacked such intentions. Having scarcely met, he spoke of a fate of short-lived existence. What woman would be enamored by such a singularly minded man? Meanwhile, Song Yuanshan gazed contemplatively at the large pit in the ground. He recognized that his children, though previously understated, possessed formidable capabilities. Yet, he had never fathomed that their strength was not merely substantial, but rather astonishingly formidable. That evening, Song Qian entered Song Xian's room, carrying a lunchbox. "You didn't even knock." Song Xian sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, his long sword resting upon his legs. Upon hearing a noise, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a silent sigh. Song Qian stuck out her tongue and quickly assured, "Next time for sure." As she spoke, she placed the lunchbox on the table and said, "You haven't had dinner yet, so I went to the kitchen and prepared something for you. Please enjoy it while it's still warm." Song Xian rose without any hesitation, seizing a steamed bun and pairing it with two small side dishes as he began to eat. Song Qian skillfully poured him a cup of tea and said, "Brother, have you truly not transcended the innate realm?" Song Xian shook his head, saying, "Not quite yet." Upon hearing this, Song Qian immediately felt a surge of excitement. If he was already so formidable without breaking through, wouldn't he be invincible once he ascended to the innate realm? "You're overthinking it." Song Qian took a sip of tea, reflecting that the number of formidable individuals in this world is far more numerous and complex than one might imagine. Song Qian let out a soft "oh," choosing not to pursue the topic further. She understood that her elder brother was inherently modest and cautious. Even if he were truly invincible, he would never admit to it. "Brother, your swordplay today truly startled our little cousin." After returning to her room, she remained in a daze, barely responding when I spoke to her. Song Qian chuckled, saying, "For all these years, she has remained in the boudoir of the Jia family, surrounded by talented women and literary figures. It is likely her first encounter with individuals like us, who wield blades and brandish weapons. It is only natural that she is momentarily taken aback. If she truly wishes to learn martial arts from me, should I impart my knowledge?" Song Qian pondered for a moment and said, "Teach me." Strangely, an image of Lin Daiyu pulling up the willow tree appeared in his mind, a scene so beautiful that it filled him with anticipation. The following day, after breakfast, Song Qian prepared to go to the yamen to attend to his duties. Recently, he had been rather idle, ever since he concluded the flower-picking case. No new assignments had been assigned to him, much to the delight of the young master. At the patrol inspector's yamen, Song Qian and Zhao Dizhu each held a sunflower seed, sipping tea while munching on the seeds. These days, the capital felt unusually tranquil. Song Qian remarked as he spat out the seed shells, "The Tian family has fallen, and those officials in the court are busy dividing the spoils. The emperor also wishes to seize this opportunity to recalibrate the balance of certain powers." Zhao Dizhu replied leisurely, sipping his tea, "There are numerous influential figures in the capital, and none of them are fools. Currently, The struggle for power and profit in the court is at its peak. No one dares to stir trouble during such a time. With those second-generation young masters keeping a low profile, the streets have naturally become much calmer. Song Xian nodded. The Great Zhou dynasty had been established for 3 centuries. And within the imperial capital, the number of dukes and marquises was considerable. He was well aware of the characters of those noble descendants. The better ones managed to secure a position as a third-rank member of the Xianyi Guard, albeit merely passing the time. Nevertheless, it granted them a semblance of employment, preventing them from idling away their days. The worse ones, however, did nothing of substance, indulging in bullying and brawling, a sight all too common. Song Xian was previously a third-rank Xianyi Wei, and his interactions with the privileged offspring of nobility were infrequent. However, upon his recent promotion to second rank, he found himself occasionally tasked with handling cases, suggesting that future encounters with those individuals were inevitable. The mere thought of associating with that disdainful group filled Song Xian with discomfort. He feared he might lose his composure and end up causing a scandal. After engaging in light conversation, old Zhao had matters to attend to, prompting Song Xian to rise and prepare for a leisurely stroll through the streets. Just then, he spotted Lu Xiaolu sprinting towards him from the yamen. "Xiangu, come with me at once." "What is the matter?" "A wealthy gentleman outside the city has lost his wife." "And what does that concern me? I have no proclivity for Mengda's habits." "It concerns Song Qian." Lu Xiaolu spoke rapidly. "There is nothing happening at the yamen. After she reported for duty today, Song Qian slipped away, taking my second sister and your cousin out of the city for a spring outing." Song Qian's expression shifted dramatically as he furrowed his brow and remarked, "So, they killed someone's wife outside the city?" "Xiangu, your words are rather alarming." Lu Xiaolu, equally bewildered, responded, "Though Sister Qian can be fierce at times, she wouldn't resort to such brutality in broad daylight." He then muttered, "Surely, one must wait until nightfall, right?" Song Qian gave him a pat on the shoulder, urging him to cease his playful demeanor and focus on the matter at hand. Oh, it was not a grave issue. After all, at this moment, Lu Xiaolu appeared somewhat composed and explained. A few individuals ventured out for a spring outing and stumbled upon a woman hanging in a small grove. The 3 of them promptly reported the incident to the local county office and are currently awaiting the outcome there. "I hope nothing untoward has occurred," Song Xian casually inquired. And Song Qian is a second-tier member of the Xianyi Guard, while Lu Xiaoyu's elder sister, Lu Qingxuang, though not formally a part of the guard, has trained in martial arts since childhood and possesses considerable skill. With these 2 present, any troubles would surely befall others, leaving them unscathed. There is no significant matter at hand. It is merely that your little cousin witnessed a corpse and was somewhat startled." Song Xian nodded, mounted his horse, and, under Lu Xiaoyu's guidance, set off towards Ping'an County beyond the city gates. Song Xian donned a robe of the Xuanyi Guard, and the constables at the entrance of the Ping'an County Yamen dared not obstruct him. Instead, they greeted him with great deference and guided him to the court outside the main hall. Within the courtroom, the magistrate of Ping'an County was engaged in a case, while Song Qian sat nearby, watching the proceedings with keen interest. Beside her stood her close friends, Lin Daiyu and Lu Qingxuang. Upon seeing Song Qian enter, Song Qian joyfully called out, "Brother." Lin Daiyu promptly performed a graceful curtsy, sweetly exclaiming, "Cousin." In contrast, Lu Qingxuang regarded Song Qian with a hint of melancholy upon her delicate features. She remained silent, merely offering a slight nod. Were it an ordinary individual to intrude upon the county court and disturb its order, they would have long since been apprehended by the magistrate. However, upon noticing Song Qian's dark official attire, the magistrate's expression shifted to one of mild surprise, followed by a beaming smile as he rose and performed a respectful bow towards Song Qian. "Lord Song." Song Qian returned the greeting with a smile, saying, "I have troubled Lord Chen." The magistrate of Ping'an County, known as Chen Huili, was not an unfamiliar figure to Song Qian, having interacted with him on several occasions as the county magistrate outside the capital. "It is no trouble at all," Chen Huili replied with a warm smile. "We must extend our gratitude to Lady Song Qian, had she not discovered the matter early. The decay of the body over the coming days would have made this case exceedingly difficult to investigate." He then lowered his voice and inquired, "Might I request that Lord Song accompany me to the back hall for a private discussion?" Song Qian did not decline. He cast a glance at Song Qian and the others before following Chen Huili into the inner hall. "Master Song." As soon as they entered the inner hall, Chen Huili appeared somewhat troubled and said, "Master, might it be possible for you to send your younger sister home first, with her present? I find myself unable to proceed with the case." Song Xian did not provide a direct response. Instead, he smiled and said, "Might I trouble you, Lord Chen, to elaborate on the particulars of this case? Given that it pertains to a homicide within the jurisdiction of Pingyang County, it stands to reason that, even if the case were to be reported, it would be escalated to the Ministry of Justice. However, the Xuan Guard, as a privileged institution, possesses the authority to oversee any case within the realm of Dezhou, should they so desire." Song Xian, eager to comprehend the circumstances, found that Chen Huili dared not impede his inquiry. The deceased was the wife of the prominent merchant, Shin, in Pingyang County. According to the accounts of the Shin family's servants and maidservants, it was reported that the couple had engaged in a quarrel the previous night, and this morning, they were discovered hanging lifelessly in the woods on the outskirts. Song Xiandao remarked, "In light of this, Mr. Shin indeed appears to be quite suspicious." "Indeed, there is a basis for suspicion," Chen Huilai sighed. "However, that is all there is to it." According to the accounts of the servants and maids of the Shin household, after a quarrel between Mr. Shin and his wife last night, he left the house in a fit of anger. Mr. Shin himself stated that after leaving home, he went to a friend's house to drink and spent the night there. This can be corroborated by his friend, providing him with an alibi. Song Xian smiled and inquired, "What does Lord Chen believe? Is this case a murder or a suicide?" "I am inclined to think it is a suicide," Chen Huili opined. According to the accounts of the servants and maidservants of the Shin family, during a quarrel last night, Madame Shin wept and wailed, declaring that she wished to end her life, a sentiment that resonated throughout the entire Shin household. When Mr. Shin departed from home, he also shouted that if she were to die, she should do so outside, not within the confines of their home. I surmised that in a fit of anger, Madame Shin, overwhelmed by her emotions, ventured to the outskirts and took her own life. Song Xian inquired, "Have you conducted the autopsy?" "The coroner has already examined the body, finding no signs of restraint or violence, and there are no evident marks of struggle during her lifetime. This essentially rules out the possibility of foul play. Therefore, do you, Sir Chen, believe this is merely a straightforward case of suicide?" "I hold that view, yet Sir Song, your sister insists that Madame Shin was murdered and is adamant about remaining in the court to witness the resolution of the case. Tell me, is this not a predicament for me?" Song Xian chuckled softly. Although Song Qian was somewhat willful in her daily demeanor, she never spoke lightly when it came to matters of life and death. Since she believed it to be murder, there must be some basis for her conviction. Summoning her for questioning would provide clarity. Before long, Song Qian was summoned to the inner hall. "Pray tell, why do you firmly believe that Madame Shin was murdered?" Song Qian asked. "Brother, have you ever been suspended?" Song Qian cast a sidelong glance at her and inquired, "What of it? Have you experienced it yourself?" Song Qian let out a sound of acknowledgement. "Today, in the very woods where the body was discovered, I attempted to take my own life by hanging. In that moment, I realized that before succumbing to death, a person instinctively struggles fiercely, causing the rope to rub violently against the tree trunk, leaving behind unmistakable marks of friction. However, the tree with the crooked neck, where Madame Shin was found hanging, bore no such traces. This indicates that Madame Shin was not a victim of suicide at all. Rather, she was murdered and then suspended from the tree to create the illusion of a suicide." "Nonsense," Song Xian scolded. "Investigating cases is the responsibility of the county magistrate. Must you risk your life for it?" Song Qian huddled her body slightly and whispered, "I merely wish to acquire more knowledge. During my previous visit to Huayan County for a case, I was of little assistance. I aspire to gain more experience in handling cases, for I do not wish to hinder your progress." Song Xian fixed his gaze upon her, glaring sternly for a while before he heaved a sigh and said, "In the future, if you have any uncertainties, you may inquire of me. Do not dare to risk your life in such a manner again. Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand." Song Qian let out a light sigh, declaring that it would not happen again. As she spoke, she gave Chen Huili a gentle shove. "Master Chen, your skills in solving cases require significant improvement. In matters of life and death, you cannot simply conclude it as suicide with a mere statement. Surely, you haven't accepted any illicit money from the Shin family, have you?" As soon as Song Qian's words fell, Chen Huili felt a buzzing in his head. "You may criticize my skills, but you cannot tarnish my character. If you claim that my cases are poorly resolved, that reflects my abilities and could result in a mediocre evaluation from the Ministry of Personnel. However, should you allege that I am corrupt and vile to the core, there would be no need to wait for the ministry. It is quite possible that today I would be dragged to the Dark Guard's prison for a rather unwelcome visit courtesy of this Miss Song." The mere thought of the Dark Guard's prison drained the color from Chen Huili's face, and he cast a pleading glance at Lord Song, imploring, "I assure you, I have never wronged you. Song Xian waved her hand, jesting that there was no need for Lord Chen to be so anxious. The hour was growing late, and there were still cases outside that required attention. Indeed, this official shall proceed to adjudicate at once. Previously referring to himself as this official, Chen Huaili, upon being startled by Song Qian, immediately shifted to this humble official. He expressed his gratitude with a slight bow to Song Qian before eagerly returning to the court to commence the proceedings. Observing his departure, Song Qian let out a huff, pondering how such a trivial matter could be treated so lightly, especially by one who held the title of a parental official. She mused that she was far superior to him. Song Qian cast a glance at her, his words dripping with disdain, as if she valued human life. Let us not forget, during the encounters with the bandits and the Tian family's assassins, you took pleasure in their demise more than anyone else. This is different. Song Qian retorted, her discontent palpable. They were bandits, and I am an official. It is only right to eliminate them. However, the manner in which Chen Huaili, as a magistrate, trivialized matters of life and death raises suspicions of his potential corruption, suggesting he may have accepted illicit funds. Song Qian shook his head slightly. This had nothing to do with whether or not money was exchanged. Even if another official were in charge, it was highly likely that the case would be ruled as a hanging suicide. After all, not everyone possesses your insatiable curiosity, wanting to explore the conditions that accompany such a demise. Speaking of hanging, Song Qian felt a surge of anger and flicked his finger against Song Qian's forehead. If their father were to discover this matter, the consequences would be dire. As the siblings conversed, outside in the courtroom, a gavel struck the bench. Chen Huaili glared at the figure of Xin Yuanwei kneeling before him, instantly redirecting his pent-up fury towards him. Bring forth the torture instruments. Ping'an County, being in proximity to the imperial capital, was under the direct gaze of the emperor. Consequently, the county magistrate typically conducted affairs with utmost caution, seldom resorting to severe punishment unless dealing with significant cases. After all, a misstep could lead to censure from the officials of the Dali Temple and the censorate. However, at this moment, Chen Huaili could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Being reprimanded by a censor was far more palatable than a visit to the Xuan guard's prison. Today, he was determined to resolve this case swiftly and dismiss those formidable figures from the Xuan guard. Otherwise, if Song Qian and the others lingered any longer, he feared he would inevitably find himself incarcerated. The anguished cries of Xin Yuanwei reached Song Qian even from the back hall. When he and Song Qian arrived in the courtroom, they beheld Xin Yuanwei's lower body, nearly unrecognizable and drenched in blood, a truly pitiful sight. Yet, despite Chen Huaili's relentless interrogation, the man stubbornly refused to acknowledge any connection between his wife's death and himself. This unwavering defiance left even Chen Huaili at a loss. After all, Xin Yuanwei had an alibi. Even under torture, the man still would not confess. Could it be that he was truly innocent of this crime? Allow me to pose a few questions, Song Qian said. Song Qian approached Mr. Shen, speaking softly. You are aware of my identity, are you not? Mr. Shen, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, swallowed hard and humbly replied, Esteemed Lord of the Xianyi Guard, I implore you to intercede on my behalf. Song Qian smiled ambiguously. Typically, my Xianyi Guard refrains from intervening in such civil matters. However, since we have chosen to involve ourselves, we shall surely uncover the truth. You are likely acquainted with the rules of the Xianyi Guard. I pose the questions, and you provide the answers, daring not to utter even a single falsehood. What awaits you next is a prolonged stay in the imperial prison. My lord, please proceed with your inquiries. I assure you, I shall not conceal anything. Song Qian nodded slightly and took the case records from the assistant's hand, perusing them from the beginning. With whom did you indulge in libations last night? He inquired. Replying to your excellency, I was at the residence of my esteemed friend, Wang Shi, partaking in wine. Song Qian glanced at the records in his hand. Chen Huaili had already interrogated Wang Shi, who had confessed that Xin Yuanwei had not gone anywhere the previous night, but had instead stayed at his home after drinking excessively. What kind of wine did he consume? Osmanthus wine. Where did he purchase it? From the Liu family tavern on East Street? Is the osmanthus wine delicious? Indeed. It is exquisite, rich, and leaves a lingering taste. Did you buy the wine? I did. Xin Yuanwei began to sweat profusely. How much silver did you spend? 2 taels of silver. When you bought the wine, did the tavern keeper know you had killed your wife? No. Xin Yuanwei instinctively replied, but quickly realized his mistake and hurriedly added, My lord, I did not commit murder. Do not be anxious. Song Qian waved his hand and asked, after leaving home, Which route did you take to Wang Shi's residence? I took the road from the eastern city gate, came the reply. Song Qian chuckled and said, On that day, there happened to be a funeral at the eastern gate of the city, causing some congestion on the road. Did you happen to encounter it? Xin Yuan took a deep breath, carefully recalling the events of that day. It seemed that there indeed was a funeral, which immediately eased his mind. I did come across it. There were indeed a great number of people that day. I had to wait for quite a while at the eastern gate before I could pass. Song Xian's expression shifted from gentle to indifferent, and he coldly remarked, "You are lying. There indeed was a funeral last night, but it departed from the southwest gate. How could you have seen a funeral from the east gate?" "Half a city away?" Mr. Xin, flustered, quickly replied, "My lord, I must have misremembered. I did not exit through the east gate that day. I left via the southwest gate, where I indeed witnessed a funeral." Song Xian crouched down, locking his gaze onto Mr. Xin's eyes, and coldly remarked, "There was no funeral at the southwest gate that day. I shall offer you one final opportunity to confess. What were you truly doing that night?" Mr. Xin was utterly flustered, exclaiming, "My lord, I did nothing wrong. I was genuinely drinking at Wang Shi's house." Song Xian coldly exclaimed, "I am not inquiring about the night you murdered your wife. I am asking what you did the night before the murder. The night prior to the crime, the agony coursing through my body, coupled with Song Xian's relentless interrogation, caused Xin Yuan to break into a cold sweat, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Veiled lies and evasions. Song Xian rose to his feet, looking down upon him with an imposing presence. "You can either confess now, or accompany me to the interrogation chamber to confess. You have two paths before you. Choose one." With a thud, Mr. Xin collapsed to the ground, utterly broken in spirit. "I confess. I plead guilty. It was I who committed the murder. I do not wish to go to the interrogation chamber. I do not want to go to the interrogation chamber." Song Xian nodded and turned to the astonished Chen Huili, stating, "The investigation is concluded. The remaining matters are in your capable hands, Master Chen. Is that agreeable?" Chen Huili, still in a daze, managed a nod. It was his first encounter with such a method of case resolution. Was this the customary practice at the Xuani Guard? After Xin Yuan confessed, Song Xian led Song Qian and the others away. Throughout their journey, Song Qian chattered animatedly about the details of the case, her face alight with pride. After all, her substantial efforts had contributed to solving the case. Not everyone possesses her audacity and courage to experience the sensation of attempting suicide. "Brother, where did you hone your skills in case investigation?" she inquired. "It is essential for those of our profession to be adept at dealing with criminals in the future." Song Xian casually remarked, "One cannot simply divulge that he learned this from watching films in his previous life, can he?" The title of that movie still lingers in his memory, The King of Comedy, starring Stephen Chow, an absolute classic. Wujing Xuan remained silent throughout their journey, her enchanting, doe-like eyes fixated on Song Xian, the affection in her gaze evident even to the most oblivious observer. Yet, Song Xian pretended not to notice. Engrossed in conversation with Song Qian, their cousin, Lin Daiyu, intermittently cast curious glances at her remarkably skilled yet astute and resourceful cousin. Previously, she had perceived him merely as a formidable warrior with a penchant for burying the dead, but now it seemed there was more to him than met the eye. Even if he were not to serve as a member of the Xuani Guard, he could undoubtedly excel as a scholar official. Having departed from the county office, Chen Huili finally exhaled in relief. After interrogating the wealthy Xin, he eagerly commanded the entrance of Wang Shi, the witness who had provided false testimony. In the courtroom, Xin had already been confined to the prison, while Wang remained oblivious to the fact that Xin had already confessed. "We called you here to inquire about a few matters." Chen Huili recollected the details of Song Xian's questioning and spoke solemnly. "Last night, did Xin Yuyang visit your home for drinks?" "Indeed. Last night he got drunk and slept over at my house," Wang Shi asserted confidently. "How was his tolerance for alcohol?" "Not bad. He drank about half a gin." Wang endeavored to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his laughter. To prepare for the official inquiry, he and Xin had already rehearsed their testimonies, so he felt relatively at ease. Moreover, old Xin's fierce wife had threatened to commit suicide, and the entire Xin household had witnessed it. Thus, there was no issue with witness accounts. Did he vomit after drinking too much? Yes, he vomited all over. Wang Shi's heart raced. Old Xin had never gotten drunk around him before, so he had no idea if he would vomit. Yet, he steeled himself to continue fabricating his tale. After all, it was commonly understood that most individuals would vomit when intoxicated, and claiming he had vomited should pose no problem. "What kind of wine did you drink last night?" "Osmanthus wine." This detail had been confirmed with old Xin the previous night, so he felt secure in his response. "Who brought the wine?" "Xin." "Xin Yuyang, did he bring it from home or purchase it on the way?" "Probably bought it on the way." "That is a lie." Xin Yuyang stated he brought it from home. Wang Shi began to break into a cold sweat. "My lord, Your questions are exceeding the scope. Old Shin did not brief me on these codes. You owe Xin Yuyang 50 taels of silver, correct? Yes. Wang Shi swallowed hard. You provided false testimony for him in exchange for debt forgiveness, is that not so? My lord, you jest. That is unfounded. At this point, Wang Shi's mind was in disarray. How did the county magistrate know of his debts? What were you doing the night Xin Yuyang committed murder? On the night of the murder, my lord, I did not kill anyone. Please do not wrong an innocent person. I did not accuse you of murder. I asked what you were doing the night Xin Yuyang committed murder. On the night of the murder, I was at home. Wang Shi stammered, trembling all over. His face a mask of terror as he looked around. The officials regarded him with pity, as though he were a fool. Chen Huaili rose, visibly agitated. The method of interrogation employed by Song Xian proved surprisingly effective. In this moment, he experienced an epiphany. No matter how intricate a lie may be, it remains a lie. When subjected to meticulous scrutiny of numerous details, inconsistencies inevitably surface, coupled with probing questions that blur the lines between truth and deception. Even those with a slightly weaker mental fortitude among the populace quickly succumb to panic, ultimately leading to a complete mental breakdown. At this moment, Chen Huaili resembled a martial artist who had just grasped a transcendent secret, his face blooming with joy. The mentally shattered Wang Shi, unable to await the imposition of punishment from Chen Huaili, confessed willingly. After his confession, as the constables escorted him away, Chen Huaili exuberantly waved his sleeves, instructing his assistant. Bring forth all the cases accumulated over the past 2 years. I shall work through the night on them. Having brought Song Qian and others back to the capital, Song Xian returned to the inspection office. While his sister was idly passing the time at work, he, as the older brother, felt compelled to maintain appearances. If both siblings were to be idle, even with old Zhao providing protection from above, they would eventually attract criticism over time. The second-tier Xiani guards, when not engaged in casework, found themselves rather at leisure. In contrast, the third-tier Xiani guards were required to patrol the streets several times a day, whereas the second-tier guards needed only to remain within the office, sipping tea and perusing books. A single cup of tea and a book could easily consume an afternoon. However, Song Xian would not squander his time in such a manner. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he stood in the courtyard of the office, sword in hand. For the entire afternoon, in a nearby office area, Zhao Dizhu casually set down the documents he had been holding. Casting a glance at the still figure of Song Xian in the distance, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. At merely 20 years of age, had he already begun to comprehend the essence of the sword? In the boudoir temporarily occupied by Lin Daiyu of the Song family, Song Qian was extending her neck, obediently allowing her younger cousin to apply powder to conceal the marks on her neck. Cousin, this is rather perilous. How can one seek to solve a case while putting oneself at such risk? Song Qian smiled and said, My brother once remarked that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Whether it be suicide or murder, mere speculation is futile. One must personally engage in the experience to draw a conclusion. Is practice truly the only standard for evaluating truth? Lin Daiyu pondered this statement with great care. The more she contemplated, the more she sensed the profound wisdom it contained, so distinct from the poetry and prose she was accustomed to. Unconsciously, she sighed. My cousin is indeed a person of great wisdom. Indeed. Song Qian playfully pinched Lin Daiyu's delicate, dewy face and remarked, You have good taste. Alas, you are too young to be my sister-in-law. Lin Daiyu huffed softly, sprinkling the powder in her hand onto her neck. What nonsense are you spouting? If you continue with such foolish talk, I shall return to the Jia residence tomorrow. All right. It was my cousin who spoke in error. Song Qian coaxed. The Jia family is a prestigious household, with intricate relationships within. Returning there would only subject you to grievances. Where is the freedom of staying here? Did you not express a desire to learn martial arts from me? Tomorrow, I shall begin teaching you. Once you have mastered the skills, we can gallivant through the world, adorned in fine garments, free from the judgment of others. Wouldn't that be delightful? Gallivant through the world? The petite Lin Daiyu narrowed her eyes, finding it hard to conceive that this delicate girl harbored a yearning for the adventures of the martial world, a desire to break free from confinement, no longer relying on others for shelter. Just as she was recounting tales of romance and adventure in the martial realm to Lin Daiyu, a sudden sound echoed from outside the door. As Song Qian's expression shifted, she swiftly positioned herself to shield her younger cousin behind her, murmuring, Stay here and do not move. I will step outside to investigate. Standing alertly at the doorway, the moment she opened it, her long sword unsheathed with a resounding clang, its chilling gleam flashing ominously, accompanied by a faint sound of slicing through the air. There was no one outside, yet a dagger had been placed at the doorframe. with an envelope impaled beneath it. Removing the dagger and opening the envelope, Song Qian quickly perused the letter inside. Her brows initially relaxed, only to furrow once more. Having left, why return? She sighed softly, turning to Lin Daiyu, whose expression was tinged with concern. It is nothing of consequence. An old acquaintance has returned and wishes to meet. Stay at home. I shall return shortly. Just as Lin Daiyu nodded in agreement. She witnessed Song Qian spring lightly from the ground, leaping onto the wall with grace, her figure swiftly vanishing from sight. Truth be told, she felt an intense envy for her cousin's remarkable ability to soar through the air. By the banks of the West Lake, where willows swayed and flowers bloomed vibrantly, crowds meandered along the lakeside, and establishments for dining and lodging flourished. Naturally, in such a bustling locale, one would also find pleasure houses and other establishments of indulgence. Song Qian, with her sword clasped tightly to her chest, stood by the lakeside, a place that filled her with an unsettling discomfort. The sounds of laughter echoing around her, beckoning with phrases like "young master, come and play," inexplicably stirred a sense of annoyance within her. After a brief wait, a mist began to rise from the depths of the lake, and through the haze, a slender boat seemed to materialize. Most would struggle to discern its contents. Obscured by the fog, however, Song Qian, possessing formidable martial skills and keen eyesight, clearly perceived a breathtakingly beautiful woman resembling an ethereal fairy standing upon the vessel. Upon sighting her, Song Qian instinctively curled her lip, leaping gracefully into the air, her toes barely grazing the water's surface like a dragonfly. In a matter of moments, she alighted upon the small boat. At the very moment Song Qian boarded, the enchanting woman in white, appearing almost like a celestial being amidst the swirling mist, smiled gently and spoke, "It has been years, little Qian. You have blossomed into a fine young lady." Song Qian gazed upon the exquisitely familiar visage before her. Despite the lingering resentment in her heart, she could not deny that this woman was the most beautiful person she had ever encountered in her life. After a brief silence, Song Qian spoke with a subdued tone, "Since you have departed, why return?" The woman replied, "It seems you harbor quite a bit of resentment towards me, little Qian. Are you now unwilling to even call me Sister Qingxue?" Song Qian let out a disdainful huff. "You and my brother were childhood sweethearts, and our families were nearly betrothed. Yet, you suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving behind a letter that read, 'The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. Since then, you have been utterly unreachable. What right do you have to demand that I call you sister? Selfish, am I?" The smile on the woman in white faded, replaced by a flicker of anger in her brows. "Has your brother never spoken to you about the things he did back then? What did he do?" Song Qian furrowed her brows and said, "Are you suggesting that he has developed a fondness for the brothels and music in recent years? That occurred after you departed, provoked by your absence. He still frequents those establishments?" The woman paused for a moment upon hearing this, then clenched her fists, her fingers turning slightly pale. Noticing her demeanor, Song Qian's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Oh, so you were unaware? What is it that I do not know?" The woman retorted with irritation. "I have only just completed my training and returned from the mountains, having not seen anyone before reaching out to you." Song Qian blinked and asked, "Sister Qingxue, what exactly transpired between you and my brother? Could you share it with me?" Lu Qingxue took a deep breath, pondering for a moment. Observing Song Qian's inquisitive expression, she gradually began to speak. "I have cherished feelings for your brother for as long as I can remember. You are not unaware of that. Even the phrase I penned in my letter, 'The world is so vast, I wish to explore it,' was originally uttered by your brother in his childhood." Song Qian's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "If you hold such affection for him, why did you abruptly depart on the eve of your engagement? I am utterly exasperated by your brother." As she spoke, Lu Qingxue's teeth clicked in frustration. He has never involved himself in matters concerning others. What on earth has he done? Song Qian found it somewhat perplexing. Her elder brother, aside from his penchant for uttering enigmatic phrases that, upon reflection, held profound significance, did not exhibit any inappropriate behavior. Lu Qingxue took a deep breath to steady her emotions and replied calmly, "Before our families agreed to the engagement, I visited your home and met your brother. At that time, he was the only one present." Song Qian's expression shifted noticeably. "So, my brother took advantage of our absence and transformed into a beast, and you were the unfortunate victim? If that were truly the case, I would not have felt compelled to leave home in anger." Lu Qingxue's exquisite features were tinged with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "On that day, when I sought him out to inquire about his thoughts on the engagement, my brother had mentioned something that did not sit well with him. While he expressed his agreement to the engagement, he insisted that the wedding date be postponed. When I pressed him on how long the wait would be, he responded, 'Let us hold off for a decade, shall we? 10 years?' Song Qian counted on her fingers, noting that you are already a year older than my brother. In 10 years, you will be 26, which is quite the age for a single woman. My brother's behavior is indeed a bit excessive. So, did you, Sister Lu, disagree and leave home in a fit of anger? Lu Qingxue shook her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her voice softened. I agreed. I have a deep affection for your brother, one that reaches to the very marrow of my being. So, do not say 10 years. I would be willing to wait even another 10. I promised him I could wait for 10 years, but I did set a condition at that time. What condition? Song Qian has come to a realization. It seems that the discord between her older brother and sister Lu may have arisen from this very condition. I mentioned that I could wait for him for 10 years, but a decade is far too long to prevent any future change of heart on his part. I must ensure that we solidify our bond without delay. Ah? Song Qian exclaimed, her expression peculiar as she scrutinized Lu Qingxue from head to toe. Sister Lu, are you engaging in such wild antics? Lu Qingxue turned her head away, feeling a bit bashful. Are you not aware of your brother's temperament? Expecting him to take the initiative is akin to waiting for a barren tree to blossom. Thus, I set aside my modesty and cast away my dignity, only to find. What happened next? Just as I was about to disrobe, your brother seized the opportunity to immobilize me with an acupoint technique. Song Qian felt that her mind could no longer keep up. What was happening? My brother dislikes taking the initiative and prefers to take matters into his own hands? You two are playing quite bizarrely. The term bizarre was familiar to Lu Qingxue, having grown up alongside Song Qian. She had heard a plethora of amusing and peculiar vocabulary from that fellow. Upon hearing Song Qian's description of bizarre behavior, Lu Qingxue's chest heaved a few times as she gritted her teeth and said, if your brother is bizarre, even if he is somewhat beastly, I could still accept it. But what exactly did he do? He immobilized me with acupoints and whispered something in my ear. What did he say? Song Qian's expression shifted. As if she had recalled something, and she asked anxiously, he doesn't like women. Does he actually prefer men? Not at all. Lu Qingxue cast her a strange glance, wondering how she could think in that direction. You two siblings truly are peculiar in your own ways. With curiosity dancing in Song Qian's eyes, Lu Qingxue cleared her throat and stated, he said, little girl, at such a tender age, you dare to ruin my cultivation. At this point, Lu Qingxue's fingers turned pale from clenching, and she exclaimed in anger, what's worse, he wrapped me in a bedsheet and hung me from the beam of the room. Then, he found a Buddhist scripture from the bookshelf and recited the heart-purifying and virtuous mantra to me for an entire night. He claimed it was to purify my soul, to cultivate my character, and to cleanse the impurities of my spirit, so that I, a flower of our motherland, could grow healthily. Song Qian could not contain herself and let out a laugh. She mentally traversed the possible actions her brother might have taken but truly could not fathom his line of thought. It was no wonder that Sister Lu was so furious. Her brother's behavior was indeed beyond comprehension. In my lifetime, I have never endured such humiliation. Your brother has utterly trampled my dignity into the ground. Tell me, how can I face him again if not by fleeing from home? After finally voicing the secret that had weighed heavily on her heart, Lu Qingxue seemed to feel a sense of relief. After taking a deep breath, she appeared much calmer. Song Qian nodded thoughtfully. No wonder over the past few years, my brother has forbade our family from mentioning anything about you. I had assumed it was because he was hurt by your actions. After all this time, it turns out he is simply feeling guilty for his own shortcomings. Lu Qingxue scoffed, saying, guilty? Where is the slightest trace of guilt in him? Did you not just mention that your brother has developed a penchant for indulging in entertainment these past few years? Song Qian let out a chuckle, swiftly diverting the topic. By the way, Qingxue, where have you been these past few years? I have joined the Yuhua Palace and have been accepted as a direct disciple by the current palace master. Yuhua Palace? Song Qian's expression changed. For it is one of the sacred grounds of the martial world. In the great Zhou dynasty, where martial arts flourished, there existed countless illustrious families and renowned sections. Above these prominent factions, there were some elite powers that wielded significant influence in the martial realm, referred to by the world as sacred grounds. Yuhua Palace is one such sacred ground. It is an exceedingly mysterious place, rumored to have been inhabited solely by beautiful women since its inception. With very few disciples traversing the earthly realm, the world knows Yuhua Palace as a blossoming paradise akin to a celestial realm. Yet its precise location remains a mystery to most. Unexpectedly, after 5 years away, Lu Qingxue has become a disciple of Yuhua Palace, and moreover, a direct disciple of the palace master. Within the ranks of the Xianyi Guard, there are some brief records regarding Yuhua Palace. It is said that apart from the palace master's direct disciples, all other disciples are relegated to the status of sword servants, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Lu Qingxue nodded. Indeed, Rumors in the martial world suggest that the direct disciples of Yihua Palace are often given names associated with the moon and stars. What is your name in the martial realm, Sister Liu? My master has bestowed upon me the name Yaoyu. If I wander the martial world in the future, I shall use this name, Yaoyu. Song Qian blinked, finding it quite melodious. So, your return this time is not for my brother, is it? Lu Qingxue shook her head. My master intends to take in a closed-door disciple. I have returned to bring Qing Shuang with me, given her talent. It should not be a problem for her to be accepted as a direct disciple. Xiao Qian, would you care to join us? Since childhood, I have known that among us, in terms of martial talent, you surpass all. You are far more gifted than your brother. Yihua Palace is one of the sacred grounds of the martial world, with countless martial arts secrets. If you were to go there, you could likely reach the innate realm within a year. However, Song Qian showed little interest in Lu Qingshue's invitation. There's no need, even without going to Yihua Palace. I could break through to the innate realm if I wished. Furthermore, you've misjudged. My brother is the true martial genius. He is the type to accumulate strength quietly, with his talent needing gradual development. As his cultivation progresses, his power will only become more formidable. Song Qian paused for a moment and said, Sister Liu, you must have reached the innate realm by now, right? Lu Qingshue's brows revealed a hint of joy as she replied, I just made the breakthrough not long ago. If it weren't for that, my master would not have allowed me to leave the mountain. Song Qian let out a soft exclamation, but to be candid, the pressure exerted by your innate martial artist pales in comparison to that imposed by my brother, who is an acquired martial artist. That's quite an exaggeration, isn't it? Lu Qingxue responded with skepticism. The path of martial arts is infinitely long, and the disparity in strength between each significant realm is as profound as a chasm. The difference between innate and acquired is beyond mere imagination. Perhaps so. Song Qian replied nonchalantly with a smile. Are you certain you don't wish to meet my brother? I believe some matters are best discussed face to face, as there may be misunderstandings at play. Lu Qingxue hesitated for a moment. Over the years, I have indeed reflected upon the events of the past. Your brother might have his reasons for his actions. After all, he mentioned that I would disrupt his cultivation, Xiao Qian. Does your Lu family possess some exceptional martial arts that prevent men from that? Which one are you referring to? Song Qian inquired with a mischievous smile. That one. Lu Qingxue shot her a disapproving glance, urging her to stop feigning ignorance and to confess whether it exists or not. I have no idea, Song Qian shrugged. I cultivate the family's ancestral skill, the Xianbing technique. After generations of hardship, the court granted us this remarkable art. However, whether there are other unique skills within the family, I cannot say. Some things, you know, are passed down to sons and not to daughters. There are matters my father would never disclose to me. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Lu Qingshue's face. Perhaps your brother indeed harbors unspoken struggles. In the past, I acted impulsively. I should not have left without a word, but instead should have conversed with him properly. Before she could finish her thought, Lu Qingshue's smile faded, her gaze fixed upon the lakeside as she coldly declared, I retract my previous statement. Your brother has no hidden troubles. He is simply a scoundrel. Song Qian followed Lu Qingshue's gaze and beheld by the lakeside street her elder brother Song Qian and Lu Xiaolu, arm in arm, strolling jovially into his certain establishment of ill repute. Song Qian has recently been enjoying a leisurely life. During the day, he idles at work, contemplating the essence of swordsmanship. After work, he gathers with a few close friends to indulge in drinks, engaging in lively conversations and savoring music at a local venue. His days are quite comfortable. By the time he returns home, the sky is already shrouded in darkness. Song Qian greeted old Song and mentioned that he had dined outside before returning to his room. Just as he settled at the table and poured himself a cup of tea, Song Qian pushed the door open and entered. You didn't knock again. Song Qian cast a discontented glance at her. Song Qian did not respond immediately. Instead, she gazed at him with a look of intricate emotions. Only when Song Qian furrowed his brow did she finally speak. Brother, Sister Liu has returned. Oh? Song Qian paused with his arm holding the teacup and inquired. She hasn't been difficult with you, has she? I replied, I bear no grudge against her. Why would she trouble me? Song Qiangan let out a chuckle. Indeed. There had been some misunderstandings between them previously. Now that she had returned, was there a purpose behind her visit? 5 years prior, she had joined the Yihua Palace and ascended to the position of the young master, already a formidable expert in the innate realm. This time, her intention was to bring Qing Shuang to the Yihua Palace. Oh, how impressive. Song Qian maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no emotional fluctuations. Did she mention anything else? You were inquiring if Sister Liu had any message for you, Song Qian remarked with keen interest. Did Did she say anything about me? She asked me to inquire whether the girls from the brothel are more beautiful than she is. Song Xian contemplated for a moment. Did you divulge the secret of my visit to the brothel to listen to music? In the evening, when you entered Tianxiang Tower with Lu Xiaolu. Sister Lu happened to witness it. Song Xian took a sip of tea and chuckled dryly. What a coincidence. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Song Qian hesitated for a moment and cautiously inquired, Brother, do you harbor some unspoken troubles? Are you tinkering with those health supplements for the purpose of remedying your own afflictions? Song Qian remained silent, observing this. Song Qian felt even more certain about her assumptions and said, In truth, it is of little consequence. You are aware of Sister Lu's feelings for you. She would not be troubled by such matters. Some misunderstandings can indeed be resolved through conversation. It is not as you perceive. Song Qian shook his head, indicating his reluctance to provide any explanation. The matters of time travel and the pure young Wujia child technique constituted the very foundation of his existence in this world. Before attaining invincibility, he wished to remain silent about such matters to anyone. After all, working as a member of the Xuan Yi Guard, he would inevitably acquire enemies in the future. Although the pure young Wujia child technique was remarkably powerful, it was, after all, a child technique with evident vulnerabilities. If targeted by adversaries and faced with a multitude of alluring women seeking to ensnare him, Song Qian was uncertain whether he could maintain his composure. Should he falter and lose control, his path in martial arts would be irrevocably compromised. Song Qian scrutinized him back and forth. And then with a resigned wave of her sleeve, she declared, Forget it, handle your own affairs. I shall go teach my little cousin martial arts. Remember to close the door, Song Qian reminded. As Song Qian paused at the door, she turned her head in exasperation. Brother, sometimes I truly cannot comprehend the thoughts swirling in your mind. Watching her depart, Song Qian set down his teacup, his gaze drifting into a haze as a scene from his youth resurfaced before him. Song Qian, do you have any aspirations? Asked Lu Qingxue. A 16-year-old vision in a flowing moon-white gown, her alabaster chin raised in curiosity. Aspirations? Perhaps to idly pass time at work and enjoy some court benefits? Does that count? Isn't that rather lackluster? Is there nothing loftier? Loftier? Young Song Qian tested the waters. How about the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, 72 concubines? Loftier. Not soaring to the clouds. Aspirations and daydreams are not synonymous. Oh, then I shall lower my expectations. Perhaps I could become a sword immortal? A sword immortal? Are you certain you wish to tread the path of the sword? Yes, let it be decided thus. At 15, Song Qian stood on a mountainside, establishing his first goal beyond merely idling at work, to reach the pinnacle of humanity, to become an unparalleled sword immortal. To be a sword immortal. A glimmer of yearning crossed the fair, jade-like visage of the girl. First, you must require an exceptional sword. Young Song Qian nodded, contemplating the Amei sect's heaven-defying sword. The blood-illuminating painting of the Yihua Palace, and the pure young infinite sword of the gallant Yin Nan Tian, all splendid choices. Which do you favor most? Any of them will suffice. I am not picky. Ah, understood. Rubbing his brow, Song Qian retrieved his thoughts. Harboring a vague suspicion that Lu Qingxue's initial motivation for joining the Yihua Palace might have been the legendary blood-illuminating painting sword. After consuming 3 cups of tea, his mind remained restless. Song Qian flung open the window and leapt out, his silhouette flickering through the night. In an instant, he arrived atop the tallest tavern within several miles. Standing on the rooftop, he gazed down upon the tranquil and serene capital bathed in moonlight. And his heart began to find tranquility as well. You remain unchanged, always seeking the vantage point when your thoughts are unsettled. Not far away, a light. Ethereal voice suddenly resonated, and in the next moment, a spectral figure materialized, like a ghost in the moonlight. Upon beholding the ethereal beauty of the woman, Song Qian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly in greeting. You've become even more beautiful in these past years. Lu Qingxue huffed, back then. When I offered you my bed, you declined. Now you regret it, don't you? Having grown up together, Song Qian understood her temperament well. Her boldness in matters of love and hate was hardly surprising. It's all right. I have no interest in those 2 young. Not interested in the young? Lu Qingxue paused, realization dawning upon her, and teased. So, you prefer mature women? Does this mean to win your heart, I must first marry someone? What nonsense! Song Qian shot her a glare. Lu Qingxue, after all these years away, this is what you've learned? It seems my heart-purifying mantra was not chanted enough. Don't you dare mention the heart-purifying mantra to me. The moment this was brought up, Lu Qingxue reacted fiercely, her soft sword clanging as it fell into her hand. Pointing the sword at Song Qian, she asked each word with precision. Song, did the words you spoke back then still hold true? What words? You promised to make me wait 10 years, and after that time, you would marry me. Do those words still stand? Song Xian gazed at the sword tip poised before him, then turned his attention to the enchanting woman whose eyes brimmed with tears. He slowly nodded, conceding, agreed. Excellent. Wujing retracted her soft sword, its blade coiling around her waist with the grace of a serpent. Her voice softened as she continued. I have returned to escort Xuan back to Yihua Palace. We shall depart at dawn. 5 years have elapsed, and in another 5, I shall await your fulfillment of the promise. With that, she lightly propelled herself from the rooftop, her form drifting like willow fluff into the night. Song. The Yihua Palace beckons you to marry me. Yihua Palace beckoning? Song Xian clicked his tongue twice. After several years of absence, his fiancée had flourished, transforming into the esteemed young mistress of one of the sacred places of martial arts. If Wujing were to become the future mistress of the inviting moon palace of the Huahua Palace, then her sister, Xuan, would undoubtedly be the second mistress, Lianxing. Song Xian rubbed his forehead. Sitting at home, he felt as though even if he were to recline in leisure now, his future would undoubtedly unfold before him like a smooth road. With a fiancée destined to preside over a sacred realm of martial arts, he, Song Xian, already possessed the qualifications to thrive on the affections of others. The moonlight, gentle as water, enveloped the ancient capital. And as he gazed up at the luminous orb in the night sky, a faint smile graced his lips before he turned to depart. The moonlight tonight is truly enchanting. In the weeks that followed, Song Xian enjoyed a period of tranquility, engaging in leisurely pursuits during his 9-to-5 job, the days passing with ease. The eerie atmosphere within the imperial capital gradually dissipated, according to Zhao Dizhu's, the redistribution of power, or rather, the division of spoils within the court, was nearing its conclusion. The right minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who had adeptly maneuvered through treachery, had successfully become the acting minister. Other factions within the court also reaped their rewards from the vacated positions. As for the emperor, it was said that following the confiscation of the Tian family's assets, a significant portion of their wealth had been funneled into the royal treasury, suddenly augmenting the imperial coffers by millions of taels, leading to a notably improved disposition for the sovereign in recent days. Within the imperial study, the room was suffused with fragrant incense. The emperor, his hair showing signs of graying, stifled a yawn and sighed at the side of an elderly eunuch. With age comes diminished vigor, had it been a decade prior. I could review 100 edicts without fatigue. The eunuch, appearing somewhat dazed, seemed not to have heard. The emperor cast a stern glance his way. I am speaking to you. Have you gone deaf? The eunuch, as if awakening from a dream, turned in confusion. Your Majesty, were you calling for me? He bowed slightly, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. Alas, I am growing old. My hearing is failing, and I fear I may not serve you for many more years. Observing the eunuch's frail appearance, the emperor's anger dissipated, and he spoke with a touch of sentimentality. Are we not of similar age, dear companion? I am beset by an endless stream of memorials and matters to attend to, yet you seem to age more swiftly than I. The eunuch, with a smile plastered on his face, replied, Your Majesty is the true dragon of the heavens. In the prime of life, how could an old servant like me compare? Ha. The emperor chuckled lightly. You old rascal, how you flatter. Rising to stretch, he declared, this unexpected influx of silver shall be well managed by you. I have grand plans for it. Rest assured, Your Majesty, not a single coin shall slip through my fingers without your consent. Indeed, your diligence reassures me. He casually picked up a memorial from the imperial desk. This particular document had originated from the Xian Guard in Mingzhou. The emperor glanced over it before casually inquiring. Dear companion, as a practitioner of martial arts yourself, do you think a skilled martial artist could drown in a river, incapacitated by intoxication? That would depend on the level of their martial prowess. At the peak of the Hotian realm, I would rather believe that individual was killed and discarded in the river. The emperor chuckled. Indeed, such absurdity has found its way into my memorials. A flicker of cold light danced in his eyes. I am not yet deceased. Yet some seem eager for my downfall, even attempting to infiltrate the Xian Guard. Do they truly believe I have grown blind with age? Go summon the commander of the Xian Guard for me. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon exiting the imperial study, the seemingly frail eunuch suddenly stood tall, his posture straightened. With a single step, he seemed to traverse a distance of 10 zhang, vanishing in an instant. Song Xian has been promoted. From the position of the chief flag bearer of the Xian Guard, he has ascended 2 ranks to become 100 households of the Xian Guard. Even Song Qian has been elevated from chief flag bearer to deputy 100 households, enjoying benefits that have more than doubled compared to before. In Zhao Dizhu's private office, Song Xian and he sipped tea while engaging in conversation. You performed admirably on the last case. The Emperor is quite pleased. And the commanding officer has specifically acknowledged your contributions. Otherwise, crossing the threshold from chief flag bearer to 100 households is no easy feat. Song Xian smiled and nodded. The promotion within the ranks of the Xian guards is not an easy feat. His father toiled for half a lifetime and only attained the rank of 100 households. In contrast, he has managed to accomplish in a single step what his father achieved over the course of his entire life. In Mingzhou, in the Jiangxi province, 100 households has unexpectedly passed away, and you shall fill his vacancy. Now, prepare yourself for the journey ahead to assume your post. Song Xian furrowed his brows. He had no objections to the promotion, yet he felt somewhat reluctant about being assigned to a distant post. Not only were the mountains high and the roads long, but without the protection of Zhao Dezhu, the head of the inspection bureau, his chances of idling at work would undoubtedly be compromised. Uncle Zhao, how many people can I take with me? He inquired. Zhao Dezhu shook his head. You may only bring Song Xian with you at most. As he spoke, he lowered his voice. The circumstances surrounding the death of that 100 households official are suspicious. Be cautious once you assume your position. Moreover, serving as an official in the provinces is vastly different from being in the imperial capital. In the capital, there are many powerful figures and skilled individuals, and few dare to resort to overt violence or stir up trouble. However, the provinces tell a different tale. You may encounter numerous individuals from the underworld. Remember, if you can observe without interference, do so. As long as they do not threaten the government or harm the common folk, it is best to remain uninvolved. Of course, where there are people, there exists a web of relationships. Everyone has relatives and friends. If you must involve yourself in matters of the underworld, just remember not to wear your official robes. Adopt a different identity and name to engage discreetly. Song Xian nodded. Zhao Dezhu took a sip of tea, hesitated for a moment, and continued, Originally, I thought you would remain in the capital for a few more years, allowing me to share certain matters with you gradually. However, since you are now to take up a position in another region, there are some matters that must be clearly conveyed. Remember, your foremost priority in the outside world is your safety. Both you and your sister possess exceptional martial talents. As long as you remain alive, your future potential is boundless. Should you encounter life-threatening circumstances, disregard all conventions of the martial world and the rules of the bureaucratic sphere. The power of the Xian Yi must be utilized when necessary. Anyone who poses a threat to your lives, regardless of their identity, should be dealt with accordingly. We are hereditary members of the Xian Yi. Our official status is a legacy earned by our ancestors alongside the founding emperor during the expansion of territories for future generations. As long as the Great Zhou endures, we are the most trusted support of the emperor, provided we do not rebel, even if we mistakenly execute the wrong person. The worst that will happen is the loss of your official garb, which will not affect the succession of the Song family's next generation. While you are in the local area, do not harbor excessive concerns. Remember, in the capital, I have Uncle Zhao to shield you. If I cannot, there is still the commander to rely upon. Should the commander prove inadequate, we stand behind the emperor himself. Zhao Dezhu spoke passionately. Yet Song Xian felt a chill run down his spine. No, Uncle Zhao, I am merely going to serve as a baihu. There are many baihus in Jiangxi Prefecture, and above them, there are qianhis overseeing the affairs. I am going to serve as an official, not to engage in battle. There is no need for such exaggeration. Zhao Dezhu shook his head slightly. Jiangxi Prefecture is the largest and most prosperous region in Mingzhou, a significant source of tax revenue for the court, and has always been of great importance to the imperial government. The baihu who recently perished was from the Su family, which, like ours, is one of the 120 hereditary Xian Yi families in the capital. These families, lacking noble titles, are nonetheless deeply rooted within the Xian Yi system, intertwined with the Great Zhou, and represent a force in which the emperor places utmost trust. Suddenly, a baihu from the Su family dies under mysterious circumstances, especially in a sensitive area like Jiangxi Prefecture, which has garnered the court's close attention. This situation is indeed unusual. I suspect that the Qianhu office in Jiangxi has likely been infiltrated by other forces, a situation the emperor will absolutely not tolerate. You handled the previous case splendidly, and I believe the emperor has taken notice of you. This time, your appointment is likely intended for you to investigate the internal situation thoroughly. Song Xian furrowed his brow. His initial motivation for participating in the second-tier Xian Yi examination was to attain the benefits and privileges that accompanied a promotion, allowing him to indulge in leisure during work hours more conveniently. The sudden elevation in his rank and the imposition of significant responsibilities took him by surprise. After work, Song Xian disregarded Lu Xiaoyou's invitation to enjoy music at the brothel and instead returned home in solitude. In the courtyard, two maids from the Jia household diligently swept the ground, while Song Qian lounged with her legs crossed, enjoying grapes and overseeing her cousin Lin Daiyu as she practiced her stances. "Have you skipped work again?" Song Qian casually inquired. Song Qian spat out the grape skin from his mouth and mumbled, "It is already past the morning hour. There is little to attend to at the yamen. So I shall return to instruct Sister Daiyu in martial arts. Her constitution is rather frail, and she must begin with fortifying her body." Song Qian replied with a nonchalant hum, unperturbed by the situation. The second-rank Xianyi guards were generally quite leisurely and less explicitly assigned duties from above. Everyone was idly passing the time, and the absence of Song Qian was hardly noticeable. He returned to his quarters, shed his official robes, and donned a flowing white gown. After washing his face in the courtyard, Song Qian casually remarked, "You have been promoted." "Ah?" Song Qian was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly inquired, "What rank did you achieve?" "1 level, Deputy Baihu." "Oh." Song Qian's enthusiasm immediately waned. Being a Baihu, especially a deputy, held little significance. "What about you, brother?" "I'm a Baihu." "Does that mean your monthly salary has increased?" Song Qian nodded, his fortune augmented by an additional 20 taels, with each person receiving 20 taels. The total for two would amount to 40 taels. Song Qian counted on her fingers, which would yield an impressive 4,800 taels in a year. And over 3 years, a staggering sum of 120,000 taels. "Brother, in just 3 years, we could purchase the Marquis's residence in the eastern part of the city." Lin Daiyu, who had been holding her breath and blushing while maintaining a horse stance, suddenly burst into laughter. Song Qian scoffed. "What are you laughing at? Do you believe my calculations are erroneous?" "Dear sister, such words should not be spoken. I simply think your calculations are exceedingly precise. It is a travesty for such talent to be wasted within the Xianyi Guard. You ought to serve in the Ministry of Revenue instead." Upon hearing this, Song Qian slightly raised her chin and smiled. "Indeed. My brother has always claimed I possess a genius for arithmetic, and now you affirm it. It seems my gifts are truly remarkable." Lin Daiyu bit her lip, attempting to suppress her amusement, but ultimately raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at her cousin Song Qian. At that moment, Song Qian appeared utterly speechless, a stark contrast to his usual composed and aloof demeanor, which intrigued Lin Daiyu immensely. "In a few days, we are to take up our posts in Mingzhou, in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Prepare yourself. We shall set off early the day after tomorrow." "Ah? To Jiangsu and Zhejiang?" Song Qian appears somewhat discontented, as that place is unfamiliar to us. "Why have we been assigned there?" "Oh. It just so happens that 100 households have recently lost their leader, and I am to fill the vacancy. Otherwise, the position of the 100 households would not have been within my reach. Knowing that you, my dear brother, have earned merit and are poised for a promotion and salary increase, the demise of that 100 households leader is indeed quite timely." Song Qian sighed. Reflecting on the untimely demise of the deceased, he had not intended to seek an official position in distant lands. "Is that so?" Song Qian pondered momentarily. "Then when we reach Jiangzhou Prefecture, I shall exhume his grave." "Indeed." Song Qian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of such an act to ascertain certain truths. Lin Daiyu listened in astonishment to the conversation between her cousin and cousin-in-law. Were their words truly human? A life had been relinquished to make room for them. And yet dissatisfaction lingered, exhuming graves? Is this the peculiar mindset of those in the realm of the Xuanyi Guards? Of course. Lin Daiyu was hardly concerned with the matter of grave robbing. Her attention was fervently fixed upon Song Qian, causing him to feel a twinge of unease. Have young ladies become so audacious in this era? While he was indeed handsome, must she gaze so openly? Such fervor was hardly befitting of her genteel persona. "Cousin." Lin Daiyu called out softly, her tone laced with anticipation. "Might you take me along when you journey to Jiangzhou Prefecture?" Song Qian shook his head, stating, "We are on official business, not to indulge in sightseeing. It would be inappropriate for you to accompany us." Lin Daiyu hurriedly interjected, "My father serves as an official in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, and I have not seen him in many years. Might it be possible for me to accompany you?" "Your father?" Song Qian paused in surprise. "Lin Rahai?" Upon hearing her father's name, Lin Daiyu's expression turned solemn. She performed a graceful bow and replied, "Indeed. My father is named thus." Song Qian hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Is your father still alive?" According to the narrative of Dream of the Red Chamber, Lin Daiyu's father likely passed away when she was around 10 years old. Now, as Lin Daiyu approaches the age of 15, it stands to reason that her father must have been gone for 4 or 5 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Daiyu's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze turning sharp as she retorted with indignation, "Cousin, I hold you in high regard as an elder brother. Yet how could you utter such a curse upon my father? Just last month, he sent a letter, and although his health has been frail, he has been under the care of a physician and is not in any danger of death." Song Xian felt somewhat bewildered. It appeared that he had taken things for granted. This was not merely the world of dream of the Red Chamber, but rather a grand realm where multiple martial arts worlds converged. Lin Daiyu had become his little cousin, and she even had a living father, which seemed rather ordinary. Did it not? Song Xian is not one to stubbornly defend his words when he has misspoken. He immediately offered an apology, acknowledging, "I misspoke. I assumed you had been residing in the Jia household, considering that your closest kin are no longer with us." Noticing Lin Daiyu's eyes brimming with tears, he continued, "Since you wish to journey to Jiangzhou to seek your relatives, you may accompany us. It will provide you with some company along the way." "Thank you, cousin." The young cousin transformed her sorrow into joy, wiping away her tears and beaming sweetly at Song Xian and Song Qian. "I shall return to the Jia residence tonight to inform my grandmother. She has shown me great affection over the years, and as I prepare to depart, it is only fitting to seek her blessing." Song Xian nodded and instructed, "You should return to the Jia residence first. We will meet you outside the Jia house early the day after tomorrow." Early the following morning, Song Lin prepared breakfast with diligence and began to pack for her children, who were about to embark on their journey. It is often said that a mother worries as her children travel far. However, Song Lin was not particularly anxious about their safety. Since the day she married into the Song family, she had been mentally prepared for such eventualities. Working as an imperial guard, her children would traverse the lengths and breadths of the land, and undertaking official duties was a commonplace occurrence. The only concern that weighed on her mind was that this journey would likely delay her children's marriages by a year or more. Fortunately, accompanying them was her niece, Lin Daiyu, and she could only hope that her son might gain some insight along the way and spark a connection with that girl. After breakfast, their father, Song Yuanshan, was also required to report to the magistrate's office. Once outside, he began to offer advice to Song Xian. "There is never an end to official duties. Do not overexert yourself while you are there, just do what is necessary." Song Xian nodded, not surprised by his father's admonition. After all, indulging in leisure was a long-standing tradition in the Song family. "You have always had your own ideas since childhood. There is nothing more for me to explain. Just be mindful of your safety. If you find it unbearable over there, simply return. It is not a matter of great consequence. I will shoulder the pressure from above for you." Song Xian slightly nodded, discreetly surveying his father from head to toe. Old Song, a seasoned figure within the Xianyi Guard, surprisingly exhibited an aura of dominance today. After departing from home, Song Qian hired a carriage, and the two set off towards the Jia family of the Ronghua mansion. The Jia family's ancestors had once accompanied the founding emperor of the Great Zhou, achieving great feats and being bestowed the title of Duke of Ronghua, a hereditary title. However, in the present day, the Jia family had long since fallen into decline, retaining only their title. The Grand Duke of Ronghua Mansion, once bustling with prosperity, now hosted almost none of its offspring who had achieved anything significant. Nonetheless, despite their decline, the hereditary title of Duke still commanded respect, and the Jia family's stature remained considerable. From a distance, one could see the expansive estate, where a group of servants and attendants stood at the entrance, proudly surveying the passers-by with an air of superiority, as if regarding everyone else as mere country folk. Alas, what a predicament! No parking is permitted in front of the Duke's mansion. As soon as Song Xian's carriage approached, a servant from the Jia household stepped forward to shoo it away. Today, Song Xian adopted a more subdued demeanor, eschewing official garments in favor of a flowing white scholar's robe, exuding an air of refined elegance. Such scholars, in the eyes of the servants of the Ronghua mansion, are perceived as the most easily intimidated. Each year, numerous impoverished scholars flock to the mansion seeking connections and favors, and when encountering such individuals, they are promptly dismissed. Upon alighting from the carriage, Song Xian clasped his fist in greeting, introducing himself as Song Xian. According to their prior arrangement, he had come to escort his cousin, Lin Daiyu, back to her hometown for a family visit, and he requested that the young man convey this message. Miss Lin's relatives? The servant scrutinized Song Xian closely, hesitating before refraining from uttering the words intended to dismiss him. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Please wait a moment. I shall summon the steward." As the servant departed, Song Qian descended from the carriage, gazing at the somewhat weathered yet impressively grand mansion of the Duke, a feeling of envy washing over her. "Brother, how about we acquire a grand house like this in the future?" Song Xian casually remarked, in such places, wealth alone does not suffice, without the requisite status. It would be an overreach. I see. Song Qian's eyes roamed over Song Xian, and she softly replied, Brother, I believe your promotion is progressing rather slowly. Song Xian chuckled softly, choosing to disregard her further. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man approached, flanked by several household servants. Amidst murmurs urging him to proceed at a more leisurely pace, the only one in the Jia residence who could be referred to as the master was presumably the current head of the eldest branch, Jiaxi. Jiaxi, while not particularly capable, possessed a rather formidable temperament and exuded an air of superiority as he scrutinized Song Xian and her companion. He had heard about Lin Daiyu's recent visit to her maternal relatives, yet he paid little heed to it, nor did he concern himself with the status of that family. Now, upon observing that Song Xian and her companion were merely two young individuals, dressed in attire that did not suggest wealth, he felt a twinge of disdain. Who summoned you to fetch someone? Jiaxi inquired, perched on the steps and looking down upon Song Xian and her companion. Song Qian spoke up, the other day. I made arrangements with my cousin to pick her up early this morning. Did she not inform you all? What did she say? Consuming my Jia family's provisions. When has it been her place to dictate terms in the Jia residence? Jiaxi bellowed, enough. You may return, even if she wishes to leave Beijing to visit family. It is I, the Jia family, who shall send someone to escort her. When has it been the prerogative of outsiders like you? With that, he flicked his sleeve disdainfully and shot a haughty glare at the steward. Lu, in the future, do not disturb me with such matters while I am engrossed in my reading. Is the Rongbo mansion a place where anyone can seek to forge connections? Song Qian, her temper flaring, unleashed a torrent of profanity. Even Song Xian, usually mild-mannered, had his expression darken at this moment, raising a hand to restrain the impulsive Song Qian. Calmly stating, stand down. Song Qian cast a sharp glance at Jiaxi, retrieving a concealed dart from her sleeve and raising her hand towards the sky. In an instant, the dart erupted above the Rongbo mansion, bursting forth like a firework, illuminating the air with the resplendent character of Xian. What do you mean? Jiaxi looked up. Noticing the peculiar firework, his expression darkening as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Song Xian. It signifies nothing. Song Xian let out a cold laugh. If you cannot comprehend my words when spoken plainly, then let us adopt a manner of communication that may be more suited to your understanding. As his words echoed, two figures clad in black battle robes, with dark iron blades at their waists, galloped towards him on horseback, halting before the Rongbo mansion amidst the neighing of their steeds. Master Xian, have you issued the command? Song Xian slightly nodded, encountering a bit of trouble and in need of assistance from you all. The two individuals, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, upon hearing this, did not appear daunted. Instead, excitement flickered in their eyes. Xiange, speak up. Whom shall we deal with? No rush, let us wait a moment longer. Shortly thereafter, within less than a teacup's time, the streets of the Rongbo mansion began to fill with the arrival of the Xuan guards, their numbers swelling to the point of nearly crowding the entire street. The gleaming black armor, reflecting the sunlight with a cold glint, and the Xian iron broadswords clashing and resonating with metallic sounds sent shivers through Jiaxi, leaving his mouth dry and his body trembling. It's all a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Is it necessary to create such a grand spectacle? Jiaxi's voice began to quiver. Indeed, fortune had turned against him. He had initially believed these were merely two impoverished relatives of no significant standing. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had inadvertently stirred the hornet's nest of the Xuan guards. Song Xian coldly fixed his gaze upon him. After a prolonged stare, Jiaxi, drenched in a cold sweat, finally spoke in a chilling tone. You have 15 minutes. Either you present the person, or we shall enter and find them ourselves. With that, Song Xian dismissed him from his thoughts and turned to walk away, greeting the supporters who had gathered. This time, 200 to 300 individuals had arrived, mostly comprising third-tier Xian Yiwei who frequented the capital, and they were quite familiar with Song Xian, a master of leisure. Brother Xian, what is the situation? Why such a grand spectacle? Lu Xiaolu inquired with a smile, approaching Song Xian. Song Xian began to explain. We are to take up our posts in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. And on the way, we intended to accompany my cousin home for a family visit. Little did we expect that the Jia residents would treat us with such disdain, refusing to allow us to depart and even verbally humiliating us. In a moment of anger, I called for help, and I apologize for troubling all of you. What trouble could this be? A disciple of the Xianyi guard interjected. Sister Qian, should such an incident arise in the future, please do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Indeed, Sister Qian's affairs are our own. To slight her is to slight us. Just days prior, a notorious thief had plagued Shimen Street, robbing 13 households in succession. If the Jia family chooses to be obstinate, we shall enter and apprehend the miscreant ourselves. Precisely. In a household as affluent as the Jia's, discovering some battle armor or crossbows should be entirely expected. Jiaxi listened to the increasingly alarming chatter of the Xian guards outside, trembling in fear, and bellowed at the butler who stood dazed nearby. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry to the inner residence and inform the matriarch to summon the young lady. If the old duke were still alive, we would not fear such a noble house. However, since his passing, the Jia family has truly fallen from grace, with no influential voice left in the court. Although Jia Zhang of the second branch holds an official title, his position is lowly and devoid of real power. If the Xian guards, those ravenous wolves, have set their sights on us, the Jia family may indeed face dire consequences today. The servants and retainers of the Jia residence were equally terrified. Having grown accustomed to wielding power due to the Jia family's influence, they had never encountered such a formidable situation, and one by one, they rushed to report the news throughout the estate. The first to arrive was Jia Zheng of the second branch. He had already learned the specifics of the unfolding events from the servants. Upon discovering that the Jia family's troubles with the Xian guard stemmed from Jiaxi's disrespectful remarks, he was immediately incensed, his vision clouded with fury. Your esteemed family must be from the Song household, Jia Zheng attempted to explain to Song Xian. When Daiyu visited the Song family, I arranged for her safe passage. My elder brother is unaware of these circumstances and has inadvertently offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Song Xian cast a glance at him, slightly nodding, and said, There are still 15 minutes. Observing Song Xian's blatant disregard, Jia Zheng's expression shifted, and he shot an irritable glare at Jiaxi. Jiaxi felt a sense of unease. As he surveyed the streets filled with Xian guards, anyone would feel apprehensive. If Jia Zheng failed to manage the situation today, given the temperament of those guards, they might very well fabricate a charge and drag him into the imperial prison. Within the inner courtyard of the Jia residence, in the main hall where the matriarch, Grandmother Jia, resided, a number of ladies had gathered, all chirping like swallows. Lin Daiyu sat before Grandmother Jia, her eyes glistening with tears as she absorbed her grandmother's admonitions. My dear, why do you refuse to heed my counsel? The Jiangxia estate is over 1,000 miles from the capital. The road is fraught with bandits and water pirates. If any misfortune befalls you, how shall I explain it to your departed mother? Beside Grandmother Jia stood several fair maidens, who continued to plead. Sister Daiyu, why are you so stubborn? We would never wish you harm. Indeed, those cousins of yours, whom we have yet to meet, how can we trust them? Who knows what kind of enchantments they have cast upon you, that you would place such faith in their words? Lin Daiyu remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Yet her resolve did not waver as she gazed imploringly at her grandmother, hoping that the matriarch would acquiesce to her wish to visit her father in the Jiangxia estate. At that moment, anxiety gripped her heart. According to the arrangement, her cousins should have arrived at the Jia residence, yet Grandmother Jia was still withholding her consent. Without her approval, she could not even step outside the inner courtyard. What if her cousins grew impatient and left? Over the years, she had expressed her desire to visit her father in Jiangxia more than once, but the Jia household had consistently opposed it. This time, she had finally managed to secure an opportunity for herself, and she was unwilling to relinquish it so easily. As splendid as the Jia residence was, it was ultimately not her home. She would prefer to endure hardships alongside her father than to lead a seemingly luxurious life within the Jia household. Akin to a gilded cage devoid of freedom, the feeling of being dependent on others was one she truly despised. At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, and several matrons rushed in, breathless. Matriarch, grave news. Our Jia residence is surrounded by countless Xian guards. What? Grandmother Jia was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to advise her granddaughter Lin Daiyu, who has stirred up trouble outside to attract the Xian guards. It is the eldest master. One of the elder women explained. 2 individuals have arrived outside, claiming to be Miss Lin's cousins, intending to take her to Jiangxia. However, the eldest master spoke rudely, provoking them, and they summoned numerous Xian guards, filling the streets. They warned that if the young lady is not sent out within a quarter of an hour, they will come in to look for her themselves. Upon hearing this, the young ladies in the room were immediately thrown into a state of panic. Matriarch, you must think of a way. I have heard those Xian guards are ruthless and merciless. If they burst in, how will we survive? Realizing that her eldest son Jia she had caused this trouble, Grandmother Jia scolded. What a useless fool. With a resigned sigh, she lamented. Our Rongguo house is truly in decline. In the days of the late Duke, the Xian guards would never have dared to act so brazenly. Looking at the flustered ladies around her, Grandmother Jia turned her gaze to Lin Daiyu, whose eyes, once filled with anticipation, were now gradually settling into calmness. "Yue, do you truly wish to leave?" Lin Daiyu nodded, her silence speaking volumes, her determination evident in her gaze. "Very well." Grandmother Jia waved her hand in resignation. "You have grown up and formed your own opinions. I am old and weary. I cannot and do not wish to interfere. Go." Lin Daiyu surveyed her surroundings, taking in the familiar faces as if to engrave them in her memory. She understood that this farewell might very well be the last time they would meet. Wiping away her tears, she knelt before Grandmother Jia, bowing thrice, then rose and resolutely walked towards the door. This departure would lead her into a vast and uncharted world. Outside lay the realm of adventure. Lin Daiyu's resolve was firm, and her friends, knowing they could not dissuade her, sighed as they went to gather her belongings. "Pinner, once you arrive in Jiangxia, remember to write to us. With you leaving, who knows when we shall meet again? By the time we see our dear sister Daiyu next. She may already be a wife and mother." Lin Daiyu's face flushed at the remark, and she retorted playfully to one girl, "You little rascal. Speak again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. I've been saying. Pinner, how does your cousin look? Is he handsome?" Lin Daiyu hesitated momentarily. "He is acceptable, I suppose, though he works in the Xianyi guard office and may have a bit of a temper." One of them ventured. "They say cousins are a perfect match. Pinner, you are of marrying age now. Do you have no thoughts of such matters?" Lin Daiyu was instantly indignant. "You heartless wretch. Speak another word, and I shall silence you." As the young ladies laughed and joked, they finished packing her belongings and arrived at the Jia residence's entrance. They were immediately intimidated by the formidable presence of the Xianyi guards outside. Seeing Lin Daiyu's figure, Steward Liu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exclaimed joyfully, "Little miss, you have finally arrived. If you had been any later, those fiends would have stormed in." Lin Daiyu ignored him, first offering a slight bow to Jia Zhang, and without a glance at the troublemaking Jia Shi, she strode purposefully to the entrance. Cousin. Lin Daiyu greeted them with a graceful bow. Song Xian assessed the young girl before him, who, despite her tender years, already exuded a nascent beauty that was strikingly extraordinary. He nodded slightly. "They have not given you any trouble, have they?" "No," she replied. "The ancestors and my sisters are quite fond of me. Thus, I engaged in conversation a little longer, causing you and the others to wait. A brief delay is of no consequence." Song Xian waved his hand and said, "Come on. I will take you home." As soon as he finished speaking, his close companions, Dinyo and Ho Zi, exchanged knowing glances with the Xianyi guards behind them. In the next moment, a chorus of voices erupted, "Cousin, brother will take you home." The simultaneous declaration of 100 or so voices resonated like thunder, so loud that not only the people from the Jia residence but even those at the end of the street, drawn by curiosity, could hear it distinctly. Song Xian furrowed his brows and reprimanded, "What are you shouting about?" The monkey chuckled and replied, "Since brother Xian and sister Qian are cousins, she is naturally our cousin as well. Is there any issue with that?" With this, he turned to Lin Daiyu and flashed what he believed to be a benevolent smile, saying, "Cousin, do not fear when trouble arises. We are all your elder brothers and are always here to support you." Song Xian, feeling irritable, kicked him lightly and remarked, "Can't you manage to say a few words without causing a fuss?" He then turned to the bewildered Lin Daiyu and chuckled, "A bunch of uncultured brutes. No need to pay them any mind. Come, we must board the carriage and set off." As he gestured with his hand, a contingent of black-clad guards promptly divided into two neat rows, clearing a path in the center. To an outsider, one might mistake it for a general inspecting his troops. Naturally, Lu Xiaolu and the others took charge of the luggage behind Lin Daiyu, placing it onto the carriage. Meanwhile, Song Qian grasped her little cousin's arm, and the two exchanged a few hushed words before stepping into the carriage. Song Qian leaped up and took his seat at the front of the carriage, wielding the whip as he assumed the role of the coachman. Moments later, the carriage began to move slowly, heading towards the outskirts of the city, following closely behind. A formidable array of black-clad guards trailed in two parallel lines, surrounding the carriage like a protective escort. Once the awe-inspiring black-clad guards had departed, Jia Zhang was the first to speak. "Your cousin, Daiyu, holds considerable prestige among the black-clad guards." Jia Shi, feeling somewhat reassured after the fright he had experienced, huffed disdainfully. "Just a bunch of uncouth brutes, utterly lacking in decorum. Truly disgraceful." Jia Zhang cast a sidelong glance at him, dismissing his remarks, and walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. Jia Shi's expression shifted repeatedly. The day's events had rattled him, and he dared not linger. Hastily making his way to his residence, soaked to the skin, he needed to change quickly, lest he suffer embarrassment at home. As soon as the two gentlemen departed, The young ladies and maids of the Jia household began to chatter excitedly among themselves. Daiu's cousins are truly handsome. Alas, why do I not have such a capable cousin? No wonder Pingo is so determined to leave. If I had a cousin like that, I would surely follow him without hesitation. Oh, you flirt. Are you smitten? Shuh, lower your voices. We can discuss this in the inner courtyard. We mustn't let outsiders overhear. At the inspection bureau, Zhao Dezhong was attending to official business. Outside, a black-clad guard approached swiftly and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhao Dezhong raised his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and inquired, "Is the commotion quite significant?" The guard replied, "Indeed, it is quite considerable. Those on duty nearby have rushed over and surrounded the Rongbo mansion. However, sir, that is the Duke's residence, and with Song Xian causing such a stir, it might reflect poorly in the court. If it's bad, it's bad." Zhao Dezhong waved his hand nonchalantly. "Our reputation among the court is already poor. In fact, if we were too well regarded, the emperor might suspect our loyalty." He continued to peruse the documents, casually remarking, "Young people tend to be impulsive. As long as no lives are lost, it is not a serious matter. You may leave now." "Yes, sir." In the imperial palace, the emperor rose from his reviews of memorials after a long morning, stifling a yawn. Being the emperor was exhausting. There were no holidays, and even sleep was a luxury. He had to address state affairs during the day and then return to soothe the eager concubines at night, though he considered himself resilient. Age was beginning to take its toll. After sipping some ginseng tea, he turned to the elderly eunuch beside him and asked, "Any interesting news from the capital lately?" "Interesting news?" The eunuch paused, then recounted, "The Earl of Loyal Valor has been caught in a scandal. His wife discovered his mistress, and they ended up in a brawl, resulting in a broken leg for the Earl, who won't be able to get out of bed for 3 months. The emperor chuckled. "Ah, the Earl of Loyal Valor. That is hardly surprising. His fierce wife gives me a headache." The eunuch quickly agreed. She is indeed a formidable woman, a daughter of a military family. Her skills and temper are both quite fearsome. The Earl is certainly at her mercy. The emperor laughed. "Aside from that, is there anything else of note?" "Indeed, there is something else," the eunuch replied cautiously. "This morning, the Rongbo mansion was surrounded by the black-clad guards." "Oh?" The emperor's smile faded. "What trouble has the Rongbo mansion stirred with the black-clad guards?" "Your Majesty, it is not a grave matter," the eunuch replied carefully. Lin Rahai's daughter has been residing at the Jia household for some years. She intended to travel south to Mingzhou and Jiangzhou with her cousin. However, the Jia family obstructed her and spoke disrespectfully, which prompted the black-clad guards to intervene. "Ah, that cousin of hers, you should recall, is Song Xian, the one involved in the flower-picking case in Jianghuai recently." "Indeed, it is he." Upon hearing Song Xian's name, the emperor's expression brightened. He held a favorable opinion of this rising star among the black-clad guards. How could he not? After all, that single case had contributed over 1 million taels to the royal treasury. Such capable officials were most welcome. However, a moment later, he furrowed his brow. Lin Rahai's daughter is not faring well in the Jia household? Not poorly, per se. The matriarch of the Jia family dotes on her granddaughter dearly. Yet, despite the Jia household's comforts, it is ultimately not her own home. Living under someone else's roof must be quite uncomfortable. The emperor pondered for a moment. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, Lin Rohai serves as the salt supervisor in Mingzhou and Jiangzhou. I hold him in high regard. Salt management has long been a challenge for our dynasty, and he has alleviated the treasury's burden significantly in recent years. A few days ago, he submitted a memorial indicating that some salt merchants are becoming restless again. The eunuch suggested, "Your Majesty, since Song Xian is going to Jiangzhou to assume a position, should we instruct the black-clad guards to assist Lin Rahai with the salt management?" The emperor waved his hand. "No need to interfere. I will not provide any overt support to Lin Rahai. He is a future candidate for the cabinet. How could he not handle such minor troubles?" After Song Xian drove the horse-drawn carriage out of the city, he set off towards the dock. Given the vastness of the Mingzhou region of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, traveling by land proved excessively arduous, with numerous bandits lurking in the wilderness. Thus, taking to the waterways was decidedly swifter and safer. To be precise, Song Xian and his companions would first embark on a vessel to the estuary and subsequently transfer to a seagoing ship, journeying southward directly to the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. The territory of the Great Zhou dynasty is immensely expansive, to an extraordinary degree. Rather than merely stating that within Great Zhou there are 9 provinces, it is more accurate to say that it governs 9 continents. Each province is comparable to a separate continent, with seas separating them, while the imperial capital serves as the nexus connecting these 9 lands. Song Xian had once meticulously studied maps of the Great Zhou's territory. Discovering that the expanse of this world surpassed that of the Earth he had known in his previous life. Each province's continental plate bore an uncanny resemblance to the Eurasian landmass, to the extent that one might say 9 Eurasian continents had been forcibly amalgamated into a single realm. Ultimately, 3 centuries prior, the illustrious founder of Zhou, Wujing, emerged triumphantly, leading an unstoppable martial army that subdued all 9 continents and established the 9 provinces. The phrase "wherever the sun and moon shine, there lies the territory of Great Zhou" became a tangible reality under the rule of this great leader. Years ago, when Song Xian first beheld the map of the Great Zhou's dominion, he was utterly astonished. For its territory bore a striking resemblance to the grand world of martial arts he had envisioned in a game, even surpassing his own design and intricacy. So profound was his disbelief that he questioned whether he had truly traversed into the realm of his game. Regrettably, it was merely a shared worldview, not an actual transposition into a gaming universe. He had ventured multiple times to certain fabled locations, as per the game's strategies, in search of treasure, only to return empty-handed each time. This ultimately extinguished his fervor for exploring the world, leading him to reside contentedly in the imperial capital, diligently cultivating the pure young Wujing child skill, a pursuit that lasted nearly 2 decades. A few days later, Song Xian and his companions boarded a ship. Embarking southward along the East China Sea, Lin Daiyu experienced a bout of seasickness, spending most of her time confined to her cabin, seldom showing herself above deck. In contrast, Song Qian, a spirited young lady adept in martial arts, was blissfully unaware of the sensation of seasickness and was presently engaging Song Xian on the deck in a lively barbecue. Song Qian possesses remarkable craftsmanship. Having constructed a wooden frame upon which an iron pot is perched, its interior glowing with the warmth of charcoal. Above the pot, several iron skewers are inserted, adorned with lamb purchased prior to boarding, alongside 2 fish caught from the sea, generously sprinkled with cumin, chili, and other seasonings. The enticing aroma of the meat wafts through the air, carried by the sea breeze, soon attracting the attention of passers-by. Among them is a young gentleman, seemingly from a wealthy family, clad in lavish attire of considerable value. He appears to be around 16 or 17 years old, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, presenting a rather refined appearance. This young man is Lin Pingji, someone Song Xian has come to know during their time aboard the ship. Indeed, he is the same Lin Pingji from the smiling, proud wanderer, the unfortunate lad who, in a quest for vengeance for his family, resorted to self-mutilation to cultivate the evil-repelling sword manual. The Lin family operates a well-established escort agency, boasting significant assets in Mingzhou. It is said that their Fuwei escort agency has a presence in nearly every city and town within Mingzhou, providing sustenance for thousands of escorters and various staff members. Lin Jinan, his father and the head of the Fuwei escort agency, has spent years traversing the land, forging numerous connections in both official circles and the martial world. This ship is also a part of the Lin family's enterprises, with Lin Pingji as the young master, tasked with escorting a cargo of goods to the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Upon noticing Lin Pingji approaching, Song Qian cheerfully beckons him over, exclaiming, "Little Lin, come and roast with us for a while." Upon hearing Song Qian's invitation, Lin Pingji displays no offense. Rather, he approaches with a smile, quickly taking a seat by the fire, turning the lamb on the grill while engaging in conversation. "Brother Qian, Sister Qian, you both appear to be practitioners of martial arts as well, don't you?" Sung Suan sat quietly by, gazing serenely at the boundless ocean, and remarked with a faint smile, "I have practiced some self-defense techniques, but they pale in comparison to the 72 paths of the evil-repelling swordplay of your Lin family." The Lin family's evil-repelling swordplay is well regarded throughout Mingzhou, particularly due to the renown of Lin Pingji's grandfather, Lin Yuan II. In his prime, Lin Yuan II, wielding the 72 paths of the evil-repelling swordplay, triumphed over numerous formidable masters in the martial world of Mingzhou, carving out an illustrious reputation. However, in the current generation of Lin Jinan, the swordplay has lost its former brilliance. Though it surpasses ordinary martial arts, it no longer commands the awe that Lin Yuan II once inspired. The martial world believes Lin Jinan possesses mediocre talent, failing to grasp the essence of the evil-repelling swordplay. Only Sung Suan understands that it is not a lack of innate ability on Lin Jinan's part, but rather that he has not cultivated the true essence of the evil-repelling sword manual. A swordplay that lacks authenticity is not worthy of its name, and similarly, Lin Pingji. Song Xian cast a glance at the young lad who was earnestly grilling, occasionally revealing a shy smile. This boy was quite commendable, devoid of the arrogance and hubris often found in the scions of affluent families. Song Xian believed that in the realm of martial arts, it was not imperative to have another Lin Pingxi. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, presenting nothing but water as far as the eye could see. Initially, Song Qian and the others found it curious and amusing. Song Qian even took to leaping onto the water's surface, showcasing her lightness of foot. However, as the days dragged on, after spending over 10 days at sea, even Song Qian, who was usually impatient, began to feel the monotony. One day, the ship docked at a seaside harbor, needing to stay for 2 days to replenish supplies of food and fresh water, allowing for a much-needed respite. Unable to resist the entreaties of Song Qian, Song Xian led her and his younger cousin Lin Daiyu off the boat, intending to explore the nearby towns around the dock. Before disembarking, Song Xian casually inquired if Lin Pingxi would like to join their excursion. Lin Pingxi declined, as the ship owner. He felt obligated to remain aboard with the guards to safeguard the cargo. "You are quite serious for someone so young," remarked Song Qian as they disembarked, offering her praise to Lin Pingxi. At her words, a smile blossomed on his face, and he flushed with a warmth akin to that of a maiden, prompting a fit of laughter from Song Qian. Not far from the dock lay a village. As they wandered, they soon arrived at this lively locale, where the sounds of drums and the spirited notes of the Xuan echoed, creating an atmosphere of festivity. "Shall we go in for a closer look?" Song Qian casually suggested. "Yes, let us go," exclaimed Song Qian, her love for lively gatherings evident. Lin Daiyu softly added, "I have no objections, cousin may decide as he sees fit." Song Qian smiled as he cast a glance over her, leaving Lin Daiyu feeling somewhat perplexed. "Cousin, why are you looking at me?" Song Qian chuckled, remarking that the servants of the Rongbua mansion spoke of Miss Lin as if her words were as sharp as knives, leaving no room for anyone to gain an advantage. "Indeed, as the saying goes, hearing is but a mere illusion. My cousin does not appear to be the formidable person one might expect." Lin Daiyu offered a wry smile, expressing that in her precarious position as a guest under someone else's roof, if she did not adopt a stronger demeanor, how could she possibly maintain her dignity amidst the lofty aristocracy of the Jia family? Were life to be tranquil and harmonious, who would wish to engage in verbal sparring or cunning maneuvers with them? This notion bears its own truth. Song Xian nodded. As the group engaged in conversation, they arrived at the village entrance and noticed a few individuals approaching. Several elderly villagers hastened to greet them, perhaps due to the fine attire of Song Xian and his companions, indicating their distinguished status. The elders did not dare to be negligent. One of them, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "May I ask from where these esteemed guests have come?" Song Xiangong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "We have traveled from the capital and noticed the lively atmosphere here, so we decided to take a look." "Good sir, what joyous occasion is being celebrated in the village?" "Ah, it appears we have esteemed guests from the capital." The elder's laughter was hearty, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to diminish momentarily. "Today marks the wedding of my son. Would you noble guests do us the honor of entering the village to partake in some refreshments? I trust we will not be imposing on you." "Not at all." After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Xian clasped his fists and said, "Then I shall not impose any longer. We will enter and partake in the joyous atmosphere." Following the elder, they ventured into the village and were led to a somewhat dilapidated yet impeccably clean courtyard. In the yard, 7 or 8 tables adorned with feast were set, and numerous guests had already gathered. The 3 were guided by the elder to the principal seat. Once seated, Song Xian and his companions observed the groom and bride performing their ceremonial bow to heaven and earth. The simultaneous sounds of firecrackers and musical instruments filled the air. Although somewhat cacophonous, it radiated a festive spirit. After the ceremonial rites concluded, the serving of dishes and wine commenced. The wine, a locally brewed rice wine, accompanied by a modest selection of dishes primarily consisting of common vegetables. The only notable dish was the final serving of pork knuckle, which was swiftly devoured by the fellow diners at the table. Song Xian discreetly conducted an inspection, confirming the absence of poison, before signaling to Song Qian and her companion that they could commence their meal. After a brief period of dining, the 2 newcomers retreated to their chamber to change into fresh attire. Under the guidance of the elder, they began to offer toasts to the guests present. It is worth mentioning that the customs of the Great Zhou dynasty are relatively liberal, aside from the more stringent rules observed by affluent families. Ordinary peasant households do not impose excessive formalities regarding marriage. After the bride has performed the ceremonial rites, she is not required to remain confined to her chamber. Rather, she is permitted to accompany her husband in toasting the guests. As esteemed guests hailing from the imperial capital, Song Xian and the 2 newcomers first offered their respects to the village elders before presenting a toast to them. The groom, a robust and sturdy farmer, possessed a rather unrefined appearance, while the bride, though her skin lacked the desired pallor, boasted delicate and refined features. At this moment, both were filled with anticipation as they gazed at Xuan. The groom's father, a somewhat anxious elder, nervously wrung his hands and inquired, "Noble guest, could you perhaps impart some words of blessing for my son?" After downing a cup of liquor, Xuan smiled and proclaimed, 10 years of cultivation leads to sharing a boat. 100 years of cultivation leads to sharing a pillow. In the vast sea of humanity, to encounter one another is akin to millennia of fate intertwined. I wish the two of you a lifetime of love and companionship. Excellent. Among the gathered guests, applause and cheers erupted, although they were uncertain as to what made the words so commendable. Nevertheless, coming from a distinguished individual from the imperial capital, such blessings were undoubtedly cherished. The elder, overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Xuan, whose genuine kindness made him feel a touch embarrassed by the unpretentiousness of the villagers. As dusk approached, Xuan graciously declined the elder's offer of hospitality for the night and, bidding farewell to the newlyweds, made his way towards the county town, which lay over 10 miles distant. Upon arriving in the county town, he sought out an inn, where he partook in a modest evening meal before reserving 2 rooms to retire for the night. Lin Daiyu and Xuan shared a room, but throughout the night, Lin Daiyu tossed and turned, which began to irritate Xuan, who playfully flicked her forehead. "You little imp, why are you awake at this hour? What are you pondering?" Lin Daiyu showed no sign of fatigue, her eyes sparkling in the night. "Cousin, I have lived in the Rongbo mansion since childhood. Yet this is my first experience staying in an inn, and I feel somewhat anxious." "What is there to be anxious about?" Xuan yawned. "Are you worried that a rogue might break in and tarnish your virtue?" As she spoke, she appraised Lin Daiyu, adding, "With your delicate limbs. Even if a rogue had intentions, he would likely choose to target me first." She puffed out her chest, seemingly quite pleased with herself. Lin Daiyu was at a loss for words, sensing that her cousin appeared to relish the thought of such an encounter. At times, she found her cousin's thought processes bewilderingly peculiar, often unable to fathom what truly occupied her mind. "Cousin, where did you hear that saying from my brother about 10 years of cultivation leading to sharing a boat, and 100 years leading to sharing a pillow?" Throughout the night, Lin Daiyu mulled over these words, finding them increasingly profound with each contemplation. It was hard to imagine that such sentiments, imbued with notions of karmic interconnection, could emanate from someone like her brother, a mere martial artist. "Ah, I heard that when I was a child from my brother," she recalled. Xuan reminisced, recalling a tale her brother once told, known as the legend of the white snake. "Have you heard of this story?" Lin Daiyu shook her head. Upon witnessing this, Xuan was immediately filled with a sense of superiority. "They say you are a talented woman, yet it seems your reading has been rather insufficient. Allow me to narrate to you a tale that begins on the distant Qicheng mountain." The following morning, Lin Daiyu, sporting dark circles under her eyes, listlessly consumed her breakfast. Xuan had not slept a wink throughout the night, yet being a practitioner of martial arts, she was accustomed to enduring several sleepless nights without displaying any signs of fatigue. "Are you unaccustomed to sleeping at the inn?" Xuan inquired, sipping on his soybean pudding. Lin Daiyu replied somewhat sheepishly, having been so engrossed in the tales that she implored her cousin to recount the legend of Madame White Snake for half the night. And by the time the story concluded, dawn had already broken. "Let us stroll around the town for a while. You may find something that piques your interest. In the afternoon, we shall return to the boat, and you can catch up on your sleep then." Xuan briefly outlined the day's plans and then fell silent. As for the youth, staying up all night is hardly a matter of great concern. He can comprehend the occasional indulgence. After enjoying breakfast and checking out of their lodging, the group strolled around the county town. As they passed near the county office, they were met with the resounding sound of drums. Is someone beating the drum to voice their grievances? Xuan curiously gazed towards the county office and was astonished to discover that the drummer was someone they recognized indeed. It was the bride who had toasted them the previous night. However, in this moment, the bride appeared to be in a dire state. Her clothing tattered and her hair disheveled, with evident bruises marring her arms and legs, and clear marks of slaps visible on her face. Soon, the drumming ceased, and a constable rushed out from the office, dragging the bride into the grand hall, where soon thereafter, piercing screams echoed from within. The disregard for human life was appalling. A complete loss of conscience. "Wretched officials, may you meet your just end," accompanied by the sharp sound of slapping. On the street, bystanders witnessed this scene and shook their heads in lamentation, pondering what this woman was thinking. How could she dare to seek justice from the very county office that would rather evade her? Some seemed to possess knowledge of the situation, remarking, "I heard there have been several homicides in Xuan village. This woman must be a survivor who came to report the incidents. What a tragedy. Falling into the hands of Sun Bapi, she will be lucky to escape with her life. Listening to the murmurs around her, Song Qian's expression changed. And she turned to Song Qian, asking, "Brother, should we intervene?" "Yes." Song Qian's expression grew solemn. The newlyweds who had toasted him at their wedding the previous night were now entangled in a murder case. Since this matter had arisen, it was imperative to take action. Upon arriving at the county office, a few constables obstructed his path. Among them, a man who resembled a head constable did not spare a glance at Song Qian. His gaze was fixated on Song Qian and Lin Daiyu, darting between the two. Song Qian, weary of idle chatter, kicked him aside and strode forward. An assault on the government office. Inside the county office, upon witnessing this scene, several other officials hastily brandished their clubs and rushed out. However, Song Qian effortlessly seized a stick and, with a swift motion, sent the obstructing henchmen tumbling with each strike. "Who are you to storm the county office? Do you intend to rebel?" On the platform, the corpulent county magistrate hurriedly rose, shouting to the remaining officials outside, "Quickly summon the county lieutenant to apprehend these scoundrels." Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when Song Qian dispatched the outside officials with a single blow, leaving them sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Song Qian's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, grasping the neck of the corpulent county magistrate and lifting him into the air. Yet, in the next moment, he cast the man aside with a sense of revulsion, planting a foot upon his portly visage. Song Qian stepped forward, assisting the bride who had just endured a beating. She tenderly brushed the bride's disheveled hair and gently inquired, "Do you still remember us?" The bride stared blankly at Song Qian, her once stolid gaze gradually regaining its luster. Tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "They're all gone, sister. My entire family is gone." Song Qian gently wiped away her tears and reassured her, "Do not be anxious. Speak slowly. Rest assured, we are here, and we shall ensure that justice is served." The bride, weeping, recounted the events of the previous night. After the banquet had concluded and the villagers had departed, two individuals unexpectedly arrived at the doorstep, a young man and an elderly gentleman in his 50s. The young man claimed to be the son of the county lord, stating that he had missed his inn while wandering and sought refuge for the night at our home. My father-in-law, being kind-hearted, welcomed them to stay. Little did we know, they were not human, but beasts. As she spoke, the bride's face contorted with rage and hatred. At the stroke of midnight, when I should have been in my bridal chamber, my husband was brutally slain by the elderly man accompanying the county lord's son. Subsequently, the two of them violated me. My in-laws, hearing the commotion, rushed to investigate, only to be mercilessly beaten to death. Even my 9-year-old brother-in-law was not spared. That old fiend crushed his skull with a single blow. Song Qian furrowed his brow and asked, "They did not kill you?" "No," came the reply. "They left at dawn. And the county magistrate's son told me to feel free to report them. He relishes the sight of others ensnared in despair. With no way to heaven and no door to earth." Song Qian kicked the portly man at his feet, speaking in a cold tone, "You are aware of this matter, aren't you?" The stout man wore an expression of deep conflict, yet as he felt the increasing pressure of Song Qian's foot, his mental defenses crumbled entirely. "Yes, I know. That young master from the prefecture came to me early this morning, saying he had stirred up some trouble in the village below and needed my assistance in cleaning up the mess. Upon inquiry, I discovered there had been several homicides. And crucially, one witness had survived. The young master mentioned he had quite enjoyed himself last night and was particularly fond of the bride's spirited nature, instructing me to concoct a reason to detain her until he could return at a later time. I assure you, I did not commit the killings. I am not involved in this. I was merely following orders. Please, do not kill me. I beg you." Song Qian gazed at the bride and said, "My lady, do you wish for him to live or to perish?" "Perish. I desire his demise." Song Qian slightly nodded, "As you wish." In the next moment, he raised his foot and stomped down with great force. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered. The county magistrate had yet to utter a sound before his neck was crushed beneath a single footfall. The act was executed with such decisiveness and efficiency that both Lin Daiyu and the bride were left utterly stunned. "Cousin, you have directly slain a court official. Will you not encounter trouble?" "Indeed, there may be some complications." Song Qian pulled out several black silk scarves from his bosom and said, "Thus, I kindly ask everyone to join me in a daring escapade as highwayman." After covering his face, Song Qian glanced at the bride and continued, "Let us proceed to your home to assess the situation, and thereafter, we shall address the subsequent matters." Song Qian uttered not a word of superfluous speech. She swiftly lifted the bride, her body marred by countless wounds, and hastened outside. With a delicate push of her toes against the ground, she summoned her lightness of foot, leaping effortlessly onto the rooftop. Thereafter, like an agile monkey, she darted from one rooftop to another, vanishing from sight at the end of the street within mere breaths. Within the county office, Song Xian cast a glance at Lin Daiyu. Her face, obscured by a black veil, bore a faint blush as she whispered, "Cousin, do slow down. I fear I might faint." Before she could finish her sentence, she found herself hoisted onto Song Xian's shoulder. The next moment, a fierce wind howled past her ears. The gusts were so powerful that Lin Daiyu struggled to keep her eyes open. Her mind consumed by a singular thought. It was all happening far too swiftly. In the courtyard that had been bustling with activity just yesterday, a gruesome ambience now permeated the air. Several corpses lay strewn across the ground, swarming flies buzzing about in a chaotic dance, rendering the scene profoundly unsettling. Outside the courtyard, a cluster of villagers gathered, though they dared only to observe from a distance, fearful of stepping inside, lest they unwittingly become ensnared in the peril that lay within. When Song Xian and his companions arrived at this place, they could still faintly hear the gossip of certain meddlesome women. I have long stated that the daughter-in-law of the old Zhang family possesses a beguiling demeanor, which bodes ill. See, now she has indeed encountered misfortune. Truly, she is a harbinger of calamity, having caused the demise of her husband's entire family on the very day of their wedding. Why is it that she herself remains unscathed? It is rumored she went to report to the authorities. Who can say whether it was to report or merely to seize the opportunity to escape? In my opinion, it was she who lured her paramour, leading to the downfall of the old Zhang family. With a clang, the veiled Song Qian held the bride with one hand and unsheathed her long sword with the other. The cold light of the blade emanated an aura of chill beneath the sun, its tip pointed directly at the gossipy women in the distance. Despite the audacity of these women to spread rumors about everyone in the village, upon encountering someone like Song Qian, who would unsheath her sword at the slightest provocation, they all instantly shrank back in fear. Without a word from Song Qian, they scattered in disarray. Do not pay them any heed, just ignore those gossip-mongers, Song Qian reassured. The bride appeared pale, merely shaking her head gently, remaining silent. Soon, Song Qian, carrying Lin Daiyu, darted past several fleeting shadows at the village entrance. And with a swift motion, he set her down outside the courtyard. Just as she was released, his little cousin let out a cry and retched. Song Qian shot her brother a glance, perplexed. She could not fathom how such an insensitive brother could have so completely ensnared sister Lu Qingxue. Song Qian stepped into the courtyard, briefly examining the lifeless body, confirming the victim had met a violent end. He beckoned to Song Qian, urging her to act. Do not linger in shock. Having known them, let us grant them a peaceful rest. In a small grove outside the village, Song Qian poured a jar of wine over several freshly turned graves. Old friend, I have united you and your beloved in eternal rest. And beside you lie your two sons. On the road to the underworld, you shall not be alone. Rest assured, you honored me with your hospitality, and I shall seek justice on your behalf. The wretched souls responsible will face their reckoning. The bride remained silent throughout, quietly burning paper offerings at the graves of her in-laws and her husband. Once the yellow paper was entirely consumed, she turned and knelt before Song Qian. Benefactor, I may lack education and eloquence, but I vow that in our next lives, my husband and I shall toil endlessly to repay your kindness. As she spoke, she gazed intently at Song Qian, as if to etch his visage into the depths of her soul. Benefactor, those who took my family from me, will they meet their end? Song Qian nodded, declaring that none would escape. The bride forced a smile, and then she began to bow repeatedly. As she continued, her body fell silent. Song Qian hurriedly approached to examine her. She noticed black blood trickling from the corners of the bride's mouth. It was evident that her spirit had departed. She had taken poison to end her own life. It seemed she had prepared the poison before going to the county office to drum for justice. Song Qian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she reached into her bosom to retrieve a small vial containing the elixir bestowed by the Xianyi guard, renowned for its efficacy in healing various ailments. She pondered whether this potion could counteract the poison, if only. Song Qian reached out to stop her. It was futile. She had made up her mind to die, and living was merely a torment for her. Song Qian's lips twitched as she silently retracted the elixir, muttering a profanity once uttered by Song Qian. What a damn futile society. After venting her frustration, she began to dig a grave, interring the newlyweds together. Once she completed her task, she took a deep breath. Brother, shall we follow the procedure or proceed with the execution directly? Song Qian cast a glance at the newly erected grave, reflecting on how just yesterday he had bestowed blessings upon a newlywed couple, wishing them a century of harmonious union, only to find them all perish today. The thought of this filled him with a chilling sense of resolve. The process was dragging on too slowly. With time pressing upon them as they journeyed southward, he decided to take decisive action. Very well. Song Qian instinctively wrapped her arms around her younger cousin's waist. I shall escort you back to the ship. The scenes that follow may be somewhat gruesome. Lin Daiyu shook her head. Cousin, let us stay together. Until I witness that scoundrel's demise with my own eyes, I shall find no peace. Song Qian turned her head to glance at her brother, inquiring. Should we bring it along? Yes, let us take it with us, he replied. Song Qian remarked indifferently, since you do not wish to be a caged bird. Such matters will inevitably come your way in due time. The world of martial arts has never been as idyllic as you might envision. In the afternoon, a gentle drizzle fell from the heavens, and the streets were sparsely populated, with passers-by hurriedly making their way home to seek refuge from the rain. Leaving hardly a soul in sight, Song Qian and his companions held a paper umbrella, as if strolling through the rain, arriving at the entrance of a grand estate. Song Qian whispered, I have inquired thoroughly. This is indeed the estate of the governor's son. Someone spotted him arriving here earlier in the morning. Song Qian did not inquire about how she had gathered the information, just as Song Qian never questioned him about the specific internal cultivation techniques he practiced. Raising his gaze to the overcast horizon, Song Qian withdrew a black veil from his sleeve to conceal his visage. Brother, wearing this mask should prevent the exposure of my identity, shouldn't it? It serves a modest purpose, but is primarily intended to cultivate the habit of discreetly concealing one's identity. Song Qian let out a cold laugh. As for exposing his identity, once everyone was eliminated, there would be no fear of revelation. This weather was most suitable for committing murder. A downpour could wash away most traces. Glancing at the tightly shut courtyard gate, he stepped forward, stating as he walked, You keep an eye on my cousin. If anyone escapes, regardless of age or gender, eliminate them all. Perhaps due to the rain. There was no one on guard outside the estate. Song Qian approached the gate, stared for a moment, and concentrated his pure yang Wujing internal energy into his palm. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. Wood splintered, dust billowed, and the seemingly solid, heavy gate shattered like fragments. Though he could have easily scaled the wall, he chose to break through the door, revealing the extent of his fury. The sound of the door's destruction alerted the servants and guards within the courtyard. As the son of a county magistrate, he had gathered a motley crew of various characters outside. Some bore the rough aura of the underworld, and upon seeing Song Qian storm into the estate alone, they unsheathed their blades and charged at him without hesitation. Observing the 4 or 5 rushing towards him, Song Qian abruptly spun his paper umbrella. In an instant, the droplets on the umbrella shot forth like bullets, followed by a series of thuds as several fell to the ground. Song Qian advanced through the blood-soaked ground. A solitary hand grasping an umbrella, his countenance an icy mask, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, fixating intently on a pale-faced young man not far away. Who are you? The young man, his steps faltering and his complexion ashen, quivered slightly, retreating behind the few remaining guards with a hint of trepidation. Song Qian cast a detached glance at him and remarked, Do you still recall what transpired last night? Upon hearing these words, the young man's complexion changed dramatically, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Is that wretched woman seeking revenge on your behalf? What benefits has she promised you? I shall offer you double. No, I shall grant you tenfold. Song Qian let out a cold laugh, declaring that the reward offered was beyond their means. As her words fell, she suddenly clenched her hand, causing the paper umbrella in her grasp to explode with a deafening roar. In an instant, the fragments of paper shot forth like blades, ruthlessly tearing through the few remaining guards in the courtyard, leaving them grievously wounded. Old Zhou, save me, please. The young governor's son, with numerous paper shards embedded in his body, lay amidst a pool of blood. Though his situation appeared dire, he was not yet dead, but rather desperately calling out to a particular room. The room remained eerily silent, seemingly devoid of life. Yet, Song Qian stood her ground. Her gaze icy as she addressed the unseen occupant. You have hidden for so long. Will you not reveal yourself? The creaking sound of the door being pushed open followed. And in the next moment, an elderly man clad in black emerged, his expression grave. He did not spare a glance at the lifeless body on the ground or the wailing governor's son, but instead regarded Song Qian with evident trepidation. Your strength is formidable, and I have no desire to engage you in battle, he stated, gesturing towards the fallen governor's son. If you wish to end his life, I shall not intervene. Let us maintain our distance from one another, shall we? Song Qian shook his head, stating, I have made a promise to someone. Damned if anyone escapes. It seems there is no room for negotiation. The old man in black, with a chilling expression, replied, I am Qing Tian Shou Tai Lai. Having traversed the martial world for decades, though your strength is formidable, Even if you manage to slay me, you may not emerge unscathed. Is it truly worth it for a common woman? Song Xian remained silent, his right hand already gripping the hilt of his sword. The murderous intent in his gaze causing Zhou Tailai to feel a constriction in his breath. Thus, let death be bestowed upon me. Zhou Tailai took the initiative to strike. Transforming his palm into a claw, his 5 fingers curling like talons, emanating a chilling luminescence at their tips. One could faintly discern the dark inner energy swirling around his fingertips. His claw technique was exceedingly formidable, even tearing the air with a resounding crack. Leaping high like a mythical bird, he lunged towards Song Xian's throat with a menacing strike. Undoubtedly, should this claw connect, it could effortlessly tear the trachea from the body. Whoosh! The figure of Song Xian was like a specter. In a fleeting moment, his silhouette bizarrely darted several zhang away, seamlessly evading the adversary's claw that could rend gold and split stone. With a resonant clink, the sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed. Zhou Tailai, startled as his claw grasped nothing but air, had not yet steadied himself to shift his stance when he heard the piercing sound of the blade, prompting him to look up urgently. What met his gaze was a resplendent crimson light. In an instant, the scarlet radiance flashed past him, leaving Zhou Tailai momentarily frozen. His expression one of bewilderment as he fixated on the long sword at Song Xian's waist, which had drawn and returned to its sheath without his notice. Sword chi? Zhou Tailai's voice emerged hoarsely. Song Xian nodded in understanding. So it was. Zhou Tai's eyes revealed a sense of relief. The ability to unleash sword energy was a skill possessed only by innate martial artists. To perish under the sword of such a master was not a futile existence. Boom. In the next instant, his body split apart from the center of his brow, cleaving from top to bottom, right down to his groin, with a tearing sound. The sword energy had severed him in twain, perfectly symmetrical, even the part beneath was no exception. With one stroke. Song Xian's murderous intent waned somewhat as he turned to gaze at the young lord on the ground, who was losing consciousness from excessive blood loss. Cousin, at that moment. Song Qian approached with Lin Daiyu. The young cousin, somewhat anxious, asked, "Can I kill this scoundrel?" Song Xian cast her a surprised glance. Could this truly be the Lin Mei, who weeps for the flowers in the melancholy of spring and autumn? Are you not afraid? Lin Daiyu did not respond verbally, but rather demonstrated her resolve through action. She picked up a long knife from the ground, her trembling hands gripping the blade. After a moment of steadying her aim, she plunged the knife into the chest of the provincial governor's son. Having accomplished this, she released her grip, her complexion paling as she stepped aside, breathing heavily. Song Xian approached her, and Lin Daiyu managed to reveal a faint smile. Now we are in the same boat, cousin. You need not worry about me disclosing any matters. Song Xian waved his hand, dismissing the notion. You are overthinking. I harbor no doubts about your future intentions to betray. Lin Daiyu shook her head in response, saying, Cousin trusts me, which reflects your magnanimity. However, I must also be sensible and fulfill my responsibilities. Song Xian gazed deeply at her, then lifted his eyes to the curtain of rain that connected heaven and earth, unable to suppress a smile. Let us proceed. We must continue our journey today. If we delay any longer, that young fellow Lin Pingji will surely be anxious with worry. Song Qian inquired, Brother. This scoundrel acts with impunity, surrounded by a throng of vile minions. It is evident that the county magistrate is no paragon of virtue either. Shall we simply let them go unpunished? Song Qian shook his head, stating that it would take several days to reach the county city. And there was no time to spare. He decided to make a note of the accounts and would address them when he found the opportunity later. Song Qian's tone paused for a moment, filled with a chilling intent as he declared, When the time permits, I shall annihilate his entire family. After the rain, the air was imbued with a hint of dampness. Song Qian stood on the somewhat damp deck, watching the ship gradually sail away from the shore. He felt the mingling of the salty sea breeze with the fragrant scents of the flowers and trees along the coastline, which brought him a sense of tranquility and liberation, as if his entire being had been emptied of burdens. With each battle, his comprehension of martial arts became increasingly lucid, and he even sensed a subtle connection between his spirit and the vastness of the universe. In a moment of enlightenment, he realized that when his entire consciousness could thoroughly merge with the surrounding heavens and earth, reaching an exquisite level of perception, that would mark the day he ascended to the innate realm. Song Qian stood with her hands behind her back, her black robe billowing in the wind. Observing Song Qian with a detached demeanor that radiated an aura of indifference, deterring anyone from approaching. During this moment of enlightenment for her elder brother, no one was permitted to draw near, not even her cousin, who shared the same vessel. This stance lasted for over 2 hours. And by the time Song Qian regained his focus, the sky had completely darkened. Song Qian's icy demeanor instantly dissipated, revealing a radiant smile as she exclaimed, Brother, I am hungry. I desire barbecue. All right. Song Xian smiled gently and turned to glance at Lin Pingji in the distance. Pingji, please bring over the barbecue grill I prepared a couple of days ago, and also have someone deliver 2 jars of wine. Lin Pingji was a sincere young man. He quickly set up the grill, arranged the charcoal stove, and had various vegetables and lamb and beef prepared, without needing Song Xian to say a word. He cheerfully began to grill. Song Xian praised, "You are truly someone who knows how to live life. I foresee you will make a wonderful husband in the future." Lin Pingji, feeling somewhat embarrassed and blushing, replied, "Brother Xian, it is evident that you are not an ordinary person. You must be quite popular among the ladies in the capital, am I right?" Song Xian gently patted his shoulder, remarking on the young man's discerning eye, suggesting that they should enjoy a concert together when time permits. How could I let Brother Song treat me? It must be my treat. Upon uttering these words, he sensed an immediate dissonance, realizing that both Song Qian and Lin Daiyu were casting disdainful glances in their direction. Flustered, he hastily clarified, "No, that's not what I meant. In truth, I have never been to such a place. You are far too concerned with the opinions of others." Song Qian smiled and said, "Although your Lin family engages in commerce, a security agency differs from ordinary merchants. It necessitates interactions with both the underworld and the law, straddling the realms of trade and the martial world. In your profession, while it is prudent to heed others' opinions, one must not take them at face value. It is wise to consider different perspectives, yet one should not become overly concerned. When one becomes too preoccupied with the views of others, one loses their sense of self. If one's life is perpetually swayed by external judgments, what meaning does it hold?" Lin Pingji appeared contemplative, yet ultimately shook his head. "I do not quite understand." Song Xian smiled lightly, remarking that, in essence, one ought to follow their true intentions. As for right and wrong, such judgments can often be elusive. To follow one's heart? Does that imply acting solely on whims, retaliating against those who provoke me? Perhaps, Song Xian chuckled. Lin Daiyu interjected, "Cousin, while it is easy to speak of following one's heart, the practice proves to be quite challenging. In this life, how can one exist without any constraints? Even the emperor must have desires that remain unfulfilled. Just because the emperor cannot achieve certain things does not imply that my brother is incapable as well." Song Qian took a bite of the grilled skewer, and while swallowing, she mumbled, "Let me tell you, cousin, my brother is destined to become the greatest in the world. Once he is invincible, he can do as he pleases. Even if he wishes to marry 100 wives, no one would dare utter a word of dissent." Song Qian looked at her with a mixture of irritation and amusement, remarking that even during a meal, she could not be silenced. "I am as steadfast as iron. I cannot possibly marry so many wives." "Indeed." Song Qian nodded in agreement. 100 would be excessive, 3 or 5 would suffice. However, our Song family has a long tradition of being heirs, and the responsibility of carrying on the lineage rests upon you, dear brother. Observing the playful banter between the siblings, Lin Pingji felt a twinge of envy. "Song brother, you must hold a significant status in the capital, am I correct? May I inquire what your professions are?" "We serve in the local government," Song Xian replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of his wine. "Ah, individuals from the officialdom," Lin Pingji remarked with a smile. "My father often advises me to engage with those in power. It is quite fortuitous that I have encountered you both. Song brother, if I find myself in need of assistance in the capital, may I seek your help? Come now, we are friends. Such formalities are unnecessary." Song Xian pointed to Song Qian and said, "In the future, if you encounter any issues in the capital, just mention my sister Qian's name. It will undoubtedly be effective." "Ah?" Lin Pingji was taken aback. "Sister Qian, is that formidable? She also works in the government office?" "Indeed." Song Xian tore off a piece of lamb leg and took a bite, saying, "Speaking of which, we are assigned to the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces this time. It seems we may not stay in the capital for the next few years. The capital may not be of much assistance, but there is still some influence around Jiangsu and Zhejiang." Lin Pingji exclaimed with excitement, "Our Lin family has considerable interest in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and it is quite close to the headquarters of the Fuwei Escort Agency. Brother Song, if you are going there for your assignment, it will be much easier for us to stay in touch. By the way, where is your office located? Once this escort mission is over, I would love to come and visit you, although I imagine you might not be too keen on that." Song Qian chuckled. "Do you dare to visit the office of the Xianyi guards?" "Ah?" Lin Pingji was momentarily taken aback, and then, awkwardly smiling, he straightened his previously relaxed posture, casting a somewhat apprehensive glance at Song Qian. "Brother Song, you are one of the Xianyi guards?" "Indeed. Are you frightened?" "Perhaps a little." Lin Pingji replied with a somewhat forced smile. "I had always imagined the Xianyi guards as fearsome figures, But I never expected someone as gentle as you, Brother Song. The Xianyi guards are merely human. We are not as terrifying as you might think. In fact, our primary focus is on individuals from the martial world and the bureaucratic class. We do not trouble the ordinary folk. I see, Lin Pingji remarked. I do not know much about the Xianyi guards. I only knew them to be an institution capable of silencing the cries of children. Hearing you speak, Brother Song, it seems they are more approachable than other governmental offices. Song Xian waved his hand, saying, what I express may not necessarily be correct. It is essential for you to form your own judgment. One cannot simply believe everything others say. Sometimes what is heard may not be true, and what is seen may also be misleading. Before taking action, it is prudent to contemplate the consequences and not act impulsively, as it may lead to dire troubles for both yourself and your family. Lin Pingji sensed an underlying message in Song Xian's words, as if he were alluding to something. However, after careful reflection, he realized that he had not acted rashly during this period. Moreover, he had begun to take the reins of the family business, learning to navigate dealings with others, so he believed he had committed no errors. At that moment, he merely smiled, thinking that Song Xian, being a bureaucrat, was simply inclined to impart wisdom and likely had no ulterior motives. Perhaps he was overthinking the matter. In Jiacheng County, the county magistrate gazed at the lifeless body laid out in the courtyard, his eyes cold and full of rage, as if he were ready to devour his adversaries. His son had merely gone to the nearby county for a brief holiday, yet upon his return, he was nothing but a corpse. The grief of burying a child, despite his high status, shook him to his core. Have you uncovered anything? He asked, wiping away tears as he turned to the captain of the guards behind him. My lord, the rain that day was torrential, washing away all traces, rendering the scene virtually uninvestigable, the captain replied. This time, both the young master and his guards perished, and even masters like old Shou fell beneath the blade. The perpetrator is undoubtedly a renowned expert within the martial world. My lord, this matter surpasses our jurisdiction and must be reported to the Xianyi guard for resolution. The magistrate clenched his fists, seething, once again. It is the work of those from the martial world. Their lawlessness is a result of the emperor's excessive leniency. Such unruly individuals ought to be eradicated completely. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, document all findings meticulously. I shall report to the Xianyi guard tomorrow. Those ruffians of the martial world may elude my grasp, but others will come to deal with them. After a hearty meal, the group gradually dispersed, just as Song Xian prepared to return to the cabin for rest. Lin Daiyu called out to him unexpectedly. Is there something you wish to discuss? Song Xian turned to inquire. Nothing of great importance, Lin Daiyu replied, her eyes sparkling like stars as she smiled gently. It seems my cousin holds quite an affinity for Lin Pingji? Song Xian nodded, feeling a semblance of fondness. Throughout my life, I have encountered numerous individuals, many of whom profess to be gentlemen, yet the majority are mere hypocrites. However, in light of Lin Pingji's current sincerity, he can indeed be regarded as a true gentleman. Of course, I am only speaking of the present. What the future holds remains uncertain. So, cousin, do you consider yourself a gentleman? Me? Song Xian chuckled. Have you ever encountered a gentleman who would so readily resort to slaughtering an entire family? Lin Daiyu pondered for a moment, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, she inquired, cousin, you are quite different from the warriors I have in mind. You seem to have a fondness for reading. Song Xian reminisced about the treasured ancient texts within his residence, nodding slightly, acknowledging that he would occasionally indulge in their pages during his leisure. Upon hearing this, Lin Daiyu's eyes sparkled with interest, and she eagerly inquired, May I ask which books you typically peruse, cousin? He replied, My reading habits are rather eclectic. Whenever a book is within my sight, I seize the opportunity to immerse myself in its content, without confining myself to any specific genre. Song Xian indeed possesses a profound fondness for reading. In his previous life, during moments of ennui, he could find great enjoyment even in perusing the instruction manual for a screwdriver for an extended period. In this feudal era, where entertainment options are significantly more limited than in his past life, engaging in literature, practicing martial arts, and listening to music constitute his rare forms of leisure. I wonder if his cousin has delved into the realm of poetry, prose, and the literary compositions required for the imperial examinations? Song Xian waved his hand, stating that the Song family is a hereditary clan of the Xianyi guards, and thus he has been distanced from the scholarly pursuits of the civil service examination since birth. His studies have always been purely driven by personal interest. Once he has read, comprehended, and understood, that suffices for him. As for the meticulous analysis of language and the crafting of structured essays, such endeavors hold little significance for him. At this moment, it seemed that Song Xian recalled something. And with a smile he remarked, I cannot quite remember where I encountered this. But it has been said that the journey of reading encompasses 3 realms for those who aspire to grand accomplishments and profound knowledge. Last night, the western wind withered the verdant trees. Alone, I ascended the tall building, gazing far into the horizon. This represents the first realm. The belt grows gradually loose. Yet I have no regrets. For her, I have withered away to a mere shadow of myself. This signifies the second realm. In the crowd, I searched for her 1,000 times. Suddenly, upon turning back, there she stood amidst the dim light. This delineates the third realm. Initially, one may grasp the superficial meaning. Rote memorizing to achieve a modest success. Progressing further, one becomes adept at flexible application, eloquent and persuasive, attaining a measure of understanding. Ultimately, one can penetrate the depths of simplicity, harmonizing knowledge with action, thus achieving greatness. I wonder, dear cousin, which realm have you reached? Lin Daiyu stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words, until Song Xian yawned, preparing to take his leave, at which point she seemed to awaken from a dream and called out, Cousin, where did you come across this concept of the 3 realms of reading? I cannot recall, he replied. As for the line, last night, the western wind withered the verdant trees. Alone, I ascended the tall building, gazing far into the horizon. Who composed this verse? I've already mentioned that I cannot remember. But cousin, the 3 realms of reading you speak of, I have never encountered before. The lines you recited are indeed literary classics. Should anyone have penned them and they circulated widely, they would surely be celebrated throughout the ages. Yet, I have never seen them in any poetry collections, nor have I heard anyone speak of them. Therefore, cousin, these verses must be your own creation. Am I correct? Song Xian paused slightly and remarked with a hint of detachment, one must not remain too idle. Idleness breeds excessive contemplation, and such contemplation often obscures the essence of joy. Tomorrow, I shall remind your cousin to extend her practice of the horse stance from 1 hour to 2. Ignoring Lin Daiyu, who wore a look of discontent, Song Xian returned to his chamber. As soon as he entered, Song Qian rushed in eagerly. Brother, were you just on a date with our cousin? Her curious eyes blinked excitedly, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Sometimes, I truly wish I could pry open your mind to discover what occupies your thoughts throughout the day. Song Qian, taken aback, retorted, which of your eyes perceived that I was on a date? Song Qian curled her lips and remarked, Isn't a blind date merely an exchange of personal preferences and habits? You were just discussing the realms of literature, conversing about poetry and prose, and even inquiring about her progress in martial arts, suggesting she should dedicate an additional hour each day to practice. Is that not akin to a blind date? Song Xian gazed at her for a while before sighing. At times, I truly believe you were born in the wrong era. In a different time, with your boundless imagination, your achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. I shall take that as a compliment. Song Xian, with a cheerful smile, sat beside and inquired, What did you just mention to your cousin about the 3 realms of studying? And what insights do you have regarding martial arts? Song Xian pondered. In the pursuit of martial arts, one can indeed learn the internal energy circulation techniques through manuals and acquire skills through the guidance of others. However, such manuals and techniques merely serve as the foundation for becoming a formidable practitioner. To truly excel on the path of martial arts and attain the status of a master, one must ultimately derive understanding through personal insight. Relying solely on the explanations of others proves to be of little value. My own realizations may not necessarily hold significance for you. Perhaps you could share your thoughts on their utility? Song Xian lightly tapped the long sword resting on the bedside and said, Since we have both practiced swordsmanship since our youth, allow me to share my understanding of the way of the sword. I shall not delve into specific methods of cultivation, but rather express my pure insights into the essence of swordsmanship. In my view, the path of the sword can be divided into 5 realms: the sharp sword, the flexible sword, the heavy sword, the wooden sword, and the formless sword. 5 realms? Song Qian immediately became intrigued. Brother, do elaborate. Song Qian poured himself a cup of tea and began to recount his thoughts with eloquence. The first realm is the unintentional sword, a stage where one harnesses the sharpness of the blade to its utmost potential, employing techniques and the sword's keen edge to inflict harm upon the adversary. The second realm is the transitory soft sword. In this stage, the wielder must not only strike with ferocity but also execute each move with fantastical variations, utilizing the unpredictable nature of the soft sword to launch continuous assaults on the opponent. The essence of transitory soft sword lies in the pursuit of ultimate transformation, building upon the pinnacle of technique. By skillfully controlling one's internal energy and physical prowess, the soft sword's form can adapt to the wielder's intentions, achieving a fluidity of movement that embodies the peak of skill. The third realm is the blunt sword, characterized by great skill that appears effortless. At this stage, one no longer seeks complexity in techniques and variations but rather begins to dominate through sheer force, regardless of the opponent's maneuvers or any potential weaknesses in their martial prowess. A single decisive strike can yield remarkable results, overcoming 10 with 1. The fourth realm is the unmatched wooden sword. If the blunt sword represents the ability to handle weight with ease, the fourth realm embodies the capacity to wield lightness with gravitas. A seemingly weightless wooden sword in one's grasp can unleash tremendous power, capable of summoning the forces of nature with a mere gesture. Mastery of this realm signifies a near-legendary status in martial arts, rendering legions of adversaries insignificant. As for the fifth realm, the swordless realm, this stage remains a conjecture of mine. In this state, the practitioner no longer clings to the notion of possessing a sword or the intricacies of sword techniques. Instead, they align themselves with the natural flow, embodying a singular focus. Simply put, when the sword is drawn, it can invoke the very forces of the universe, transcending human limitations. Whether a grandmaster can reach such heights remains uncertain, yet it is clear that achieving this state could rightfully earn one the title of an earthly immortal. These 5 realms are the culmination of Song Xian's reflections and experiences, intertwined with accounts from the Xian Guard regarding martial practitioners and inspired by the legendary swordsmanship journey of Duge Qiubai from Jin Yang's novels. Song Qian listened in astonishment. "Brother, is this truly your own insight?" "Sort of," he replied. "At this stage, I haven't even reached the innate level. I can only regard this as something I've discovered through my own exploration. As for its validity, that remains to be seen as I continue to refine and enhance my cultivation. You may listen to what I say, but whether it resonates with you is something you'll have to discern through your own journey. The path of martial arts, especially in its later stages, increasingly relies on oneself. The experiences and insights of others may not necessarily be applicable to one's own journey." Song Qian exclaimed, "It sounds truly impressive. The most I can do is contemplate how to break through to the innate realm and ponder how to further enhance my cultivation thereafter. I never anticipated that you would have charted the path of swordsmanship all the way to the level of a grandmaster in martial arts. Brother, my confidence in your ascent to becoming the world's foremost is steadily growing. By the way, regarding the 5 realms of swordsmanship, which realm do you currently occupy?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Xian Luo remarked, "At most, the second realm. This level seeks not only the techniques themselves but also the ultimate transformation of those techniques. What I currently lack is a formidable swordsmanship." A formidable swordsmanship. Song Qian furrowed her brow, realizing the challenge at hand. For both of us, the breakthrough to the innate realm is not far off, rendering ordinary sword techniques ineffective. Moreover, the renowned swordsmanship within the martial world is largely claimed by others, predominantly held by the imperial court and the major sects, making it quite elusive. As her fingers absent-mindedly tapped on the table, she seemed to ponder which opportunities might be ripe for the taking. Ultimately, with a sense of resignation, Song Qian concluded, after much deliberation, the most manageable option appears to be the Bixie sword technique from Lin Ping's household. Yet, regrettably, I observed little Lin practicing the sword a few days ago. And this technique is rather unremarkable, its reputation in the martial world greatly exaggerated. Song Qian shook his head, suggesting that it may not have been an exaggeration. Rather, it is more plausible that there were issues with the training methods of the Lin family's descendants. As a sword technique that can stand toe-to-toe with the legendary Duge 9 swords, the evil-repelling swordplay has nearly reached the pinnacle in terms of skill and variation of moves. Thus it is inconceivable for it to be weak. In recent days, Song Qian has devoted considerable thought to the acquisition of supreme sword techniques. Presently, 2 sword arts lie before him, both readily attainable. One is the evil-repelling sword technique, while the other is the 9 swords of Dugu. The former is relatively straightforward. A mere visit to the Lin family's ancestral home would suffice. However, the cultivation of this technique necessitates a self-castration, for otherwise, one would be beset by an incessant surge of heat within, giving rise to lascivious thoughts and malevolent flames, which could easily lead to a descent into madness. This notion indeed leaves Song Xian in a quandary, as he is uncertain whether his pure young Wujia boy Qi could suppress the internal turmoil stemming from such a practice if he were to engage in it without the self-castration. As for the 9 swords of Dugu, the path to acquire it is slightly more arduous, requiring a journey to the Mingzhou Shaanxi Gansu province, where he must bide his time observing the Huashan sect's foremost disciple, Ling Huchong. It remains uncertain whether Ling Huchong has already learned the 9 swords from the hidden master Feng Qingyang of the Huashan sect. Should he have mastered it, the endeavor would become considerably more manageable. Given Ling Huchang's roguish disposition, it is unlikely he would remain in seclusion for long. He would seize any opportunity to venture down the mountain in pursuit of revelry. With astute planning, one could potentially capture Ling Huchang at an opportune moment and attempt to extract the secrets of the Nine Swords from him. However, whether such interrogation would succeed is another matter entirely. Although Ling Huchang exhibits a lack of responsibility concerning Huashan's sect affairs and is a free spirit unaccustomed to restraint, he can, at times, be remarkably steadfast in honoring his promises, if he is pledged to Feng Qingyang to keep the Nine Swords a secret. Song Xian surmises that even if he were to bind him, or, in the worst-case scenario, take his life, it would be exceedingly difficult to elicit the sword's secrets from his lips. At present, Song Xian can only make dual preparations. If the Lin family's exorcising sword technique can be cultivated, it would be ideal. If not, he must resort to some clandestine methods to seek an opportunity from Ling Huchang. Attempting to devise a strategy involving the Dugu Nine Swords, the siblings exchanged their insights on the way of the sword, and when the clock struck midnight, Song Qian reluctantly took her leave, still lingering with unfulfilled thoughts. Song Qian sat cross-legged on the bed, a rare moment of respite from his cultivation, as he closed his eyes in contemplation of the path that lay ahead. 3 days later, the majestic vessel finally reached the borders of Jiangsu and Zhujiang, gracefully entering the harbor of Yangzhou. Fortune had favored them on this journey, as they encountered neither pirates nor bandits, allowing the group of bodyguards, including Lin Pingzhi, to breathe a collective sigh of relief. As soon as the ship docked, Lin Pingzhi took charge, directing the bodyguards to begin unloading the cargo onto the shore. Song Xian stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, oblivious to any lurking danger. He then led Song Qian and Lin Daiyu to bid farewell to Lin Pingzhi. The young gentleman. At the harbor, Song Xian hired a carriage, and the three of them took their seats, as the coachman urged the horses forward with his calls. They departed from the dock. It was early morning, and a light mist lingered along the road. However, outside the city of Yangzhou, many industrious townsfolk could already be seen starting their day as labor. "Young master, where shall we head first?" The coachman inquired respectfully in a low voice after they left the dock. Song Xian glanced at the anxious and expectant Lin Daiyu and said, "Let us first proceed to the salt office in the Jiangsu Zhujiang prefecture." The salt office of Jiangsu Zhujiang prefecture is the highest salt administration in the region, with the highest official position known as the inspector of salt. Mingzhou Jiangsu Zhujiang prefecture has long been a significant source of tax revenue for the imperial court, and the salt industry has consistently been a matter of great importance to successive emperors. Those who serve as inspectors of salt in this region are invariably trusted ministers of the emperor. Lin Daiyu's father, Lin Rahai, is indeed one such esteemed and trusted official of the current emperor. Presently, the inspector of salt in Jiangsu Zhujiang prefecture holds the rank of a third-grade official, a position of considerable local authority. To be the son-in-law of the illustrious Jia family of the Ronghua mansion, Lin Rahai's lineage is certainly remarkable. According to Lin Daiyu's conversations on the boat, the ancestor of the Lin family once held the title of Marquis, which was passed down until her grandfather's generation. By the time it reached her father, the title could no longer be inherited, thus he had to pursue the imperial examination route. Though he lost the title, Lin Rahai persevered and ultimately achieved the rank of a successful scholar, eventually becoming a high-ranking official in the Lanai Temple, and after gaining sufficient experience, he was appointed as the inspector of salt in Yangzhou by the emperor himself. He has held this esteemed position for over a decade. The role of the inspector of salt is classified as a third-grade official, and the office possesses its own salt soldiers, seemingly tasked solely with salt administration. However, in reality, it also encompasses the oversight of local governance, wielding considerable power. Having occupied this position for many years, Lin Rahai has survived multiple assassination attempts and has mobilized salt soldiers to dismantle illegal merchants, resulting in the demise of numerous major salt traders in the Jiangsu Zhujiang region. The smaller salt traders who trafficked and smuggled salt have met with even more frequent and dire fates. Through his iron-fisted approach, the rampant smuggling of salt in Jiangsu Zhujiang has ultimately been brought under the control of the imperial court. The revenue generated from salt taxes and the confiscation of properties from various salt merchants has contributed millions of taels of silver to the national treasury, significantly alleviating the fiscal strain. Song Xian had heard whispers of Lin Rahai's methods during his time in the capital. Zhao Dizhus had casually mentioned that this man would likely remain in the locality for just another year or two before returning to the capital to join the cabinet. Although the Great Zhou dynasty lacks a chancellor, the Grand Academicians of the cabinet effectively exercise the powers of the chancellor. Lin Rahai has gained the emperor's favor and is merely a step away from holding a position of immense authority, second only to the emperor himself. Intrigued by the legendary father of his cousin Lin Daiyu, Song Xian, upon disembarking, took a carriage straight to the salt office of Jiangsu Zhujiang Prefecture. Once in the city, Song Qian promptly dismounted from the carriage and vanished in the blink of an eye. It was only as they approached the salt office that she returned, exclaiming, "Brother, I have gathered the information." Song Qian recounted the information she had gathered. "Cousin, your father is truly formidable. He has eliminated several batches of salt merchants in the Jiangsu and Zhujiang regions. Of course, over the years, he has faced numerous assassination attempts. Fortunately, he is protected by the Salt Guard, and there are skilled guardians by his side, rendering the merchants' repeated attempts futile. What is my father's current condition?" He mentioned in his previous letter that his health has not been well. Song Qian pondered her words carefully and said, "The situation is not just unfavorable. It is exceedingly dire. I have heard that it has reached a point where he can no longer rise from his bed. Many merchants in this city are hosting banquets in celebration, each eagerly anticipating your father's demise." Lin Daiyu's delicate face instantly paled, her hands clenched tightly, and a mist began to gather in her eyes. "But do not worry too much." Song Xian cast a silent glance at his sister. Although he understood that her words were somewhat veiled, they still seemed to lack a degree of subtlety. Song Xian consoled his young cousin, saying, "During this journey to the south, I have brought with me some secret small elixirs from the Xuan guards. As long as one is not beyond saving, there is hope for recovery, so do not worry too much." The reason the Xuan guards can maintain control over the martial world, deterring any recklessness, lies not only in their backing from the imperial court but also in their possession of the secret methods for refining both the great elixir and the small elixir. While the great elixir, which enhances one's martial prowess, is noteworthy, it is the small elixir that is the coveted treasure of the Jianghu. Whether one is injured, ill, or poisoned, as long as there is breath left, a single dose can lead to substantial recovery within a few days. The primary reason Song Xian chose to join the Xianyi Guard and successfully pass the assessments was for these two divine elixirs. Prior to his departure from the capital, he and Song Qian received their monthly stipends, which included these two types of pills. Song Qian once meticulously crushed a small elixir, intending to analyze the medicinal components within. However, he could only discern that it contained at least a variety of medicinal herbs. The precise number of ingredients incorporated into the small elixir remained a secret known only to its alchemist. Without a specific formula and refining technique, even with all the necessary herbs at hand, it would be impossible to concoct such a miraculous healing potion. Presently, the salt court is overtly and covertly guarded by salt soldiers. Furthermore, outside the court, a squad of heavily armored soldiers stands vigilant, their imposing presence creating an atmosphere of intimidation that compels passers-by to halt in their tracks. The carriage of Song Xian came to a halt before the magistrate's office. Lin Daiyu lifted the curtain and presented a jade token to the captain of the salt soldiers who approached to investigate. After examining it carefully and confirming its authenticity, the captain gestured to the surrounding soldiers to allow passage. The carriage slowly entered the magistrate's office. Yet several soldiers continued to follow on either side until they reached the inner courtyard, where they finally came to a stop. At the entrance of the inner courtyard stood several matrons and maidservants. Upon seeing Lin Daiyu alight from the carriage, they were momentarily taken aback, and then one elderly matron, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Miss, you have returned." Tears streamed down Lin Daiyu's cheeks, but she did not linger to reminisce. Instead, she urgently inquired, "How is my father? Please take me to see him." The matron, not daring to delay, promptly replied, "Miss, please follow me. I shall take you to him at once." With that, she cast a glance at Song Xian and Song Qian, saying, "Miss, these two they are my cousin and cousin sister. They safely brought me from the capital, so you need not worry." The elder matron, referred to as Wu Mama, fell silent and led the way towards Lin Rahai's residence. Song Xian followed at a leisurely pace, sensing discreetly the presence of no less than a dozen skilled guards surrounding him. While he could not ascertain their exact capabilities, he surmised that they were at the very least practitioners of the postnatal realm, having cultivated their internal energy. Upon pushing open the door to his small courtyard's bedroom, Lin Daiyu stepped inside, casting a glance before kneeling fervently by the bedside. "Father, your daughter has returned to see you." On the bed lay Lin Rahai, his visage gaunt, his hair a dismal shade of gray, and his eyes clouded, appearing to be at the brink of exhaustion. Upon hearing Lin Daiyu's voice, he struggled to sit up, trembling as he attempted to extend his hand, his voice hoarse. "Come closer, dear, let your father have a good look at you. After I pass, I can tell your mother how you have grown." Upon hearing this, Daiyu wiped away her tears and stood to approach. Yet, in the next moment, Song Xian placed a hand on her shoulder, gently holding her back. Cousin? Lin Daiyu's voice bore a hint of confusion, instinctively wanting to step forward. Song Xian once again extended his hand to halt her, his gaze landing on Lin Rahai as he declared, "You have been poisoned." From the moment he entered the room, Song Xian sensed that something was amiss. Initially, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, but after lingering in the chamber for a while, his attention was drawn to the windowsill, where an incense burner was emitting fragrant smoke. The scent of the incense was subtle, delicate, and exceedingly pleasant. However, after inhaling it several times, the pure yang Wujing internal energy within his dantian suddenly surged violently. Waves of internal power, as if facing a formidable adversary, rushed forth like a torrent, devouring the incense that had entered his body. In that instant, Song Xian understood. The incense burning in the burner was indeed toxic. As a practitioner of the celestial level technique, the internal energy cultivated through the pure yang Wujing child technique possessed various extraordinary capabilities, one of which was immunity to all poisons. Any toxin that entered his body would incite a furious response from the pure yang energy, which would then swarm forth to eradicate the poison entirely. It was evident that the incense, capable of provoking such a reaction in his pure yang energy, was tainted with an unknown toxin. He was uncertain of the nature of the poison, but it sufficed to know that it was indeed poisoned. Upon declaring Lin Rahai's poisoning, Song Xian flicked his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept through the room, shattering the doors and windows with a resounding crash. The incense burner, still ablaze, was hurled outside, landing in the courtyard. Lin Rahai's murky eyes brightened slightly, not inquiring about the nature of the poison nor pondering who had administered it, but rather gazing at Song Xian with a glimmer of anticipation. Was the incense truly toxic? Song Xian nodded. Is there still hope for me? Indeed. Song Xian, without further ado, retrieved a jade vial from his bosom. He carefully uncorked it and poured out a single pill, no larger than a fingertip, radiating a delicate golden hue. The moment the pill emerged from the vial, a rich and fragrant aroma enveloped the entire room. This medicine, Lin Rahai seemed to recognize the substance, a glimmer of intrigue lighting up his eyes. This was the secret elixir of the Xianyi guard, the little returning pill. With a flick of his finger, Song Xian sent the elixir flying into Lin Rahai's mouth before he could react. In the next instant, Lin felt a delightful fragrance enveloping his senses, compelling him to swallow instinctively. Then, waves of warmth began to circulate within his body. The fatigue and weakness that had previously plagued him gradually transformed into a sensation of revitalization and vigor. The minor rejuvenation pill, capable of dispelling myriad toxins and curing countless ailments, offered little benefit to those whose vitality had waned and whose lifespans were nearly spent. Song Xianping calmly remarked, "To put it simply, Lord Lin previously suffered a depletion of vital energy and lifespan due to poisoning, which cannot be replenished by a minor elixir. Even if we manage to save you this time, it is estimated that your remaining lifespan will be around 10 years. 10 years? Upon hearing this, Lin Rahai's face revealed a faint smile. 10 years is a considerable span of time, ample enough to accomplish numerous endeavors. In 10 years, he could return to the capital and take a position in the court, realizing the ambitions that lay within his heart. In 10 years, he could assist his daughter in finding a suitable husband and witness her embark on the journey of marriage and motherhood. There is so much that can be achieved in 10 years, sufficient to mend the various regrets of his earlier life." Feeling somewhat revitalized, Lin Rahai refrained from expressing his gratitude immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Lin Daiyu, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. "My dear girl, in these recent days, the deepest regret I harbor is having sent you to the Jia household all those years ago, failing to fulfill my duty as your father. I fear not death itself, but rather the thought of leaving you to endure suffering alone in this world. You, a young girl, without the protection of family, would have to endure untold hardships and shed countless tears. Whenever this crosses my mind, I find it hard to swallow my sorrow. Father," Lin Daiyu cried as she rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down her face. "I often think of you, longing for home. I fear not the hardships that come with being by your side. I only ask that you do not abandon me once more." Song Xian quietly retreated to the doorway, gently pulling Song Qian, who was engrossed in the emotional scene between the father and daughter, outside. With a deft motion, he closed the door behind them. Without a hint of awareness, standing there, one would only hinder the heartfelt display of emotions unfolding within. Song Qian smiled shyly, then sighed with a touch of nostalgia. "In comparison to my cousin, brother, I suddenly realize how fortunate I am. My parents are alive, we enjoy a prosperous life. And I have an elder brother who has cherished me since childhood. Although she is a girl, her family is remarkably open-minded, imposing no cumbersome rules of high society upon her. nor have they ever hindered her aspiration to become a legendary heroine. In contrast to Lin Daiyu, who lost her mother at a young age and lived a life devoid of freedom under the roof of others, Song Qian feels as though she has embarked on a path befitting a favored daughter of heaven. Song Qian remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon a particular corner of the courtyard. In his earlier preoccupation with assessing Lin Rahai's condition, he had failed to notice the presence of an individual standing there. It was an elderly man clad in black, seated languidly as he polished the blade in his hands. Upon noticing Song Qian's stare, he grinned widely, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth. "Young lad, the master as well, isn't he?" Song Qian nodded, indicating that the poison had been neutralized and that with a few days of rest, there would be no significant harm. Upon hearing this, the elder's smile grew somewhat frigid, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged as he wiped the blade. He could only blame his own incompetence for being a mere killer, utterly oblivious to the fact that the young lord had been poisoned. "Young man, do you know what kind of poison has afflicted the young lord?" Song Qian shook his head, expressing his uncertainty, yet he was resolute in his assertion that it was a form of chronic poison, infused within the incense. It would require at least several years of inhalation for its toxicity to permeate the lungs and endanger one's life. The elderly man reminisced for a moment and remarked, "What you describe bears a striking resemblance to a peculiar poison known in the martial world as thousand-day drunk. This toxin is colorless and tasteless, requiring years of gradual accumulation before its effects manifest, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against. However, this poison is regarded as a legend within the community. Despite my decades of wandering through the martial realm, I have never encountered it. I never imagined such a rare substance would be employed against the esteemed lord." As he spoke, he produced a whetstone from an unknown source and began to sharpen his blade, muttering to himself as he did so, 1, 2, 3. Song Qian speculated that the old man was not counting how many times he had sharpened his blade, but rather tallying the number of heads he was about to sever. The door creaked open, and Lin Daiyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cast a fleeting glance at Song Qian and his companion, softly murmuring, "Just now, my father and I acted a bit out of character, and I fear we have caused my cousins to laugh at us. A reunion between father and daughter is indeed a joyous occasion. How could it possibly warrant ridicule?" Song Qian smiled and said, "Is your father feeling more composed now?" Lin Daiyu nodded and replied, "My father is currently in good spirits. I wonder if my cousin is free at the moment? He has something he wishes to discuss with you." Song Qian uttered a soft acknowledgement and said, "I shall enter first. Your cousin is not one to idle away her time. Please take her around the vicinity." Having had the poison purged from his body and reuniting with the daughter he had long cherished, Lin Rahai was indeed in a remarkable state. While he could not claim to be glowing with health, he certainly appeared quite spirited, devoid of the near-fatal pallor that had once beset him. "Song Qian, I pay my respects to you, uncle." Upon entering the room, Song Qian clasped his fists and bowed with deference. "This time, I must trouble you and your siblings. My daughter and I owe you an immense debt of gratitude." Song Qian waved his hand with a smile, saying, "We are all family. There is no need for such formality, uncle." Lin Rahai, with a complex expression, gazed at him and replied, "When your mother married, I was preoccupied with the imperial examinations and could not attend her wedding. Has she been well in the Song family?" Song Xiandao reassured his maternal uncle, "Rest assured, dear uncle, my mother is in good health and there is no need for concern." Lin Rahai responded with a smile, "The Lin family is not particularly numerous. Even when accounting for collateral branches, our population is scant, although my mother and I have long since distanced ourselves by 5 degrees of kinship. We have been well acquainted since childhood. Knowing that she is faring well brings me great comfort. By the way, how is your father? Is he still the same as before, spending his days idling away in the Xianyi Guard?" Song Qian was somewhat taken aback. Was my uncle surprisingly well acquainted with my father? Lin Rahai smiled and nodded. "In his youth, your father was quite notorious within the Xianyi way of the capital. He would evade responsibilities whenever possible and slip away from any trouble that arose, exhibiting a complete lack of ambition. At that time, I regarded him with a degree of disdain, thinking he lacked the vigor typical of youth. Yet, in hindsight, it seems your father possessed a profound clarity in life, living without turbulence, illness, or misfortune, and ensuring that his family thrived in safety and harmony. Is there anything more significant than that?" Song Qian smiled gently, refraining from engaging in conversation. After all, when it comes to his parents, he preferred not to discuss such matters with outsiders. Listening to Daiyu, he inquired, "Is it true that you siblings have come to take up your posts in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces?" Song Qian nodded, acknowledging the situation. Recently, 100 households had perished here, prompting the imperial capital to summon me. Upon hearing this, Lin Rahai's smile gradually faded as he remarked, "The circumstances in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces are rather intricate. Merely contending with those salt merchants is no simple task. Moreover, the Xuan Guard must confront not only affluent salt merchants but also numerous figures from the bureaucratic sphere and the underworld." Lin Rahai spoke with subtlety. Yet Song Xian immediately grasped the underlying implication. His maternal uncle was suggesting that a collusion had indeed formed between the bureaucracy and the underworld in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Lin Rahai nodded, confirming collusion certainly exists, but to what extent and for what true purpose remains uncertain for now. In any case, you must exercise caution during this period. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek my counsel. To be frank, I truly did not anticipate that your father would consent to your presence in such a place. Song Xian smiled and said, "Cousin, this is an order issued by the upper echelons of the Xuan Guard. What can my father do, even if he disagrees?" Lin Rahai shook his head and replied, "Do not underestimate your father. Although he may seem unambitious, his connections in the imperial capital are far from weak. If he opposes your arrival here, he possesses ample means to thwart this appointment." Song Xian was momentarily taken aback. To him and Song Qian, their father seemed to possess merely the cultivation level of the 8th stage of the postnatal realm, which was somewhat inferior to that of the siblings. Aside from being older and having a good relationship with Zhao Dizhus, the director of the inspection division, could it be that he had other connections? If someone else were to claim such things, he might dismiss it as mere flattery from outsiders towards his father. However, if a prominent figure like Lin Rahai held such regard for his father, it could not simply be a matter of pleasantries. Could it be that his father harbored an unknown hidden identity? After conversing a while longer about the situation in Jiangsu and Zhejiang with Lin Rahai, Song Xian rose to take his leave. He had numerous matters to attend to, and Lin Rahai required a period of recuperation, making prolonged conversations with outsiders inconvenient. Stepping out of the room, Song Xian waited in the courtyard for a moment. Before long, his cheerful little cousin, Lin Daiyu, along with Song Qian, approached, each holding a piece of osmanthus cake, engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon noticing Song Xian, Lin Daiyu's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and she eagerly extended the osmanthus cake from her hand towards him. "Cousin, you must be hungry. Have some cake to tide you over. I've already instructed someone to prepare a meal." Song Xian instinctively prepared to reach out, but upon noticing the osmanthus cake that Song Qian was also offering, he immediately waved his hand and said, "I am not particularly fond of sweet dishes." "Oh," Lin Daiyu replied with a hint of disappointment, "Then cousin, please wait a moment. Lunch will be served shortly." Song Xian shook his head, declining the invitation to dine, stating that he had numerous matters to attend to today. He suggested that on a future occasion, when time permitted, he and his sister might pay a visit to the Lin residence. With that, he beckoned to Song Qian, saying, "Come, follow me to the grave." "Oh." Song Qian swiftly stuffed the osmanthus cake into her mouth, swallowing as she bid farewell to Lin Daiyu. "Xiaoyu, I must attend to important matters now. Remember to prepare more pastries at home. I shall come to enjoy them another day." "All right, cousin. When you come next time, we—" Before she could finish her sentence, the spirited siblings had already departed, leaving her to lower her hand in disappointment and let out a sigh. They have all gone. Not far away, within a room, Lin Rahai quietly observed this scene from the window. After a moment, he gently spoke. "You mentioned that the Song siblings possess considerable strength?" From the corner of the room, an elderly man in black, who had previously conversed with Song Xian, stepped forward. His expression grave as he nodded. "Indeed, they are formidable. More so than you, a congenital martial artist? That is difficult to ascertain." The elderly man pondered, logically. "I did not sense any innate aura from them. They should not have yet broken through to the congenital level. Yet, they give me a peculiar impression. How shall I put it?" After reflecting, he continued, "Master, you should understand that cultivation and strength are distinct. When it comes to life and death battles, it is not solely cultivation that determines the outcome. Otherwise, everyone would simply display their cultivation levels and compare, eliminating the need for conflict. In reality, the factors influencing life and death are numerous: inner strength, martial techniques, divine weapons, external environments, and even the mindset and fighting spirit of the combatants can all sway the outcome." Lin Rahai gestured for him to be straightforward. "Just tell me, if you were to engage them now, do you believe you would prevail?" The elderly man reflected for a moment and replied, "If we were to spar now, I believe I would emerge victorious. However, in a life and death struggle, I fear it would be my demise." "Oh, and why is that?" The elder spoke earnestly. "I have traversed the martial world since the age of 14, enduring countless trials and witnessing many extraordinary events. Some individuals cannot be judged by common sense at times. One must admit that the heavens show undue favor to certain people. Master, do you believe that if I were to engage in a life and death battle with them today, those siblings would unreasonably break through in the heat of the moment and turn the tide against me? Lin Rahai contemplated the elder's words. After a while, a faint smile appeared on his face. So, you believe that the Song siblings are indeed those favored by fortune, blessed by the heavens? The elder nodded. Such individuals are rare in the martial world, yet they do exist. Master, you may not grasp that feeling of having cultivated for decades only to find oneself eclipsed by another's sudden enlightenment. It is truly disheartening. Lin Rahai laughed heartily. In that case, it seems the Song family has indeed produced a prodigy. A lineage of several centuries of the Xianyi guards is not something ordinary individuals can rival. The elder acknowledged, the Xianyi guards of the imperial capital have always operated discreetly, yet they are the cornerstone of the Dezhou Empire's martial power. The 100 households that perished recently were said to be affiliated with the Xianyi guards. It appears they have dispatched Song Xian here, likely indicating a significant mobilization is afoot. Oh, so you imply that Song Xian is not only formidable in martial prowess but also capable in other realms? Indeed. The elder mused, Master, your health has been poor lately, and you may not be aware of certain matters. Song Xian has gained considerable notoriety in the imperial capital's Xianyi guards. The recent scandal involving the first flower-picking case in Dezhou, which stirred much commotion, was handled by him. Several prominent families have faced extermination due to this incident, and several high-ranking officials have been dismissed and imprisoned. His meticulous thinking and decisive actions, coupled with a formidable backing, make him a significant ally, whether he remains in Jiangsu Zhujiang or returns to the imperial capital. Lin Rahai shook his head. The intricacies of the Xianyi guards are far more profound than those of salt affairs. Let us first observe how he establishes his footing. The mountains are high, and the emperor is far. This Jiangsu Zhujiang region is distant from the imperial capital, and he is but 100 households under the pressure of 1,000 households. Whether he can achieve success remains to be seen. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the elder and said, Feng Lao, if the time comes, I may need you to assist him. The elder nodded, his demeanor showing no reluctance. Given that he had saved the master, it was only right to assist. Outside Yangzhou, in a certain burial site, Song Xian and Song Qian were presently laboriously digging. The night had deepened, and the surrounding trees stood tall, devoid of even the slightest sound of insects or birds, creating an eerie atmosphere. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, Song Xian and his companion chose to excavate the grave during the stillness of the night. Half an hour later, they covered the coffin and replenished the earth. And without a moment's hesitation, they hastily departed from the site. Only after they had distanced themselves did Song Qian continuously shake her sleeves, frowning as she remarked, The stench of decay clings to me. It seems impossible to rid myself of it. Song Qian nonchalantly remarked, In time, as we encounter each other more frequently, I shall gradually become accustomed to it. Song Qian sighed. Brother, it can now be reasonably concluded that old Su's family member has been the victim of foul play. Hasn't it? Song Xiandao remarked. Under normal circumstances, when a person accidentally drowns, their mouth and nostrils would inevitably be filled with mud and sand. However, as you have just observed, there is not a trace of such debris in his mouth or nose. It is evident that he had succumbed to death before the drowning occurred. Furthermore, upon dissection, you noted that his entire body was rigid and icy, devoid of any external injuries, yet his heart had been utterly shattered. Clearly, he met his demise at the hands of someone employing a certain esoteric technique. Song Qian remarked. The ancestral technique of frozen ice energy in our family can freeze and shatter a person's internal organs without causing any external harm. It appears that such a unique skill, specifically targeting internal injuries, is not uncommon within the martial world. Song Qian murmured in acknowledgement. It was evident that Su Chang'an's death was fraught with suspicion, however. The Xianyi Wei Qianhu Suwa in Jiangsu and Zhujiang concluded the case with a verdict of accidental drowning following intoxication. Clearly, there were issues within the Qianhu Suwa here. Song Qian sighed, lamenting the misfortunes of the old Su family. Although they were hereditary members of the Xianyi Guard, their lineage was even more sparse than that of the Song family, seemingly reduced to just Su Chang'an as the sole male heir in this generation. Orphaned at the tender age of 10, Su Chang'an has now also met his untimely demise. It appears that the Su family may soon be erased from the ranks of the esteemed Xianyi Guard in the imperial capital. Song Qian let out a cold laugh, surmising that those lurking in the shadows were likely well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Su family. It seemed they believed that with Su Chang'an's demise, There would be no one to champion his cause, as he had no family to speak of. Song Qian touched the long sword at her waist and scoffed. Those individuals likely failed to comprehend that the hereditary Xian guard families of the imperial capital are interconnected. They are not merely targeting Xuan, rather. They are provoking all of us from the hereditary Xian guard families. Song Qian fell into silence, gazing up at the somewhat dim night sky, and let out a sigh. It seemed that this journey to Mingzhou would once again be a path of bloodshed. The following morning, Song Qian donned a deep black uniform, tailored for a captain of the Imperial Guards, which not only exuded magnificence but also added an air of authority and intimidation to his tall and slender frame. Stepping out of the inn, he found Song Qian already dressed in official attire, holding the reins of 2 war horses, waiting outside. Passers-by on the street, upon catching sight of her garments and the long sword at her waist, displayed expressions of fear, retreating to a safe distance. "Let us go." Song Qian mounted his horse with a graceful motion, his flowing sleeves sweeping through the air as he galloped ahead towards the Xuan Guards headquarters nestled within the city of Yangzhou. Today marked the official commencement of his and his sister's duties. Even if this headquarters resembled a den of dragons and tigers, he felt compelled to ascertain its true nature. If the Xuan Guard here proved to be of value, they would make do with what they had. If not, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Song Qian's eyes. If necessary, he would cleanse and replace them with a new batch. The system of the Xuan Guards was excessively vast, rife with overt and covert struggles among various factions. Within the inspection division alone, multiple factions vied for dominance. Before leaving the capital, Old Zhao had explicitly instructed him to unleash his ambitions, assuring him that, when the moment called for it, the enforcement troops stationed outside Yangzhou could be mobilized without hesitation. Over the years, the hereditary Xuan Guard families in the imperial capital had seen a significant decline, with many families experiencing dwindling numbers and even extinction of lineage. Though some families still retained their titles, their actual power had diminished considerably, leading many to forget their former terror. The recent death of Su Chang'an might have been a test by certain factions, probing the reactions of these hereditary Xuan Guard families and assessing their true strength. In a certain sense, the Song siblings represented the new generation of leaders among the hereditary Xuan Guard families. This time, Zhao Dizhu's had dispatched him to assume the position of Baihu, nominally to succeed Su Chang'an. However, the true purpose was to establish his authority through bloodshed. The Great Zhou Xuan Guards were divided into 3 distinct systems. The Judgment Division was the most autonomous, primarily responsible for adjudication and judgment. Shrouded in mystery and rarely seen in public, akin to a military tribunal in later times, the Inspection Division handled a broader array of responsibilities and wielded the greatest power. With its main functions encompassing ceremonial duties, intelligence gathering, reconnaissance, apprehension, and interrogation. In essence, whether arranging the imperial entourage for the emperor's outings or addressing the common folks' indiscretions, the Xuan Guards could intervene at any moment, given the right justification. As for the Enforcement Division, it was a dedicated institution for lethal actions, a pure apparatus of violence primarily targeting those of the martial world. Unless there was communication and coordination between the senior officials of the Inspection Division and the Enforcement Division, they generally refrained from intervening in specific cases. These 3 offices operated relatively independently, each possessing its own hierarchy, and typically refrained from interaction unless a compelling reason arose. The office to which Song Qian had arrived was known as the Great Zhou Xuan Guards Inspection Division, stationed at the Qianhu office in Mingzhou, Jiangsu Province, a branch of the Inspection Division established in Jiangsu Province. Song Qian speculated that the leader of this Qianhu office was likely not affiliated with Zhao Dizhu's faction, or at least did not share his intentions. Otherwise, old Zhao would not have gone through the trouble of sending him here to manage this Qianhu office. At this moment, the office was bustling with people. 5 Baihu, 10 deputy Baihu, and dozens of flags stood on either side, deliberating on how to respond to the new Baihu dispatched by the court. Qianhu Fongqing sat imposingly in the center of the hall, clutching the Qianhu seal, his expression dark and brooding. Typically, as a Qianhu overseeing the affairs of the Xian Yiwei, when a vacancy arose among his subordinate Baihu, he could submit a recommendation for a replacement. Yet, his missives to the Xian Yiwei had seemingly vanished without a trace. Instead, the court had sent a Baihu to take his place. It was evident that the imperial court harbored doubts about his capabilities and loyalty. This caused him considerable discontent, even though there were indeed issues with his fidelity. I, Fong, have risked my life for many years in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, serving the court and shedding blood for the emperor. Just because I discreetly eliminated a Baihu, you begin to question my loyalty? Is there any justice in this? If it were merely a matter of sending a Baihu from the capital, Fong Qing would not be so incensed. What truly fueled his ire was the delineation of responsibilities for the newly appointed Baihu, Song Xian. In addition to replacing Su Chang'an, Song Xian would also assume the role of the Zhaoyu supervisor for the Jiangsu and Zhejiang Qinhu office. The Zhaoyu was the core institution of the Xian Yiwei. Each Qinhu office had a Zhaoyu where the Xian Yiwei detained prisoners. Both interrogation and execution occurred within its confines. Generally, the position of Zhaoyu supervisor was held by the Qianhu himself, or, failing that, by a trusted confidant. Now, however, such a significant role had been seized by an outsider parachuted in from the capital. It was no wonder Fong Cheng felt discomfort, as did the other Baihu, who shared his dissatisfaction. With the Zhaoyu now under someone else's control, they would have to consider Song Xian's disposition whenever they apprehended or interrogated suspects or engaged in less than honorable activities. Lord Qianhu. It is said that Song Xian has already arrived in Yangzhou and will likely assume his position in the next few days. How should we respond? As the hall fell into silence, a somewhat rotund Baihu could no longer contain himself. He was a trusted aide of Qianhu Fong Qing and had previously held the position of Zhaoyu supervisor. Now that the position had been usurped, he was the most anxious of all. Without the Zhaoyu seal, he found himself no different from the other Baihu, perhaps even worse off, as others still had subordinates, while his were all within the Zhaoyu. What can we do? Fong Qing scoffed. That Song Xian is appointed by the commanding officer himself. Who could possibly obstruct him? Shall we simply kill him? Upon hearing this, several individuals in the hall exhibited signs of intrigue. Even the plump Baihu ventured, "My lord, it is not entirely impossible. The Great Zhou is vast. It is not unusual for bandits to appear within its borders. If the bandit were unsuitable, it would not be out of the question for him to meet an unfortunate end. We are quite proficient in such matters." Preposterous, Fong Qing retorted coldly. Is this something you can even suggest? I will pretend you never spoke, and you will act as if you never heard it. If you dare to speak out of turn again, do not blame me for sending you to the Zhaoyu. Yes, it was inappropriate of me, my lord. Please forgive me. The Baihu quickly stood up, appearing anxious and fearful, though the smirk on his face was unmistakable. Everyone understood that despite the Qianhu's stern words, he had made his position clear. He was indeed hoping for some misfortune to befall Song Xian, preferably before he could assume office. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the office. The plump Baihu spun around and shouted, "Who is it outside? What sort of work is being done?" "The lords are in conference. Who let outsiders in?" Boom. Suddenly, a door to the Qianhu office burst open with a loud crash. In the next moment, a chilling voice drifted in from outside. "Ah, my lord, what grand authority you wield." As the words fell, several small flags of the Xian Yiwei were hurled into the room, tumbling to the ground. Following this, Song Xian, clad in the black attire of a Baihu, strode in, stepping over the debris, while beside him, Song Qian held her sword with one hand, casting a cold glare at the rotund Baihu. Under Song Qian's penetrating gaze, the Baihu instinctively swallowed hard, already deducing the identity of the newcomers. Yet, he still feigned ignorance and inquired, "Who might you two be?" "Song Xian." Song Xian cast a fleeting glance at him, then chose to ignore him entirely, striding directly into the grand hall of the Thousand Households office. He arrived rather swiftly. Fong Qing sat regally in the center of the hall upon a grand armchair, displaying no inclination to rise and greet him. Instead, he spoke in a languid tone, fully embracing his lofty demeanor. This was the Thousand Households office. Here, he was the Thousand Households officer, the true authority. No matter your control over the imperial prison, this is my domain, where the majority of the subordinates are brothers who have shared life and death bonds with me, old Fong. You, a mere inexperienced newcomer, lacking both followers and funds, what do you possess to contend with me? Song Xian scanned the hall filled with individuals, each harboring their own thoughts. He had overheard their discussions outside the door. They were conspiring on how best to orchestrate his demise, whether through banditry or by succumbing to the local environment. Thus, he felt no obligation to extend any courtesies towards them. With a cold gaze, he cast a glance at the arrogant Qianhu seated prominently at the center and spoke indifferently. "Is the great seal of the Zhaoyu town protector in your possession? How audacious. Is this how you address a superior?" Qian Qing's expression darkened considerably. The newcomer displayed a blatant disregard for the decorum of officialdom. This was the Jiangsu Zhejiang prefecture, not the imperial capital. Even a dragon would have to submit to authority here. Decorum? Song Xian chuckled softly, declaring, "I am unaware of the previous customs of this place, but from now on, the rules of this Thousand Household office shall be dictated by me, Song Xian. I shall inquire again, who possesses the great seal of the town pacifier? Surrender it voluntarily." or you shall find I am not inclined to offer you any further opportunities." Upon entering the 1,000 household office, he had already assessed the situation. To put it succinctly, among the nearly 100 individuals in the grand hall, none exuded a sense of danger or intimidation that could threaten him. The officer Fongqing, he surmised, had formidable martial skills and was on the verge of breaking into the innate realm. However, as long as one had not truly stepped into that new dimension of power, they were no different from an ordinary martial artist in Song Xian's eyes. With each act of violence he committed, his understanding of his own strength became increasingly clear. In the acquired realm, he dared to claim the second position, while none would dare to claim the first. The inspection division primarily focused on adjudicating cases rather than being renowned for martial prowess, as true masters had mostly been absorbed into the law enforcement division. Remarkably, within this vast inspection division's 1,000 household office, there was not a single innate master to be found. In the absence of formidable adversaries, Song Xian decided to abandon any pretense of decorum. The rules of the officialdom held no sway over him. The gathering of Xianyi guards and the 100 banners stood dumbfounded, having witnessed arrogance before, but never such audacity. Was this individual accustomed to wielding influence in the imperial capital, now brazenly displaying the same demeanor in the Jiangxia region? Fongqing's countenance darkened, signaling to the corpulent 100. His confidant, who, compelled by circumstance, reluctantly stepped forward with a scowl, declaring, "This is the 1,000 household office, and the 1,000 householder is the principal authority here. You, a mere 100, do not presume to act in defiance of your superiors." Song Xian casually cast a glance at him, remarking, in your haste to intervene, "It seems the seal of the provincial inspector rests upon you. And what of it?" The corpulent 100 householders surveyed the throng of people in the hall, a sense of assurance blossoming within him. Among the nearly 100 individuals present, more than half were loyal to Lord Qianhu. This was their domain, and Song Xian, with merely 2 companions, could hardly turn the tides. To speak frankly, Song Xian, the affairs at the imperial prison are quite pressing. I currently lack the time to engage in any handover with you. Once I have sorted out these matters, I shall duly transfer the provincial inspector's seal to you." The 100 householder, convinced of the validity of his response, sneered, "Should you find this unacceptable, you may lodge a complaint. Even if you escalate it to the commander of the Xian Yi, my actions will remain beyond reproach." Song Xian clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Your words resonate profoundly with my sentiments." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Song Qian, who stood with her sword cradled against her chest, her face etched with a murderous intent. He calmly commanded, "Eliminate him." No sooner had the words left his lips than a fleeting shadow darted by. And in the next moment, an unsettling chill enveloped the hall, sending shivers down the spines of all present. This was swiftly followed by the ominous sound of bone shattering. Song Qian suddenly appeared behind the corpulent 100 household, her hand pressing firmly on his head, effortlessly twisting his neck until it snapped. How could you?" The 1,000 household lord was rendered utterly speechless. He had witnessed brutality before, but to see someone kill so openly in front of the Xian Yi was an unprecedented experience for him. As he gazed upon the lifeless body of his trusted subordinate, whose head had been grotesquely turned, Fongqing trembled with rage. What was happening? Was this the new style of handling affairs in the imperial capital, so crude and ruthless? Did they truly fear no repercussions from above? In the grand hall, several 100 households and the chief flag had drawn their swords, yet they instinctively retreated, none daring to step forward. The swiftness of Song Qian's movements had indeed intimidated them. To act recklessly now would only lead to becoming the next unfortunate victim. Song Qian explored the corpulent figure before her, retrieving a large seal from his sleeve. With a beaming smile, she presented it to Song Qian. "Brother, this item is indeed on him." Song Qian cast a glance, satisfied as he stowed away the item, then smiled as he surveyed the crowd. "If any of you harbor discontent, feel free to report it. Even if you escalate it to the commander of the Xianyi Guard." He paused briefly, infusing his tone with a chilling severity. "Believe me, I could eliminate all of you today, and the commander would merely reprimand me with a few words, without imposing any substantial punishment." Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant members of the Xianyi Guard exchanged glances, each growing increasingly reluctant to act rashly. In that moment, they comprehended the gravity of Song Xian's influence and the profound connections he held in the imperial capital. Such audacity in taking lives could only stem from formidable backing. Moreover, recalling Song Qian's elusive agility moments ago, those who were not entirely aligned with Qianhu Fongqing promptly sheathed their long knives. One among them even spoke up. "Lord Song, we do not wish to involve ourselves in the conflict between you and Liu Baihu and Qianhu. We hope you will not vent your anger upon us." With this declaration, over 10 others followed suit, retreating further, adopting an air of detachment as spectators. Observing this scene, Song Xian could not help but chuckle. It seemed that Xian Hu's hold over this place was not as absolute as he believed. Fang Cheng's countenance darkened, as he had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. He had assumed his authority within the Xian Hu was unquestioned, yet these individuals, despite the wealth he had lavished upon them, remained beyond his complete control. These fickle allies would, once this matter was resolved, ultimately face his reckoning. A disobedient dog serves no purpose. Song Xian, to slay your comrades is a grave transgression. Do you intend to rebel? While some opted to remain passive, others took a stand. At that moment, a man adorned with the insignia of the general raised his long knife, pointing it at Song Xian. The Xianyi Guard does not belong to your Song family. Even if the commander shields you, how could the emperor ever forgive you? In response to the general's reproach, Song Xian merely cast him a fleeting glance before addressing the assembly. Is there anyone else willing to step forward? As he spoke, several more members of the Xianyi Guard, bearing the insignia of the general, emerged, their long knives similarly aimed at Song Xian. They were the direct subordinates of Xian Hu, their fortunes intricately tied to him. Should Fang Cheng be usurped by this newcomer, their future would assuredly be bleak. Even with an awareness of Song Qian's formidable prowess, they felt compelled to take a stand. Song Xian chuckled, halting Song Qian, who was eager to take action. He remarked, I have proclaimed that henceforth, the rules of this Xian Hu bureau shall be dictated by me, Song Xian. Should anyone dissent, they are welcome to step forward now. As his words echoed, nearly 8 more individuals emerged, encircling Song Xian with a total of 10 poised for confrontation. Excellent. Song Xian nodded in satisfaction. Yet he noticed his brother's hunched back and bent form, as the muscles within his body strained and his bones creaked ominously. Amidst the cacophony, even Song Qian felt that her elder brother resembled a dormant volcano, poised to erupt at any moment. With a sharp clang, the sound of the sword being drawn echoed through the air. The speed at which Song Xian drew his sword was astonishing. So swift that the onlookers in the hall could only perceive a white streak slicing through the air, their bodies unable to react in time. The chilling sound of the long sword piercing throats resonated almost instantaneously. In the hall, blood erupted like a fountain, vivid and sinister, saturating the already solemn atmosphere of the 1,000-house hall with an aura of death. Bang, bang, bang. 10 bloodied corpses sprawled on the ground. Song Xian casually kicked aside the body of a fallen standard-bearer, flicking the droplets of blood from the tip of his sword. A serene smile gracing his face as he surveyed the others. From now on, this 1,000 house shall be under my command. Is there anyone who dares to disagree? Step forward, and I assure you, I shall not make things difficult for you. His words, laced with mockery, sent shivers down the spines of those who had been hesitating, unsure of where to align themselves. They instinctively recoiled, fearful that they might be the next to have their throats pierced. Those who had risen to the ranks of standard-bearers and 100-house leaders in the Xianyi Guard were not necessarily the most formidable in martial prowess, but they were at least practitioners of inner strength. Yet, witnessing the swift dispatch of 10 seasoned Xianyi officials by Song Xian in a single move, doubt began to creep into their minds. Could it be that the Song siblings were innate martial artists sent from the imperial capital? Their combat abilities seemed far beyond those of mere practitioners. What truly unsettled them was the ruthless decisiveness exhibited by the Song siblings. They killed without hesitation at the slightest provocation. Was this not a sign of extreme brutality? The Xianyi Guard was the emperor's elite force, while killing was not forbidden. One might expect such acts to be carried out discreetly, in the shadows, rather than openly slaying standard-bearers and 100-house leaders with such audacity. Did they not fear the repercussions from above? At that moment, Qian Cheng, the commander, felt utterly numb. He had invested considerable resources to eliminate the 100-house leader Su Chang'an, employing skilled assassins from the martial world to orchestrate a murder disguised as an accidental drowning. He had toiled and schemed to take a life in secrecy. Yet here stood Song Xian, brazenly committing murder without a care in the world. Was there no sense of justice left? Was there no law to uphold? This was rebellion. Song Xian, you are inciting insurrection. Panic gripped Qian Cheng's heart. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of the Xianyi Guard, engaging in various intrigues and conspiracies, he had never encountered someone so openly lethal. Faced with such a ruthless individual, he found himself utterly at a loss. He could not match their ferocity, and today, he might very well lose his life in this chaos. Song Xian remained silent, instead seizing Fang Qing by the neck and lifting him from his seat. With a swift motion, he began delivering resounding slaps. The sharp sound of each strike echoed in the air until Fang Qing's visage resembled that of a pig's head. Only then did Song Xian disdainfully toss him onto the ground with a dismissive snort. The resilience of his skin was quite remarkable. Even the palm of the official had grown numb from the blows. With that, he gripped the seal of the pacification envoy. Seated regally in the center of the hall upon the grand chair, surveying his surroundings with a condescending gaze, by the command of the esteemed commander, I have assumed the role of pacification envoy. With a foot planted upon Fang Cheng's face, Song Xian coldly inquired, You pinned the report claiming Su Chang'an drowned in a drunken stupor, did you not? Fang Cheng let out a muffled groan of agony but dared not respond. Foolish creatures. Have you lingered here so long that your wits have dulled? Do you truly believe that employing superficial methods to obscure injuries and fabricating a conclusion of drowning could deceive the cunning minds of the capital? Or do you think that with Su Chang'an's demise, he shall be without advocates in the capital? Song Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding an air of menace as he surveyed the assembly of officials clad in dark robes. To speak candidly, prior to my arrival, the commanding officer explicitly instructed that the situation within the Qianhu office of Jiangsu and Zhujiang had deteriorated to its very core. Should it still serve a purpose, we shall sift through and retain what is salvageable. If not, a complete overhaul shall ensue. Did you believe I had come to investigate a case? You are gravely mistaken. I have come to enact retribution. Upon hearing these words, the remaining individuals in the hall turned pale, some succumbing to their terror and collapsing to their knees. My lord, Song Darren, I genuinely had no knowledge of Su Chang'an's affairs. Please, my lord, spare us. I confess, I have committed sins. I have embezzled and accepted bribes. I have bullied the weak. Yet, I swear I had no part in the murder of Su Chang'an. I implore you, grant us a chance at redemption. My lord. Enough. Song Xian coldly shouted, pointing at the group of people kneeling on the ground, and said in a chilling tone, If you wish to preserve your lives, you must provide commander with a satisfactory account of Su Chang'an's case. Who among you possesses the gravitas to appease the commander? Upon hearing these words, many gazes instinctively fell upon Qianhu Fangqing. Fear manifested on Fangqing's swollen face as he struggled to articulate, Have you all lost your minds? This case cannot be investigated. If we pursue it to the end, we shall all perish. We shall all perish. His exclamation seemed to awaken a few who appeared to be privy to certain truths, their faces betraying hesitation. Yet, in the next moment, several individuals within the crowd gritted their teeth and implored, Lord Song, we beseech you for just one more day. We shall undoubtedly uncover the complete circumstances surrounding Su Chang'an's demise. Song Xian smiled knowingly and nodded slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. Two individuals immediately rose to their feet and hoisted Fang Cheng onto their shoulders, solemnly stating, Master Qianhu, we kindly request that you accompany us to the prison for a brief visit. One of the Baihu, with a look of trepidation and humility, bowed and added, however, should we resort to severe interrogation, it is uncertain whether Fang Cheng's constitution can endure the strain. Song Xian's eyelids fluttered slightly as he spoke softly. I require only a confession, the rest is of no consequence. The subordinate understood. Upon hearing Song Xian's assertion, the previously anxious officials of the Xian Guard in the hall instinctively exhaled in relief. It appeared that this esteemed official intended to firmly place the blame for the case upon Fang Cheng, seemingly disinclined to pursue further inquiries regarding others involved. The array of Xian guards carried the lifeless body away, while the others escorted Qianhu Fangcheng out of the hall. Once the crowd had dispersed, Song Qian fixed her intense gaze upon her elder brother. Brother, has the commander truly instructed you to cleanse the ranks of Qianhu here? Song Qian shrugged. No. I was merely trying to frighten them. Ah? Song Qian was taken aback, pointing to the bloodstains on the ground that had not yet been cleaned, and whispered, With so many people you have killed, can Uncle Zhao truly protect us? It is difficult to say. After all, Uncle Zhao also has competitors within the inspection division. A faint smile graced Song Xian's lips as he remarked, Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, we must firmly attribute the crime to Fang Cheng in the case concerning the murder of Su Chang'an. The 1,000 household Fang Cheng conspired to assassinate Su Chang'an. 100 household of the Xian Guard, and after the incident, in a bid to silence him, he colluded with his accomplices to eliminate the newly appointed pacification envoy, Song Xian. However, they were ultimately vanquished by Song Xian and other officials of the Xian Guard. With such a resolution, there should be no objections from the imperial capital. Resolving the case in this manner poses no issue. Song Qian pondered for a moment before continuing, but what if? I say what if, it turns out that Fang Cheng is not the one who killed Su Chang'an? Would that not be significant? Song Xian gazed thoughtfully outside the yamen, and calmly remarked, You have heard our previous conversation. This scoundrel is intent on bringing ruin upon his siblings. Since we must inevitably confront him, let us act decisively and eliminate him outright. In dealing with such a seasoned bureaucrat, One cannot adhere to conventional tactics. We must strike swiftly and catch him off guard. Today, even if the King of Heaven were to intervene, it shall be Feng Qing who claims Su Chang'an's life, and it must be so. Song Qian blinked her eyes, as if she were meeting her elder brother for the first time. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Brother, I have just realized that you are far more formidable than I had imagined. It is merely a matter of self-preservation." Song Qian let out a sigh. Had it not been for that initial murderous intent from the other party, I would not have felt compelled to investigate any case. Merely drifting through the workday would have sufficed. Alas, the winds of fate are relentless, and there are always those eager to meet their demise. What can I do? This indeed holds some truth. Song Qian pondered for a moment before continuing. What do you intend to do with the remaining 100 household leaders? These opportunists may not genuinely pledge their loyalty to you. Let us utilize them for now. Having eliminated so many today, I believe my authority has been sufficiently established. They will likely refrain from any further mischief in the near future. Although I have invoked the title of commander, it is unfeasible to eradicate them all at once. There will be ample time to discern who among them is worthy of trust. By the way, you should pay a visit to the imperial prison and keep watch. While the likelihood may be slim, it is prudent to remain cautious and avoid any unforeseen incidents. Understood. She was well aware of her elder brother's cautious nature. After acknowledging him, Song Qian embraced her sword with both hands, lightly stepping on the ground as she floated out of the hall like a wisp of willow fluff. Observing the empty hall, Song Qian rose and approached the entrance, where 2 rows of dark-clad guards were patrolling. Upon seeing him emerge, each one lowered their heads in trepidation. In a very short time, news had spread throughout the 1,000 household office regarding the newly appointed pacification officer, who had executed over 1,000 household leaders and even imprisoned the 1,000 household lord. Who would not tremble before such a ruthless figure? One who could so readily take a life? You few. Song Qian gestured towards a group of Xian'i guards and commanded, "Bring forth the intelligence concerning the various factions within the boundaries of Mingzhou." Understood. Noticing that the governor did not intend to reprimand them, but rather simply required their assistance, the guards immediately bowed in acknowledgement, feeling a sense of relief wash over them. It appeared that the governor and the commander were embroiled in a power struggle, and now that Governor Song Qian had gained the upper hand, he seemed disinclined to trouble those of lower rank. Soon, a stack of documents was delivered by the Xian'i guards, and Song Qian glanced through them, each scroll containing detailed accounts of a particular faction's activities. Song Qian swiftly skimmed through the information, and 2 hours later, he exhaled softly, having gained a comprehensive understanding of the martial forces within the region of Mingzhou. In summary, the most formidable power on the surface is the Wudong sect. Although this sect is relatively young, its ascendance to the pinnacle of Mingzhou's martial arts community is solely attributed to the presence of its founding master, Zhang Sanfeng. The Great Zhou dynasty encompasses the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, and according to the internal assessments of the Xian'i Wei regarding martial prowess, the martial strength of Mingzhou is ranked among the lowest across the 9 provinces. The majority of martial practitioners are either in the postnatal realm or are mere ordinary warriors who have yet to cultivate inner strength. While there are indeed innate realm warriors, they are few in number, each serving as a pillar within their respective martial factions. Zhang Sanfeng of the Wudong sect stands as the only known master of martial arts on the entire Mingzhou continent and is the sole sect officially recognized and sanctioned by the imperial court. In contrast, other sects, whether deemed righteous or demonic, are regarded by the court as insignificant factions, having never received formal recognition. Song Qian diligently inscribed a series of names upon a sheet of Xian paper with a brush. Among them were figures such as Songshan Zuolinchan, a reclusive master of the Huashan sect, Feng Qingyang, the contemporary leader of the Yimei sect, the merciless master Miju, the head of the Ming cult, Zhang Wuji of the Sun Moon Holy cult, Ren Wujing, the invincible Dongfeng Bubi, the esteemed master Fang Zheng of Shaolin, the rising swordsmanship talent Yi Guqing, the enigmatic Shiman Chui Shui with his 4 distinctive eyebrows, and the legendary Lu Xiaofeng known for his little leaf-flying dagger, alongside Li Xiwen Huan. In total, Song Qian inscribed over 30 names, comprising both renowned characters from Jin Yang's novels and formidable figures from Gu Long's tales. In the grand tapestry of the martial arts world, the emergence of such familiar personalities did not astonish Song Qian. While there may exist disparities in their prowess, all these individuals are recorded in the annals of the Xuan'i Guard as possessing innate mastery. Song Qian took a deep breath, noting that there were clearly dozens of recorded innate realm experts. Even so, according to the assessment of the Xian'i Guard, the martial world of Mingzhou was still regarded as one of the weaker states among the 9 major provinces. This led to the conclusion of just how robust the martial arts practice was throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. As he closed the final document, a sense of pressure enveloped Song Xian. His current strength allowed him to roam freely within the boundaries of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Yet when considering the vastness of the Mingzhou continent, he found himself inadequate. Among the experts documented by the Xianyi Guard, some innate martial artists possessed relatively weaker abilities, such as Wulingchan, the leader of the Songzhan sect. According to the records, Wulingchan could only be classified as a novice innate martial artist, having merely condensed his inner strength into true energy without further cultivating it into a manifestation of vital essence. Against such an opponent, Song Xian felt he still had a fighting chance. However, there were formidable innate martial artists like Yi Guqing, the Lord of Baiyun City, who was characterized as an extremely dangerous figure in the records of the Xianyi Guard. No one truly knew the extent of his power, but various pieces of information gathered from the martial world suggested that Yi Guqing had most likely manifested both vital essence and divine essence. His unparalleled swordsmanship, Tianwai Feixian, seamlessly fused true energy and spiritual will into a single strike. When unleashed, the sword's aura resembled a startled Xuan or a thundering tempest, capable of influencing the minds of others, rendering them utterly entranced and lifeless. In the face of such a formidable adversary, even with his cultivation of heavenly-grade techniques, Song Xian realized that prior to stepping into the innate realm, he would be virtually doomed. He needed to find a way to swiftly break through to the innate realm. Taking another deep breath, Song Xian felt an urgent desire to advance. The pure young Wujing Tozigong was beneficial in all respects, allowing for a comprehensive and steady enhancement of his attributes without the fear of falling into demonic practices, a truly reliable method. Yet, perhaps due to its excessive stability, this technique was slow in terms of progression, especially when compared to rapid success methods like the Sunflower Scripture or the Evil Repelling Sword Manual, which could be said to be significantly faster. In simpler terms, the essence of his technique was that of a juvenile skill, which required the passage of time to mature. The longer one persevered, the more potent the technique would become. However, at merely 20 years of age, Song Xian had not yet reached the point where the true power of the juvenile skill could be unleashed. Typically, a martial artist like Song Xian, having reached the limit of the acquired realm, might achieve a breakthrough to the innate realm with a single moment of enlightenment. Yet, he was acutely aware that even with multiple moments of insight, it would be exceedingly difficult to achieve a direct breakthrough with his current technique, unless he encountered significant fortune. He would simply have to endure the passage of time. As for the location of such fortune, Song Xian inexplicably recalled the Lin family's Evil Repelling Sword Manual. The manual required self-castration for cultivation. Otherwise, one would fall into demonic practices. Contrarily, Song Xian's pure young Wujing Tongzigong had the remarkably stable characteristic of preventing such a descent into madness, which kept the Evil Repelling Sword Manual perpetually on his mind. He wondered if this sword manual, which derived from the Sunflower Scripture, would aid in his cultivation breakthrough. With a creak, the door swung open, and Song Xian looked up to find Song Qian briskly entering with a confession in hand. "Brother, here is the confession from Feng Cheng." Song Qian placed the confession on the table, somewhat perplexed, and remarked, "This individual appears utterly terrified of death, yet his obstinacy is astonishing. The severity of the punishment left me trembling with fear, yet he resolutely endured it, only admitting to being the mastermind behind Su Chang'an's murder, while remaining utterly silent on all other matters." Song Qian cast a glance at the confession above. According to the account, Feng Cheng admitted to harboring significant grievances against Su Chang'an during their work together, which ultimately led him to entertain the notion of secretly eliminating him. In summary, it was indeed a murder committed by him. He bore the guilt alone, rooted in a personal vendetta with Su Chang'an, entirely unrelated to others. This fellow has taken upon himself all the blame. I underestimated him after all. Song Qian exclaimed, "What has become of others now?" "They're dead," Song Qian replied nonchalantly. "After enduring a severe punishment, their bodies have long lost all semblance of humanity." Once he took the blame upon himself, he breathed his last. "Brother, the trail ends here. Shall we continue our investigation?" "Let it be." Song Qian waved his hand, indicating that the case was far too intricate. Even someone as fearful as Feng Cheng had transformed into a resolute figure, unwilling to divulge the truth even at the cost of his life. "What do you think? Could it be?" Song Qian pondered for a moment and said, "Are you suggesting that if he does not reveal the truth, only he shall perish? Yet, if he chooses to speak, not only will he meet his demise, but his wife and children will also face death?" Song Qian chuckled softly. suggesting that perhaps his 9 clans ought to express their gratitude to his ancestors from 8 generations past. I see now, Song Qian exclaimed, realizing that this individual was likely entangled in a grand conspiracy of treason. Upon grasping this notion, Song Qian smiled and remarked, "No wonder you are reluctant to pursue this investigation further. It is likely that Su Chang'an was silenced because he had uncovered certain truths. If we continue to dig deeper, we may very well be the next to face such a fate." Song Qian nodded and remarked, "One should concern themselves according to their capabilities. To meddle in affairs beyond one's ability is a path to ruin. As you have stated, I am destined to become the foremost in the world. If I were to fall midway due to unnecessary interference, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. The court maintains an army of millions, and there are countless experts. Matters of treason and rebellion are best left to those in higher authority. We, as mere 100 household members of the Xuan Guard, should focus on dealing with corrupt officials and thuggish ruffians, living our lives in this manner." Song Qian let out a soft exclamation, reflecting on her elder brother's personality, which was indeed quite extreme. He was more ruthless than anyone when it came to killing, yet when it was time to survive, he was more cautious than anyone else, as if another soul resided within him. "So, is this case resolved just like that?" Song Qian nodded and instructed to disseminate the information. Since Fang Chung had taken on the blame, it was likely that others in the government office could also breathe a sigh of relief. Moreover, it would be beneficial to let the news spread. Thus, this case would come to a close. Song Qian uttered a soft sound before turning and departing to attend to her business. Within a hidden chamber of a certain mansion, 2 figures were engaged in hushed conversation. A man clad in a yellow robe spoke, "Sir, news has arrived from the Xianyi Guard's headquarters. Fang Qing is dead." "Oh?" The other man, dressed in scholarly attire and sipping tea, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. In just one day, he was removed by the pacifying envoy from the imperial capital. He was far too careless, underestimating his opponent, believing he could manipulate matters at his leisure on his own turf. Yet, the other party disregarded any semblance of bureaucratic decorum and resorted to outright murder to establish their authority. The scholar chuckled softly. The Xianyi Guard was founded for the purpose of assassination. For centuries, those from the imperial capital have remained as ruthless as ever. Before his demise, did Fang Chung divulge anything? "Nothing," the yellow-robed man replied. "He bore the blame for the murder of Su Chang'an himself, maintaining a singular line of communication with me. With his death, there is no one left to trace anything back to me." "Sir, should we continue with our previous plans?" The scholar nodded. "Although we have lost 1,000 households, this does not significantly impact our grand ambitions. We must persist in our search for the dragon vein in the Mingzhou continent. So, sir, how shall we deal with the newly appointed pacifying envoy of the 1,000 households?" The scholarly man pondered for a moment before responding. "Since the case has been closed over there, it is best not to complicate matters further. The death of Su Chang'an has already raised suspicions in the imperial capital. If these 2 newcomers were to perish as well, the next arrivals might very well be the elite Xianyi Guards." Upon hearing the term elite Xianyi Guards, the yellow-robed man fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Very well. As long as that individual surnamed Song does not interfere with our endeavors to sever the dragon vein, we shall refrain from provoking him for now." With Fang Cheng's demise beneath his feet, Song Qian became the true master of the Jiangxia Prefecture's 1,000 households. The once grim atmosphere of the 1,000 households office began to ease as Song Qian took control, and the officials pledged their loyalty, gradually transforming the environment into one of greater leniency. Song Qian is inherently a slacker who idles away his time at work. His sole demand from those beneath him is that they refrain from causing harm to the common people. As for everything else, they should continue with their usual duties. The Salt administration in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, with some leisure time on their hands, the Song siblings decided to pay a visit. The picturesque water town of Jiangnan seems to possess a vibrant charm that surpasses that of the imperial capital. Upon seeing Lin Daiyu once more, the once melancholic young cousin now radiates a brighter aura. Perhaps aware of her cousin's visit, the young lady has donned a strikingly colorful outfit. She wears a cerulean gauze shirt above, paired with a violet floral skirt below, and delicate pale red shoes adorn her feet. She appears like a painting come to life, resembling a sprite born from the enchanting waters of Jiangnan. "Wow, little Yu, your attire has truly captivated my heart." Song Qian let out an exaggerated laugh, rushing towards her and pinching her delicate and tender face as if she could squeeze out water. Lin Daiyu playfully swatted her cousin's hand away, then turned to Song Qian and gracefully bowed, inquiring, "I have heard from my father that the troubles on cousin's side have been resolved?" Song Qian slightly nodded. acknowledging that wherever there are people, troubles are bound to arise. For the time being, one could breathe a sigh of relief, as it seemed unlikely to be overly occupied in the short term. By the way, have you been diligently practicing the skills your cousin taught you? The young cousin eagerly nodded, affirming her serious dedication to practice. Ever since leaving the imperial capital, she felt a profound sense of clarity, and throughout this period of trainings, she sensed a significant strengthening of her physique. Xuan expressed his satisfaction, saying, "In the past, you have been troubled by your emotions, causing you considerable distress. Now, you are merely refining your foundation to replenish your depleted vital energy. Once your vitality is restored, I shall have your cousin impart to you some authentic martial arts techniques." At this point, he paused and inquired with curiosity, "By the way, as a young lady of a prestigious family, practicing these skills at home, does your father have any objections?" Dayu smiled and replied, "Cousin, rest assured, my father is quite open-minded. Whether I am studying, practicing calligraphy, or training in martial arts for physical strength, he wholeheartedly supports me." Xuan smiled gently and said, "Let us go meet your father." With that, he took the lead, walking towards a courtyard adorned with a profusion of bamboo. Xuan walked behind, smiling playfully beside Lin Dayu. Cousin, why do I not see you address sister so affectionately?" "Sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Dayu retorted with a delicate pout, her cheeks slightly flushed as she turned her gaze forward. There, she observed the tall figure strolling leisurely, seemingly oblivious to her cousin's teasing. The little cousin felt a slight sense of relief, yet for reasons unknown, her heart inexplicably sank with a tinge of melancholy. In the reception room, Lin Rahai appeared to be in significantly better spirits than in the previous days. Xuan surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "It appears that my maternal uncle's health has nearly fully restored." Lin Rahai, whose condition had significantly improved, gradually exuded an air befitting a high-ranking official. And with a gentle smile, he replied, "I must express my gratitude for the elixirs you have provided. The lesser return pill is a miraculous remedy for injuries and toxins, and it is a privilege that few within the Xianyi Guard are entitled to. To utilize it on someone as ordinary as myself feels somewhat extravagant." Lin Rahai's words were not mere polite expressions. He genuinely felt a sense of wastefulness. After departing from the imperial city and arriving at the 1,000 household office, Xuan realized just how rare the greater and lesser return pills truly were. Initially, he believed these to be standard provisions for second-tier Xianyi guards. But he soon learned that even the 100 household flag officers within the 1,000 household office, classified as second-tier, lacked the qualifications to obtain them. These two divine medicines could only be claimed by the scions of the 120 hereditary Xianyi guard families in the imperial city, who, upon becoming second-tier guards, were eligible to receive them monthly as part of their stipends. For others in the Xianyi guard, acquiring them necessitated ascending to the rank of first-tier guard. As they were all kin, Lin Rahai felt it unnecessary to dwell on this matter further. Instead, he shifted the conversation to recent events at the 1,000 household office. "Your ruthless actions at the office have likely spread throughout the entire Jiangxia provincial bureaucracy in recent days. To be candid, your decisiveness in dealing with the situation has taken even me by surprise. I had not intended to confront them directly, but upon arriving at the office, I overheard their schemes to ensure my demise. Once I realized others were plotting against me, I felt compelled to strike first." Lin Rahai stroked his beard thoughtfully and continued, "While slaughter is not the most effective means of resolution, it is certainly the swiftest. Your brazen display of force, though perilous, caught them off guard, and in the chaos, the results were remarkably effective. One might even call it a stroke of genius." Xuan smiled lightly, acknowledging his uncle's praise, attributing it to the youthful exuberance of the young man, who at the time had not thought too deeply about the matter. He proceeded to recount the events of that day in detail, mentioning how the Captain Qian Hu Fengcheng resolutely took the blame upon himself. He also expressed his perplexity regarding the reasons that would compel a person, typically avaricious, lustful, and fearful of death, to embrace such steadfastness in the face of adversity. Surely, it could not merely be faith? Upon hearing this, Lin Rahai's expression turned grave. This situation was most unusual. The case involving Su Chang'an was merely the tip of the iceberg, hinting at a potentially monumental scandal involving the destruction of entire families. Moreover, there has been a noticeable influx of martial artists into the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions lately, so it would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Should you sense any danger, do not hesitate to come here in advance. Although the Salt Bureau ostensibly oversees salt affairs, it indeed possesses a military force at its disposal. Even the boldest of martial artists would be wary of recklessly confronting an army. The Great Zhou dynasty is founded on martial prowess, and the strength of its military is formidable. Even the most ordinary soldier has undergone training in martial techniques. To counter adept martial artists, the army employs a systematic formation, complemented by a variety of weaponry and crossbows for protection. Even a congenital warrior could find themselves at a disadvantage in such a scenario. Song Qian and Lin Rahai were engaged in a serious discussion. Song Qian and Lin Daiyu sat nearby, savoring osmanthus cakes while listening to the lively conversation between the two. Lin Daiyu's gaze flitted between her father and the striking figure of her cousin, occasionally pushing away her cousin's playful hands that mischievously pinched her cheeks. In that moment, she experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The scene before her was precisely the vision of home she had long yearned for over the past decade. Surrounded by family and friends, devoid of harshness, grievances, or intrigues, she found only peace and serenity, perhaps due to having survived a brush with death. Lin Rahai bore an air that struck Song Qian as peculiar. Engaging in conversation with him, Song Qian felt as though he were conversing with a true sage. If one were to apply the three realms of learning that Song Qian had previously shared with Lin Daiyu, Lin Rahai at this moment embodied the essence of profound understanding. Having attained the third realm, such a scholar, while consistently embodying propriety in his demeanor, was not confined to the words of the sages. He had forged his own path, far surpassing the ordinary pedantry of lesser scholars. After an afternoon of conversation and dinner, Song Qian rose to take his leave. Although there were few matters requiring his attention at the Thousand Household Office, he was preoccupied with the desire to expedite his cultivation and graciously declined Lin Rahai's offer to stay the night. Lin Daiyu, feeling a tinge of reluctance, accompanied him to the entrance of the courtyard. In the Jia household, a young woman of her status would never be permitted to show her face publicly. Yet here, Lin Rahai was remarkably open-minded, unconcerned by societal conventions. If his daughter desired something, she was free to pursue it. Having been granted a second chance at life, he believed he could shield his family from the storms of the world. In the early autumn of the Jiangnan water town, even the autumn breeze carried a hint of the fragrance of bamboo leaves. One morning, Song Qian groomed herself in a small courtyard at the Thousand Household Office, donning a lovely pale yellow gown while inspecting her reflection in a bronze mirror. "Song Ernie, that's quite enough. Don't be vain." A slightly impatient voice from outside the door interrupted her reverie. "If you don't wish to go, I can manage the trip alone." "That simply won't do." Song Qian hurriedly grabbed her sword and stepped outside, casting him a glance filled with disdain. Such a rare opportunity to become a hero should not be missed. Today, Song Qian donned not his official robes, but instead a blue scholar's gown, with a long sword hung at his waist, resembling an erudite traveler setting forth on a journey. His purpose for venturing out was, of course, to retrieve the evil repelling sword manual from Lin Pingji's residence. The previous day, Song Qian received a plea for assistance, delivered by an envoy on Lin Pingji's behalf. The contents of the letter revealed, as he had anticipated, that Lin Pingji had once again embroiled himself in a predicament reminiscent of the narrative in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, having provoked the Qiqing sect of the Sichuan region. This incident could be considered Lin Pingji's exclusive storyline. Even within the martial arts universe of the Great Zhou dynasty, the young man could not evade this calamity. Yet, this was only to be expected. Just as Song Qian was preoccupied with the Lin family's evil repelling sword manual, the Qiqing sect harbored similar intentions. No matter how cautious Lin Pingji might be, the Qiqing sect possessed myriad methods to incite enmity with the Lin family, thereby justifying their pursuit of both vengeance and the sword manual. Upon exiting the government office, the two mounted their horses and journeyed southward. Along the way, Song Qian chattered excitedly. "Brother, how could Lin Pingji, with his mediocre martial skills, manage to slay the son of the Qiqing sect's leader with a single thrust? Perhaps." Song Qian pondered momentarily. The very essence of his existence is to be slain by Lin Pingji. To perish at the hands of someone like him suggests that the martial prowess of the Qiqing sect is likely not as formidable as one might presume. Song Qian nodded. The leader of the Qiqing sect, Yutsong Hai, has yet to attain the innate realm, according to the records of the Xianyi Guard. A sect without innate warriors is merely a minor sect. Minor sects can be quite advantageous. Song Qian cheerfully remarked, "We are simply unable to provoke such formidable sects. Those of us in this profession must learn to intimidate the weak while fearing the strong." Song Qian was rendered speechless and turned his head. He remembered that the Lin family was considered a semi-junction of the martial world, and the grievances between the Qiqing sect and them were akin to those of the martial realm. This time, "We are participating under the guise of distant relatives of Lin Jinan. Do not reveal your identity as a member of the Xianyi Guard." I understand. The court is the court, and the martial world is the martial world. Rest assured, young hero Song, I am well aware. Outside the county city of Fuzhou, Along the official road, there stood a modest tavern, comprising 2 earthen houses with a thatched canopy erected to shield travelers from the wind and rain. Welcoming those who journeyed from north to south, Xuan and his companion dismounted by the roadside, where the inn's attendant, evidently accustomed to serving those from the martial world, promptly led the horses aside to feed them with fodder. The innkeeper, upon noticing the exceptional attire of the 2 men, immediately beamed with a broad smile and inquired, "What would you gentlemen like to eat?" Xuan chuckled. In the past, when I read tales of wandering heroes, they would always order 2 pounds of beef to settle their stomachs upon entering an inn. "Innkeeper, do you have any beef for sale?" The innkeeper hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Heroine, you jest. According to the laws of the Great Show, it is illegal to slaughter cattle without the permission of the authorities." Xuan remarked, "Indeed. Tales and legends are nothing but deceptions." Yet the shopkeeper whispered, "According to the laws of the Great Show, it is illegal for commoners to slaughter cattle without permission. However, if a cow dies of illness, old age, or by accident, the meat may be consumed after official inspection, if the 2 young heroes can afford it. Today, we could arrange for a cow to meet with an unfortunate mishap." "What do you mean?" Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Xuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "Never mind, just bring us a few of the house specialties, and you can choose the staple dishes." "Certainly, young heroes. Please wait a moment." As the shopkeeper walked away, Xuan finally grasped the implication, furrowing her brow as she said, "So, it appears that as long as the payment is sufficient, a cow can indeed be made to accidentally fall to its demise. It seems the legal system of the Great Zhou has considerable loopholes." Xuan remarked nonchalantly, "The essence of law is to uphold the authority of the state. It has always served to restrain the common populace. For the privileged elite, it holds little significance." Xuan appears to be somewhat discontented. "Brother, you often remark that there is no absolute truth in this world. It always feels as though everything is but a facade. Justice and fairness are inherently relative. For absolute equity has never existed." Xuan replied calmly, "The essence of this world has always been one where the strong reign supreme. If you possess sufficient strength, your words may transcend the law, and no one would dare utter a single dissenting word." Xuan glanced at him thoughtfully, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she inquired, "Brother, when will you become the best in the world? I too wish to savor the exhilaration of standing above countless others." Xuan smiled faintly, gazing into the horizon, and remarked, "Once you reach that level, you might find such thoughts dissipating. The feeling of being unparalleled in the world may not be to your liking." Xuan blinked and asked, "So, brother, do you not aspire to be the best in the world?" "Of course, I do." Xuan chuckled. "I'm merely putting on an act. Why so serious?" He continued, "Not only do I aspire to be the best in the world, but I also yearn for immortality." Once the dishes were served, Xuan, possessing some experience in the ways of the world, promptly retrieved her silver needles and began testing each dish meticulously. In this realm, ordinary poisons could typically be detected with silver needles. However, substances such as knockout drops and aphrodisiacs would elude such tests. After Xuan completed her examination, Xuan picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. With the pure young Wujing cultivation technique, he was impervious to toxins. If the food elicited no reaction from his inner energy, he could consume it without worry. The innkeeper felt a twinge of discomfort at Xuan's actions, murmuring to himself, "Rest assured, my young friends, I have operated this establishment for over a decade, and my reputation is well established. This is not a den of iniquity." However, he knew that such matters were not easily articulated. Xuan surveyed the shopkeeper with a discerning eye and remarked coolly, "In the past, you might not have resorted to operating a black market, but now that you have grown older and your health has waned, perhaps you were tempted to make a grand score for a comfortable retirement?" Upon hearing these words, several patrons at other tables could not contain their laughter. Some even found merit in Xuan's observations, pulling silver needles from their pockets to begin their cautious examinations. The shopkeeper's face turned ashen with anger, and he addressed the 2 customers, "Surely you cannot be here to disrupt my humble establishment? I conduct my business with integrity. How can you so unjustly tarnish my reputation?" Xuan calmly produced a silver coin and placed it on the table, remarking with a hint of indifference, "Is this sufficient to restore your reputation?" The shopkeeper cast a glance at the silver on the table, estimating it to weigh around 10 taels. To the elite, 10 taels of silver is a trifling sum. However, for an ordinary family, it could sustain them for several months. The shopkeeper's previous discontent swiftly dissipated, transforming into a warm smile. "Young sir, you are too kind. Perhaps you might berate me a little more? Otherwise, I find it somewhat unsettling to accept this silver." Song Xian smiled and said, "Let me ask you something. Simply answer truthfully. You may inquire as you wish. I have run this establishment for over a decade, and I have encountered a myriad of travelers. My knowledge of the local news is quite extensive. There is nothing within 100 miles of this region that escapes my awareness." Song Xuanqing pondered for a moment and said, "Recently, there is a batch of goods that needs to be delivered to the northern regions. I am considering hiring an escort agency for this purpose. I have heard that the Fuwei escort agency in the city is quite reputable. As a local, please tell me the truth. Is the Fuwei escort agency reliable?" "The Fuwei escort agency?" The old shopkeeper furrowed his brows and replied, "My dear guest, had this been before, I would have certainly recommended the Fuwei escort agency to you. Lin, the head of the agency, is known for his righteousness and generosity, as well as his unwavering integrity. He commands respect in both the underworld and the legitimate business sphere, making him a trustworthy choice for escorting goods. However, at present," the old shopkeeper lowered his voice and continued, "the Fuwei escort agency has recently attracted significant trouble, reportedly having offended the Qingqing sect from the Shu region. It seems that the Lin family may find it exceedingly difficult to navigate this crisis. Thus, I truly advise against seeking the services of the Fuwei escort agency for your escort needs at this time." Song Xian smiled lightly. "Does the local government's opinion hold any weight? How could it possibly matter?" The old shopkeeper replied, "The young master of the Lin family has slain the son of the leader of the Qingqing sect. Such grievances of the martial world have always been beyond the reach of the court, as long as the Qingqing sect refrains from harming ordinary citizens. Even if the Lin family were to be utterly annihilated, the authorities would merely emerge afterward to collect the corpses, never daring to provoke the Qingqing sect." Song Xian furrowed his brow and remarked, "The Lin family has operated the Fuwei escort agency for many years. Surely they must have some acquaintances in the martial arts world? Have they not sought assistance?" "Why, of course they have." The old steward, who relished gossip, spoke with fervor about the intrigues of the martial realm, divulging all he knew without the need for further inquiry from Song Xian. In recent times, Chief Lin Jinan had been tirelessly appealing for help, sending out letter after letter. Yet not a single soul had come to their aid. The leader of the Qingqing sect, Yutsong Hai, renowned for his formidable skill in the heart-crushing palm, is a name known throughout the martial arts community. It is said that those struck by this technique meet a most chilling fate. Upon death, their bodies bear no marks, remain cold, and bleed not a drop, yet their hearts are left shattered. Upon learning that the Qingqing sect was involved, many would shy away, fearing the troubles that might ensue. "Oh?" Song Xian's expression changed subtly as he exchanged a glance with Song Qian, both of them instantly recalling the tragic demise of the former chief, Su Chang'an. Such a method of inflicting harm, one that leaves no visible wounds but shatters the heart from within, was a skill possessed by numerous martial artists within the realm. Initially, Song Xian had not connected this incident to Yutsong Hai, given their vast geographical separation, with one in Jiangsu and Zhejiang and the other in Sichuan. However, upon hearing the old shopkeeper's words, a vague sense began to stir within him. This matter might indeed have ties to Yutsong Hai. Alas, it is a pity for Chief Lin, a good man at heart, yet he has unwittingly invited tremendous trouble. The shopkeeper sighed, stating, "It is often said that he possesses extensive connections, but such relationships require a foundation of strength to be effective. In trivial matters, people in the martial world may extend him some courtesy. However, after the Lin family has slain the son of Master Yu, this act of vengeance is one that others in the martial community dare not even attempt to mediate. In my view, relying on others is ultimately inferior to relying on oneself. If Chief Lin were to muster his resolve and gather the bodyguards from various regions, even if they lacked the skills of the Qingqing sect disciples, 1,000 or 800 bodyguards might still intimidate them due to sheer numbers. Regrettably, he remains too indecisive. Reports indicate that instead of rallying support, he has been secretly dispersing his men, clearly demonstrating his unwillingness to confront the danger head-on, only seeking to escape. Such a person, devoid of any fighting spirit in the face of adversaries, likely heralds the imminent downfall of the Lin family." Song Xian looked at the shopkeeper with a hint of surprise and remarked, "Your insights are indeed profound, surpassing those of Lin Jinan." "Ah, the young hero flatters me." The old shopkeeper replied with a sense of pride. "With age comes wisdom, having encountered many matters over the years while running this establishment. I can discern the essence of many situations at a mere glance." As he spoke, he discreetly tucked the silver coins from the table into his sleeve and added in a hushed tone, "You two have inquired extensively about the Lin family. Are you here from afar to assist them? For the sake of the silver, heed my advice. Once you have dined and refreshed yourselves, return whence you came. Do not involve yourselves in the murky waters of the Lin family's troubles. Months ago, before the death of the Qiqing sect's leader's son, disciples had already begun arriving in Fuzhou. They even dined here. They have long set their sights on the Lin family. And regardless of whether the leader's son is alive or dead, the Lin family cannot escape this calamity. I have seen many young and impetuous heroes like yourselves, eager to champion justice and make a name for themselves. Your intentions are understandable, but it is unwise to provoke a martial sect like the Qiqing sect. The Fuwei escort agency, headquartered in Fuzhou, is a formidable force. In the past, even the county governor would greet Lin Jinan with a smile, respectfully addressing him as head escort Lin. The Lin family's escort business is extensive, with branches in nearly all 12 prefectures of Mingzhou. The Lin family has indeed forged connections with numerous influential figures in both the underworld and the righteous community through their business. However, following the recent upheavals in his household, Lin Jinan has come to realize that the so-called connections he once took pride in are nothing but a farce. And the so-called comrades who once called him brother have vanished without a trace. My husband, is there truly no one to lend us aid? In a chamber of the Lin residence, Mrs. Lin gazed at her husband with concern, her heart heavy with worry as she witnessed his recent exhaustion. The initial messages sent out had vanished without a trace, and later attempts were thwarted as Qiqing sect disciples ambushed their messenger just outside the door. Our communication with the outside world has been severed, and we are left with no recourse but to wait. Lin Jinan, a robust man, now appeared weary, rubbing his forehead in distress. I initially underestimated the gravity of the situation, he sighed. I did not foresee that the man I killed would be the leader's son. I sent gifts in the hope of defusing the matter as we have in the past. I underestimated the Qiqing sect's resolve for vengeance. At the door, Lin Pingzhi wore a face of guilt. It is all my fault. My pride led to this calamity for our family. Lin Jinan shook his head, indicating he bore no resentment. My son, I have always taught you to act in accordance with your conscience. When you assisted a woman in distress, that was the very essence of chivalry, not mere pride. Who could have predicted that the leader's son would be so inept, falling so easily at your hands? Lin Pingzhi sighed in agreement. Indeed, who could have foreseen such a turn of events? By the way, Lin Jinan suddenly recalled. Who did you send that letter to recently? Do you have friends outside? Lin Pingzhi nodded slightly. On the journey back from escorting goods by sea, I met a brother who I spent over half a month with on the ship. We got along quite well. He is a captain in the Xuan Guard from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and he mentioned I could seek him out in times of trouble. The captain of the Xuan Guard? Lin Jinan's expression brightened. Why did you not mention this sooner? Lin Pingzhi's expression turned complex. Father, you often claim to have many friends and acquaintances among the martial world. I thought my friend would not be necessary, but who would have imagined that all your acquaintances would turn out to be unreliable when it truly matters? Though Lin Pingzhi did not voice these thoughts, his meaning was clear, causing Lin Jinan's face to flush with embarrassment. He is merely a captain of the Xuan Guard. He was likely just being courteous. The feud between the Qiqing sect and us is deeply personal. The Xuan Guard may not involve themselves in our affairs. Lin Pingzhi's expression darkened as he recalled the words of Brother Song from the ship, advising him to consider the consequences of his actions and not to act impulsively, causing trouble for his family. At that time, he had dismissed the advice, believing it to be mere lecturing, not realizing that Brother Song had seen through his impulsive nature. Seeing the uncertainty in his son's demeanor, Lin Jinan gritted his teeth. Regardless of whether your friend comes or not, we cannot remain idle. Tonight, at the stroke of midnight, I will command all the servants and maids to flee. We shall change our clothes and blend into the crowd. Our escape will depend on fate. Furthermore, if you manage to escape, remember to seek refuge with your maternal grandfather in Luoyang. He is the leader of the Golden Blade sect, known as the Invincible Golden Blade, with many disciples under his command, not inferior to the Qiqing sect. It is my fault for being overly indecisive. Had we sought refuge in Luoyang from the outset, we would not have been cornered by the Qiqing sect to this extent. In Fuzhou, Xiangyang Alley, a voice questioned, Brother, this is not the Lin family estate, is it? Song Qian clasped the sword with both hands, her curious gaze surveying the old mansion before her. This alley appeared abandoned, devoid of any trace of human activity. This was the Lin family ancestral home, Song Qian remarked with a casual smile. The Lin family ancestral home? What brings us here? To obtain the evil repelling sword manual. Within the narrative of the smiling, proud wanderer, the most accessible advanced martial arts could be found in the original evil repelling sword manual hidden within the Lin family mansion. There was no need for bloodshed, and the challenge was minimal. As long as one possessed sufficient resolve to perform self-castration, mastery could be achieved within a year. earning one a reputation as a formidable expert in the martial world. As they spoke, Song Xian lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and like a fleeting swallow, he soared gracefully into the dilapidated courtyard. In no time, a manual was firmly grasped in his hand. "Let me take a look." Song Qian curiously leaned over, and upon catching sight of the 8 striking characters on the first page that read, "To master this skill, one must first undergo castration," her countenance turned pale, filled with terror. "Brother, I understand you have your own burdens, but you mustn't succumb to despair." Seemingly struck by a thought, she continued to console him. "Brother, you are the sole heir of the Song family. There are certain things that may be set aside, but some cannot be forsaken. Would you not agree? What are you thinking? Do you truly believe I would go so far as to castrate myself for a manual?" Song Qian glared at her in discontent. "That is a precarious statement." Song Qian gazed at her elder brother with skepticism. A woman as ethereal as Sister Lu had presented herself. Yet her brother could bind her and recite the heart purity and universal goodness mantra. Given her brother's perplexing thought processes, Song Qian would not be astonished by any of his actions. Song Qian glanced at her and turned to the next page of the secret manual, beginning to read. "To cultivate the divine skill, one must perform self-castration. If one refrains from this, the energy will become heated, rising from the body, igniting it in flames, surging upwards in chaotic disarray. Even if the heat subsides, the injuries to the body will persist. After self-castration, true energy will flourish." Song Qian observed in astonishment. He had previously assumed that the evil-repelling sword manual merely encompassed basic sword techniques. To his surprise, it also incorporated methods for internal energy cultivation. Mastering this skill, in conjunction with the 72 sword techniques within, would allow one to generate true energy after undergoing castration, thereby transforming internal power into true energy, which could be said to grant access to the realm of innate warriors. Indeed, it was well-deserved that this was considered the most expedient martial art within, laughing proudly. The defeat of Yu Songhai in the later stages by Lin Pingji was not without reason. After contemplating the 72 evil-repelling sword techniques, Song Xian's initial impression was that they were rather peculiar. This swordsmanship was extraordinarily bizarre, with many of its striking methods defying the limits of human capability. Yet, within the manual, these techniques were documented with remarkable clarity. A well-known saying in the martial world asserts that the more unusual a weapon, the quicker its wielder meets their demise. Similarly, the more unconventional the sword technique, the swifter the downfall. The term unusual refers to concepts that surpass ordinary comprehension, emphasizing the element of surprise. However, such peculiarity often veers towards extremity. Employing the same technique on an opponent more than once risks revealing vulnerabilities, making one susceptible to a decisive strike. The evil-repelling sword techniques share this flaw. In fact, Song Qian perceived that the weaknesses of these 72 sword techniques were exceedingly easy to detect after their execution. To compensate for this deficiency, the evil-repelling sword techniques boasted an additional attribute: speed. Unparalleled speed. Song Qian's speed in drawing his sword is indeed remarkable. Yet his swiftness is not a result of his swordsmanship, but rather stems from the sheer strength of his physical form. The evil-repelling sword technique, however, does not demand excessive expenditure of one's physical vitality. It achieves unparalleled speed solely through the mastery of the sword itself. This extraordinary rapidity, combined with a sword technique so uncanny it sends shivers down one's spine, renders any perceived weaknesses during combat almost imperceptible. The technique is executed with such velocity that life and death can be determined in the blink of an eye. Even if one were to identify a flaw in the evil-repelling sword technique, there would be no time to react. To attain such ultimate speed, we must return to the initial premise: one must undergo castration. Without this sacrifice, the body will be plagued by an incessant heat, ultimately leading to madness. However, upon undergoing this transformation and subsequently practicing the evil-repelling sword technique, one's internal power will gradually condense into true energy through a peculiar cultivation path, effectively allowing one to leap into the realm of the innate. With the sword manual closed, Song Qian handed it to Song Qian and then, with closed eyes, took a deep breath before slowly drawing the long sword from his waist. Song Qian, on high alert, gazed intently at her elder brother, fearing that a moment of impulsiveness might lead him to inadvertently sever that object. Song Qian remained silent, gradually opening his eyes, and began to practice the exorcising sword technique as outlined in the sword manual. Initially, his speed of drawing the sword was unhurried, almost excruciatingly slow. Some of the postures felt so alien to him that his body twisted awkwardly, resembling a contorted piece of dough. However, as his physique grew accustomed to the peculiar swordplay, His speed of execution accelerated, and soon, to Song Qian's astonishment, the courtyard was enveloped in a dazzling array of sword light. The distinctions between reality and illusion, between feints and genuine lethal strikes, blurred completely. She could no longer discern which were mere distractions and which were authentic threats. Faced with such an evolved form of swordsmanship, she found herself at a loss as to how to respond, perhaps only by achieving the third realm of swordsmanship, the heavy sword realm. As her elder brother had once described, could one hope to confront this challenge, regardless of the sword technique or the variations in sword strikes, with sheer strength? One might overcome all methods. Song Qian's swordplay accelerated relentlessly. The brilliance of his blade astonished even himself. His complexion gradually flushed crimson, beads of sweat adorned his entire body, and wisps of vapor began to rise. Due to the absence of self-castration, as he practiced the exorcising sword technique, a continuous surge of heat emanated from within him. The sensation of internal fervor reaching an extraordinary level. Song Qian felt that if he were to place an egg upon himself at that very moment, it would be cooked to perfection in an instant. Brother, please stop. If you continue down this path, you shall be consumed by madness. Song Qian also noticed the peculiar situation of Song Qian, and in her anxiety, she began to call out. It's all right. Song Qian spoke calmly, exhibiting no intention of halting. Within him, an incessant surge of warmth was being absorbed by the pure young internal energy. The crimson pure young energy in his dantian, resembling a swirling mist, appeared as if it were an unfathomable abyss, consuming every ounce of heat generated without exception. As the warmth within him continued to be devoured, Song Qian could distinctly sense a loosening in his cultivation, which had been stuck at the limits of the acquired realm. The crimson pure young energy, transitioning from a misty form, began to exhibit signs of condensing into a liquid state. His internal energy was gradually transforming into innate true qi. Fortune, indeed. The evil repelling sword manual is truly the opportunity for my breakthrough. A surge of joy welled up within Song Qian as he accelerated the movements of the evil repelling sword technique, executing them with heightened swiftness. To the untrained eye, the practice of such a technique without self-castration would inevitably lead to madness. Yet, in Song Qian's hands, it transformed into a catalyst for his breakthrough and cultivation. This sudden stroke of fortune was simply exhilarating. Brother, you are moving far too quickly. Initially, upon witnessing the rising clouds of vapor enveloping her elder brother, Song Qian felt compelled to voice her concerns. However, as time passed and she observed that aside from the faint mist emanating from his body and his face flushed like a braised pig trotter, he seemed otherwise untroubled. She fell silent, merely watching the unfolding spectacle. Time flowed steadily by. After 3 hours of pushing the sword technique to its utmost limits, Song Qian suddenly experienced a resonating buzz in his head, and everything within the courtyard crystallized vividly in his mind. The wind rustled through the bamboo grove, producing a gentle whisper of leaves. The chirping of insects and the songs of birds resonated clearly. He could pinpoint their exact locations. He could even discern the rhythmic beating of Song Qian's heart, as well as the very breath she exhaled, within a radius of 3 zhang. Song Qian felt an overwhelming sense of dominion over life and death, a conviction that within this space, he was invincible, should he so desire. The speed of the sword technique gradually diminished until, at last, he stood with sword in hand, sensing the pure yang inner energy in his dantian fully coalescing into true pure yang qi. He released a gentle breath. From this day forth, he, Song Qian, had stepped into the realm of the innate martial artist. With a mere thought, a transparent panel reminiscent of a gaming character's attributes materialized before him. Name, Song Qian. Age, 20. Identity, second rank guard of the Qian Yi realm. Early stage of innate realm reputation in the Jianghu, a fledgling mount. Qian Yi's green-maned horse. Inner power techniques, pure yang supreme boy technique, celestial level technique. Family heirloom Xin Bing force, innate level technique, martial skills, evil repelling sword technique, innate level sword technique, spiraling 9 shadows, master level lightness skill. Basic fist and foot techniques of the Qian Yi, basic knife techniques, beginner's throwing techniques for hidden weapons, beginner's iron cloth skill, beginner's lightness skill grass flying. Equipment, standard soft armor of the Qian Yi, standard longsword, dagger, hidden weapons, pebbles, and various poisons. As he dismissed the attribute panel, Song Qian felt the pure yang qi coursing through his body, continually refining his flesh and sharpening his spirit. The exhilarating sensation of being suffused with power was simply divine. Brother, have you broken through? Song Qian's eyes sparkled with surprise as she joyfully ran to his side, her gaze filled with admiration. You've made a breakthrough. Song Qian wore a smile upon his face, his spirits exceptionally high. Having entered the innate realm, he realized that as long as he refrained from recklessly provoking Zhang Sanfeng at Wudong Mountain, he could not claim to roam freely throughout Mingzhou, but at the very least, he had secured his own safety. How remarkable was this evil-repelling sword manual? Song Qian stared in astonishment at the sword manual in her hands. After biting her lip, she pondered, as a woman, I suppose self-castration is unnecessary? Without waiting for Song Qian to speak, she drew her long sword and began to practice the techniques inscribed within. What's the harm? I shall give it a try first. A quarter of an hour later, Song Qian was enveloped in a wave of warmth, her complexion flushed, and her gaze began to drift into a daze as she gazed at Song Qian with a peculiar, silly grin. Noticing this, Song Qian stepped forward and swiftly knocked the long sword from her grasp. Then, seizing her arm, he hurled her into a pond situated within the old residence. The sudden chill of the water jolted Song Qian back to clarity. She raised her hand and splashed the surface, propelling herself out of the water. Did I just lose my mind? She mused. I was grinning like a fool. Song Qian, intrigued, inquired, when you were lost in your delusion, did any illusions appear before your eyes? Song Qian's face bore a faint blush, and she turned her head slightly, feeling a touch of shyness. No, I am not certain, she replied, her mind clouded and unable to recall clearly. Song Qian uttered a soft acknowledgement, displaying no surprise. It is quite common for one to become obsessed to the point of losing clarity of mind. Brother, why is it that you can practice self-castration without consequence, yet I cannot pursue my cultivation in the same manner? Song Qian murmured, the profound ice energy within my dantian can hardly suppress the ever-rising heat. How did you manage to contain it? I did not employ the profound ice energy, I replied. Song Qian pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was due to the substantial enhancement of his abilities from his recent advancement in cultivation that he found himself contemplating matters with newfound clarity, no longer burdened by excessive caution. You may have surmised that while I merely practiced the Xianbing technique casually, my true focus lies in the cultivation of the Tongzi skill. Tongzi skill? Song Qian appeared to have anticipated this outcome, showing little surprise. After Sister Lu recounted the matters you were involved in, I had begun to harbor such suspicions. Brother, is this remarkable skill something that father has passed down to you? Song Qian fell into a moment of silence, then shook his head. No. This was precisely the reason he had been reluctant to discuss the matter earlier. He could not disclose the origins of the cultivation technique directly and could only resort to fabrication. However, weaving a single lie would inevitably lead to the necessity of concocting further deceptions to obscure the truth. It was quite troublesome. It was not given by my father. After all, Song Qian suddenly felt a surge of joy. It appears that old Song has not shown favoritism. It seems there are still numerous secrets within you. Does anyone else know about your cultivation of the youthful technique? No, you are the first to know. Song Qian chuckled. Brother, you practice the art of youth. Yet you frequently visit the brothels to listen to music. Could it be that you seek to cultivate your temperament? Upon this realization, she clapped her hands, as if comprehending the reason behind it. No wonder you can endure the heat within your body and withstand the perils of obsession. Your temperamental training is indeed remarkable. Song Qian was momentarily taken aback, then slowly nodded in agreement. If that is how you perceive it, then I shall concede. Indeed, I am here to cultivate my character. In many respects, Song Qian, my dear sister, exhibits remarkable maturity. For instance, she seems to have discerned that her elder brother prefers not to delve into the intricacies of my early training. Consequently, she refrains from mentioning the origins of that particular technique. This consideration alleviates a considerable burden from Song Qian, sparing him the need to fabricate a tale about encountering an old beggar during a childhood outing who imparted upon him extraordinary skills. Song Qian reluctantly put away the evil-repelling sword manual. The swordsmanship was commendable, yet it seemed rather unaccommodating towards women. This martial art was inherently designed for the palace eunuchs. Song Qian chuckled casually. Perhaps it was originally concocted by the eunuchs of the palace. As he spoke, he fastened his long sword at his waist and brushed off the dust from his attire. Let us proceed to little Linzi's home. After all, my breakthrough owes much to the Lin family's sword manual. I shall conveniently handle some trifling troubles for them. As twilight descended, within the Lin residence, a group of maids and servants had already gathered together, their belongings neatly arranged. At Lin Jianan's command, they would rush forth through the gates. At this juncture, their survival rested solely upon fate. In recent days, many had contemplated escape, but the hidden disciples of the Qingqing sect, lurking outside, seemed resolute in their intent to annihilate any remnants of the Lin family. No one was permitted to exit the Lin estate, be they maid, servant, Her family member, those who dared to cross the threshold into the streets, would swiftly meet their demise. Outside the estate, in a secluded corner, several Chi-Chung disciples were engaged in hushed conversation. When will the master arrive? One questioned. He should arrive tonight, replied an elder disciple. There were some issues in the Jiangzhou region, and upon receiving news, the master hastened there, lingering a while. However, by my calculations, he should be nearing now. Good. Once the master arrives, we shall act. We absolutely cannot allow any of the Lin family to escape, exclaimed a youthful disciple, appearing no older than 17 or 18. Brothers, after we eradicate the Lin family, I desire nothing but that Lady Lin. I have coveted her for many days. I hope you will not contend with me for her. You lad, you possess a penchant for treachery, came a languid voice from behind. Ha ha, you have caught me there. I shall not deny it. The young disciple replied with a laugh, yet the next moment, he felt an unsettling chill. He distinctly remembered no one was behind him. A sudden jolt of terror surged through him as he whirled around, only to find a scholarly young man standing there, one hand resting upon his shoulder. The Chi-Chung disciples drew their swords, one of them demanding, "Who are you? Are you here to assist the Lin family?" Within the Lin estate, Lin Jianan surveyed the faces of the frightened crowd, bowing apologetically. "It is my family's fault towards you all. Words now are of no avail. We can only fight with all we have. If you are prepared, I shall open the gates. Those who can escape should do so." As his words fell, silence enveloped the courtyard, no one daring to speak. Lin Jianan sighed and began to approach the main gate. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from outside, as if someone had been violently hurled against the iron doors. Faintly, a woman's voice could be heard admonishing, "Where does this young lady need to go? Must I report to you, few shrimp?" Then came a series of knocks. "Open the door. Warmth is here." Many within the Lin residence stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. What did warmth imply? Lin Jianan forced a bitter smile, realizing the Chi-Chung sect was preparing to storm in. "Everyone, brace yourselves. Escape as many as possible." The knocking continued. "Little Lindsay, are you still alive? If so, make a sound." The woman's voice grew increasingly impatient. Squeak. Lin Pingxi, roused from his stupor, suddenly comprehended who had arrived. Instinctively, he called out excitedly towards the door, "Sister Qian, is it you? Oh, it seems you are still alive." Song Qian's tone faltered momentarily before rising in pitch. "If you're alive, hurry and open the door." Song Qian felt a sense of agitation within her heart, for she was acutely aware that the initial stages of the foundational skills progressed at a glacial pace. Prior to reaching the innate realm, all efforts could merely be regarded as laying the groundwork. The transition from the acquired to the innate level represented a formidable threshold. Her elder brother had been stagnating at the 9th level of the acquired realm for several years. Now, with a sudden breakthrough, his martial path would undoubtedly surge forward with unrelenting momentum. Her mind was consumed with the urgency to resolve the matters concerning the Lin family, so that she could retreat into seclusion for a period, striving to achieve the innate realm as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, given her brother's unique characteristic of difficulty in the early stages followed by ease, the gap between them would only continue to widen. "Here he comes," Lin Ping exclaimed, flustered as he opened the door. Before him stood the tall and imposing figure of Song Qian, clad in a scholar's robe. Song Qian exuded an air of refined elegance, yet Lin Ping inexplicably felt an overwhelming pressure. In the presence of the familiar elder brother, he found his breath somewhat constricted. "You mentioned urgency in your letter. I thought you were on the brink of collapse." Song Qian scrutinized Lin Pingxi and exclaimed, "Full of life, aren't you? Senior sister Qian, brother Song." Lin Pingxi's face was adorned with a broad smile. He had previously experienced Song Qian's sharp wit aboard the ship. He once found her words somewhat biting, yet now they felt exceptionally endearing. Given the current plight of the Lin family, while others kept their distance, this friend, whom he had known for merely 10 days, had traveled a long way to offer assistance. Such kindness was something Lin Pingxi would cherish for a lifetime. "Is your family safe?" Song Qian inquired gently, glancing at the group behind Lin Pingxi. Lin Pingxi did not respond directly. Instead, he lowered his gaze to the several disciples of the Qingqing sect sprawled haphazardly outside the gate, noting that 2 of them appeared lifeless, while others writhed on the ground in agony. Before he could speak, Lin Jianan hurried over, his expression earnest as he bowed respectfully. "We are immensely grateful for the assistance of both young heroes. Had it not been for your timely intervention, the Lin family might have faced utter annihilation tonight." Song Qian waved his hand, saying, "We are all relatives. Discussing such matters feels rather distant." Lin Jianan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lin Pingxi. "You rascal. Are you concealing something from your father?" The Lin family shared a kinship with these two young gentlemen of the Song clan. Why did you not inform me sooner? However, the next instant, upon perceiving Song Qian's enigmatic smile, Lin Jianan's mind raced swiftly. He promptly bowed and said, by the standards of our familial hierarchy, I must address you as uncle. With that, he earnestly cast another glance at Song Qian and declared, Ent. Song Qian and Song Qian exchanged a glance, and at that moment, he could hardly suppress the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Old Lin was indeed quite an interesting character in his quest to safeguard his family's lives. His ability to adapt and endure could be considered commendable. Alas, his strength left much to be desired. Pingji, quickly call uncle and aunt. Lin Pingji wore a bewildered expression. Glancing first at his father and then at the Song siblings, his face a portrait of confusion. What was happening? It was clear that I had invited friends for assistance. Yet in the blink of an eye, I had transformed from a peer into a mere grandson. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. Having already ventured far beyond the 5 stages of mourning, there was no necessity for such formality. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the middle-aged woman standing behind Lin Jianan, who wore an expression of profound relief as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. You must be Madame Lin? He inquired. Madame Lin, a bit flustered, offered a respectful bow. I have met my uncle and my second aunt. Before she could finish her sentence, Song Qian lifted his foot and kicked a Qingchang sect disciple, who was rolling on the ground, toward the feet of Lin Jianan and his wife. Earlier, outside, he had overheard the young man expressing his desire to have a heartfelt conversation with Madame Lin. Song Qian paused for a moment, glancing at the somewhat grim-faced Lin Jianan. Why don't you two take him away first and have a slow conversation? Lin Jianan took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and bowed slightly, saying, Thank you. With that, he seized the man by the neck and swiftly made his way to the backyard alongside Madame Lin. Soon, the backyard was filled with the wretched cries of anguish, interspersed with Lin Jianan's furious exclamations. Given that they were already in a life-and-death struggle with the Qiqing sect, which sought to annihilate the Lin family and disgrace his wife, there was no longer anything to hold back. In that moment, Lin Jianan was merciless, plunging his dagger into the man repeatedly until his fury gradually subsided. Only then did he rise and wipe the blood from his hands. Madame Lin produced a handkerchief and dabbed the sweat from her husband's brow, murmuring as she did so, Is it true that the Song siblings, whom Pinger knows, are indeed our distant relatives? Not at all, Lin Jianan replied, shaking his head. At first, I didn't realize it. I merely followed his words to establish a familial connection. Now I understand that their identities are quite special. After all, they're from the court. If they lacked an appropriate standing, their interference in the affairs of the martial realm could lead to unnecessary complications. This time, they came purely out of respect for Pinger, assisting us as distant relatives of the Lin family. They risked defending the entire Qiqing sect by traveling such a distance. So it is only right that we address them as uncle and aunt. A look of satisfaction spread across Lin Jianan's face. This child, Pinger, has indeed surpassed me. His father, in many aspects. At least, in the realm of making friends, he has far exceeded my capabilities. In the front yard, Song Qian laughed heartily as she gazed at Lin Pingji. Come, my dear great-grandson, pay your early New Year respects to your auntie, and I shall prepare a generous red envelope for you. Lin Pingji replied with a shy smile, Sister Qian, you are so young and beautiful, like a celestial being. Calling you auntie would surely age you. Indeed. Song Qian smiled brightly, causing Lin Pingji's heart to momentarily flutter. He quickly steadied his thoughts and pointed to the Qingchang sect disciples lying on the ground. Sister Qian, your martial arts are truly formidable. These individuals killed several members of our escort agency not long ago, yet they seem utterly powerless against you, like children. I wonder if I will ever have the opportunity to attain your current level of skill in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile appeared on Song Qian's face as she replied, Little Lin, may I pose a question to you? Please answer truthfully. Ask away, Sister Qian. I assure you, I would not dare to conceal anything, Lin Pingji replied earnestly, a hint of tension evident in his demeanor, uncertain of what this eccentric young lady might inquire. Do not be anxious, it's merely a casual question. Song Qian lowered her voice slightly and said, If, and I emphasize if, I were to offer you a legendary tome that could enable you to become an unparalleled master in a remarkably short time, but the cost would be self-castration. Would you be willing to pursue such a path? Self-castration? Lin Pingji was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head vigorously, refusing the notion. No way, absolutely not. Why are you fixated solely on the self-castration part? Did you not hear me mention the possibility of swiftly becoming an extraordinary master? Are you truly not tempted? I am tempted, Lin Pingji replied earnestly. However, if I were to undergo self-castration, I would no longer be a man. What would be the meaning of existence then? Even if I became an unparalleled master, I would find no joy in it. Oh, I understand now. Song Qian nodded thoughtfully, realizing that men indeed place great importance on that matter. In light of this, her previous concern that her elder brother might castrate himself over a manual now seemed somewhat excessive. Your approach in questioning is misguided. Song Qian spoke. Pingji, had we not arrived today, the Qiqing sect would have slaughtered your entire family, leaving you as the sole survivor. At this moment, a tome that promises to transform one into an unparalleled master lies before you, yet it demands the sacrifice of your own manhood for cultivation. Will you undertake this path? Lin Pingji remained silent, his gaze fixated on the lifeless body of the Qiqing sect disciples sprawled upon the ground. He understood that Song's words rang true. Had they not come to their aid today, it would have been his family lying there instead. The thought of his entire family perishing struck him with a profound sorrow, and his eyes welled with tears as he gritted his teeth and declared, I will practice. Thus, Song, does such a tome truly exist? Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that his inquiry was merely casual, urging them not to be overly agitated, as everything seemed to be fine. Lin Pingju shook his head and replied, Elder brother, you are unaware. These individuals are merely the vanguard sent by the Qiqing sect. The sect's master, Yu Songhai, has yet to arrive. I have gathered sufficient information about Yu Songhai in recent days. He is ruthless and possesses formidable strength. Even if my Lin family manages to evade today's calamity, we will inevitably confront him in the future. Having slain his son, even if I were to offer my life in atonement, he would never let my Lin family off the hook. The trouble is of my own making. If castrating myself could resolve such a significant predicament with Yu Songhai, I would wholeheartedly acquiesce. Song Qian smiled reassuringly, urging calmness. Now that I am here, rest assured that I shall attend to matters appropriately. Logically speaking, given that Lin Pingji has slain Yu Songhai's son, there is no question that Yu Songhai's quest for vengeance is justified. However, once one enters the realm of martial arts, one becomes a drifting soul. The essence of this world is a cycle of killing and retribution, dictated solely by strength, where the might of one's fists reigns supreme. Who would concern themselves with the law? Should Yu Songhai possess the capability, he could indeed annihilate the Lin family, and the imperial court would remain indifferent. Conversely, if the Lin family wields considerable power, they could retaliate against the Qiqing sect, with the court still turning a blind eye. Victory designates righteousness, rendering the victorious party as the one in the right. But where does righteousness currently reside? Having recently transcended to the innate realm, Song Qian asserts that wherever he stands, that is where justice lies. The Qiqing sect disciples who lingered outside to observe the Lin family have been swiftly dealt with by Song Qian and his companion, temporarily concluding the Lin family's tribulations. What remains is merely a matter of patience, awaiting the arrival of Yu Songhai. For that shall be the moment when true resolution is finally attained. Song Qian and his companion endured a long and arduous journey. After Lin Zhen, Nan arranged 2 rooms for them. They retired to rest. Subsequently, old Lin instructed the household servants to commence cleaning the courtyard in preparation for the evening banquet, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. Pingji, come here. After giving orders to the servants, Lin Zhen pulled Lin Pingji into a corner and whispered, Do you have any idea how formidable your 2 friends truly are? Has your brother Song mentioned whether they can contend with Yu Songhai? I am uncertain. Lin Pingji hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. I have not inquired, nor have they broached the subject. However, I sensed that when they spoke of Yu Songhai, their tone and demeanor conveyed no sense of regard for him. Lin Zhen, Nan's expression relaxed somewhat. Indeed, if they lacked the confidence to confront Yu Songhai, they would not have come so readily. Those capable of becoming 100 households in the Xian Guard possess intellect and means beyond our comprehension. As your father, I seek nothing more than for those 2 young heroes to compel Yu Songhai to retreat. Once we navigate this ordeal, we shall relocate our headquarters to the Jiangzhou region. Although he is 100 households of the Xian Guard, ordinary merchants may not catch his eye. However, our Lin family operates a transport agency, with numerous clients across the Mingzhou prefectures, amounting to tens of thousands. This vast network makes it exceedingly easy to gather intelligence. For the Xian Guard, this represents a ready-made intelligence apparatus. Lin Pingji appeared somewhat perplexed. Father, why do you speak of this? I am saying that our Lin family still holds some significance. Your brother Song is newly appointed in Jiangzhou, and he likely has few capable allies at his disposal. I believe that in your brother Song's eyes, our Lin family may indeed prove valuable. Lin Jianan chuckled at such a young age. He has already achieved the rank of 100 households in the Xianyi Guard, with an unlimited future ahead. Through this trial, I have come to realize that no amount of connections or superficial friendships can compare to the wisdom of aligning oneself with a powerful ally. Pingxi. Relying solely on the camaraderie of friends may yield assistance once or twice, but it cannot be expected to persist indefinitely. Only by intertwining our interests can we ensure the survival of our Lin family. Lin Pingxi hesitated. Father, although Brother Song is of the Xianyi Guard, he is a person of noble character, not one of base nature. What if discussing matters of commerce and profit offends him? Lin Jianan laughed heartily. Pingxi, you are still young. There are certain matters that he may dismiss, but we cannot afford to overlook them. Moreover, I believe that even the most virtuous individuals must eat. As 100 households, he will undoubtedly require the establishment of his own foundation and the creation of an intelligence network, all of which necessitate substantial financial and human resources. Our Lin family possesses wealth and manpower. By providing him with the necessary support, he will serve as our protector, offering us military backing. Pingxi, your mother and I have grown old and fear not death, but we must consider you and the future generations of the Lin family. After enduring this calamity, the Lin family must think ahead and secure a reliable ally. In the Lin residence, within a guest room, Song Xian sat cross-legged on the bed. His eyes closed as he contemplated the strength he had attained after his recent breakthrough. Song Qian entered through the door. Song Xian opened his eyes and gazed at his sister, who had never known the courtesy of knocking. Is there something you need? He inquired. Brother, you aren't planning to stay here, are you? Song Qian furrowed her brows and remarked, the climate here is rather warm, which does not appeal to me. Shall we not proceed to deal with Yu Songhai directly? Why must we linger here for him? I am not waiting for Yu Songhai. Oh? Then who are you waiting for? Song Qian gazed at him with a peculiar expression. No wonder you are aware of the sword manuscript hidden in the Lin family's ancestral home. Do you have acquaintances here? Or perhaps, is there someone you are fond of? Song Qian, disinterested in continuing the conversation, stated, I am waiting for Lin Jianan. What are you waiting for him for? Song Qian feels indifferent towards Lin Jianan, holding little affection for him. His character is excessively indecisive, and what could have been a winning hand has been transformed into a deadlock by his actions. Were it not for our nostalgic support, little Lin's family would likely be facing dire consequences. Song Qian smiled and remarked, indeed, through the trials of life and death, one inevitably undergoes growth. Although Lin Jianan's martial prowess may be somewhat lacking, his capability in successfully establishing a security agency across various regions of Mingzhou is commendable. If only he possessed a more decisive temperament, he could truly be a valuable asset. Do you intend to employ him? Song Qian narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, speaking of which, the Lin family is indeed a wealthy clan, possessing both riches and influential connections. Their numerous escort agencies scattered across the land serve as ready-made intelligence networks. No wonder you agreed without a moment's hesitation upon receiving young Lin's plea for help. I must say, you, Sir Song, are renowned for your chivalrous spirit and loyalty. Yet, who would have thought that the astute and spirited Master Song would also have designs on another's fortune? Truly, you are a master of strategy. Song Xianbai cast her a glance. You are so lofty and remarkable. When I obtain the silver from the Lin family, you shall not spend a single coin of it. That simply cannot be. Song Qian chuckled and said, Brother, my earlier words were misguided. You are not merely cunning. Rather, you possess profound foresight and strategic acumen. The living conditions at our 1,000-household office are rather inadequate. I wish to relocate to a more splendid estate. I am not particular. A residence akin to my little cousin's, complete with a private garden, would suffice. Song Qian was rendered speechless. In that case, do take a closer look. Such a residence, lacking in a certain level of prestige, cannot be acquired even with ample wealth. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Cousin, have you rested? Lin Jianan's voice came from beyond the threshold. Song Qian gestured for Song Qian to be silent and said, Not yet. Let President Lin come in. Lin Jianan pushed the door open and, upon seeing Song Qian, hurriedly bowed and said, Anne is also here. Song Qian slightly shook his head and smiled, saying, Enough of the pretenses. There are no outsiders here. I trust that Master Lin understands my meaning. Understood. Lin Jianan quickly replied. I am aware that both of you possess unique identities and require a fitting justification to be involved in matters concerning the Lin family. Rest assured, I shall remain discreet in public. Song Qian slightly nodded. As the head of a large chain escort agency, Lin Jianan may possess some flaws in his character. However, his intelligence is beyond question. given that he has led the agency to the pinnacle of the industry. Lin, the chief escort, is a shrewd individual. His visit at such a late hour must indicate a matter of significance to discuss. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jinan stated, "Young hero, Yu Songhai may arrive in Fuzhou County tonight. Should we await his arrival here, or hastily prepare to depart?" Song Qian remained silent, casting a glance at Song Qian. Song Qian understood immediately, letting out a soft laugh. Just a mere Yu Songhai. His so-called heart-crushing palm is merely a scare tactic for those of lesser caliber. I could easily crush him with a single hand, let alone my brother. She was not boasting. Her family's secret technique, the profound ice energy, was indeed of a high caliber among innate martial arts. To Song Qian, Yu Songhai's palm technique, designed to freeze the heart's pulse and destroy the heart, was nothing more than a farce, perfectly countered by her abilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinan felt a pang of astonishment and anticipation in his heart, and his voice trembled slightly as he inquired, "Young Master Song, could it be?" "Indeed, my brother is an innate martial artist," she declared proudly. "A mere Yu Songhai is not worth my brother's personal visit. However, since Xiao Lin is a decent fellow, my brother decided to come in person just in case any unforeseen circumstances arise. Lin, do you feel moved by this gesture of friendship?" Song Qian was on the verge of directly inquiring whether he felt touched, and if so, he should promptly exhibit some sincerity. Lin Jinan, being a perceptive individual, naturally grasped the underlying meaning behind Song Qian's words. He took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. What merit does the Lin family possess to warrant the esteemed Lin Xiaoxia personally intervening for our rescue? If the esteemed one does not disdain us, our Lin family would be honored to regard you as our leader, ever ready to follow your lead. Over the years, the Lin family has accumulated considerable wealth. Should you not reject our offer, I am willing to present it all to you, asking for nothing in return but a chance for my son to repay his gratitude by standing beside you both." Upon Lin Jinan's entrance into the room, Song Qian, who had remained largely unresponsive, finally displayed a slight shift in expression. "Lin Zhongbiao, are you truly prepared to forsake your family fortune solely for your son's future?" Lin Jinan nodded solemnly, affirming that it was indeed so, and he earnestly hoped for an opportunity from the esteemed one. Song Qian smiled and said, "I am aware that Master Lin's family business is quite substantial, yet I am not one who covets wealth. To me, money is as ephemeral as clouds." Lin Jinan's expression stiffened momentarily. "May I inquire about your intentions, young hero?" "The management of the Fuwei escort agency shall continue in the same manner as it has in the past. It will be under your stewardship. But I do have one request." Lin Jinan exhaled in relief. Although Song Qian claimed not to be motivated by money, his words clearly indicated an acceptance of Lin's allegiance. "Please, my lord, go on." Lin Jinan adeptly altered his address. "In addition to its regular operations, the Fuwei escort agency shall henceforth undertake an additional responsibility to gather various valuable intelligence from different regions." Lin Jinan promptly inquired, "My lord, what kind of intelligence is deemed valuable?" "Information from the official circles and the martial world alike is essential to collect." "Understood, my lord." Song Qian nodded slowly. "If all goes as anticipated, Yu Songhai should arrive tonight. Once this matter is resolved, the two of us will return to Yangzhou. Please take some time to relocate the headquarters of the escort agency to Yangzhou as well. Being closer will allow me to respond promptly should any unforeseen circumstances arise with the Lin family. Everything shall proceed according to the master's arrangements." Lin Jinan felt a surge of joy within. He had been awaiting this very statement. With the commitment of Song Qian, a master of innate strength, the safety of the Lin family in Yangzhou was assured. "By the way, master, what are your thoughts on the matter concerning Lin Pingzhi? He wishes for Lin Pingzhi to accompany Song Qian, and if he could secure a position within the Xianyi Wei, it would bring him great peace. Even in death, this matter is not urgent." Song Qian waved his hand, suggesting that Lin Pingzhi, being no longer a child, should prioritize marrying and starting a family. It seems that the Lin family's lineage is somewhat lacking in vitality. The master has spoken. Indeed, the offspring of the Lin family are not particularly flourishing. Once this tribulation has passed, I shall arrange a marriage for Pingzhi." Song Qian nodded with a smile and said, "In that case, you may return to rest. There may be some commotion tonight, but it should not be too significant." The master issued a dismissal, and Lin Jinan promptly rose to take his leave. Just as he stepped out of the room and into the courtyard, Song Qian hurried after him. "Does the young lady have any further instructions?" Lin Jinan inquired with utmost respect. Setting aside the fact that Song Qian was the master's younger sister, her nonchalant demeanor towards Yu Songhai compelled him to remain vigilant. My brother is a man of deep feelings and loyalty, which is why he tends to overlook certain matters. However, there are some things I must clarify with you in advance, head escort Lin. The young lady may speak. After a brief contemplation, Song Qian remarked, tonight. It was Chief Lin who voluntarily offered his assets to align himself with my brother. Has my brother ever coerced you? Not at all, came the response. The master is benevolent and has never compelled me in the slightest. Song Qian nodded with satisfaction and said, in that case, this is a choice you have made for yourself. Should I discover any act of betrayal in the future, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Jianan lowered his posture slightly and replied, rest assured, Mississippi. Although I, Lin Jianan, am not a hero or a nobleman, I am certainly not one to forget my gratitude. If I were ever to commit an act of treachery against my master, I would ensure that the Lin family faces utter extinction. Song Qian's expression softened as she smiled and said, if that is the case, you may rest assured and return home. After tonight, the enmity between the Lin family and the Qiqing sect will surely come to a resolution. With that, Song Qian's figure flickered and vanished into the night like a shadow, her eerie agility sending a chill down Lin Jianan's spine. Such elusive skill, if employed for assassination, would likely leave one unaware of their demise. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Pingji hurriedly approached. Father, did Brother Song agree? Lin Jianan exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. Your brother Song is quite agreeable. He has consented to become our leader henceforth. The Lin family's enterprises will remain under our management, but we shall discreetly gather intelligence from the martial world and the government, while he ensures our family's safety. After tonight, we will begin to pack our belongings and relocate the escort agency's headquarters to Yangzhou. Lin Pingji was overjoyed. Father, did Brother Lin mention anything else? Yes. He remarked that the Lin family lacks offspring and urged me to arrange a marriage for you to ensure future generations. It seems our esteemed leader is one who takes such matters to heart. Lin Pingji smiled at the thought. Brother Song indeed showed a fondness for caring about others and often posed intriguing questions. For instance, tonight he had asked me whether I would be willing to undergo castration to attain a legendary martial arts secret if it were presented before me. Oh, Lin Jianan, holding a teacup, trembled slightly. What was your response? Initially, I was unwilling, but then Brother Lin asked, had he not arrived in time and the Qiqing sect killed my entire family, would I still wish to pursue that unparalleled secret if I were the only survivor? And how did you answer? Lin Jianan's expression shifted. Lin Pingji's demeanor darkened. Reflecting on the possibility of his parents perishing at Yu Songhai's hands filled him with profound sorrow. If it meant avenging them, I would not hesitate. Even if it cost me my life, it would be worth it. Lin Jianan fell silent, pondering for a moment before saying, it is late. You should return and rest. I suspect the latter half of the night may not be peaceful, so be cautious. Then I shall take my leave. After Lin Pingji bowed and exited, Lin Jianan sat in contemplation, rubbing his temples. Observing this, Madame Lin felt a surge of anxiety. Husband, that secret requiring castration that Pingji mentioned, could it truly exist? Lin Jianan hesitated before replying, the martial world is vast. All manner of secrets may exist. Since our leader specifically inquired about this, it is likely not without reason. Madame Lin's expression turned alarmed. So, he was testing Pingji. Or perhaps he believes Pingji possesses the potential to practice that secret. It is difficult to say, Lin Jianan mused, his fingers lightly tapping the chair. Given their leader's prowess and background in the imperial city, it is not impossible for him to possess such a peculiar secret. Madame Lin's eyes widened in shock. Then what about Pingji? Lin Jianan raised a hand to calm her. There is no need to worry about Pingji. If our leader truly intended to scheme against him, he could have refrained from appearing tonight. He could have waited until the Qiqing sect eliminated us before rescuing Pingji and bestowing that secret upon him. However, considering our leader's concern for the Lin family's heirs, Pingji may indeed be among his favored candidates. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jianan's expression shifted from turmoil to solemnity. I am growing older, and Pingji is still young. Some burdens need not fall upon his shoulders. My dear, if there comes a day when I am no longer a complete man, would you look down upon me? Madame Lin smiled gently, resting her face against his chest. In my heart, no matter what you become, you will always be my hero, the pillar of strength for both me and Pingji. It is I who feel the burden of your plight. Lin Jianan chuckled heartily. What grievance is there? For Pingji, I would gladly sacrifice my life if necessary. Besides, these are merely our conjectures. Perhaps our leader was merely asking out of curiosity and has no intention of easily divulging that secret. The residence of Song Qian. Song Qian wiped the sword in her hand and remarked with a smile, I just went to eavesdrop. Song Qian ceased the operation of his internal cultivation technique, opened his eyes, and listened intently. Lin Jinan, being quite astute, had surprisingly deduced your prior intention for Lin Pingji to cultivate the evil repelling sword manual. Oh? Song Qian was somewhat taken aback. What was old Lin's reaction? Song Qian smiled gently and remarked, Old Lin believes that you are in need of formidable talents among your subordinates, which is why he intends to nurture that young lad, Lin Pingji. For the sake of his son, old Lin must have devised his own plan stemming from the palace. Song Qian chuckled and shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. Indeed, it was quite superfluous. Had he not yet ascended to the innate realm, the prospect of a subordinate trained in the exorcising sword manual would have been quite enticing. However, given his current martial prowess and the fact that Lin Jinan had already pledged allegiance to him, there was no reason to manipulate his own subordinates. As he spoke, Song Qian raised an eyebrow, sensing the addition of several sounds in the previously tranquil courtyard. He stretched languidly, cradling his long sword in his arms. The night's protagonist had finally arrived. It was time to venture forth and witness the spectacle. Lin, come out and meet your demise, echoed the authoritative shouts of the Qingqing sect disciples within the Lin family estate. Such commotion was impossible for Lin Jinan and the others to ignore, prompting them to hurriedly emerge from their chambers, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they cast worried glances towards Song Qian's quarters. Brother, allow me to handle this. Song Qian called out to her brother who was about to leave, smiling, this time, allow me to demonstrate my skills. In the next moment, her fair and slender fingers danced over the teacup on the table. With a surge of inner strength, several droplets of tea instantly crystallized and shot forth with a piercing sound. Just as the words left her lips, a series of thuds echoed from the shadowy corner of the courtyard, where several individuals fell to the ground, never to comprehend the nature of the hidden weapon that had claimed their lives. In the courtyard, the Lin family father and son stared at each other in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. Song Qian, with an expression of underperformance, chuckled softly, Alas, my strength has yet to reach its pinnacle. The sound of my aerial shot still lacks concealment. Should I encounter a master of the innate realm, evasion would be effortless. It seems I must engage in rigorous training upon my return. Ignoring his sister's display of arrogance, Song Qian stepped out of the room, first casting a glance at several corpses lying in the corner, then directing his gaze towards a middle-aged man. This individual, clad in a voluminous robe, was of short stature and possessed a somewhat peculiar physique. Behind him, several trembling disciples of the Qingqing sect stood in trepidation. Upon noticing Song Qian's approach, the middle-aged man's countenance darkened profoundly as he coldly remarked, I am Wujing, the leader of the Qingqing sect. And who might you be? It was you who just killed my disciple, was it not? It was indeed I who did so. Song Qian approached with a sword held casually in one hand, her demeanor exuding a hint of arrogance. What's the matter, little shorty? Are you not convinced? Little shorty? Wujing was taken aback, his anger flaring. Which sect do you belong to? Do your elders know that you have slain a disciple of the Qingqing sect? Kill or be killed, what does it matter? Song Qian held her sword with one hand, declaring, Isn't the world of martial arts simply a realm of you killing me and me killing you? What, little shorty? Do you believe you cannot defeat this female hero and are preparing to seek your parents for assistance? Too much arrogance. Wujing was infuriated, unable to contain his rage. This girl had a sharp tongue, constantly referring to him as a little shorty and daring to mock him for considering telling his parents after losing. It was utterly intolerable. Initially, he had harbored some apprehension regarding Song Qian's recently demonstrated skills with hidden weapons. However, in this moment of fury, coupled with the presence of his disciples behind him, he could no longer afford to consider anything else. If he did not decisively deal with this insufferable girl today, his prestige as the leader of the Qingqing sect would be trampled and turned into a laughingstock in the martial arts world. Die for me, Wujing roared, launching himself forward with a powerful push, leaping over 10 meters in an instant to ambush Song Qian. He took a deep breath, and his flowing robes billowed dramatically. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike, a torrent of icy, overwhelming energy surging forth. Song Qian maintained her composure as the profound icy energy surged into her hands, and she retaliated with a swift strike. However, to her astonishment, her palm met only an illusion, striking nothing but a mere afterimage of Wujing. Song Qian's gaze suddenly shifted, and she was taken aback to see the true form of Wujing materializing behind her elder brother, Song Qian. A sinister smile etched upon his face. There, Wujing, exuding an icy aura, raised his hand and struck with a forceful blow aimed at Song Qian, his expression betraying no intention of concealing his triumph. You little girl. Do you dare challenge me? I have roamed the martial world for decades. My combat experience far surpasses yours. First, I shall eliminate your ally. and then I will savor the pleasure of dealing with you, my delicate little flower. I shall take you back to Wujing Mountain and train you slowly." With a thunderous crash, his hand descended. Song Xian turned with a smile. Yu Songhai's body trembled, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Suddenly, he pivoted. Moving with a swiftness greater than before, leaping onto the walls of the Lin residence, and in mere moments, vanished into the night. "Master!" The disciples of the Qingqing sect were left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Had not their master's ultimate technique, the heart-crushing palm, been directed at that young man? Why then did the master flee? Yet, before they could comprehend the situation, Song Xian raised his index and middle fingers, gently slicing through the air. A chilling sound of flesh and bone being torn echoed, followed by a spray of blood that shot upwards, as several bewildered heads soared into the air. The scene was too gruesome to describe. Many servants and maids of the Lin residence who witnessed this spectacle were already screaming in terror. "Silence!" Song Qian shouted angrily. And once the crowd fell silent in their fear, she nervously approached her elder brother and inquired, "Are you all right?" Song Qian smiled and said, "Merely a practitioner of acquired martial arts. What concern could I possibly have?" Song Qian expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Why didn't you evade just now? Don't tell me you didn't react. I simply wished to test the extent of my physical resilience after the breakthrough." Song Qian was in a good mood. It seemed that even without relying on his true energy, his physical strength rendered the techniques of later-stage martial artists nearly ineffective against him. "I shall pursue you, Songhai." Seeing that her elder brother was unharmed, Song Qian drew her sword, ready to chase after him, but was halted by Song Xian's outstretched hand. "There's no need." Song Xian slightly shook his head. He was nearing the end of his life. The backlash from his pure yang true qi was beyond the endurance of any postnatal martial artist. Yu Songhai activated his lightness skill and sprinted out of the city, finally coming to a halt on a small hillside just outside the walls, where he sat down to meditate. "Master!" On the hillside appeared 3 figures, left behind by Yu Songhai before entering the city. Their original purpose had been to guard against any potential survivors from the Lin family, ensuring that no one escaped. Little did they know, they had become the last remaining members of the Qingqing sect. Yu Songhai leaned against a tree stump, breathing heavily. He paid no attention to his 3 disciples but lifted the hand that had struck Song Xian's back. His entire arm was twisted beyond recognition. And perhaps due to the severity of the damage, he could no longer feel any pain. At that moment, confusion filled Yu Songhai's heart. He had exerted all his strength to unleash the crushing heart palm technique upon his opponent, yet not only did the other party remain uninjured, but the backlash from their physical body had nearly shattered his entire arm. Was he truly striking a human being? Was that indeed a body that one would expect a person to possess? Even the Shaolin monks, who specialized in external martial arts, could not possibly have bodies of such extraordinary resilience, could they? Cough. A mouthful of old blood was expelled from his throat, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Yu Songhai's gaze shifted from terror and despair to an eventual state of desolation. He understood that he was destined to perish. "Master, what on earth has happened?" "Do not ask. Take my body and quickly return to Qingqing Mountain from this day forth. The Qingqing sect will seal the mountain for a century, adhering to this decree. In the future, if any of our disciples encounter a young man in a white scholar's robe, they must keep their distance and not provoke him furthermore. Our sect's martial arts are hidden, and before he could finish, life slipped away. Master, please do not die yet. Master, clarify where our sect's martial arts are concealed. Master, cries of despair echoed as they prepared to flee. But Master wants us to bring his body back to Qingqing Mountain. What nonsense. Master has provoked a great enemy. Returning to Qingqing Mountain would only lead us to our demise at their hands. If you wish to perish, I do not. Brother, wait for me. If we run, let us run together. Song Xian was naturally unaware that the Qingqing sect had disbanded. However, he understood that with even the sect leader, Yu Songhai, deceased, any remaining minor figures would possess neither the strength nor the influence to stir up any further turmoil. At that moment, he was admonishing Song Qian. Was she still so arrogant? No. Song Qian lowered her head, realizing that she had underestimated Yu Songhai. Initially, she believed that the Xianbing technique would restrain him and thought little of his abilities. However, she did not anticipate that his agility and lightness of foot would be so remarkable. Song Qian let out a hum. Although the other party's cultivation was somewhat lacking, he was nonetheless the leader of a sect, possessing the legacy of his school. A lower level of cultivation does not imply inferior martial arts. If you continue to be as careless as you are today, looking down upon others in the world, you will inevitably suffer great losses in the future. Song Qian sincerely admits her mistakes, vowing to confront both friends and foes with utmost determination and never again underestimate others. Brother, please do not be angry anymore. Witnessing Song Qian's earnest confession, Song Qian ceased his reprimand and addressed Lin Jinnan and the others, stating, "The courtyard has become somewhat untidy. Please tidy it up and return home early to rest. Tonight, you shall enjoy a peaceful slumber." Lin Pingzhi, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Brother Xian, is it true that Yutsong Hai has truly perished?" Song Qian received a stern reprimand from her elder brother and was lamenting the absence of anyone to express their anger. She immediately turned her head and began to scold Lin Pingzhi, saying, "My brother's words are final. If he says he is dead, then he is dead. What? Do you not trust my brother's abilities?" Lin Pingzhi shuddered, not daring to retort. He awkwardly smiled and hastily instructed his servants to tidy up the courtyard, while he himself took up a large broom to start sweeping the ground, finding no interest in someone who would not retort to insults. Song Qian turned to Song Xian with a cheerful grin and said, "Brother, that Yutsong Hai's lightness skill is quite formidable. Should we not pursue him to seize his technique?" "There is no need." Song Xian pondered for a moment and said, "When we return in a few days, I shall teach you a more formidable technique of movement. While martial skills may falter, the art of retreat must be unparalleled." "Excellent!" Song Qian exclaimed. "Brother, how many secrets do you truly possess? You have remained in the capital all these years. From where did you acquire all these martial arts?" Song Qian remained silent and directly returned to his chamber. Song Qian entered from behind, and after closing the door, she instinctively poured tea for her elder brother. Song Qian said solemnly, "For practitioners like us, martial arts is the foundation of our existence. It should not be divulged lightly unless absolutely necessary. Every martial art harbors its own vulnerabilities. The more one reveals, the easier it becomes for others to identify these weaknesses and seek methods to counter them." Song Qian appeared to be lost in thought. "So, is this the reason you concealed your mastery of the child prodigy technique?" "Indeed." Song Qian nodded and remarked, "My foundational skills in this discipline are formidable. Yet my vulnerabilities are equally pronounced. During the initial phase of mastering the basics, one may easily falter if distracted by the allure of women. In our line of work within the Xuan Guard, it is all too easy to offend others. Should my adversaries uncover my weaknesses, they could undoubtedly exploit this flaw to devise strategies against me." Song Qian suddenly realized, "No wonder, brother, you have undergone such a transformation in recent years, frequently lingering in brothels. Is this to cultivate your resistance against the charms of women?" "Indeed, after becoming accustomed to the various seductive techniques of courtesans, the usual beauty trap should hold no sway over you." Song Qian smiled, indeed harboring such intentions. "All right, you should return and rest early. We shall head back to Yangzhou at dawn." Before the sun had risen, the Lin residence bustled with activity. Carriages piled up outside the estate, and one could often see maids and servants hauling boxes of valuables into the vehicles. As the morning light broke, painting the sky with hues of dawn. After having breakfast within the estate, Song Qian and his companions slowly followed the convoy of the Lin family escort out of the gates. On the streets, as they observed the procession of over 10 carriages, many whispered amongst themselves, sharing the tidings they had received. Inside a nearby tea house, two figures clad as martial heroes, a man and a woman, engaged in hushed conversation. The woman possessed a graceful figure, while the man, with his white hair, appeared to be of considerable age. It seemed that the enmity between the Lin family and the Qingqing sect had reached its conclusion. Indeed, it is said that the Lin family emerged victorious. Early this morning, outside the city, the body of Yutsong Hai, the leader of the Qingqing sect, was discovered. The woman remarked softly, "Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Yutsong Hai met a gruesome end. His arms were twisted like a pretzel, and according to the coroner, his innards were reduced to a mere puddle of mush." The elder, intrigued, responded, "Yet Yutsong Hai was the head of a sect, possessing extraordinary skills. How could he have perished in such a manner? When did the Lin family become so formidable? Perhaps they enlisted the help of a master? Senior brother, what shall we do now? My father instructed us to rescue any Lin family members if necessary, but do we still need to intervene?" The elder sighed, appearing at a loss. "Let us follow for now. We shall decide once our master arrives." Within the carriage, Song Qian was diligently writing and sketching on paper, occasionally explaining concepts to Song Qian beside him. She listened intently to her elder brother's teachings on a technique known as the Spiral 9 Shadows. Despite her cultivation not yet surpassing the innate level, she was profoundly impressed by the technique's prowess. At its pinnacle, one could transform into 9 afterimages, a remarkable martial art. Whether in flight or combat, he wondered where his brother had acquired such a rare skill. Could it be that he had robbed a martial arts sanctum? "Master!" Just then, Lin Jiannan's voice echoed from outside the carriage. Is there something amiss? Song Xian inquired calmly. Master, since we left the city, a group has been trailing our convoy from a distance. We have traveled over 100 miles with them following closely. I suspect they may harbor ill intentions towards us. Understood. I shall handle this matter. Song Xian handed the recorded technique of the Spiral 9 Shadows to Song Qian, saying, This martial art is rather profound and difficult to comprehend. Take your time to ponder and study it. As he spoke, he descended from the carriage, pausing momentarily before vanishing in the blink of an eye. 100 meters behind the caravan, an elderly man and a young girl strolled leisurely along the official road. Will we be discovered by staying this close? The girl inquired. What is there to fear? We neither steal nor rob. And this road does not belong to the Lin family. Surely others are permitted to traverse it? Indeed. The girl responded with a melodious laugh, just as she noticed a striking young man clad in a white scholarly robe standing ahead of them. The young man, sword in hand, surveyed the pair with a broad smile. Halt. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, you must leave a toll. The elderly man and the young girl were none other than Lao Danua, the second brother of the Huashan sect, and Yuling Shan, the daughter of the sect's leader, Yibu Kun. Yuling Shan's face was a picture of astonishment as she exchanged glances with her companion, who was disguised as an old man. What is going on? In broad daylight, on this official road, we encounter a bandit? Yet, how can a bandit be so handsome? The disguised Lao Danua quickly clasped his fist in greeting and said, Young hero, please do not jest. We are but a poor grandfather and granddaughter duo, devoid of any wealth. He then gestured toward the nearly invisible Lin family's caravan, adding, There is a caravan ahead belonging to the affluent Lin family of Fuzhou County. Should you be in need of funds, you may seek assistance from them. Song Xian scrutinized the two individuals before him. Judging by the attire of the elder and the youth, coupled with their persistent following of the Lin family caravan, he had nearly ascertained their identities. If nothing unexpected occurred, they were likely the renowned Hua Mountain sects Lao Danua and Yuling Shan. These two had been dispatched by Yibu Kun to gather intelligence on the Lin family, paving the way for their ulterior motive of seizing the evil repelling sword manual. Upon hearing the elder, Lao Danua, speak, Song Xian let out a hearty laugh and said, I apologize, but I have always been one to prey on the weak rather than the strong. With the Lin family caravan comprising over 100 members, they are evidently formidable. It is you, the frail elder and the young one, who are most susceptible to being bullied. With a languid demeanor, he continued, Enough of this idle chatter. Hand over your valuables, or do not blame me for being inhospitable. Yuling Shan, upon hearing his words, was immediately incensed. As a disciple of the esteemed Hua Mountain sect and the beloved daughter of the gentleman's sword, Yibu Kun, she possessed a deep-seated sense of chivalry. Reacting to Song Xian's assertion of preying on the weak, she retorted with indignation, And what if we refuse to part with our wealth? What will you, a vile rogue, do then? Song Xian surveyed Yuling Shan with keen eyes. The young woman possessed an enchanting figure, and her voice was rather melodious. However, the current Yuling Shan had undergone a transformation. Her complexion was dark and coarse, rendering her quite unattractive. She embodied the paradox of being enticing from behind yet provoking a desire to flee upon facing her directly. Song Xian fell silent. The animosity between the Qinsheng sect and the Lin family stemmed from Lin Pingxi's act of slaying Yu Songhai's son, Yu Renyan. The reason for Yu Renyan's demise was rooted in an incident at a certain tavern, where he had the audacity to flirt with the disguised Yuling Chan. Lin Pingxi, fueled by an overwhelming sense of justice, intervened and admonished him, which ultimately led to a violent confrontation that resulted in a tragic loss of life. Song Xian found it utterly incomprehensible that the unfortunate Yu Renyan, who perished at the hands of Lin Pingxi, could possess such peculiar tastes as to court the affections of a rather unattractive young lady. If you refuse to part with your money, then I shall have no choice but to resort to abduction, he declared. Before Yuling Chan could respond, she felt a gust of wind at her ear, unbeknownst to her. Song Xian had stealthily positioned himself behind her, a hand pressing against her neck. In the next moment, a tingling sensation enveloped her throat, and she succumbed to a faint. Her mind clouded in darkness. Witnessing Yuling Chan's sudden collapse, Lea Denuo instinctively retreated several steps, murmuring, Who on earth are you? Even Lea Denuo, despite his naivety, recognized that the young man before him was no mere highwayman. His intentions were clearly aimed at troubling the Huashan sect. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. The one being abducted was Yuling Chan. What concern was it of his? Officially, he was the second disciple of Master Yu of the Huashan sect, yet in truth, he was a spy planted within Huashan by the Songsan sect's Yuling Chan. As a traitor, he secretly yearned for the downfall of the Huashan sect. Eager to return to Songsan after these long years, nearly forgetting his true identity in the process, Song Xian cast a glance at the vigilant yet expectant Leodenyo, and then at the unattractive girl slung over his shoulder. A thought suddenly flickered through his mind. Since you, Yubuchuan, are destined to be eliminated sooner or later, why not have you work for me afterwards? He then lowered his voice and said, Brother Lao, there is no need for alarm. I am a disciple of the Songsan sect, tasked with finding an opportunity to abduct Yuling Chan, with the intention of luring Yubuchuan out of Huashan. Upon hearing this, Leodenyo cautiously inquired, is the sect leader planning to take action against the Huashan sect? Song Xian nodded and said, inform Yubuchuan that if he wishes to reclaim his daughter, he must come to Yangzhou City. It would be prudent to summon Linghu Chong, that esteemed disciple of his. As well, this time, we shall ensure that the entire Huashan sect is captured. By the way, I am currently unable to notify the sect myself due to the presence of my companions. Please find an opportunity to inform Master Zhua to dispatch additional personnel. For Yubuchuan possesses considerable strength, and a smaller force may not suffice to detain him. Over these years, my senior brother has endured considerable hardship while infiltrating the Huashan sect. Whether we can successfully eradicate the Huashan sect this time rests upon my senior brother's capabilities. Understood. Upon realizing his significant role, Leodenyo's face lit up with excitement. Rest assured, junior brother. After waiting for so many years, this day has finally arrived. I shall remain in Yangzhou, and this time, there will be no missteps. Song Xian gazed at him with admiration. In that case, I shall rely entirely on you. Senior brother, it is not convenient for me to linger here. I shall take my leave first. With that, Song Xian hoisted Yuling Shan onto his shoulder and did not depart along the main road. Instead, he swiftly slipped into the woods by the roadside, vanishing in an instant. Lada looked at Song Xian's receding figure and murmured, luring the snake out of its hole to catch it all at once. This resembles the methods of the sect leader. It seems the leader's cold ice true energy has reached perfection. He is finally about to take action against Yubuchuan. Song Xian carried Yuling Shan through the woods, making several circles before finding a secluded corner where he swiftly slipped into the carriage. Brother, why did you return with someone after stepping out for a moment? Song Qian cast a glance at Yuling Shan, exclaiming, oh, how unattractive. When did my brother's taste become so peculiar? She was not an ordinary individual. She was the daughter of Yubu Kun, the leader of the Huashan sect. Whether she could cultivate the profound evil-repelling sword technique in the future would depend on Yuling Shan's capabilities. Song Qian was suddenly intrigued. The Huashan sect possesses formidable swordsmanship? I had not heard of it. This matter shall be discussed at a later time. Song Qian refrained from discussing the matter further. According to the progression of events, it appears that Linghu Chong has yet to acquire the Dugan 9 swords from Feng Qingyang. It seems that obtaining the Dugan 9 swords through Yuling Shan will require some patience. However, there is no rush. Once we return to Yangzhou, there will be ample time to devise a meticulous plan. The esteemed gentleman's sword, Yubuchuan, is said to possess a rather refined appearance. How is it, then, that his daughter is so unappealing? Noticing that her brother had ceased speaking of sword techniques, Song Qian redirected her attention to Yuling Shan's looks. Feeling as though the entire carriage had become sullied by the presence of such an unattractive companion, Song Qian cast her a glance and remarked, I advised you to acquire more experience in the martial world, yet you remain unconvinced. Have you not discerned that she is in disguise? Song Qian smiled awkwardly, wiping away the makeup from Yuling Shan's face, and casually used a damp towel to cleanse her skin. One must admit, this young girl is quite charming in appearance. Song Qian gazed upon Yuling Shan, who was nestled in a deep slumber. Her delicate, fair visage, while not breathtakingly beautiful, possessed an enchanting charm that was hard to resist. It is no wonder that Linghu Chong remained perpetually enamored with his young junior sister. Song Qian offered her critique with a TSK, concluding that there remained a certain disparity when compared to the esteemed heroine, and even more so in relation to Sister Lu. In Song Qian's perception, her sister Lu, the current deputy leader of the Yihua Palace, Yao Yu, epitomized true beauty among mortals. Although Yuling Shan possessed a commendable appearance, she had yet to attain the standards befitting a sister-in-law. After a few glances, Song Qian lost interest and immersed herself once more in her study of the Spiral 9 shadow technique. As time gradually slipped by, over an hour later, Song Qian suddenly spoke, remarking that since she was awake, it was unnecessary to continue feigning sleep. Upon hearing this, Yuling Shan languidly opened her eyes. In truth, she had been awake for a while, yet dared not to open her eyes, maintaining the guise of slumber while cautiously eavesdropping on her surroundings. However, the carriage remained eerily silent, with the Song siblings engrossed in their respective endeavors, one delving into the intricacies of martial arts, while the other cultivated her pure young Wujing child's skill to refine her true energy, thereby emitting no sounds at all, thwarting Yu Lingshan's plans to gather information. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? The moment Yu Lingshan opened her eyes, she inquired while simultaneously launching a sudden attack towards the nearby Song Qian. She was acutely aware of Song Qian's formidable prowess, a level of strength beyond her comprehension, and understood that if she wished to escape, she must subdue the woman beside her at the earliest opportunity. However, before she could unleash her forceful strike, a slender, fair hand appeared around her neck, the suffocating grip rendering her utterly powerless in an instant. Song Qian opened her eyes and glanced at Song Qian, realizing she still held great value. It would be unwise to extinguish her life just yet. Song Qian let out a soft exclamation, retracting her arm, and coolly stated, "Little girl, my brother may cherish flowers and jade, but I certainly do not. If you dare to make any improper moves again, I shall break your neck." As the daughter of Yuan, Yu Lingshan had always been cherished and pampered by others, and could hardly tolerate such an affront. Instantly, her temper flared, and she was about to retort to Song Qian. However, upon catching sight of Song Qian's icy, emotionless gaze, a wave of panic surged within her, prompting her to silently turn away and cease her scrutiny. Women have an innate understanding of one another. Her intuition warned her that inciting the wrath of this extraordinarily beautiful woman could truly lead to dire consequences. Thus, she wisely redirected her focus towards Song Qian, asking, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Song Qian cast a glance at her and said, "You are Yu Lingshan, are you not?" Yu Lingshan was taken aback for a moment, then grew wary. "You know me?" "Indeed," Song Qian replied nonchalantly, "the daughter of the Huashan sect's leader, the gentleman's sword." "You Xuan, knowing who I am, yet daring to abduct me, do you not fear my father will come seeking trouble?" Song Qian remained silent. But Song Qian let out a disdainful laugh. "He is merely the leader of a fallen sect, in the eyes of the people of the martial world. Your father is referred to as the gentleman's sword out of respect. Without that respect, he is nothing more than a comical figure, floundering about. You shall not insult my father." Upon hearing her father, whom she held in such high regard, being ridiculed in such a manner, Yu Lingshan's eyes brimmed with tears. "My father is a man of integrity, known for his chivalry and righteousness. He is universally acknowledged as a gentleman in the martial realm. My capture is a result of my own inadequacy and skills, but that does not imply the martial prowess of the Huashan sect is lacking. You may mock me, but you cannot dishonor my father." Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Her lips parted as if to speak, yet no further words of derision escaped her. Instead, the gaze she cast upon Yu Lingshan lost its earlier indifference, revealing a semblance of filial piety. Song Qian smiled gently, "Miss you, do not worry. Simply follow us and refrain from provoking any trouble. Once we arrive in Yangzhou, your freedom shall be restored." Yu Lingshan furrowed her brows in confusion. "I do not understand your intentions. What grievance could there possibly be between the Huashan sect and the two of you?" Song Qian shook his head. "There is no animosity or grievance. Then are you merely coveting the martial arts techniques of our Huashan sect?" Song Qian chuckled softly and remarked, "To be honest, I find even your Huashan sect's most formidable Zixia skill unworthy of my admiration. If you disdain this and that, tell me, what is it that you actually hold in esteem?" Song Qian said calmly, "A person." "A person?" Yu Lingshan was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks involuntarily flushing a deep crimson. She lowered her head in silence, occasionally stealing a glance at Song Qian. Song Qian was at a loss for words. "My dear girl," he remarked, "where has your mind wandered to? While it is understandable for a young maiden to harbor romantic notions, is it not rather premature to indulge in such thoughts in broad daylight?" "Humph." Song Qian snorted, "You little girl, though you are not yet of age. Your daydreams come rather early. My brother speaks of someone who is not you, so why do you blush so?" Stung by such a retort, Yu Lingshan lowered her head even further, clutching the hem of her garment in silence. The fierce woman, Song Qian, did not believe a single word. "Your brother claims that I am one of the Huashan sect, yet here I am, bound and brought along. If not me, could it possibly be my father?" The carriage creaked along the official road, enveloped in a profound silence as no one spoke. As dusk fell, the convoy gradually entered a small county town, coming to a halt outside an inn. "My lord." Outside the carriage, Lin Jinnan's voice resounded. "It is getting late. We must stay here for the night." "Indeed. You are a seasoned traveler. You may arrange everything as you see fit," came the reply. "Please wait a moment, my lord. I will have someone prepare your accommodations." Lin Jinnan's voice faded away. Finally, Yu Lingshan could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Who exactly are you? Why does Lin, the head of the Fuwei escort agency, refer to you as my lord? As she spoke, a realization washed over her, leaving her with a look of incredulity. This morning, someone discovered the body of Yutsong Hai outside the Fuzhou prefecture. Could it be that you are the ones responsible? Song Xian gazed at her with an enigmatic smile. Miss you must comprehend your predicament. As one brought here as a captive, knowing too much may do you no favors. Upon hearing the term captive, Yu Lingshan's countenance darkened with fury. With your formidable martial prowess, you should not be an insignificant figure in the martial world. Are you not concerned about being ridiculed by your peers? Do you truly not care about your reputation in the realm of martial arts? Song Xian chuckled softly, for he believed that the concept of face was merely something to be heard, not taken to heart. If face truly held significance, the Lin family would not have nearly faced extermination at the hands of the Qiqing sect last night. Ha! Yu Lingshan scoffed, her demeanor reflecting a hint of disdain. She continued, it is merely a matter of the Lin family's insufficient reputation. Take my father, for instance. Known in the martial world as the gentleman's sword, wherever he goes, who would not afford him a measure of respect? Song Xian lamented. You only perceive your father's esteemed reputation in the martial world, yet remain oblivious to the burdens imposed by his title of gentleman's sword. He must present himself as a paragon of virtue in public, while privately engaging in various schemes to revitalize the Huashan sect, leading to an exhausting existence. Yu Lingshan, perplexed by his words, inquired, so, what is your true intention behind binding me? Song Xian chuckled, it's not for any other reason, but simply to meet your father. Yu Lingshan's heart raced. She had just captured his daughter, and now he wished to meet her father. This could only mean, before she could indulge in her wild thoughts. Song Xian continued, I cannot bear to witness the sufferings of the world. Your father has been living a life of great toil, and I, as a chivalrous man, intend to have a good conversation with him to alleviate some of his burdens. The journey was marked by a leisurely pace, with the caravan making frequent stops. Yu Lingshan suspected that this man named Song was deliberately stalling for time, waiting for her father to come and negotiate for her release. However, as time passed with the Song siblings, her initial wariness began to fade. She found herself wandering outside the carriage at various stops, exploring the surroundings freely. The Song siblings did not hinder her, and Yu Lingshan had no intention of fleeing. Fully aware of the siblings' formidable prowess, escape was futile. In fact, she harbored no desire to run at all. During the past few days spent in the carriage, the fierce woman, Song Qian, occasionally posed inquiries regarding martial arts to her brother, Song Xian. His casual responses were often imbued with an enigmatic depth. Over time, Yu Lingshan sensed a genuine enhancement in her own understanding of martial arts. The adage true teachings come from a single phrase, while false teachings come from countless tomes, resonated with her as she grappled with perplexing issues that had long troubled her. Even her father could not elucidate these matters. Yet Song Xian, with just a few casual remarks, illuminated her understanding. Gradually, her confidence in her father's ability to rescue her waned, though she was reluctant to admit it. Yu Lingshan increasingly felt that her father, in terms of martial prowess, seemed to pale in comparison to this individual before her. She could not comprehend how someone who appeared to be only a few years her senior could possess such extraordinary strength. On this particular day, the caravan paused for rest by a small river located 10 miles from the outskirts of Yangzhou City, where many members of the Lin family's caravan frolicked by the water's edge. Song Qian, surprisingly, did not delve into the spiral 9 shadows. Instead, she stood by the riverbank, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, lost in thought. Yu Lingshan, having procured a wooden stick from somewhere, busily fashioned it into a spear, engaging in a delightful pursuit of fishing alongside Lin Pingqi. Song Xuan sat in the carriage, his hands clasped around his sword as he gazed at the surrounding scenery. Calculating the time, if Yu Buqiwen had not tarried on the road, he should have already reached the borders of Yangzhou. This desolate area, sparsely populated, was conducive for martial artists to engage in battle. If Yu Buqiwen wished to rescue his daughter, this place would serve as his final opportunity for action. Once he entered Yangzhou City, he would be confronted not only by the city guards but also by the salt soldiers of the Salt Bureau. And the offices of the Xianyi Guard were situated there as well. No matter how arrogant Yu Buqiwen might be, he would not dare to engage in combat within the city walls. As Song Xian contemplated when Yu Buqiwen would strike, a sudden resounding explosion echoed across the water's surface. A figure burst forth from the depths, leaping onto the shore with remarkable agility, sword glinting as it lunged directly at Song Xian. Junior sister, flee. I will hold off this rogue. The assailant wielding the sword was a young man, approximately 25 or 26, with an air of defiance about him. Yet, At that moment, his expression was one of fury as he executed a thrust aimed at Song Xian's chest with the technique known as White Rainbow piercing the sun's senior brother. No. Yuling Shan's fish spear froze midair as she recognized the figure emerging from the water, her face paling in shock as she called out in alarm. She had gradually come to understand just how formidable that villain named Song was. He was even more powerful than her father. If her senior brother recklessly attacked such a person, would it not lead to disaster? Indeed, scarcely had her words left her lips when a sharp crack echoed. The sound of a sword shattering resounded, and then she witnessed her senior brother, Ling Huchong, plummeting into the river like a kite with its string cut. As soon as he fell, another figure surged from the water, catching him in midair, and with a swift motion, pushed off the surface, retreating over 10 paces while keeping a vigilant gaze fixed upon Song Xian. You have killed my senior brother? Yuling Shan's complexion turned ashen as she turned to glare at Song Xian. He will not die. Song Xian's voice was devoid of any trace of earthly warmth. His expression serene as he gazed upon the middle-aged gentleman, exuding an air of refined elegance, who stood upon the surface of the water. This man held Ling Huchong in one arm while brandishing a long sword in the other, the tip of which was subtly enveloped in a violet aura, suggesting an imminent threat of attack. The gentleman's sword? You Buchuan? Song Xian inquired casually. Indeed, it is you. Might I ask who you are and the reason for abducting my daughter? Yu Buchuan's countenance began to take on a purplish hue. Yet internally, he grappled with uncertainty, harboring considerable apprehension towards Song Xian's formidable prowess. His initial intention had been for his eldest disciple, Ling Huchong, to engage the opponent while he seized the opportunity to rescue his daughter. However, to his dismay, the disciple he had placed such high hopes in was swiftly dispatched without even managing to withstand a single move. Most alarming was the fact that even Yu Buchuan himself had failed to discern how his son had been so decisively overpowered. The young man clad in white scholarly robes before him was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Song Xian did not respond but merely smiled faintly. In the next instant, he vanished from the spot. This is bad. Yu Buchuan's heart raced as he instinctively retreated, his longsword sweeping backward in a horizontal arc, cutting through the air. Although he could not detect Song Xian's presence, his years of experience in the martial world compelled him to instinctively adopt the most appropriate course of action when an enemy disappears. The right response is to strike backward without hesitation. The humming sword seemed to have struck its target, yet it felt as though it had not made contact. After the slash, Yu Buchuan was horrified to find that he could no longer control the sword in his hand. Behind him, Song Xian's figure had somehow appeared, pinching the sword tightly between 2 fingers, rendering Yu Buchuan unable to break free despite his fervent efforts. At that moment, Song Xian wore a peculiar expression as he observed Yu Buchuan, whose complexion was growing increasingly purplish and whose forehead had begun to bead with sweat. Curiously, he asked, "How did you perceive my presence behind you?" Yu Buchuan's strength was well known to him, likely at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Few could rival him among acquired martial artists, yet he had yet to step into the innate realm. Song Xian was perplexed. With his innate level cultivation, coupled with the masterful technique of Spiral 9 Shadows, he should, in theory, be virtually undetectable to not only postnatal martial artists but even to the majority of innate ones. How, then, had Yu Buchuan managed to perceive his presence? Yu Buchuan felt an increasing anxiety, his gaze scanning the surroundings while his mind raced with strategies for escape. Upon hearing Song Xian's inquiry, he casually replied, "If I answer you, will you allow us to depart?" Song Xian released his grip, nodding with a smile, "Certainly." Yu Buchuan was taken aback. Song Xian's response was somewhat unexpected. To be honest, after years of wandering the martial world, it was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar individual. "You have captured my daughter, injured my disciple, and effortlessly crushed my swordsmanship. Yet you turn around and engage me in cheerful conversation. What game is this young man playing? Does he truly believe himself so accomplished in martial arts that he has come to toy with me for amusement?" Contemplating this, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Once, the Huashan sect was a prestigious school, but now it had fallen so low. How could he, Yu Buchuan, face the ancestors of the Huashan sect? "My stomach ailment has worsened, and I must be hospitalized for a few days. In the coming days, I can only manage a chapter daily. I will resume updates upon my discharge. I apologize." "Ah, old Yu, are you putting on a show of changing faces?" Seeing that Yu Buchuan remained silent, his expression shifting continuously, Song Xian furrowed his brow and urged him impatiently, "I have answered. Do you truly intend to let us go?" Yu Buchuan snapped back to attention and asked again. Standing at the shore, observing the spectacle, Song Xian interjected, "You old rascal, my brother is no ordinary person. When he says he will let you go, he will indeed let you go. With your mere lives, do you think you can tarnish my brother's reputation? Song Qian's words were rather impolite, yet for some inexplicable reason, Yuan felt a sense of relief in his heart. He then cupped his fist in a gesture of respect towards Song Qian and inquired, "Might I ask how to address you, young hero?" Song Qian. Song Xiaoxia. Without a trace of superfluous words, gestured towards Song Qian and said, "This is Song Qian. Now, could you enlighten me on how you became aware of my presence behind you?" His foremost concern lay in this matter. Could it be that the Spiral 9 shadow technique harbors some flaw? If even a mundane practitioner could discern it. What grave issues might arise in confrontations with innate martial artists? Yuan pondered for a moment and replied solemnly, "To speak frankly, I have not the slightest inkling of where Song Xiaoxia's figure might be. Your technique is the most extraordinary I have ever encountered in my lifetime." Song Qian furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Then why did you draw your sword behind you?" "It was instinct," Yuan replied, stroking his beard with a smile. "Instinct?" "Indeed, instinct." Yuan continued with a chuckle. "Having traversed the martial world for decades and engaged in countless battles, this is a reflex developed through experience. I have encountered numerous adept fighters with remarkable agility. When their movements become unpredictable and they lose sight of their target, they tend to reappear behind me. Thus, over time, I have cultivated the instinct to strike backward whenever the target is lost, disregarding all else. In most cases, it yields astonishing results." "I see." Song Qian nodded in realization. In terms of strength, he vastly surpassed Yuan. Yet, when it came to experience in the martial world and the instinct for battle, he appeared rather juvenile compared to this seasoned veteran. "Thank you for enlightening me." Song Qian smiled lightly and then turned to Xuan, who stood by the riverbank, bewildered with a wooden fork in her hand, saying, "You are free now. You may leave." "Ah?" Xuan was momentarily taken aback, and then, feeling somewhat dazed, she tossed the fork aside, muttering liar under her breath. Wasn't he supposed to demand something? Now, he intended to release her without any conditions? This person seemed quite erratic. "Thank you, young hero." Seeing that Song Qian genuinely intended to let them go, Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he felt an innate apprehension towards this young man. He was acutely aware that, given his own capabilities, if the other party truly had no intention of letting them go, he would find himself utterly powerless. Song Qian walked gracefully upon the surface of the water until he reached the center of the river, where he casually remarked, "Master Yu, may we converse privately?" "Certainly," Master Yuan replied without a moment's hesitation, following him closely. Standing atop the shimmering water, Song Qian smiled and introduced himself. "Allow me to present myself. I am Song Qian, hailing from the imperial capital Xiani Guard, currently serving as the pacification envoy for the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. I have only recently assumed this role and find myself lacking capable associates. Might Master you have any interest in joining my endeavors?" Upon hearing of Song Qian's affiliation with the Xiani Guard, Yuan's expression shifted, and he quickly waved his hand in dismissal. "So you are a man of the imperial court. I beg your pardon." Though he uttered words of apology, his eyes betrayed a sense of caution. "You must understand, Master Yu is currently the leader of the Xuan sect, and there are numerous matters requiring my attention within the sect. It is quite impossible for me to divert my efforts to assist you." Song Qian chuckled softly and remarked, "I am somewhat familiar with your sect. Besides the two of you, the disciples of your entire faction can be counted on one's fingers. To speak bluntly, the Xuan sect has scarcely any noteworthy disciples. Were it not for your presence, Yuan, the Xuan sect would hardly qualify as a legitimate sect. You claim to be quite busy, yet I wonder what exactly occupies your time?" Yuan's expression darkened, yet he recognized the truth in Song Qian's words. The decline of the Xuan sect had indeed left him with little pride as its leader. "Since you remain silent, allow me to speak on your behalf. Your recent decision to send disciples and your daughter to Fuzhou County pertains to the Lin family's evil repelling sword manual, does it not?" Yuan instinctively wished to deny this assertion, but upon noticing the ambiguous smile on Song Qian's face, he paused and then slowly nodded. "You are perceptive, young hero. I shall not deceive you in the presence of a true master. I indeed harbor some thoughts regarding the Lin family's evil repelling sword manual." With the matter laid bare, Yuan no longer concealed his intentions and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confessed. The 72 stances of the Lin family's evil repelling sword technique once swept through the martial world with great prowess. However, subsequent generations have failed to achieve any remarkable feats with it, which has piqued my curiosity. Song Qian smiled lightly, finding no shame in the matter. After all, it was not just you who harbored such thoughts. Even Yu Songhai was no exception. Indeed, I too am not exempt from this. Xuan was taken aback, astonished that even a young master of such innate prowess would be concerned about a particular sword technique. Xian nodded. After all, it was a sword technique that had once caused a sensation in the martial world. Even if I do not practice it, it would be worthwhile to peruse it. Wouldn't it? But tell me, what are your thoughts after witnessing it, young hero? Astonishing, indeed. A sword technique that can be deemed unparalleled. The desire glimmered in Xuan's eyes, despite his insistence on prioritizing qi over swordsmanship while instructing his disciples, asserting that sword techniques should only serve as a supplement and must not disturb the established hierarchy. This was merely a fade for teaching. Ultimately, a sword technique devoid of inner strength is merely ornamental. Yet, Xuan, at this moment, lacked no inner strength. The inner power cultivated from the Zixia skill had nearly reached its zenith, and as he struggled to break through to the innate realm, he yearned for a formidable sword technique to elevate his prowess. Speaking with an astute individual, I abhor convoluted discourse. Xian fixed his gaze on Xuan and solemnly declared, "Serve under me, and I shall grant you the evil-repelling sword manual." Xuan instinctively wished to refuse again. The notion of transforming from the head of a prestigious sect into a pawn of the court weighed heavily on his conscience. Should word of this circulate in the martial world, how could he maintain his dignity? A gentleman's sword reduced to a mere tool of the government, would he ever regain his honor? If this matter reached the ears of the martial community, what would they think of him? Setting aside the disdain from the martial world, even his own daughter would likely look down upon him. Do not be hasty in your rejection. Observing Xuan's reluctance, Xian continued, I am well acquainted with the plight of the Huashan sect. To speak candidly, it is perilously close to ruin. Xuan fell silent, not doubting the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Xianyi Guard. Though the 5 mountain sword sects claim to be united as one, the fierce competition within belies that claim. I can assure you that Zhuo of the Songzhan sect has cultivated the Aish True Qi and entered the innate realm. Master you. You are undoubtedly aware of Zhuo ambition to absorb the other sections. With his recent breakthrough, he is bound to take action. Do you believe the Huashan sect can remain uninvolved? Frankly speaking, given the current state of affairs in the Huashan sect, Zhuo likely wouldn't even need to lift a finger. His subordinates alone could obliterate Huashan. Those who recognize the times are wise. It is time for you to consider finding a strong ally for yourself in the Huashan sect. With that, Xian turned and walked towards the shore. You may take your leave now. Whenever you come to your senses, seek me at the Xianyi Guard headquarters in Yangzhou. As the sound of carriages gradually faded, Xuan stood at the water's edge, lost in contemplation. Father, what did he say to you? Lingshan inquired, curiosity piqued. The villain had bound her and then inexplicably released her. What could have transpired between him and her father to leave the latter so despondent? Xuan remained silent. But Ling Huchong, who was slumped on his shoulder, spat blood and asked, Junior sister, during the days of your captivity, did Xian mistreat you? Not at all. As long as I did not attempt to escape, he did not impose any undue actions. He is indeed a peculiar individual. I initially thought he was after our Huashan sect secrets. Xuan shook his head. This individual appeared youthful, perhaps no more than 20. Yet his strength had already reached the innate realm. Such extraordinary talent would hardly deign to regard conventional martial arts. Lingshan instinctively nodded. He had indeed remarked on looking down upon the Huashan sect's techniques. Father, it seems elder brother is gravely injured. Should we find a place for him to recuperate? It is of no consequence. Ling Huchong coughed a few more times, blood spilling forth, but felt considerably better, stating, though I seem grievously wounded, they are merely external injuries. And expelling the congealed blood has alleviated much discomfort. Lingshan sighed in relief. Father, what did that villain truly say to you? Did he threaten you? Xuan's expression darkened. We must leave this place immediately and find a safer location for your elder brother to recover. We shall discuss other matters later. All right. I will heed your words. However, just as they prepared to depart, a voice echoed from the hillside. Master you, where are you planning to go? Before the words had fully left the speaker's lips, a sudden gust of wind swept through, revealing a figure who swiftly descended from the hills, encircling Xuan and his companions. The 13 protectors of Songzhan. Recognizing the intruders, Xuan's heart sank. Not long ago, Xian had warned him that Lingshan's breakthrough would inevitably lead to an assault on the Huashan sect. He had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. Xuan surveyed the encircling figures, his gaze fixating on the leader, and exclaimed, Ding Mian, what is the meaning of this? Ding Mian, known as the Towering Hand, was Lingshan's second disciple. His palm technique was as powerful as a collapsing pagoda, capable of snapping the meridians of those who fell victim to it. Accompanied by the second protector, Liu Bai, the third protector, Fei Bin, and over a dozen disciples of the Songzhan sect, they had effectively sealed off any escape routes. At that moment, an infuriating sight ignited Yu Lingshan's fury. Behind the disciples of Songzhan, the traitor Lao Dinua from Huashan sauntered forth with a grin. Master, it was no easy feat to catch up with you. Yu Buchuan's expression darkened as he glared at Lao Dinua. He had long suspected the man to be a mole planted by the Songzhan sect and had remained vigilant. Yet, in his haste to rescue his daughter, he had overlooked the traitor. He had never imagined that such a lapse would plunge him into dire straits. Most importantly, he had not expected the Songzhan sect to so brazenly sever ties with the code of the martial world. Ding Mian chuckled as he surveyed the surroundings. The locale was secluded and devoid of passers-by, making it an ideal setting for treachery. He clasped his fists and addressed Yu Buchuan, Master Yu. My sect leader wishes to discuss a matter with you. Please remain here until he arrives. Yu Buchuan ignored him and glanced at his eldest disciple Ling Huchong and daughter Yu Lingshan, lowering his voice to say, I will hold them off. You two seized the opportunity to escape. Father, Yu Lingshan exclaimed, panic-stricken. Escape? Where can we flee? If you were to perish, how could the Huashan sect possibly evade the Songzhan sect's clutches? Remember, flee to Yangzhou City and seek out Song Xian at the Xian E-Guard headquarters. Tell him I have accepted his proposal. Before Yu Lingshan could respond, Yu Buchuan fervently channeled his Zixia skill, the purple aura around him intensifying to its peak, and unleashed the long rainbow-piercing sunsword technique, sending a wave of purple radiance soaring toward Ding Mian. Ding Mian dared not confront it head-on. He swiftly dodged. For the reputation of the gentleman sword Yu Buchuan was not to be trifled with. Were it not for their sect leader's recent breakthrough to the innate realm, they would not have dared to confront the Huashan sect so brazenly. As Ding Mian was forced back by a single strike, a gap appeared in the encirclement. Seeing this, Yu Buchuan's spirits lifted. He sheathed his sword and, with one hand grasping each of Yu Lingshan and Ling Huchong, made a break for freedom. To wait for death here was not an option. Timely escape while Zhuo Lingshan had yet to arrive offered a glimmer of hope. It must be said that the reputation of the gentleman sword Yu Buchuan was indeed well-deserved. While he could not compare to the leaders of larger sects like Shaolin or Wudong, he was undoubtedly among the elite of the postnatal warriors. Ding Mian, Liu Bai, and Fei Bin were also renowned postnatal warriors within the martial world. Yet, faced with Yu Buchuan, who was carrying two individuals, he could only follow at a distance, utterly unable to keep pace. As he dashed onward, at last, the ancient and majestic city of Yangzhou came into Yu Buchuan's view. However, before he could express any joy, his heart began to race violently, engulfed by a profound sense of life and death crisis. Instinctively, he glanced back, only to see, 100 meters behind, a tall and imposing masked figure rushing towards him, exuding an aura that sent chills down his spine, closing the distance rapidly. Yu Buchuan silently cursed his misfortune. They were on the verge of entering the city, yet he never anticipated that Zhuo Lingshan would still be in pursuit. This fellow, even if turned to ash, he would recognize him at a glance. Zhuo Lingshan was indeed a formidable opponent, having closed the distance. He spoke not a word and raised his hand to unleash a powerful strike. A frigid and violent force erupted from his palm, a silver-white torrent resembling a dragon, instantaneously filling the void, enveloping Yu Buchuan and his companions in a suffocating aura of death. The innate martial artist's palm strike, honed by true energy, was something Yu Buchuan deemed impossible to withstand. In the face of this life-threatening peril, he took a deep breath and shouted towards the city ahead, Young Hero Song. Help me. The sky had darkened, and the bright moon hung high, its silvery light casting a gossamer veil over the entirety of Yangzhou. Inside a nearby carriage, Song Qian curiously observed her elder brother, glancing at him repeatedly. Why do you keep staring at me? Song Qian's expression was peculiar as she inquired, Brother, what secretive matters did you discuss with old Yu? Surely, it cannot be a proposal? Let me make this clear. While I have no objections to Yu Lingshan as a minor wife, the first wife must undeniably be my elder sister Liu. Brother, you surely do not wish to endure future headaches over familial disputes, do you? Song Qian waved his hand, indicating that his current circumstances did not warrant thoughts of women. For Song Qian at this moment, the foremost priority was to enhance his strength, gather allies, and increase his survival capital in this world. As for women, there was no need to dedicate time to pursue them. Isn't it a proposal? Song Qian pondered. So, it seems that you have taken a liking to the Huashan sect? Song Qian nodded. I extended an invitation to Yu Buchuan to join my ranks, but he declined. This is quite understandable, after all. He is a respected leader in his own right. If I were in his position, I too would be reluctant to subordinate myself to another. Song Xian smiled lightly. Indifferent to the situation, I am confident that he will come to terms with it soon, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The members of the Songzhan sect should have arrived in the vicinity of Yangzhou, Yubuchuan. Unless he wishes to see the Huashan sect erased from the annals of the martial world, has no alternative path to pursue. Song Qian expressed her confusion, questioning how the members of the Songzhan sect could possibly have arrived at this location. Did you secretly inform them? She inquired. Song Qian slightly nodded. Song Qian let out a disdainful scoff. Brother, you truly are a cunning and treacherous individual. Song Qian's expression hardened as he raised his hand to form a fist, striking down with a decisive motion. Alas, the grand estate you desired is no more. No. Song Qian hurriedly wrapped her arms around her elder brother's, saying, I misspoke earlier. Brother, your strategy is truly a masterstroke, orchestrating from the shadows while achieving victory from afar, such is the essence of profound wisdom. By the way, what if the Songzhan sect fails to arrive in time? Wouldn't your plan be in vain? Not at all, he replied. It would merely mean a slight delay in subduing Yubuchuan. Song Qian wore a smile at the corners of his lips. It was only a matter of time before Xuan sought to assimilate the Huashan sect. A conflict between the two was inevitable. Unless Yubuchuan wished to witness the demise of the Huashan sect under his own hand, he would undoubtedly come to seek my assistance sooner or later. Song Qian understood. Thus, brother, you are employing an overt strategy. Although Yubuchuan appears to be the leader of a sect, in reality, when confronted with formidable adversaries such as Xuan, he has no other option but to seek refuge with you. Indeed. Song Qian smiled slightly. Had it not been for him, Song Qian, Yubuchuan might have had the opportunity to acquire the Lin family's Bishi's sword manual, relying on it to turn his fortunes around. However, now that the Bishi's sword manual has fallen into his possession, the seemingly vast world of martial arts presents Yubuchuan with only two paths. One is to submit to Xuan and watch helplessly as the Huashan sect is absorbed by the Songzhan sect. The other is to yield to him, Song Qian, sacrificing some dignity and freedom to become a covert agent of the court. Yet, at the very least, the Huashan sect would still exist in name, with the potential to rise as a prominent faction within the martial world. Song Qian believed that this choice was not difficult. With Yubuchuan's constant desire for the Huashan sect to endure and thrive, he would undoubtedly make the right decision. Just then, a resonant and anxious male voice echoed through half of Yangzhou city. Song Xiaoxia, save me. The voice came unexpectedly, but the moment Song Qian heard it, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from the carriage in an instant. Clang! The long sword was drawn, and the divine blade clashed, casting a crimson sword light that illuminated the night sky in fiery hues. The fierce and swift sword energy surged like a celestial river pouring down, spreading across the vast expanse. This strike resembled a red rainbow, its formidable power enough to startle even innate martial artists. The sword energy sliced through the air, causing the usually bustling city gate, with its solid brick ground, to tremble and vibrate under the unmatched sharpness. Simultaneously, the ground emitted a continuous cracking sound, forming intricate spiderweb-like fissures, while many pedestrians in the vicinity sought refuge, their terrified screams ringing out. Not good. Xuan silently cursed. The sword energy that burst forth from within the city was truly rare. Such a terrifying sword energy could only be wielded by a seasoned innate martial artist who had refined their energy to perfection. At this moment, Xuan's face, obscured by a mask, was gravely serious, and he felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. Who could have anticipated that such a peerless swordsman was hidden within the gates of Yangzhou city? Boom! In the heavens, that crimson sword light descended like divine thunder, bearing a resplendent judgment intent, ready to condemn the wicked of the world. It resembled the radiant sun rising to dispel the darkness, illuminating everything with a swift brilliance. In an instant, it collided with Xuan's icy palm strike aimed at Yubuchuan. The clash sounded as if fabric were being torn, akin to ice melting away. Xuan's icy true energy shattered upon impact, revealing the staggering gap in their levels of cultivation. After slicing through the icy palm strike, the sword light continued unabated, hurtling towards Xuan with lethal intent. In Xuan's vision, the blossoming sword light rapidly converged into a minute but chilling point, aiming to pierce a blooming, tragic blood flower at his brow. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the night. In the face of this life-threatening crisis, Xuan desperately thrust his long sword forward to block the impending strike, then frantically retreated. Bang! The sword energy surged forth, and simultaneously, the treasured sword of Songzhan sect, passed down through generations, emitted a shattering sound. Along with it, his left hand that gripped the sword shattered, flesh and bone disintegrating like sand washed away by the sea. Ah, Zuolinchan let out a mournful scream, having failed to kill Yubuchuan and instead losing an arm. This day marked the greatest calamity of his life. Even during his confrontation with the leader of the Sun and Moon cult, Renemo Xing, he had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. It was not even a defeat. It was a complete annihilation. Who, within Yangzhou City, possessed such astonishing sword energy? In the Mingzhou continent, there were only a handful of sword masters with such prowess. Was it Yi Guqing, the sword saint of Baiyun City, or was it Shimin Shui, who had recently begun challenging seasoned innate martial artists, gradually earning the title of sword god? Yet, regardless of who it was, they were not an existence Zuolinchan could provoke. Realizing this, he hastened his retreat, propelled by a frantic urge to escape, fearing that the unknown swordsman might pursue him. Brother, he runs like a dog. On the city wall, Song Qian chuckled with a sound like silver bells, watching Zuolinchan's disheveled flight. On this day, many witnessed a red sword-shaped arc shooting up from the city wall, piercing the heavens and flying towards the outside. The terrifying sword light roared like thunder, accompanied by a chilling shriek, striking down a hapless individual's arm to smithereens. Blood splattered in the air, narrating the brutality of the recent events. For the ordinary citizens, martial artists were not unfamiliar. Yet, they had never witnessed such a scene of sword energy soaring through the sky. Those who beheld this spectacle gasped in shock, some standing agape, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. It was reminiscent of the time when Song Qian had unleashed a sword strike that created a massive pit in his courtyard, leaving Lin Daiyu stunned for quite some time. Only after the whistling sword energy dissipated and the masked Zuolinchan vanished did someone finally shout, "A sword immortal! A sword immortal has arrived in Yangzhou City." Although the great Zhou was flourishing in martial prowess, the majority of the populace remained ordinary folk. They were not aware of the hierarchical distinctions among martial artists, nor did they comprehend the concept of innate levels. In their eyes, anyone capable of unleashing such a stunning sword strike could only be a sword immortal. While ordinary citizens clamored about the arrival of a sword immortal, speculating on their whereabouts, the martial artists within the city were more incredulous. The masked figure outside the city was undoubtedly an innate martial artist. The palm strike they unleashed carried the unmistakable aura of true energy. An innate-level masked assassin had been bested by a single sword strike, severing their arm. What kind of mastery did the person within the city possess? It was hard to gauge their cultivation level, but they were at least innate level, likely among the elite. The presence of such a powerful figure in Yangzhou City truly revealed the hidden talents within. Fortunately, they had not stirred up trouble previously. This person seems familiar. They must be the newly appointed Xian Yiwei's pacification envoy. Upon hearing this, many martial artists felt a jolt of apprehension, silently counting their blessings. The saying heroes can be penalized for their deeds was no jest. Yangzhou City was home to many wealthy merchants, and among the wandering martial artists, who didn't harbor thoughts of robbing the rich to aid the poor. What to do without money while roaming the martial world? Just take a bit from the wealthy households. For martial practitioners, acquiring money was not theft. It was a noble act of chivalry. Dare anyone oppose? They would be dealt with swiftly. However, witnessing the fate of the masked martial artist outside, many resolved to leave the area promptly. If even an innate martial artist faced dire consequences at the city gates, what would happen to them if they were discovered while attempting to rob the rich? In the southeast region of Yangzhou City, at the Wanghuai Palace's back garden, an elderly man clad in an oversized python robe was enjoying music and watching the dancers. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, gazing towards the city gate. That commotion is rather significant. He then turned to the captain of his guards. Send someone out to investigate what has transpired. Moments later, the guard captain returned, whispering a few words in his ear. The elder furrowed his brow upon hearing the news, surprised that such a figure had emerged among the Xian Yiwei. What were they up to in the capital? After pondering for a moment, he shook his head dismissively. What does it matter? I am not rebelling. I merely seek some herbs for longevity. Can the Xian Yiwei truly provoke me? Rising and stretching, the elder chuckled. Continue the music, continue the dance. In a private room of a tavern, an elegant middle-aged scholar waved his feather fan and glanced at the handsome man across from him. What was that red sword light that just swept past the city wall? Lord Yi. The man referred to as Lord Yi appeared to be in his 30s, possessing the youthful charm of a young man coupled with the composure and grandeur of middle age. At this moment, as he observed the crimson sword aura streaking across the distance, a profound interest began to flicker in his eyes. It has been a long time since I have witnessed such potent sword energy. The middle-aged scholar frowned slightly. The fact that Lord Yi regarded the wielder with such significance indicated their formidable strength. If you were to engage in battle with him, would you have a chance of victory? Lord Yi pondered. The refinement of his sword energy surpasses mine by a fraction. He must be a congenital expert who has condensed the flower of qi. However, his sword energy lacks any infusion of mental will or the overwhelming pressure of vital blood. If he has not concealed his true strength, I should emerge victorious. But what if he has hidden his strength? With a slight smile, Lord Yu replied, that becomes uncertain. In life and death struggles where cultivation levels are similar, the outcome heavily depends on the specific circumstances of the battle. The middle-aged scholar speculated. It is said that a swordsman named Shiman Shui has recently risen in the Jianghu of Mingzhou. His swordplay is said to be supremely fast, with sword energy that can obliterate all. Could it be that this person has arrived in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang region? Perhaps. Lord Yu sighed. In the past, encountering such a master of the sword would have compelled me to engage in a spar with him. But now, I cannot reveal myself. It is best that as few people as possible know of my presence here. Sometimes, I find myself missing the joy I once had. The middle-aged scholar chuckled softly, gazing at the bustling street outside the window. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Lord Yi, it is too late for regrets. Lord Yu shook his head gently. I do not know what regret is. In the alley of Cui Lu, at the Tongfu Inn, Huang Rong, weary from a day of toil, returned to her room with dirt smudged across her face. Today, 3 more children have gone missing. She mumbled to herself as she poured herself a cup of tea, her eyes heavy with fatigue. The number of little beggars in the city was dwindling. The depths of Yangzhou were too profound. Should she continue her inquiries or leave swiftly? A sense of panic gripped her heart. Initially, it was the disappearance of a few little beggars she had befriended that motivated her to investigate. But the more she searched, the greater her fear grew. As if she were slowly descending into an abyss. Despite her exceptional lightness of foot, she could still perish in the unfathomable depths of Yangzhou. I can no longer remain here. I must leave at dawn. Just as she resolved to depart, a sharp shriek pierced the air outside her window. Peering out, she beheld a crimson long rainbow soaring past the city gate, vanishing into the vast horizon. Stunned, Huang Rong inhaled sharply. What sort of place is this Yangzhou? That sword energy was likely on par with my father's. Muttering to herself, she began to pack her belongings. She could not linger in this wretched place for even a moment longer. Yet, the next instant she paused, a look of recollection crossing her face. That sword energy felt oddly familiar. Unconsciously, she recalled the cold-faced man who had tricked her out of a precious martial art outside the capital, where a crimson sword energy had nearly sent her away. The sword energy she had just witnessed was also red, aside from being slightly larger, thicker, and faster. It appeared almost identical. Could it be that from thousands of miles away, that cold-faced god has also come to Yangzhou? The thought of that peculiar fellow, who was perpetually preoccupied with others' martial arts, solidified Huang Rong's determination to leave this place. However, as she finished packing and prepared to exit her room, hesitation flickered across her face. If she left just like that, the little beggars she had come to know in Yangzhou might truly lose their livelihoods. After a moment's deliberation, she set her belongings back down, her expression shifting multiple times. For a mere few dozen taels of silver, I exchanged a precious martial art. How could such fortune exist in this world? Taking a deep breath, she stepped out of her room. Though that man had a rather unpleasant demeanor and an icy countenance, his character was still somewhat reliable. The last transaction had certainly favored him. This time, if she asked him to help locate a few people, he should not refuse, right? At worst, he might say no, but lives were at stake. She had to at least try. Within the entirety of Yangzhou, if anyone had comprehensively grasped the essence of Song Xian's sword strike, it would undoubtedly be the gentlemanly swordsman Xuan. That sword light, resembling a crimson dragon, had nearly swept past him, its searing heat palpable. Even with the protection of his Zixia and her strength, he felt as though he were on the verge of being drained. Once on the city wall, he gently set down Yuling Shan and Ling Huchong, staring blankly at the sword in Song Xian's hand. Then at the composed expression of Song Xian himself. Frankly speaking, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it impossible to link that incredible sword energy to the young man before him. He appeared far too youthful. Seemingly no more than 20 years of age, yet he had attained such an unfathomable level of prowess. What had Xuan been doing at 20? He could barely recall. Let alone the time when he had vanquished the congenital masters with a single sword strike. He had likely blushed for ages upon seeing his junior sister Ning Zhangzi. Having lived half a life, striving to uphold the glory of the Huashan school, he now found himself eclipsed even at the outset of another's journey. It was rather laughable when one thought about it. In that moment, Xuan felt a sense of disillusionment, as if the convictions he had held for so long were crumbling. The Jianghu truly was unreasonable, before a genuine genius. The martial arts he had painstakingly honed over years seemed to pale in comparison to a mere finger of theirs. Thank you. Yubuchuan's voice cracked as he bowed deeply to Song Xian. On the city wall, the city guards glanced over from a distance, yet none dared to approach. There were myriad ways to court death, and they preferred not to die in a particularly flamboyant manner. Song Xian cast a glance at Ling Huchong and Yu Lingshan, who lay unconscious on the ground. The two had been rendered senseless by the shockwave generated as his sword chi sliced through the air beside them, and it was likely they would remain in this state for some time. Song Xian gazed at the intricately complex expression of Yubuchuan and said calmly, "This is not a suitable place for conversation, Master Yu. Please accompany me." They proceeded to the Yamen of the 1,000 households. Song Xuandu sat majestically in the main seat, while Yubuchuan led the gradually awakening Ling Huchong and Yu Lingchan to take their places at the guest seats. Song Qian, with a carefree demeanor, sat to one side and called out to the outside, "Bring the tea." Soon, 2 officers clad in dark robes, adorned with the badges of the 100 House, entered with beaming smiles, carrying the tea set. After they filled the cups for everyone, Song Xian nodded and said, "Such trivial matters can be handled by those below. There is no need for you to attend to them personally." The 2 officers, taken aback, replied, "We are grateful to you, my lord, for granting us the opportunity to live. We have always wished to serve you in any capacity, even if it is merely pouring tea." Song Xian smiled faintly, expressing that your goodwill is sufficient. "I have matters to discuss with several guests. You may withdraw for now." "Understood." Once the 200 households departed, Yubuchuan's expression grew somewhat solemn as he inquired, "Young hero Song, are you the commander of this 1,000 house?" "No, I merely hold the title of 100 house, concurrently serving as the pacification envoy of the imperial prison." Then, Yubuchuan hesitated for a moment, considering that this should be the commander's office. "Is it appropriate for us to be seated here?" "What is inappropriate about it?" Song Qian nonchalantly remarked, "The one surnamed Fang, that Qianhu, has already been imprisoned by my brother. He is long gone now. This Qianhu residence is under my brother's control." "Indeed." Yubuchuan's lips curled into a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat forced, even betraying a hint of tremor. "This Song Xian is truly a formidable character. Not only is his strength astonishing, but his methods are also fearsome. His superior can kill with a mere command, showing no hesitation whatsoever. He and his disciples owe their lives to him. Should they fail to recognize this favor, they would likely find themselves unable to leave this Qianhu residence in Jiangsu and Zhejiang alive today." However, Yu Lingshan was oblivious to these thoughts. In this moment, she gazed at Song Xian with sheer joy, exclaiming, "You, the sword energy I sensed before my fainting. Was it you who unleashed it to save us?" "Indeed." Song Xian murmured in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingshan felt a surge of joy. Although this nefarious individual often acted unpredictably, he proved to be remarkably reliable in critical moments. Yet, a moment later, a sense of dilemma washed over her. How could they repay this life-saving grace? Given the current state of the Huashan sect, there were hardly any formidable figures within, and with Zhuo Lingshan lurking menacingly outside. Even if they wished to express their gratitude, they would likely find themselves unqualified to do so. At that moment, Yubuchuan suddenly rose and walked to the center of the hall, his expression earnest. During their previous escape, he had mentioned to Lingshan and Chong'er that if they managed to flee, they should seek refuge with you. "Esteemed sir, I wish to inform you that I have accepted your earlier proposal." With that, he bowed deeply, declaring, "Yubuchuan of the Huashan sect is willing to pledge allegiance to you as my master. Whatever you command, I shall follow with unwavering loyalty." Song Xian rose to his feet, a smile gracing his features. The prospect of Yubuchuan's submission did not take him by surprise. He recognized that the old man had no alternative path to pursue. As long as Zhuo Lingshan remained alive, the Huashan sect would never find peace. In the face of inadequate strength, Yubuchuan was compelled to seek support for the continuation of the Huashan sect. However, at that moment, Ling Huchong, still recovering from his injuries, suddenly stood up, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Yubuchuan. "Master, I cannot agree. You are renowned throughout the martial world as the gentleman's sword, the leader of a sect. How could you become a mere pawn of the court? If this matter were to leak out, would it not bring ridicule upon us from the heroes of the martial realm?" The interruption from this impetuous youth left Yubuchuan momentarily speechless, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the disciple he held in such high regard. Song Xian chuckled softly and inquired, "Master Yu, how do you feel?" Yubuchuan let out a long sigh, his expression betraying an unmistakable sense of disappointment, tinged with a hint of despondency. Yu Lingshan, perplexed, spoke up, "Father, even if senior brother's words were somewhat harsh, he spoke them with your dignity in mind. Don't you think calling it despondency is a bit too severe?" Song Qian chuckled softly, glancing at Yubuchuan as she remarked, "Old Yu, Your ability to teach your disciples leaves much to be desired. These two appear to be quite mature, yet each seems more innocent than the last. Wujing fell silent, for he found himself unable to refute Song Qian's words. Just look at the Song siblings. Each is remarkably talented at such a young age. In stark contrast, his own eldest disciple, whom he had raised as a son, and his utterly bewildered daughter seemed to lack even the slightest hint of acumen. In this regard, it was evident that he had faltered in his role as a mentor. Xuan huffed, casting an indignant glance at Song Qian. Sister Song, I acknowledge your strength. But must you belittle others so? Where, pray tell, did I err in my previous statements? Song Qian pondered for a moment, fixating her gaze upon Xuan, and slowly uttered two words. Foolishness. What? Xuan momentarily failed to comprehend. I said. Song Qian raised her voice slightly, pointing at both Xuan and Ling Huchong, declaring, You two are complete fools. Xuan, taken aback by the insult, was at a loss for words. How could such vile language escape your lips? To call you fools is but a mild rebuke. Song Qian let out a cold laugh, remarking that the Huashan sect was but a step away from annihilation. As a disciple and daughter, instead of alleviating the burdens of her master and father, they were preoccupied with preserving their own dignity. She cast a disdainful glance at Ling Huchong, noting that while Xuan was young and naive, unable to grasp the current predicament of the Huashan sect, Ling Huchong, as the foremost disciple, should not be oblivious to the dire situation they faced. Ling Huchong paused momentarily, inquiring, What situation? He furrowed his brow and continued, Today, the Songzhan sect ambushed us, and I have yet to comprehend the reasoning behind this. The Five Mountain Sword Alliance has always been united. Does Nazwa Lingchan realize that he is undermining his own strength? Song Qian. Miss Song found herself at a loss for words. The thought process of this esteemed disciple of the Huashan sect truly caught her off guard. Song Qian cast a sympathetic glance at Wujing and remarked, Master Yu, I must say, the disciples of the Huashan sect truly represent a refreshing stream in the martial world. From an outsider's perspective, I naturally hope to see more individuals like Ling Huchong innocent and devoid of malice. If such people were abundant, the conflicts within the martial realm would surely diminish significantly. However, from your standpoint as the sect leader, I can only feel the weight of your burdens. To be candid, I fail to comprehend the reason behind your relentless efforts to sustain the Huashan sect until now. Wujing inhaled deeply and, addressing Ling Huchong, spoke in a grave tone. Chonger, you are no longer young. In a few years, you will reach the age of maturity. It is time for you to develop a sense of responsibility. You claim that your master's role as a pawn of the court brings shame, but if you do not understand this now, that is acceptable. I shall grant you time to grasp it gradually. Once we return to Huashan, you are to reflect upon your actions at the back mountain's cliff of contemplation. You may only emerge when you comprehend why your master must act thus. Master, Ling Huchong protested internally, harboring a deep-seated aversion toward the court. Unable to accept the transformation of the Huashan sect from a martial faction into a mere tool of the imperial authority. Leave. Wujing declared coldly. Wait outside. I do not wish to see you at this moment. He gestured toward Xuan. You two, step outside. I have matters to discuss with the master. Xuan opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Though she was not overly shocked by her father's allegiance to the court, she felt some confusion. After all, he was her father, and he could not truly wish her harm, could he? As she reached the threshold, she hesitated briefly and turned to glance at Song Qian, who bore a gentle smile. She recalled that after this notorious villain had abducted her, she had once inquired about his motives, wondering why he sought neither wealth nor martial prowess. He had claimed to desire people, leading her to ponder for quite some time. It turned out he had not lied. He indeed sought individuals, not her, but rather her father, the esteemed gentleman sword of the martial world. With a complex expression, she turned and exited, gazing upwards at the sky in exasperation. Her thoughts felt utterly chaotic. In the hall, Wujing offered a wry smile and clasped his hands, saying, I apologize for the inconvenience, master. It is quite normal. Song Qian consoled. After all, they are young, having spent considerable time in the martial world. Who wouldn't feel a bit dazed when addressed as young hero by others? It is only natural for him to struggle with the transformation from a valiant young hero to a despised pawn of the court. Wujing sighed deeply. I anticipated that Chonger would find this difficult to accept. However, I never expected him to be so thoughtless and ungrateful. His mind is consumed with the shame of becoming an agent of the court, yet he fails to consider the feelings of me, his master. Why would I abandon my rightful position as the leader to serve the Xianyi way, while others may be indifferent? He is my eldest disciple whom I have nurtured since childhood. if he had even a modicum of conscience. He would be contemplating how to assist me in safeguarding the Huashan sect from the predatory gaze of Wujing. Rather than hastily opposing my decisions without a moment's thought, Song Xian chuckled softly, remarking that the instruction of disciples was a matter for him to decide. He would not interfere in the internal affairs of the Huashan sect. Naturally, he would not intervene in the unfolding drama of Ling Huchong being sent to Huashan's cliff of reflection. In fact, he hoped that the young man would hasten to the cliff, where he could learn the Duga 9 swords from the enigmatic master Feng Qingyang. There is a saying, "Your sword is my sword." While it was difficult to scheme for the Duga 9 swords under Feng Qingyang's watchful eye, once in Ling Huchong's possession, Song Xian had myriad ways to acquire it. He might not even need to act himself. After all, the tool known as Wulingchan was still alive, and if used wisely, could bear the burdens of blame time and again. Lifting his teacup for a sip, Song Xian continued, "Though today I have severed Wulingchan's arm, the crisis for the Huashan sect is far from over. On the contrary, this setback will make Wulingchan all the more cautious and ruthless. Should he strike again, he likely will not afford you the opportunity to seek refuge with me." He then inquired of Yu Buchuan, "Have you considered how you will respond to the inevitable retaliation from the Songzhan sect?" Faced with Song Xian's question, Yu Buchuan fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face as he confessed, "Aside from relying on our master, I have no other recourse. I cannot contend with Wulingchan. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Song Xian, capable of unleashing sword energy in the postnatal realm. For Yu Buchuan, the chasm between the postnatal and innate realms was insurmountably vast. Should Wulingchan truly turn against the Huashan sect with lethal intent, you would find himself bereft of any means to mount a direct challenge." Song Xian slightly shook his head and said, "Old Yu, let me put it this way. If you remain in Yangzhou City, I can certainly ensure your safety. However, your foundation lies on Mount Hua, and it is impossible for you to stay here indefinitely. You will eventually have to return. Once you go back to Mount Hua, with its lofty heights and distant roads, my ability to protect you will be greatly diminished, regardless of my skills." He continued, "Now, tell me honestly, do you have any confidence in breaking through to the innate realm in the coming years?" Upon hearing the term innate, Yu Buchuan's expression darkened slightly. "No," he replied. "I have been stuck at the peak of the acquired realm for many years, and I see no hope of breaking through to the innate." Song Xian was somewhat taken aback. Logically speaking, the Zixia skill of your Huashan sect is not of low rank and belongs to the orthodox Taoist practices. Your aptitude is not insignificant either. By your age, you should have nearly reached a breakthrough. In the Great Zhou dynasty, martial arts flourished, yet for the average person, the path of cultivation remains an arduous endeavor. Ordinary individuals typically have two avenues to pursue martial arts. One is through fortunate circumstances, being accepted as a disciple by a renowned martial family or sect, thereby acquiring a systematic inheritance of martial arts. Without a complete martial arts methodology, relying solely on personal exploration would yield only minimal results, often limited to merely conditioning the body, rendering it impossible to cultivate internal power. The other route is to join the Imperial Army, where soldiers can practice suitable formations and martial techniques. However, these often lead only to the limits of the mundane realm unless one earns military merit. Without such distinctions, it is challenging to access the teachings capable of cultivating internal energy. Although Yu Buchuan managed to join the Huashan sect and ultimately became its leader, his aptitude may not compare to those of extraordinary talent, yet it cannot be deemed inferior. With the orthodox internal skill of the Huashan sect for cultivation and the support of a sect's resources, after decades of diligent practice, it is indeed peculiar that he has not stumbled upon any opportunities for a breakthrough into the innate realm. At this mention, Yu Buchuan's rarely seen old face flushed slightly. "This, my lord, is something you may not know. The Zixia skill is an orthodox Taoist practice, and the foundation of Taoist skills initially revolves around refining essence into energy, akin to a juvenile's training. Years ago, our Huashan sect faced a great upheaval, with the elders either perishing or dispersing. I was thrust into the role of leader without preparation. My master passed away early, and without any senior guidance within the sect. I was unaware that the cultivation of Zixia skill necessitates avoidance of female distractions, which regrettably led to significant depletion of my vital essence during my youth." Song Xian let out a sound of understanding towards old Yu. After all, in his youth, Ning Zhangze was renowned as a beauty in the martial world. Anyone fortunate enough to marry such a stunning wife would likely find it difficult to rise from bed each day. It was only later, as I cultivated the Zixia skill and achieved some level of mastery, that I began to grasp the essence of refining essence into qi. particularly after the arrival of my daughter Ling Xuan. However, by that time, it was too late. The losses incurred in the early stages were too significant. And even with subsequent medicinal supplements, it became arduous to restore oneself to perfection. Yubuchuan wore a troubled expression, acknowledging that the Zixia skill was indeed formidable, having once elevated the Huashan sect to prominence in the martial arts community. Yet, regrettably, this very technique had become a shackle, hindering my progression towards the innate realm. Listening to Yubuchuan's lamentations, Songxian felt a quiet sense of relief within. The pure young Wujing skill he cultivated was a fusion of various esoteric techniques from both Taoism and Buddhism. Previously, he had pondered why a multitude of divine arts ultimately coalesced into the boy skill. Now, it seemed, the reasoning was clear, whether from the Taoist or Buddhist perspective. The foundational stage emphasized restraint and desires, fundamentally aligning with the refinement of essence into qi, thus rendering the designation of boy skill quite fitting. Old you. Songxian lightly tapped his fingers on the chair, pondering for a moment, and said, "If there were a cultivation technique that could enable you to attain the innate realm in a remarkably short time, placed right before you." Master. Yubuchuan's breathing grew heavier, his face reflecting a palpable desire. "Do not rush." Songxian waved his hand and continued, however. "This particular technique possesses a significant flaw. It generates an incessant heat within the body during cultivation, ultimately leading to a state of madness. To avoid this fate, one must undergo castration. Would you still wish to pursue such a practice?" Yubuchuan was momentarily taken aback, his face rife with conflict, and he even reluctantly inquired, "Is castration truly necessary?" Songxian nodded and said, "Is it not reasonable to assume that a method capable of directly transcending the innate realm and achieving rapid mastery would come at a certain cost? As for the magnitude of that cost, it ultimately depends on your own assessment of its worth, old you." Yubuchuan remained entangled in his thoughts. As a man, the essence of his manhood was akin to his very life. Even when faced with desperation, few would willingly part with such an integral part of their being. Songxian did not urge him. Instead, he exchanged a knowing glance with Songqian. Miss Song immediately understood. Retrieving a tome from her sleeve and casually tossing it to Yubuchuan, gazing at the prominent characters of the evil-repelling sword manual in his hands, Yubuchuan recognized it as belonging to the Lin family, the Lin families. Indeed, Songxian Dao. This is the legendary 72 ways of exorcising swordplay once wielded by Lin Yuantong, a figure who traversed the martial world with unparalleled glory. You may transcribe this technique and take it back to Mount Hua. As for whether to cultivate it, that decision rests solely with you. I can offer you protection for a time, yet I cannot safeguard the Huashan sect for eternity. The safety of the sect ultimately depends on your leadership as its master. Even if I were to eliminate the treacherous Zhuo Lingchan, a declining Huashan will inevitably attract the attention of Wang Lingchan and Li Lingchan. Relying on others is ultimately inferior to self-reliance. Yubuchuan perused the sword manual from beginning to end, confirming that the secret technique indeed aligned with Songxian's claims that through self-castration and cultivation, one could ascend to the innate realm. The turmoil on his face dissipated significantly. The master speaks the truth. Relying on others is, in the end, less effective than relying on oneself. With a deep sigh, Yubuchuan requested leave from his master, expressing his intention to return to Mount Hua. After paying respects to his ancestors, he would prepare to settle in Yangzhou with his disciples. He chuckled ruefully, noting that the sect possessed little in terms of possessions or personnel, and thus, he should not be delayed for long. Although Yubuchuan did not explicitly state his intentions regarding cultivation, Songxian understood that the elder had already made his decision. His fate was sealed. Nodding, he remarked with a smile, "In that case, Master, you may rest assured in returning. Zhuo Lingchan has sustained considerable injuries and will undoubtedly retreat to recover, posing no immediate threat to the Huashan sect." "Old you." As Yubuchuan reached the doorway, Songxian suddenly called out to him, "Does the master have further instructions?" Songxian pondered and remarked, "Your eldest disciple possesses great insight in the way of the sword. What do you think?" At this point, Songxian's tone paused, adopting an expression that conveyed, "You know what I mean." Yubuchuan was taken aback, realizing that the leader's implication was that this sword technique should be practiced by Chong'er. Songxian nodded. "Do you think there is any feasibility?" Yubuchuan chuckled and shook his head. "Let us not even discuss whether my disciple is capable of practicing it. Even if he were, could you truly place your trust in such a person, my lord?" Songxian fell silent. A person like Ling Huchong may be somewhat usable as a pawn, but to take him in as a subordinate is simply out of the question. It would be a miracle if you weren't doomed. After Yubuchuan departed with his daughter and disciples, Songxian chuckled, "Brother, is Lao Yu preparing to sever ties?" Song Xian nodded. Would it not be wiser for him to directly sever ties within the city of Yangzhou? After mastering the evil-dispelling sword manual and attaining the status of an innate expert, returning to Mount Hua would indeed be a far safer endeavor. Song Xian waved his hand, indicating that the man's thoughts were beyond her comprehension. What thoughts? Song Xian asked, somewhat confused. Does that not also entail a return to one's roots? Even if one were to sever ties, it should be done on familiar ground, should it not? Song Xian chuckled lightly, yet he exhibited no intention of elaborating. After all, one cannot divulge that if he were in Lao Yu's position, he would undoubtedly wish to return to the mountain gate and indulge passionately with his wife for several days before any drastic measures were taken. Even a dying cow deserves a hearty meal before its end, does it not? Even death row inmates are granted a final meal. Observing Song Xian's silence, Song Qian suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable sympathy for Lao Yu, sensing an underlying sorrow in his plight. If even one of his disciples were to exhibit promise, perhaps he would not be forced to make such a harrowing decision? It is indeed a rather pitiable situation. Song Xian sighed, lamenting that Master Yu's Zixia skill had reached its zenith. Without transformation, the hope of attaining the innate realm in this lifetime was but a distant dream. Among his disciples, none exhibited any promise. The only one with slightly better aptitude, Ling Huchong, was merely a wayward wanderer, lacking any sense of belonging to the sect, spending his days frivolously. In such a school, the elder had lost all potential, and the younger generation showed no signs of a bright future. Whoever assumed the role of leader would surely be engulfed in despair. Fortunately, we possess enough determination. Song Qian suddenly broke into a smile. Brother, I shall retreat for my cultivation now. As for meals, please arrange for someone to deliver them to my door every 3 days. This time, I shall not emerge until I reach the innate stage. You have already attained it. It is high time I put in the effort. I certainly do not wish for the day when old Song finds himself faced with a desperate choice akin to that of Yubuchuan due to our lack of diligence. With that, she floated out of the hall like willow catkins, vanishing beyond the gates. Song Qian did not intervene. He had never doubted his sister Song Qian's ability to break through. If one were to inquire about the individual with the finest martial arts aptitude he had encountered over the past 2 decades, it would undoubtedly be his own sister, Song Qian. As for the extent of her exceptional talent, it can be articulated thus. While others endure years of rigorous training and numerous tribulations, for Song Qian, cultivation is as effortless as eating and drinking. Even with a sporadic approach, she can effortlessly keep pace with her elder brother. Throughout her journey, Song Qian has never witnessed her encounter any bottlenecks. Her progress in internal energy cultivation within a year surpasses that of an average martial artist's decade of arduous toil. In Song Qian has come to understand the essence of being favored by the heavens, akin to a celestial being who is perpetually nourished by divine grace. To speak in a more fantastical manner, Song Qian embodies the essence of a fated child of this world, destined to navigate life with ease, free from calamity and misfortune. Song Qian's martial arts aptitude, while not extraordinary, surpassed that of the majority of warriors. However, in comparison to Song Qian, his talent could only be deemed average. At times, he found himself questioning how such a stark contrast in martial prowess could exist between siblings. Fortunately, over the past decade, the profound and transcendent technique known as the pure young infinite boy skill had subtly enhanced his martial abilities, resulting in an accelerated pace of cultivation. At long last, upon reaching the age of 20, he stepped into the innate realm. To be 20 and in the innate realm is to be considered truly exceptional within the realm of martial arts. Some revered sanctuaries within the martial world only recognize true disciples who attain the innate realm before the age of 30. Since arriving at the Qianhu office in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, Song Qian had been idly passing the time, but he now found himself unexpectedly engaged in official duties. A knock resonated from outside the door. Upon granting permission, a respectful Baihu entered, solemnly stating, "My lord, there is a matter that requires your attention." Song Qian set down his pen and looked up, saying, "Speak." A few days after your departure from the Thousand House Department, several inspectors from the Mountain River Prefecture arrived, claiming to be investigating a case involving the murder of an official's family member by individuals from the martial world. "Oh?" Song Qian, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "Please continue." The deceased was the son of the governor of Jiangcheng County in the Shanhua Prefecture, along with several of his guards and attendants. The authorities in Jiangcheng County determined that this case was likely related to individuals from the martial world, thus transferring the investigation to the Qianhu office of Shanhua Prefecture. Song Xianping calmly inquired, "How did the case from the Shanhua Prefecture come to involve our Jiangzhou Prefecture?" The 100 households displayed expressions of difficulty, for according to their accounts, The deceased had passed away around the time when the Fuwei escort agency's convoy had docked at the pier. Thus, they suspected that members of the Lin family might be connected to this case. Song Xian let out a soft hum, and the scene of toasting newlyweds at a wedding in Jiacheng County floated into his mind. The entire family of the newlyweds had perished, yet due to time constraints, he had only managed to deal with the county magistrate's son and his entourage, leaving the magistrate himself unaddressed. He had vowed to eliminate the magistrate's entire family, but had not found the opportunity to clean up the remnants. Unexpectedly, the magistrate of Jiangcheng County had acted with great haste. At that moment, Song Xian chuckled softly, pondering whether their concerns extended beyond merely the Lin family. Did they insinuate that he himself might be entangled in this matter? The 100 households hurriedly responded. They did not explicitly state it, yet the implication was unmistakable. Currently, those individuals are waiting outside the yamen. Would you care to meet them, my lord? Very well. Let us meet, Song Xian replied with a couple of chuckles. He was curious to discern their intentions. It was likely that they believed there was no 1,000 household officer on our side and sought to exploit this situation for their own benefit. The 100 households seemed accustomed to such affairs, remarking, as you know, my lord, the 1,000 household officers in various prefectures wield significant power, and there are numerous factions among them. The overt and covert skirmishes are, in fact, quite common. Song Xian, unperturbed, remarked, wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. And the imperial court is no exception. Let them in. I am curious to see whether they have truly uncovered something or merely seek a pretext to create trouble for personal gain. From the Mountain River Bureau, 2 members of the Xian Guard entered, adorned in their dark uniforms, with small pennants indicating their rank, which was the lowest within the second tier of the Xian Guard. As they stepped inside, Song Xian's smile faded, replaced by a cold indifference as he scrutinized the pair. Though they bore the insignia of the small pennants, they suppressed their innate aura. Nevertheless, in Song Xian's perception, their concealed innate energies were utterly incapable of remaining hidden. The 2 sent by the Mountain River Bureau were evidently here to disrupt the proceedings. Initially, the duo appeared casual, seemingly dismissive of the significance of the Bureau. However, upon entering the hall, their expressions shifted abruptly, clearly taken aback. They had not anticipated that the master of the Bureau was also a being of innate caliber. After a brief moment of hesitation, they clasped their fists and bowed respectfully. Xian Guard, Little Flag, pays respects to Master Song. Xian Guard, Flower Mountain, pays respects to Master Song. Song Xian, with an imposing presence, sat in the grand chair and spoke nonchalantly. I have little patience for those who lurk in the shadows. It would be in your best interest to reveal your true identities and intentions, for otherwise, you shall find it impossible to leave the city of Yangzhou. The 2 dark-clad guards, adorned with small flags and tokens at their waists, exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a subtle glimmer of understanding. Surely, Lord, you jest. We are merely here to investigate a matter. If we are unwelcome, we shall take our leave at once. The speaker, a man in his 30s with meticulously groomed mustaches mirroring the elegance of his eyebrows, bore a serious countenance now, devoid of the joviality he had displayed upon entering. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him, for he had not anticipated that the head official of the Jiangsu Zhujiang Prefecture would be a master of innate prowess. With that, he grasped the arm of the dashing young man beside him, who exuded an air of nobility, and turned to depart. Song Xian let out a cold, mocking laugh, raising his hand to strike the table. In an instant, the brush on the table shot up like a beam of sword light, akin to a flash of lightning that darted through the air, swiftly targeting the man who referred to himself as Lu Shaoer. Lu Shaoer's expression changed dramatically. He extended his fingers like claws, unleashing a torrent of true energy that surged forth, coiling and intensifying until it coalesced into a vortex of energy between his index and middle fingers. A deafening resonance echoed through the hall of the magistrate's office as the true energy radiated outwards, a cacophony of howling sounds filling the air. At the entrance, the wooden door shattered under the force of the innate true energy collision, splintering into fragments that pelted the outer pillars, leaving them riddled with damage. Meanwhile, between Lu Shaoer's fingers, a brush glowing with a crimson light was firmly clutched, its tip trembling slightly. Casually discarding the brush onto the ground, Lu Shaoer placed his right hand, which had just held the brush, behind his back and raised his left hand to wipe the cold sweat from his temple. My lord, this is unnecessary. Before he could finish his remark, a flash of sword light erupted from the higher position in the hall, sweeping through the air with some of the wooden debris still falling, enveloping the 2 men. A look of trepidation crossed Lu Shaoer's face as he swiftly moved into the courtyard. With a hand that felt as solid as iron, he struck downwards. lifting a large cauldron from the yard and hurling it towards the incoming sword light. With a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, the massive cauldron, taller than a man and still holding remnants of incense, was suddenly cleaved in two by the sword light. The brilliance of the sword light spread forth, akin to a tempest, an explosion of sunlight and brilliance igniting in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, the sound of a sword's howl resonated as the erupted sword light coalesced into a singular point of icy radiance. What had once engulfed the entire courtyard in a torrent of sword energy was now condensed into a single lethal point, the murderous intent palpable for all to sense. Should it erupt, its might would be sufficient to pierce the heavens and shatter stone. Lu Xiao remained rooted in place, a vortex of true energy beginning to form in his left hand. With the incoming sword energy locked onto him and no means of evasion, he prepared to test his ultimate skill, the lynxy finger, to see if he could withstand this terrifying sword energy. Boom! Before the sword energy arrived, a fearsome force struck first, causing Lu Xiao to feel a sharp pain in his brow, as if countless silver needles were piercing him, leaving him momentarily dazed. His reflexes slowed, and he could only watch helplessly as the sword energy drew closer. Come here. In the blink of an eye, a familiar voice rang out beside him. Lu Xiao felt himself yanked back just in time to evade the menacing sword energy. The blade of energy brushed past him, striking the courtyard wall. The sound of tearing echoed as the thick stone wall, forged from deep blue stone, was effortlessly sliced open, leaving a remarkably smooth cut. Lu Xiao glanced back, a chilling sensation creeping into his heart. Just moments ago, had his friend not pulled him away, he would have surely been severed in two. This is rather interesting. Song Xian's figure flickered, materializing at the entrance of the hall, sword in hand, his expression indifferent as he fixed his gaze upon the two individuals. In the territory of Ming Shou, the number of innate martial artists within the martial world is quite limited. How could one possibly pose as a minor flag-bearer of the Xianyi Guard? Pray tell, what is the purpose of your impersonation? Opposite him, the two men fell silent for a moment. The gentleman with a meticulously groomed beard, as neat as his brows, was the first to clasp his hands in salute. I am Lu Xiaofeng, known in the realm as Lu the Chick and Lu the Third Egg. It is an honor to meet you, Master Song. Beside Lu Xiaofeng, the dashing and refined gentleman held a folding fan in his hand, bowing with both hands. I am Huaman Lu. I sincerely apologize for the uninvited interruption, Master Song. Song Xian scrutinized the two individuals before him, finding little surprise regarding their identities. Their distinctive appearances made it all too apparent. Lu Xiaofeng's remarkably recognizable mustache was a rarity in the martial world. Furthermore, the presence of a formidable blind companion beside him made their identities even more easily deducible. Song Xian's gaze roamed within the yamen, and he gestured to the officials of the Xianyi Guard who had gathered at the sound, dismissing them with a wave of his hand, instructing them to return to their duties. And find a few people to tidy up the courtyard, he added, turning to Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Meilu with a calm invitation. Come in and let us converse. In the main hall, Song Xian sat majestically in the Grand Master's chair, while Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Meilu occupied the guest seats, observing as two Xianyi Guard captains personally served tea. They gained a direct insight into the formidable authority of this Lord Song. It was evident that he possessed not only terrifying strength but also remarkable skills in managing subordinates. After all, why would a dignified captain willingly engage in the menial task of serving tea? You two are not members of the Xianyi Guard, are you? Song Xian inquired, glancing at the somewhat reserved pair. Indeed not, Lu Xiaofeng replied, his demeanor more relaxed now that he had emerged from the brink of peril. A smile adorned his face, and although a hint of caution lingered in his heart, conversing normally posed no difficulty. Before this esteemed person, we speak no falsehood. The Xianyi Guard robes we wear were taken from others. Oh? Song Xian was immediately intrigued and said, let me guess. The two of you impersonating the Xianyi Guard must believe you have some incriminating evidence against me, intending to extort me. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng's eyes flickered with surprise, and he chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, we had such intentions. However, we did not anticipate your prowess to be so far beyond our expectations. Pray tell, what incriminating evidence have you discovered about me? Song Xian shifted into a more comfortable position, seemingly unconcerned as he inquired. Lu Xiaofeng pondered his words carefully before responding. You see, I have always had a penchant for meddling in others' affairs. Not long ago, while traveling with Brother Hua through Jiacheng County, we chanced upon the news of the governor's son being murdered. It is said that the young man met a gruesome fate, with all his bodyguards slaughtered, yet the local authorities found not a single clue leading to the culprit. Naturally, this piqued my interest. At this point, Lu Xiaofeng paused to observe Song Xian, who maintained a serene demeanor, revealing nothing. Undeterred, Lu Xiaofeng continued, this case has become a significant incident in the area, with officials from the governor's office frequently scouring for any traces, while the local populace engages in fervent speculation. Personally, I often find myself with little to do and enjoy the excitement of a challenge. When confronted with a perplexing case, I relish the opportunity to involve myself. Given that the crime scene bore no traces of the perpetrator, or that any potential evidence was washed away by a torrential rainstorm, it became nearly impossible to ascertain anything. Thus, Brother Hua and I altered our approach, seeking out the individuals from the martial world who had entered Jiacheng County during the time of the incident. Song Xian chuckled softly. So, have you two tracked me down? Have you perhaps uncovered some evidence? Not at all. Lu Xiaofeng shook his head. Although we lack concrete proof. After a thorough investigation and discussions with Brother Hua, we ultimately concluded that the only person with both the capability and audacity to commit the crime is none other than you, my lord. Song Xian, sipping tea with a smile, remarked, so after all this time, you are still relying on mere conjecture? Indeed, we are. Lu Xiaofeng responded with a grin. I have investigated numerous cases of murders committed by martial artists, but it is exceedingly rare to encounter one as clean, swift, and exceptionally skilled as this. Considering your esteemed position in the Xianyi Guard, erasing traces of a crime must be one of your specialties, am I correct? Song Xinping spoke in a calm manner. So, you believe you have grasped my weaknesses and intend to coerce me for some personal gain? That was not my original intent. The Xianyi Guard and corrupt officials are merely engaging in a dog-eat-dog scenario. We find their internal strife rather amusing. Perhaps intimidated by Song Xian's recent display of sword energy, Lu Xiaofeng was exceedingly candid, expressing his thoughts openly. However, after conducting some inquiries through mutual acquaintances regarding your background, we learned that you have been appointed to Jiangzhou Prefecture from the imperial capital, which sparked some thoughts in me. He then gestured towards Huamilu, saying, This is my dearest friend, whom I have known since childhood. Unfortunately, he lost his sight due to a severe illness in his youth. And despite numerous attempts to seek the help of esteemed physicians over the years, no remedy has proven effective. Upon discovering your affiliation with the Xianyi Guard, particularly your lineage from a prestigious family, I dared to entertain an audacious idea. Song Xian remarked nonchalantly, You intend to extort a small elixir from me? Lu Xiaofeng looked up in surprise. Indeed, the gentleman was astute, having accurately guessed my thoughts. The small elixir, a legendary remedy circulating within the martial world, is predominantly held by the esteemed families of the Xianyi Guard, making it a rare treasure. Lu Xiaofeng sighed, recalling that in the past, many martial experts had resorted to assassination and kidnapping to seize the small elixir, managing to acquire a few from the hereditary Xianyi Guard. However, the subsequent retaliation from the Xianyi Guard was exceedingly brutal and merciless, with the enforcement officials disregarding any evidence. Local martial families and sects alike faced a thorough and bloody purge by the elite Xianyi Guard. After several such incidents, no one in the martial realm dared to resort to forceful means to seize the small elixir. As he spoke, Lu Xiaofeng's peripheral vision caught another glance at Song Xian. Noticing the gentleman's expression, which seemed to embody a listener engrossed in a tale, he continued, If brute force fails, then cunning must prevail. It is rare to encounter a member of the Xianyi Guard's hereditary lineage who is so approachable. It appears we have also obtained some leverage against you. Thus, I sought to test the waters, hoping to seize the opportunity to procure the small elixir from your hands. Test the waters? Song Xian chuckled. So, you have stolen 2 sets of Xianyi Guard uniforms to try your luck here? Indeed, it was an attempt to gamble on fortune, aiming to intimidate. Should you truly be the murderer of the county magistrate's son, possessing this leverage would ensure that even if you surrendered the elixir, you would fear speaking of it. And if I am not the murderer? Lu Xiaofeng sighed, there would be no loss either way. We have discovered you are merely 20 years of age, and presumed your martial prowess to be at most that of a postnatal warrior. With the skills possessed by my brother Hua and myself, we could easily extricate ourselves. Yet, to my astonishment, despite your youthful appearance, your strength is astonishingly formidable. Lu Xiaofeng exchanged a glance with Huamilu, and then pondered, if I am not mistaken. Esteemed Sir Song, you have already condensed the flowers of Qi and Shin on your martial path? That sword energy just now contained a mental assault, leaving me with a splitting headache and a sense of disorientation. Had Brother Huan not intervened in time, I dare say I would have met my demise on the spot. Song Xian smiled ambiguously, neither confirming nor denying the implication. To be honest, ever since he ascended to the innate realm, he himself was uncertain about his standing in the martial world. At this stage, whether it was the relatively weaker Zhuo Lingchan among the innate warriors or the already renowned Lu Xiaofeng, neither posed a threat to him. The pure young Wujing boy technique, a celestial-level internal martial art, was exceedingly powerful, as a culmination of numerous top-tier internal arts. Each breakthrough in Song Xian's level brought about a transformative enhancement in his vitality and spirit. This enhancement, at present, could be described as overwhelming within the same realm. Daring to inquire, could it be that all the esteemed families of the Xianyi guards in the imperial capital are as formidable as this esteemed individual? Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Meilu were genuinely astonished today. They had initially thought that a young Xianyi guard merely intended to intimidate them, and capturing some incriminating evidence to obtain a small elixir would be a considerable gain. Even if they failed to secure any evidence, they could easily depart. Given their status as seasoned innate warriors, a mere 1,000-household unit lacking innate warriors was nothing to them. Who would have anticipated that what was presumed to be a straightforward journey to Jiangsu and Zhujiang would prove to be more perilous than navigating a den of dragons and tigers? Lu Xiaofeng was acutely aware that the young gentleman seated in the grand chair, should he truly harbor murderous intent, could easily ensure that one of them would meet their demise on this very day, regardless of their exceptional lightness of foot. Song Xian responded with a vague hum, expressing his reluctance to engage in the intense competition of the imperial capital, where the waters run deep and the pressure is overwhelming. He had deliberately opted for a transfer to this quieter locale in search of tranquility. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng and his companion were struck with astonishment. Was it not an exaggeration? At merely 20 years of age, he had already attained the pinnacle of innate mastery. Having coalesced the flower of qi and the flower of divinity, yet he referred to others as prodigies? What manner of terrifying individuals did this esteemed Song speak of? Surely, one could not ascend to the realm of a martial arts master in their 20s? That seemed utterly implausible, even if one were to begin their cultivation from the womb. Achieving innate status in their 20s would already mark them as a prodigy, a rarity in the martial world. As for the notion of a martial arts master in their 20s, Lu Xiaofeng could not fathom such a possibility. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: the enigmatic and formidable families of the Xianyi guards in the imperial capital were indeed terrifying enough to send shivers down one's spine. Song Xian was undoubtedly trying to deceive the two men. Indeed, the situation in the imperial capital was quite intricate, yet it was not as exaggerated as he had portrayed. While there were certainly some remarkable young prodigies in the capital, truth be told, since his ascension to the innate realm, he had yet to encounter any of those youthful geniuses who could instill a sense of trepidation in him. My lord, we have recounted the events in their entirety. May I inquire how you intend to handle our situation? Lu Xiaofeng's voice bore a hint of unease. His friend, Hua Manlu, immediately grasped his meaning. Should the esteemed Lord Song, seated in the main position, choose to turn against them, Lu Xiaofeng was prepared to take his leave first, allowing Hua Manlu to cover their retreat. The outcome of such a retreat was, of course, all too clear. In the face of a top-tier martial artist like Song Xian, who had mastered the blossoms of qi and divine, without an equal-level expert to intervene, it was essentially a matter of survival. Whoever stood in the way would meet their demise. Song Xian gazed at the two with a smile, his demeanor gradually transforming from indifference to warmth. In truth, this was not a matter of great consequence. Had the two arrived with the intention of forging a friendship and openly expressed their intentions, a mere small elixir would not have posed any burden for me. I have always been one who delights in benevolence and cherishes companionship. Lu Xiaofeng felt a pang of unease in his heart, aware that the subsequent but was the crux of the matter. Indeed, Song Xian's voice resonated once more. However, it seems that both of you lack a degree of sincerity in your dealings, leaning more towards calculation and less towards genuine honesty, which does not embody the spirit of chivalrous heroes in the realm. Lu Xiaofeng let out a bitter smile, acknowledging that it was his own overthinking that had brought laughter upon the noble man. In truth, when I proposed this plan, Brother Hua opposed it, yet my resolve was unwavering, and he had no choice but to accompany me on this venture. Should there be any reproach, let it fall solely upon me. Brother Hua has always been of an elegant disposition and noble character, and I hope, dear Sir Song, that you do not harbor any anger towards him. Oh? Song Xian's gaze fell upon Hua Manlu. What is it? Does the young hero Hua have little interest in regaining his sight? Hua Manlu shook his head. To gain it is my fortune, to lose it is my fate. In truth, there is nothing detrimental about being blind. Although I can no longer see, I am still able to hear and feel. At times, I can even experience more joy than others. Song Xian cast a deep glance at him. This individual, perhaps due to his blindness, has cultivated an exceptionally refined mental acuity in order to perceive the external world. In terms of mental prowess, he surpasses Lu Xiaofeng by a considerable margin. This explains why, when he unleashed a wave of sword energy, Lu Xiaofeng was rendered immobile, overwhelmed by the mental assault embedded within. Conversely, Hua Meilu was able to swiftly break free from this mental suppression to come to his aid. It is worth noting that the young hero Hua's blindness was not congenital but rather a result of illness acquired later in life. Such a condition is one that the Xianyi guards Xiao Huan Dan can indeed remedy. Song Xian spoke calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, esteemed blind hero, do you truly not desire it? The term blind hero instinctively made Hua Meilu blink in surprise. What a curious appellation. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaofeng was not preoccupied with this detail. Instead, he hastily inquired, "My lord, do you genuinely wish to bestow upon us a sacred elixir?" Taking a deep breath, he pressed further. "Might there be certain conditions attached?" "Undoubtedly, there are conditions." Song Xian pointed at the dark uniform of the Xian Yiwei that Lu Xiaofeng wore, saying, "You two have audaciously impersonated the Xian Yiwei. The consequences of this act could be dire. If it remains undiscovered, all may be well, but should the enforcement division take notice, your future days may be far from tranquil." Lu Xiaofeng nodded and replied, "In any endeavor, there are gains and losses. Previously, I risked much to acquire the small recovery pill, and it was a worthy gamble." He paused, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Song Xian. "Should you have any conditions? Feel free to state them. As long as they are not excessive, I, Lu Xiaofeng, am willing to make sacrifices for the sake of my brother's recovery." "How forthright." Song Xian chuckled lightly. "Then I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Since you have already donned the uniform of the Xian Yiwei, there is no need to remove it. Why not serve directly under my command?" Lu Xiaofeng's expression shifted, and he opened his mouth to respond. But Song Xian raised a finger and continued, "I am aware of your free-spirited nature, your penchant for meddling in others' affairs, your fondness for drink, and your appreciation for beauty, not to mention your strong sense of loyalty. I shall not make things difficult for you. In exchange for a small recovery pill, I require you to serve under me for 10 years. Surely, for the sake of your brother witnessing the splendor of this world, you would not begrudge a decade of your time?" Lu Xiaofeng's lips moved as he contemplated, and he let out a sigh, slowly nodding. Given the gravity of the situation, to refuse would render him lacking in loyalty. I would merely lose 10 years of freedom, while my brother stands to lose the opportunity for restoration. Lu Xiong, no. At that moment, Hua Meilu interjected. Though his eyes held no glimmer, Song Xian felt the weight of his gaze. "Esteemed sir, it is I who would consume the small recovery pill to regain my sight. This matter bears no relation to Lu Xiong. I believe my strength is not insignificant, and I am not much inferior to Lu Xiong. If you require subordinates, I, Hua, am willing to serve under your command for 10 years. Lu Xiong is accustomed to a carefree life. I hope you can show some understanding and allow him to leave." Lu Xiaofeng frowned and replied, "Hua Xiong, this predicament arose from my actions. Had I not brought you here to test our luck, we would not find ourselves in such a dilemma today. Please do not involve yourself. I will handle it. You know me, I cannot remain idle and have a penchant for meddling. Now that I am part of the Xian Yiwei, I can legitimately investigate any cases I wish, which, for me, is not a misfortune." Song Xian smiled as he watched the two perform their heartfelt display of brotherhood before him. Only after they had exhausted their words did he raise his hand to gesture. "Your camaraderie has deeply moved me. Let us not quarrel. Instead, why not both serve under my command?" Lu Xiaofeng was taken aback. "After all this performance, are you suggesting that both of us should join you?" Before either could respond, Song Xian continued, "I shall not make it difficult for you. Serve under me for 3 years, and I assure you that I will cure Hua Meilu's affliction. If one small pill is insufficient, I shall provide 2. If that fails, then 3. Should I lack the pills here, I will travel back to the imperial capital for them. 3 years for a lifetime of sight. What do you both think of this proposition? Is your word truly sincere?" Lu Xiaofeng felt a stirring within him. He understood better than anyone the severity of Hua Meilu's condition. Having known him since childhood, they had sought the counsel of numerous renowned physicians over the years. Yet to no avail. To be honest, even the so-called miraculous small pills made him skeptical about their efficacy. However, now that Song Xian had confidently assured him of a cure, how could he not be tempted? Though he appeared carefree, he was deeply loyal. And Hua Meilu's blindness pained him more than his own sightlessness. Song Xian's persuasion proved to be successful. Aside from Xuan, who has yet to cultivate the evil-repelling sword spectrum, there are now 2 genuine, seasoned innate martial artists joining his ranks. Although their tenure is limited to a mere 3 years, Song Xian remains unfazed. Despite lacking any prior rapport, he was able to entice them aboard. After 3 years of camaraderie and shared experiences, would they truly abandon his vessel? Even if these two are ruthless and disregard their bonds, what of Hua Meilu, whose vision is impaired and seeks the small return pill? In the future, will they not require assistance when their loved ones fall gravely ill or suffer severe injuries? And what of the likelihood that these individuals' family and friends may encounter ailments or injuries during this 3-year span? Song Xian expressed that this situation could indeed be navigated. In crucial moments, even the absence of options necessitates the creation of them. To be candid, these two individuals were not easily deceived. Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Meilu both possessed exceptional intellect, particularly Lu Xiaofeng. Both in wisdom and martial prowess, they were prominent figures within the realm. To persuade them to serve under him, Song Xian invested considerable effort. Initially, he exerted overwhelming swordsmanship to impose pressure, making it clear that if they could not reach an agreement that day, their chances of leaving alive were slim. This represented a personal threat from Song Xian's martial prowess. Subsequently, he subtly highlighted the terrifying strength of the imperial capital's Xian Yi, amplifying the psychological pressure on the two. He instilled in them the illusion that even if they managed to escape, evading the pursuit of the Xian Yi would be impossible. This was Song Xian leveraging his backing as a means of intimidation, with no avenues for escape, either through personal strength or through the influence behind him. Lu Xiaofeng and his companion found themselves cornered. Once the objectives of intimidation were achieved, Song Xian made certain concessions, offering to restore Hua Meilu's sight in exchange for a 3-year commitment of service from the two. Lu Xiaofeng, being a man of deep loyalty, could not refuse the proposal under such a combination of benevolence and coercion. Although they may have harbored some reluctance, Song Xian remained indifferent. Whether they were willing at heart mattered little to him, as he sought their loyalty, not their sentiments. After 3 years, he would have ample means to extend their service further. 3 years would turn into 6, and eventually, these two would be firmly entrenched within the Xian Yi. Impossible to dislodge. At the Qinhu office, Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Meilu, having been directly promoted by Song Xian to the position of chief flags, were guided by a junior officer of the Xian Yi to a modest courtyard. Honored chief flags by the command of the prefect. This shall be your residence from now on. The junior officer beamed with an ingratiating smile, assuring them that the room had been thoroughly cleaned and furnished, allowing them to settle in with peace of mind. Lu Xiaofeng nodded, retrieving a piece of silver from his sleeve. Thank you for your assistance. No. The junior officer hastily shook his head, as though the silver were a venomous creature, avoiding it as he scurried away. It seemed that Song Xian's ability to manage his subordinates was indeed formidable, Hua Meilu remarked. How could it not be? Lu Xiaofeng sighed. After years of mingling in the martial world, we have encountered countless characters. Yet, we find ourselves ensnared in the Xian Yi system by his blend of soft and hard tactics. Initially, I felt little, but upon reflection, it becomes apparent that this Song Xian possesses a certain cunning that has unwittingly led us into his trap. As Hua Meilu stepped into the courtyard, he lamented. If nothing unforeseen occurs, the son of the Jiacheng County magistrate was killed by him. He has eliminated the son but left the father alive. Likely as bait for larger prey in the political arena, inadvertently ensnaring us first. Perhaps this is fate. Lu Xiaofeng plucked a blade of grass, chewing on it, contemplating that while others were fishing, it was their own folly to walk straight into the net. Although discomfort lingered in their hearts, the prospect of restoring Hua Meilu's sight in exchange for merely 3 years of service seemed a fair trade. Their only concern was whether Song Xian would honor his promise after the fact. There is no need for such worry. Hua Meilu shook his head. At just 20, he has already condensed the essence of both vitality and harmony. Such a prodigy, if he survives, will inevitably become the second martial master of Mingzhou. Someone of his caliber, with steadfast beliefs and an indomitable spirit, would not easily forsake his word for a mere pill. That is indeed a valid point, Lu Xiaofeng conceded, recognizing that a future martial master would certainly value his reputation. What they regarded as a precious elixir might be of little consequence to him. To forsake one's dignity for something so trivial seemed implausible. Stretching his limbs beneath a willow tree in the courtyard, he glanced around to confirm no one was watching. Then whispered, Hua, tell me honestly, between our recent acquaintance, Shimen Shui and Song Xian, who do you find more formidable? Hua Meilu pondered for a moment before responding. Shimen Shui is taciturn, living and breathing for his sword, taking lives in the blink of an eye, viewing murder as an art form. For him, the sword path is his very existence. The last time we met, his ruthless swordsmanship had evolved further. In terms of sword energy, I believe Song Xian and he are comparably matched. So, you think their strengths are similar? Not at all. Hua Meilu shook his head. I find Song Xian to be the more formidable one. Though I am blind, my other senses have sharpened. I can perceive Shimen Shui's strength, sensing danger instinctively. However, Song Xian feels like a wisp of cloud on the horizon or a secluded spring in the mountains, his true strength eludes my grasp. The sword energy he unleashed upon you merged true chi and mental will into a terrifying force, yet I sense that this is far from his full potential. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xiaofeng remarked, your instincts have always been accurate. If you believe he is concealing his strength, then it is likely he is indeed hiding his true capabilities. The Xian Yiwei, having produced a single prodigy, can easily crush most martial experts in Mingzhou. It is unfathomable to comprehend the depths of their power. Hua Manlu chuckled, were it not so, how could the great Zhou court maintain such vast territories? Nevertheless, even with the formidable Xian Yiwei, the expanse of Great Zhou is too immense for complete control. Over 3 centuries, numerous factions have distanced themselves from the court. Lu Xiaofeng, uninterested in the court's affairs, pushed open the door to their quarters, saying, let us not concern ourselves with the court's matters. Our immediate priority is to serve diligently under Song Xian and ensure your side is restored. As night fell, the cool moonlight poured over the courtyard. Song Xian sat cross-legged on his bed, immersed in quiet meditation. This practice had become a habit cultivated over nearly 2 decades. Whenever he found a moment, he would dedicate it to refining his skills. The Pure Yang Infinite Youth technique was a discipline that demanded considerable time investment before achieving mastery in martial arts. Fortunately, the high caliber of this technique meant that a night spent in meditation left him in a more rejuvenated state than sleep would. Thus, Song Xian had developed the habit of substituting meditation for slumber, seldom resting at night, unless under special circumstances. The path of martial arts resembles navigating upstream. Progress necessitates relentless effort, for stagnation equates to regression. To advance further along this journey, one must possess not only talent and opportunity but also unwavering perseverance. Each element is indispensable. Of course, this excludes individuals like Song Qian, who seem to be effortlessly favored by fortune. Despite her lack of tenacity, Song Qian never doubted her future accomplishments. As the pure yang true energy flowed through his meridians and acupoints like a stream, with each complete circulation, both the total amount and the concentration of energy would incrementally increase. Moreover, as the energy continued to circulate, it refined his flesh and bones, allowing Song Qian to distinctly sense the gradual enhancement of his physical strength. This sensation of abundant vitality felt akin to possessing the might of a dragon and elephant, a state that deeply enchanted him. Since his ascension to the innate realm, each time he practiced, an image of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram would manifest in his mind. Contemplating this diagram throughout the night significantly enhanced his mental acuity. This exemplifies the advantage of a transcendent technique. With a singular discipline, one can cultivate true energy, physical form, and spirit comprehensively. Particularly after advancing to the innate realm, the overall enhancement of his capabilities became increasingly pronounced. The principle of the universe operates on the notion of diminishing excess to replenish deficiency. Thus, the void prevails over the tangible and the insufficient overabundance. After completing 36 circulations, Song Qian opened his eyes and exhaled gently, mentally reciting the introductory verses of his technique. The more he practiced, the more he sensed the profound depth of the Pure Yang Infinite Youth technique. It struck him that while this technique appeared to be rooted in martial arts, its essence might ultimately transcend the confines of martial practice. Song Qian was deeply engrossed in his cultivation when, outside the courtyard, a shadow as dark as night glided in with an almost ethereal grace. This individual possessed remarkable agility and made not a whisper. Arriving with a lightness of foot at the entrance of Song Qian's chamber, there, they punctured a small hole in the gauzy window. After holding their breath and listening intently for a moment, sensing that the occupant within remained oblivious, the figure retrieved a bamboo tube from within their sleeve, preparing to blow through the tiny opening. Wisps of green smoke billowed forth from the tube. Yet scarcely had the smoke been exhaled when a gust of wind surged towards them. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, revealing Song Qian, clad in a flowing white robe, standing at the threshold and gazing at the black-clad figure, who was frozen in astonishment. Are you not sleeping at this hour? Do you not have work tomorrow? The figure in black remained silent, springing backward like a ghost with a deft push from their toes, now clutching a pill that they hastily swallowed. A portion of the smoke, carried by the wind into the room, had infiltrated their lungs, rendering their movements sluggish and stiff. A derisive laugh, as thunderous as a storm, echoed in the ears of the black-clad intruder, instilling a deep-seated fear. Suddenly, a chopstick shot through the window like a streak of light, piercing their chest with a soft thud. The figure emitted a muffled groan, dismissing the pain, and leaped onto the courtyard wall. Yet, as they prepared to vault over the wall to escape, an unexpected heaviness enveloped them, an elongated, powerful hand had descended upon their head. Believe me, make another move, and your head shall find itself elsewhere. The voice was cold and unyielding. The intruder trembled, paralyzed by fear, and dared not shift, remaining frozen in the very posture of their intended leap. Song Xian casually withdrew the chopsticks from the opponent's chest, and a stream of blood gushed forth, causing the person's face to contort in agony. "Oh, I apologize," Song Xian spoke calmly. And before the man could utter a sound of anguish, the chopsticks in his hand pierced him once more with a soft thud. "Ah, this time." The man cloaked in black could no longer contain himself, crying out in agony. The volume of his lament echoed through the night, prompting several figures to hasten towards the courtyard where Song Xian resided. The first to arrive were Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Mianlu. "My lord, what has transpired?" Song Xian removed the black veil from the face of the cloaked man and casually discarded it on the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This individual intended to use poisonous smoke to ambush me. You have roamed the martial world for years. Do you recognize this person?" Lu Xiaofeng stepped forward to scrutinize the figure for a moment and then shook his head, indicating a lack of recognition. "Judging by his appearance, he likely resembles an assassin trained by another. Has my lord recently offended anyone? It should not be the case, should it?" Song Xian pondered thoughtfully. "Not long ago, I severed the arm of Xuan, the leader of the Songzhan sect. Do you think it possible that this man was sent as an assassin? That is difficult to ascertain." Just as Lu Xiaofeng was about to articulate further, a sudden flash of silver light pierced the night, resembling a slender silver thread, swiftly darting through the air. "Humph!" Song Xian let out a cold snort, and the long sword at his waist abruptly unsheathed, its initial glimmer resembling a solitary point of crimson light. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a serpentine dragon of red hue. Clang! A series of resonant metallic sounds reverberated as the sword light, akin to a red dragon, twisted in midair, unleashing a flurry of silver needles that scattered in all directions. After shattering the torrent of incoming silver needles with a single stroke, Song Xian stood on the courtyard wall, sword in hand, coldly surveying his surroundings. Each of those silver needles harbored formidable spiraling true energy, possessing immense power and a terrifying tearing force. Any ordinary innate martial artist ambushed in such a manner would likely suffer severe injuries. It was evident that the assailant lurking in the shadows was a highly skilled innate martial artist, proficient in the manipulation of long-range concealed weapons. In the martial world of Mingzhou, one could scarcely find an individual with such prowess, particularly one adept at using silver needles as weaponry. Likely only the renowned leader of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, Dongfang Bubi. Song Xian concentrated his mental energy intensely, perceiving everything around him. With a single leap, he transformed into several afterimages in midair, darting past the dark corners surrounding him. Moments later, he landed once more atop the courtyard wall, where Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Mianlu stood on either side, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "My lord, have you made any discoveries?" Song Xian shook his head, noting that the assailant had swiftly retreated after a failed strike. This individual possessed remarkable lightness and movement, exceptional martial prowess, and an adept mastery of the art of assassination. "You must exercise caution," he advised, furrowing his brow as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Surely, I have not offended Dongfang Bubi, have I? What brings this rogue, who should be embroidering at Blackwood Cliff, to the Jiangsu and Zhejiang region to engage in assassination?" Gazing up at the moonlit sky, Song Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Indeed, the martial world is fraught with peril, even if one does not provoke others. One may still inexplicably find themselves under fire. Song Xian speculated that the prowess of Dongfang Bubi was likely comparable to that of Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Mianlu. If confronted directly, he estimated that he could dispatch the opponent in no more than 3 moves. However, despite the adversary's martial skills being inferior to his own, they managed to withstand a strike from him, relying instead on the lethal force unleashed by a hidden silver needle. This allowed them to effortlessly retreat. It must be acknowledged that those who carve out a name for themselves in the martial world are indeed formidable. Each possesses their own secret techniques. The arrogant and overconfident are often at risk of missteps, potentially meeting their demise at the hands of nameless foes. For instance, this very night, first with poison smoke and then with concealed weapons, had it been an ordinary innate master, lacking the pinnacle of skill to disregard toxins, they might have fallen victim to their adversary. "Brother, what has transpired?" Song Qian's silhouette gracefully emerged from a small courtyard, her brow furrowed as she cast a glance at the figure clad in black lying on the ground. "It's nothing. Just a few petty miscreants have arrived. You may rest assured and return to your seclusion. I shall handle the matters outside." "Understood." Song Qian exhibited no dramatic reactions. In her heart, her elder brother, having entered the innate realm, was an entity that walked with impunity in Mingzhou, unless he had offended the esteemed Master Sanfone. Those with ill intentions would meet their demise in droves, and it was the hidden malefactors that one ought to be wary of. From the moment Song Qian emerged, Lu Xiaofeng's gaze remained fixated upon her, only withdrawing his attention reluctantly after her departure. "My lord, is she your sister?" Song Qian cast a frosty glance at him, remarking that his debts of passion were already plentiful, and advised him not to court disaster. Lu Xiaofeng chuckled awkwardly, asserting that he was merely inquiring without any ulterior motives. Urging the gentleman not to misunderstand, he reassured the gentleman to return home and rest easy, for this night he would stand guard outside with Brother Hua. Song Qian uttered a soft acknowledgement, instructing the arriving Xuani guards to take the black-clad figure lying on the ground away for interrogation. He then turned and closed the door to his room, settling onto his bed to continue his meditation. For others, this night represented a perilous crisis, yet for him, it was merely a minor episode that bore no significant impact on his cultivation. As for the enigmatic Dongfang Bubi, he noted the individual in his ledger, determined to conclude matters upon finding time in the future. Outside in the courtyard, Lu Xiaofeng bore an expression tinged with excitement. He had not anticipated that this esteemed gentleman's sister would possess such unparalleled beauty. His demeanor resembled that of college students discussing enchanting ladies under the cover of darkness. Womanlu, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "I cannot perceive her beauty, yet you are right in one aspect. Your romantic entanglements are indeed numerous, and it would be wise to refrain from courting further danger." "Even you, Lao Hua, say such things?" Lu Xiaofeng retorted. "I merely praised her beauty a bit. How can that be considered courting death? Best not entertain any other notions." Womanlu's lackluster eyes fixed upon Lu Xiaofeng. "That woman gives me a peculiar sensation akin to the extreme danger I felt upon first encountering Shimen Shui Shui. Such a person is a born harbinger of death. To provoke her is to invite a grim fate." Lu Xiaofeng's expression stiffened. "Do you truly feel that way?" Womanlu nodded slightly. "I never lie in such matters." "Understood. If you say she is to be avoided, then indeed, she must be avoided." Lu Xiaofeng acquiesced, retrieving a wine gourd from his waist. "Tonight, let us speak of nothing but wine. Surely that is acceptable?" "Drinking is permissible." Womanlu's countenance softened slightly as he accepted the gourd and took a sip. "Our esteemed gentleman does not appear to be one who suffers losses easily. After tonight's commotion, I suspect he will take significant action come dawn. Drink sparingly. Do not let it hinder tomorrow's important affairs." Lu Xiaofeng waved his hand dismissively. "I understand, my blind friend." Womanlu's lips twitched, but he remained silent, savoring the cool night breeze while quietly drinking. In the southern part of the city, at a stone table within a manor, several individuals sat in anticipation. Suddenly, a man clad in brocade spoke plainly. "The Lord of the East has returned." As his words fell, a shadow vaulted over the wall, landing in the courtyard. Upon landing, however, the figure let out a muffled groan, clutching his right chest. "Oh, Brother Dongfang is injured?" A scholar-adorned man rushed forward, only to see the black-clad man remove his mask, revealing a heavily made-up face that was indecipherable as male or female. "It's nothing." Dongfang Bubi pulled a silver needle from his chest and said in a low voice, "I've injured my lung and will need a few days to recuperate." The brocade-clad man seated on the stone bench let out a cold laugh. "Dongfang, I warned you long ago. That person is not someone you can provoke. Do you now believe me?" Dongfang Bubi tore a strip from his garment to bind his wound, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Yichengzhu speaks true. I was overconfident and sought to test that person's mettle, resulting in today's defeat." "And what did you learn from this encounter?" Yichengzhu inquired, sipping his tea. Dongfang Bubi scrutinized Yichengzhu for a moment, then mused, "It is difficult to say. At the very least, in terms of swordsmanship, he is certainly on par with me. All the silver needles I shot were effortlessly blocked by him, and several even returned to injure me. His swordsmanship is formidable, should he close the distance. I would stand no chance of retaliation." Ye Guqing nodded. "It appears this individual retained his strength when he severed Zhuilingchan's arm. I have long maintained that we should remain hidden, pursuing our own affairs without provoking him. Now that you have stirred up trouble, he likely will not let this matter rest." With that he scoffed, "To achieve little yet create chaos, such is your talent." The word struck a nerve with Dongfang Bubi. "Ye Guqing, anyone can speak derisively. If you possess the ability, go and take the head of that person surnamed Song. What skill is it to mock a woman like me?" Hearing Dongfang refer to herself as a woman while observing her flamboyant appearance, Ye Guqing could not help but sigh. "I must have truly exhausted my luck to partner with such a character." He ignored Dongfang Bubi and turned to the middle-aged scholar nearby. "Mr. Liu, what is the attitude of the Mingjiao leader? Is he willing to join forces with us for a grand endeavor?" The middle-aged scholar shook his head slightly. "Discussions are still ongoing. There are no results yet. Then do make an extra effort, Wujing urged earnestly. The Mingjiao leader, Zhang Wuji, has a close relationship with the Wudong's master Sanfeng. Should we gain his support, our plans will be secure. By dawn, after a night of cultivation, Song Xian entered his study to commence writing a work report. Being an official does not exempt one from responsibilities, and even if little has been accomplished, one must present oneself as exceedingly busy in reports sent to the capital. He selected various tasks undertaken by the local military authorities of Jiangsu and Zhejiang recently, documenting arrests of several outlawed figures, resolutions of long-standing cases, and the exposure of several corrupt officials. Of course, Song Xian himself had no involvement in these matters. Yet it did not detract from his subordinates' ambitions to seek out work. The accomplishments of his subordinates naturally reflected his capable governance as their superior, did they not? The reports sent to the capital could be written with casual ease. After all, with the backing of old Zhao at the inspection bureau, these promotions were merely a formality. After completing these reports, Song Xian took out a blank document and began to write meticulously. This time, he detailed the usage of the small and large returning pills, how many had been received from the capital, how many had been utilized, and on whom they had been administered, all of which required precise documentation. This report was not a mere formality. The judging department might even send personnel to verify the information. Should any falsification be discovered by the judging department, the benefits and privileges exclusive to the Xuan guards of the capital would be revoked. Thus, Song Xian approached this matter with utmost seriousness, for he had no leeway in this regard. As he spent more time within the Xuan guard system and rose in rank, Song Xian became privy to more of the court's secrets. It is no exaggeration to say that the Xuan guards have maintained dominance over the martial world for 300 years primarily due to the existence of these two types of pills. This is the very foundation of the Xuan guards' enduring advantage. Therefore, the distribution and usage of these two pills were governed by the strictest regulations. According to the Xuan guards' rules, the pills received by the Xuan family could only be administered to direct family members and were strictly prohibited from being shared or sold. Any violations would lead to severe consequences. Of course, rules are rigid, while humans are adaptable. Generally, the headquarters of the Xuan guards in the capital would not enforce the rules too stringently. Occasionally administering 1 or 2 pills to friends or relatives was permissible. However, it was imperative to document such actions clearly, and prior written permission was required before administering to outsiders. In urgent situations, such as Lin Rahai's near-fatal poisoning, it was acceptable to act with discretion and administer the pills for life-saving purposes. However, it is essential to elucidate the sequence of events, awaiting the arrival of those tasked with the subsequent adjudication to verify the veracity of the matter. The findings will be reported to the esteemed emperor of the Great Zhou. Indeed, it is the very founder of the Great Zhou dynasty, Wujing, who unified the realms and subdued the fate of the dynasty with unparalleled martial prowess for 3 centuries. Remarkably, he still lives. The elixirs periodically received by the Xian guard lineage are concocted and dispensed from the royal sanctuary of the Great Zhou's founder. The quantity of these elixirs is limited, and their distribution is restricted, apart from the Xian guard lineage. Only the royal family and first-class Xian guards are deemed worthy to receive them. Even the emperor is allotted only a finite share each year, and any desire for additional quantities necessitates a formal request to the founder, which must be substantiated with compelling reasons. Otherwise, such request will be denied. Due to the extreme rarity of these elixirs, they are scarcely shared, even among kin. Which is why Lin Rahai was profoundly moved upon learning that Song Xian had been saved by a small elixir. Despite the emperor's regard for him, he could not bear to bestow even a single small elixir during Lin's grave illness. In contrast, the generosity of Song Xian, a distant relative, was striking and deeply affecting. After documenting the usage of the small and large elixirs, Song Xian composed an additional request to bestow a small elixir upon his friend, Huamianlu. It was imperative to designate him as a friend. Merely naming a subordinate would likely result in disapproval during the review process. After a moment's hesitation, Song Xian added the phrase having shared life and death bonds to enhance the likelihood of approval significantly. Exchanging a single elixir for 2 seasoned innate martial artists as subordinates seemed a most advantageous trade to Song Xian, particularly given his current lack of personnel. He was determined to retain both Lu Xiaofeng and Huamianlu closely. Having completed these tasks, the day had already brightened. Song Xian sealed the 3 missives and stepped outside his chamber. In the courtyard, Lu Xiaofeng and Huamianlu leaned against the wall, reeking of alcohol and yawning. Upon seeing Song Xian emerge, Lu Xiaofeng grinned and inquired, "Do you have any plans for today, my lord?" Song Xian nodded and said, Convey my orders and gather the personnel. Today, I shall initiate a special campaign against organized crime within the confines of Yangzhou City. Organized crime? Lu Xiaofeng was taken aback. Although he found the term somewhat peculiar, he could grasp the essence of what the official meant. To him, this rather unusual phrase might simply be a specialized jargon within the ranks of the Xianyi Guard. By the way, Song Xian raised a letter in his hand and remarked, "While I possess some minor elixirs, they are not to be distributed at will. An application must be submitted to the headquarters of the Xianyi Guard in the capital. I have already prepared the necessary documentation, which will be dispatched to the capital today. Shortly, individuals will arrive from there to conduct a discreet examination. Only upon their approval can I bestow upon you the minor elixir." Lu Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned, and even the typically composed Huamalu, accustomed to feigning blindness, wore a look of astonishment. Is what the official said truly the case? He had thought that only after serving 3 full years in the Xianyi Guard could one possibly obtain the minor elixir. To his surprise, this official, Song, was conducting matters with such transparency, implementing agreements made just yesterday. "I assure you, my words carry weight. You must proceed diligently in your duties. Should any of you resort to deceit or trickery, and the personnel from the capital deem you untrustworthy, the situation could become quite dire." Lu Xiaofeng, with a serious expression, replied, "Rest assured, my lord, from now on, we shall heed your commands without question. As long as your requests do not contravene our principles, we shall comply with whatever you ask of us." Song Xian nodded with satisfaction and smiled, saying, "There is no need to be so serious. Officially, we are in a superior-subordinate relationship, but privately, we can interact as friends. If anyone inquires about our relationship, remember to say we are friends." After a pause, Song Xian added, "And remember, we are friends bound by life and death loyalty." Life and death loyalty? Lu Xiaofeng's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Sir, while I understand that saying this might facilitate approval from the capital, isn't that a bit exaggerated?" "Exaggerated? Not at all," Song Xian replied earnestly. "Last night, we were ambushed by assassins, and through our combined efforts, we repelled them. Does that not qualify as life and death loyalty?" Lu Xiaofeng fell silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. "Indeed, it is life and death loyalty. After all, we were the ones who took the lives of those black-clad assassins. The one who attempted to poison us has already met his demise at your hands." "Dead?" Song Xian was rather indifferent, for once one entered the Xianyi Guard's prison, it was exceedingly unlikely to emerge alive. It appears that the assassin did not divulge any valuable information, did he? Lu Xiaofeng shook his head. "This morning, someone from the prison came over. They did not wish to disturb your rest, my lord, and merely provided me with a brief account of the situation. According to them, the assassin was merely a hired hand, and he was unaware of the identity of the mastermind behind the scheme." Song Xian was not taken by surprise. The profession of an assassin, even in the present feudal era, remains prevalent. Even in the future, within societies governed by law, such figures continue to thrive in the shadowy corners of the world. As long as there is demand, there will always be individuals willing to accept money to eliminate calamities on behalf of others. After having breakfast, Song Xian made his way to the training grounds of the Thousand House. Within the arena, hundreds of dark-clad guards, donned in iron armor, stood ready for action. The gleaming iron armor reflected the morning sunlight, adding an air of grim determination. Noticing Song Xian's approach, a captain hastily stepped forward to pay his respects. "My lord, aside from a few guards dispatched on missions, our forces at the Thousand House are mostly assembled." Song Xian, mounted upon his war steed, spoke in a deep voice. "I have only recently arrived in Yangzhou, yet I have repeatedly fallen victim to assassination attempts. I am greatly dissatisfied with the security within this city. Henceforth, I shall initiate a special operation against crime and evil that will last for a fortnight. You, who are the local powers of Yangzhou, should be more aware than I of who the wrongdoers are and which individuals lurk in the shadows like rats." Song Xian surveyed the crowd with an authoritative gaze, his voice cold as he declared, "I do not tolerate the presence of the inept among my ranks. In 2 weeks' time, should you fail to present a satisfactory report, you shall bear the consequences." With that, he waved his sleeve and commanded, "Let us depart." The thunderous sound of iron hooves striking the earth reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. A contingent of cloaked guards, led by their respective captains, surged forth like wild stallions, scattering towards the city of Yangzhou. It was evident to all that after last night's assassination attempt on the magistrate, a simmering fury was palpable. Retribution was surely on the horizon. Lu Xiaofeng and Huamalu flanked Song Xian, while behind them, a dozen silent guards awaited further orders from their leader. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, Song Xian declared, let us venture out and explore, having been here for so long. We have yet to properly appreciate the beauty of Yangzhou. Naturally, Lu Xiaofeng had no objections. He was a restless soul, eager to roam freely every day. Brother, are you going out to play without me? At that moment, a striking figure approached with remarkable speed, reaching Song Xian's side in mere breaths. Have you made a breakthrough? Song Xian inquired, scrutinizing his sister Song Qian, who seemed to exude a newfound aura of distinction. Indeed, she replied with a beaming smile. It was quite effortless. Just as you break through while practicing your swordplay, I too achieved my breakthrough while training. Song Xian merely responded with a non-committal sound, his expression imbued with complexity. A favored child of fortune like Song Qian could not be easily subdued without resorting to underhanded means. Young master, come in and play. The vibrant atmosphere of Fireworks Alley was alive with laughter and joy, and before he knew it, Song Xian found himself amidst a bustling street filled with merriment. The common folk, upon seeing the imposing attire of Song Xian and his companions, typically reacted with trepidation. However, the courtesans paid no heed to their presence. Many strikingly beautiful young women, upon catching sight of Song Xian's handsome visage, eagerly leaned out from their balconies, tossing down handkerchiefs. Young master, come and play. No charge for you. Come to me, I not only want to ask for money, but I will also offer you a generous sum from my savings of these past years, all in exchange for a single night of warmth. Young master, look at me. I possess exceptional skills that will surely leave you utterly satisfied, and you will crave more. This scene, filled with the fluttering of handkerchiefs and the flirtations of the charming ladies, even caused someone as resolute as Song Qian to steal a few glances. Is it beautiful? Song Qian nestled beside him, grinning mischievously, said, You can only look but not taste. Isn't that frustrating? Song Qian cast him a sidelong glance. Too weary to engage in conversation. Song Qian, with great interest, murmured beside him, Brother, you used to frequent the brothels and places of indulgence. So you should have seen through these individuals long ago, right? Let me tell you, these women are not virtuous. They are merely lusting after your body. You must not be bewitched by them and ruin your hard-earned cultivation. I know, Song Qian replied, somewhat exasperated. You weren't this talkative before. I used to think you were simply heartbroken and didn't dare to say much. But now, I must keep an eye on you for Sister Yao Yu. Song Qian ceased to engage with him, instead surveying the surroundings with keen interest. Generally speaking, in establishments such as these, where revelry and merriment abound, information circulates swiftly. The news of Dongfang Bubi's arrival in Yangzhou had yet to reach the Xianyi guard. He had come here in hopes of striking fortune and perhaps gleaning some whispered tidbits. While he had yet to hear any tidings regarding Dongfang Bubi, he observed a group of self-proclaimed literati indulging in their pleasures within the brothel. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, they congregated on the upper floor, conversing without a shred of discretion. Is this the newly appointed pacifier of the Xianyi guard? He appears quite youthful, with a delicate complexion. Even more handsome than my own esteemed lord. One remarked disdainfully. Humph, merely a band of scoundrels who bring ruin to the nation. When I ascend to power, I shall certainly petition the emperor to impose strict regulations on these uncouth warriors. Indeed, brother, you speak wisely. It is we, the scholars, who govern the realm. Yet we are subjugated by these martial brutes, living in luxury at our expense. It is utterly outrageous. These scholars express their sentiments with no intention of concealing their voices. And naturally, Song Xian and his companions could hear them distinctly. Song Xian stood tall, his hand caressing the hilt of his sword, casting a perplexed glance at Lu Xiaofeng and the others behind him. Were the scholars of Yangzhou always this valiant? In the imperial capital, the Xianyi guards commanded an imposing presence, yet here in Mingzhou, Yangzhou, it appeared that the scholars bore little fear of them. This was a troubling sign. When a region begins to lose its reverence for the court, it signifies a waning authority of the central government over its territories. Should this decline reach a critical point, it heralds the onset of disunity. Behind Song Xian, a cloaked official adorned with a general's insignia whispered, My lord, this place is indeed quite distant from the imperial capital. Moreover, the previous commander Fang had close ties with the aristocratic families of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, often operating in concert with them. Over time, the local populace has lost much of their reverence for the cloaked guards. To the eyes of those powerful clans, Commander Fang was merely a dog they had fed. With your arrival, my lord, and the demise of their pet, it is only natural that these self-styled masters harbor animosity towards you. I see. After listening to the captain's account, Song Xian replied with a calm demeanor, Since they lack reverence, let us instill it in them. I understand my duty. The captain clasped his fist in salute and then gestured to his subordinates behind him. In an instant, more than 10 members of the Xuan guards dismounted gracefully, and with a gentle push against the ground, they leaped onto the second floor. Soon, 7 or 8 scholars, who had gathered to mock and deride Song Qian, found themselves bound by the Xuan guards. What are you doing? You dogs of the court? Do you know who we are? Without our taxes, you wouldn't even be able to afford a meal. Are you now turning against your masters? Murder! Murder! The Xuan guards are committing atrocities, though these individuals were restrained. Not one of them showed any sign of submission. Some even had the audacity to point and curse at Song Qian, showing blatant disrespect for someone of his stature as the Xuan guard's pacification officer. This illustrated just how arrogant and overbearing these affluent scions have become within the city of Yangzhou. Why can't they simply live in peace? What drives them to court their own demise? Song Qian approached a man in his 30s, who had been the most vociferous in his insults, accusing her brother of being a mere rabbit. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Song Qian placed her slender hand directly upon the man's head. A sharp crack reverberated through the air as his neck was swiftly broken. Seemingly unsatisfied, she exerted a sudden force, yanking the head, full of terror and disbelief, from its body. Holding the severed head, from which blood dripped incessantly, Song Qian's expression was frozen in frostiness as she coldly regarded the other scholars pinned to the ground. Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise? One man, adorned in a scholar's robe, was filled with disbelief, shaking his head in sheer terror. He was the scion of the Qian family, a holder of the Jinshi title. How could she dare? Before he could finish his protest, Song Qian struck down upon him, shattering his skull with a single blow. With a cold snort, she declared, "Not only do I dare to kill him, but I also dare to kill you. You worthless trash only serve to inflate the price of rice in this world." Song Qian stood quietly at the side, observing the scene. In this critical moment, the most reliable was undoubtedly his own sister. As for the two knights, Lu Xiaofeng and Huaman Lu, their expressions were rather intricate. It was evident that they wished to showcase their prowess before him, yet their principles hindered them from resorting to violence against these defenseless ordinary people, leaving them in a state of inner turmoil. Song Qian gazed at Lu Xiaofeng and inquired, "Do you find it excessively cruel, my brother Lu?" Lu Xiaofeng shook his head, replying, "Do not assume, my lord, that I am a narrow-minded individual. I am all too aware of the character of these offspring from affluent and powerful families. If they behave so arrogantly before you, one can only imagine the extent of their misdeeds and malevolence in their daily lives, wreaking havoc upon their communities." Song Qian slightly nodded and commanded his dark-clad guards, "Slay them all." As his words fell, the sound of unsheathed long blades echoed, followed by the crimson staining of the long street, where 7 or 8 scholars had their throats severed, collapsing to the ground. Song Qian's demeanor was one of indifference. He did not even glance at the deceased. His mission to eradicate crime was not limited to the ruffians on the streets. Rather, he aimed to dismantle those prominent families that, while appearing resplendent on the surface, were secretly engaged in despicable acts of theft and exploitation. The deaths of these individuals were merely the beginning. At that moment, a voice called out, "Make way. The esteemed scholar Jiang has arrived." Following this announcement, an elderly man with graying hair and a slight stoop emerged from a brothel, accompanied by a group of scholars. Despite his advanced age, he approached with a commanding presence and fixed a gaze filled with sorrow and indignation upon Song Qian. "Did you kill these individuals?" he demanded. "Indeed. It was I who did," Song Qian replied. "And who might you be? Are you certain you wish to involve yourself in this matter?" "I am the chief scholar of the National Academy, responsible for the educational affairs of the Jiangxi province. These students are the future talents of our great Zhou dynasty, and you have slain them in the streets. Do I not have the right to intervene?" The chief scholar, a 6th-rank official, held a significant reputation among scholars, often regarded as a teacher to many. It was no wonder he felt emboldened to speak up. As he voiced his concerns, the scholars surrounding him began to lament and plead for justice. "Esteemed scholar, you must advocate for us," one cried. Indeed, Brother Zhou was a candidate for the imperial examination, a promising scholar, yet he was killed over a mere dispute. Has our dynasty truly descended into such darkness? Another added, "We, the scholars, govern the realm, yet we are oppressed by soldiers. The emperor lacks virtue." They lamented. "Students, be cautious with your words," the chief scholar interjected, his expression shifting. He raised his hand to silence them, but it was too late. Song Qian regarded him with a sardonic smile before issuing an order. "Seize this rebel who slanders the emperor and defames the court." In an instant, 2 guards in dark attire stepped forward, dragging a trembling scholar from behind the chief scholar, who was now crying out for help. "Esteemed scholar, save me. Please, save me." The exhilaration of his earlier bravado was now replaced with sheer terror. In this era, the saying "a moment of bravado leads to a family's funeral" was not merely a jest. Taking a deep breath, the chief scholar turned to Song Xian and spoke solemnly, "I am aware of your reputation. You hail from the imperial capital and have ruthlessly usurped the authority of Officer Fong. However, I must inform you that Yangzhou is not the capital. It is not a place where your guards can act with impunity. These students are the pillars of our great Zhou, and I cannot stand idly by while you persecute them. I advise you to release them at once, or else." Song Xian chuckled. What else could it be? The old scholar snorted, "Lord Song, the winds of the great Zhou have shifted long ago. The emperor now relies on us, the literati, to govern the realm. The era of your Xian guards tyranny has long since passed. You are merely a minor official in charge of 100 households. We scholars have never lacked those willing to speak truth to power. Do you believe that if you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, a multitude of civil officials will not rise to impeach you on the morrow? Do you truly think the emperor would sacrifice the trust of his ministers for the sake of a mere 100 households under your jurisdiction, disregarding the learned scholars of the realm?" Song Xian rolled up his sleeves and suddenly laughed, saying, "No wonder the literati of Jiangsu and Zhejiang hold no reverence for the Xuan Guard. It appears that you have long since lost your awe for the Son of Heaven and the court. The rot has set in from the very roots. If that is the case, then I, as an official, have no reservations." With that, he raised his hand and ordered, "Seize this old scoundrel who incites students to slander the Son of Heaven and the court. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be executed without mercy." As he was apprehended by the Xuan Guard, the old scholar wore a look of shock, trembling as he pointed at Song Xian and stammered, You brute. How dare you? Do you not fear the court's officials bringing charges against you?" "Charges?" Song Xian let out a cold laugh, for it was precisely their impeachment that he sought. What is the Xuan Guard? In essence, they are the emperor's minions, existing fundamentally to solidify the emperor's position, tasked with the unpleasant duty of offending others. Is it not entirely natural to face impeachment? For the emperor, it is not the offense of others that instills fear, but rather the prospect of one not offending anyone at all, instead mingling with local officials and aristocrats as if they were allies. Song Xian dared to take the life of Feng Qianhu because he was acutely aware that the higher echelons of the Xian Yiwei, as well as the emperor himself, had long harbored discontent towards Feng Qianhu, who had allied himself with local tyrants. "Brother, is this old fellow truly going to execute him directly?" Song Qian inquired softly, for she had long harbored a disdain for the old man who reprimanded her elder brother. However, this individual was, after all, an official of the court. To execute him, one must find a suitable justification. Casting a glance at the old scholar, Song Xian declared gravely, "To condone students in slandering the emperor and to assault his imperial guards undoubtedly reveals a treasonous intent. Bring him forth and confine him to the imperial prison for an immediate nighttime interrogation to ascertain if there are any accomplices." Upon hearing the accusation of rebellion, the old scholar's countenance shifted dramatically. "Song Xian, you oppress the loyal and virtuous, bringing calamity upon the realm. I shall impeach you, I shall." Silence. Two guards in dark attire swiftly intervened, striking the bewildered old man before escorting him toward the imperial prison. Witnessing even the old scholar's capture by the guards, the previously fearless students finally comprehended the essence of terror. "Run!" A shout broke the tension, and chaos ensued as the crowd scattered in all directions. "My lord, shall we pursue them?" Lu Xiaofeng finally spoke up, feeling hesitant to harm ordinary citizens. However, if it were to retrieve the captured individuals, this minor task was well within his capabilities. Song Xian shook his head and said, "Let them flee." Lu Xiaofeng replied earnestly, "These individuals are not of ordinary status. Most are disciples from prominent families. If they return to inform their elders, the united efforts of several influential clans against you, my lord, could indeed spell trouble." "Oh," Song Xian chuckled. "Do elaborate on the nature of this trouble." Setting aside notions of impeachment, I am well aware of the moral fabric of these noble families from my travels alongside Brother Hua. Most of these great clans harbor assassins and boast a considerable number of household servants and guards. Some even maintain private armies outside the city, disguised as farmers toiling in the fields, appearing no different from common folk. Yet, should an official offend them and the conflict become irreconcilable, those masquerading as peasants may rise up, presenting an insurrection against the government under the guise of a public revolt. The imperial court has always been exceedingly sensitive to civil unrest, even if the head of the local administration survives such turmoil. They often face retribution from the court, banishment at best, or a death sentence at worst, as a means to quell public discontent. These noble families certainly play a ruthless game. Song Xian anticipated that he might soon face assassination and impeachment from the influential families. However, he did not foresee the possibility of inciting a popular uprising. How does the court typically respond to rebellious citizens? The court of the Great Zhou has historically adhered to a policy of suppression and balance concerning the martial world. Yet, it has generally been lenient towards the common folk. Even in the event of civil unrest, the authorities typically punish only the instigators without affecting the masses. Consequently, local tyrants have become increasingly unrestrained. My lord, it is prudent to prepare yourself, for you have indeed offended them gravely. Once the tactics of persuasion, impeachment, and assassination prove ineffective, it is likely that a popular uprising will ensue. Song Xian nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent. While civil officials in power fear civil unrest, he, as a military officer, particularly one serving in the ruthless Xianyi Guard, felt little concern for such disturbances. If necessary, he could simply eradicate the threat, cleansing from top to bottom. Let us return and deliberate on subsequent arrangements, and also ascertain the progress on the other 100 households, he commanded. As he rode his warhorse, departing from Yanlu Alley, Song Xian's gaze caught sight of a figure at the street corner. A slender girl, disguised as a beggar, flitted by. The silhouette appeared vaguely familiar, reminiscent of Huang Rong, whom he had encountered outside the capital. Could it be mere coincidence? He muttered to himself, shaking his head, dismissing the thought. At this stage, his focus lay in gathering forces to enhance his strength. Women had never been of particular interest to him. Unbeknownst to the esteemed Song Xian, two chief flags of the Xianyi Guard were exchanging glances behind him. That little beggar had quite the slender figure. She must be a woman, one remarked. Indeed. There can be no mistake. She is a woman. The other replied. I always believed our master to be indifferent to women. It appears he has a unique taste after all. We may have been looking in the wrong direction. An opportunity for promotion and wealth has arisen. Anyone noticed by our master, even if she is a mere beggar, is surely no ordinary individual. We must be prudent. Once we return, let us gather more people and prepare our gear. We cannot afford any mistakes. Song Xian did not return directly to the Qianhu office. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to return first, while he took Song Qian to the residence of Lin Ruhai. Cousin. The spirited Lin Daiyu greeted them eagerly at the entrance of the inner courtyard, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, playfully glimmering as they fell upon the two siblings, evoking a sense of delight in onlookers. Oh, little Yu, let your cousin see how much you've grown. Song Qian approached with a cheerful smile, pulling Lin Daiyu into the courtyard, her hand unconsciously beginning to explore her younger cousin's form. Ah, cousin, where are you touching? Soon, Lin Daiyu's flustered voice echoed through the courtyard, filled with indignation. Haha. Song Qian laughed carefree. Indeed, her physique has blossomed, indicating she is well suited for motherhood. It appears that the skills I imparted to you have not been forgotten. Your constitution has certainly strengthened compared to before, no longer resembling a fragile willow swaying in the breeze. Come, let us proceed, for your cousin has matters to discuss with your father. We shall converse in the inner chambers. Additionally, I will teach you some techniques of breath control and energy circulation. Your aptitude for martial arts is commendable. In a few years, you too shall become a formidable practitioner. Oh, cousin, do not pull me. Lin Daiyu's somewhat helpless voice drifted from the inner chambers. Cousin, father is waiting for you in the study. I shall accompany my cousin for a while. I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. Please do not take offense. Oh dear. Do not drag me. In Lin Ruhai's study, Song Xian and Lin Ruhai sat facing each other, leisurely sipping their tea. The commotion you caused today was rather significant. I heard about it in the salt court, Lin Ruhai remarked, blowing gently on his teacup. It appears that you have already organized matters on the side of the Xuanyi Guard. Are you planning to take action against the prominent families within Yangzhou? Song Xian nodded. Although he did not articulate it explicitly, I surmised that my transfer here was intended to address the powerful families of Jiangsu and Zhujiang. The emperor may tolerate the avarice and licentiousness of his subordinates, but he will never allow any threat to imperial authority. The influential families in this region have already infiltrated the command of the Xianyi Wei, which surely provoked the emperor's ire. Lin Ruhai nodded and inquired, how do you plan to proceed? Will you conduct a thorough purge? Or will you adopt a strategy of targeting the significant figures while sparing the lesser ones to set an example? I have yet to devise a concrete plan. Song Xian replied with a smile. That is why I sought your counsel, dear uncle. An all-out extermination is impractical. Lin Rahai remarked after taking a sip of tea. If you were to act in such a manner, it would cause a tremendous upheaval in both court and society. Even if the emperor were to protect you, you would still have to relinquish your position in the Xianyi way. What do you mean by that, uncle? Lin Rahai replied with a gentle smile, eliminate a portion, win over another, and suppress the rest. After a moment of contemplation, Song Xian nodded slowly. Over the years, his maternal uncle had indeed eradicated numerous influential salt merchants, and many small to medium-sized salt traders had also met their demise. But had those clandestine adversaries ever resorted to inciting the common folk to revolt against you? Lin Rahai shook his head. Throughout these years, they had employed various means, wealth, seduction, and assassination, but had yet to dare to implement the method of inciting a popular uprising as you suggested. Although this tactic is formidable, it cannot be wielded lightly. How could the sovereign, being wise, remain oblivious to its intricacies? Perhaps it could be tolerated once or twice, but repeated occurrences would surely lead to ruin. As a mere scholar, I am not deemed worthy by those aristocratic families to provoke a public rebellion. Methods such as assassination and poisoning suffice. But you, Lin Rahai's voice faltered. I am unsure of your martial prowess, yet I presume it to be considerable. Moreover, with the presence of the miraculous small elixir, poison would hold little threat for you. If you are impervious to censure in the court, then when the day of a common folk uprising arrives, how do you intend to respond? Song Xian drained the cup of tea in one swift motion, slowly uttering a single word. Kill. Lin Rahai replied with a hum of acknowledgement. The landscape of Jiangzhou province was destined for upheaval. It necessitated the replacement of those in power with those who shared a bond of goodwill with him. This transformation would inevitably entail bloodshed. You may proceed without restraint. When the time comes, my salt soldiers will enter the city to aid you in quelling the rebellion. Song Xian smiled and said, with the mention of my uncle, I can rest assured. His purpose for coming today is indeed the troops of the salt depot. Although the Xuan guard in the commandery possesses formidable strength, they number only a few hundred. When chaos ensues in the city, such a small force will be utterly insufficient to maintain control over the entirety of Yangzhou. Thus, the significance of Lin Rahai, who commands an independent military force, becomes exceedingly apparent. When do you plan to take action? Song Xian pondered. Let it be 2 weeks hence. I shall release the Xianyi Guard from the Thousand Households office and initiate a campaign against organized crime for a fortnight. The affluent families will undoubtedly remain unscathed for now. Thus, we must first eradicate the underworld forces beneath them. 2 weeks is ample time for the noble families in Yangzhou to align themselves. We shall eliminate some, win over others, and suppress yet another faction. This is Lin Rahai's strategy, which Song Xian found quite commendable. He designated a fortnight. During this period, those willing to stand by him and align themselves are worthy of his persuasion. Conversely, those who boldly rise in opposition will naturally be the ones to be purged. As for the remaining noble families that choose to observe, they will subsequently be the ones subjected to suppression. It appears you have already formulated a plan, thus proceed with confidence. Lin Rahai grew increasingly satisfied with Song Xian. In terms of appearance, character, martial prowess, and methods, he stood among the finest prodigies of the present era, capable, composed, and receptive to others' counsel, with an immeasurable future ahead. With such an amiable junior by his side, his own support would be secured once he entered the cabinet. Furthermore, the city guards of Yangzhou represent a variable. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, you must prepare in advance by establishing control over the military leaders. Their involvement in quelling the unrest is unnecessary. They should merely remain observant and uninvolved. Song Xian nodded in acknowledgement, saying, You are right, my dear uncle. I will ensure this matter is properly arranged. With that, he rose to take his leave. Why not stay for dinner before you go? Lin Rahai invited with a smile. Yuer is unfamiliar with this place and lacks company for conversation. Since you are of similar age, it would be wonderful for you to engage in more discussions together. After a moment of contemplation, Song Xian nodded in agreement. Very well. After enjoying dinner, the night had fully descended. After bidding farewell to Lin Rahai and his daughter, Song Xian and his sister leisurely wandered the streets atop their azure-maned horse. Brother, our little cousin seems to harbor some unusual feelings for you, Song Xian suddenly remarked, gazing up at the multitude of stars in the sky. Oh, was his only response. Song Xian felt somewhat dissatisfied with her brother's reaction. What else should I say? Song Xian stretched lazily. If Lu Xiaoyou's feelings for you are also peculiar, would you be willing to marry him? Song Qian shook her head. I have always regarded him as a younger brother. Song Xian shrugged. For such matters of love between men and women are contingent upon fate. In this regard, I have always adhered to a philosophy of letting things unfold naturally, allowing circumstances to develop as they will. There is no imposition nor suppression. Affection is simply affection, and disinterest is merely disinterest. I have never felt obliged to accept or offer a commitment simply because someone harbors feelings for me. Song Qian appeared contemplative, seemingly indicating that she indeed had no particular fondness for those of a diminutive stature, and at present, she harbored no thoughts regarding her petite cousin. While this statement was initially quite ordinary, after articulating it, Song Qian instinctively cast a glance at her own bosom, which caused Song Xian's lips to twitch slightly. What Song Ernie just mentioned about not liking things that are too small, after much contemplation, is this what it truly signifies? Brother, I am famished, shall we go dine? Upon hearing Song Qian's remark, Song Xian found himself momentarily perplexed. Hadn't they just dined at the Lin residence? Alas, he had been so engrossed in conversation with Dayu that he scarcely touched his meal. He had witnessed his cousin's genteel manner of eating. It was difficult for him to indulge without feeling a touch of embarrassment. It was quite the challenge to leave the table feeling satisfied. Indeed, just ahead lies the Tianran Pavilion. Come, allow me to treat you to a lavish feast. Let us eat to our heart's content. This evening, Song Qian exhibited a rare semblance of decorum, her demeanor at the banquet poised and elegant. However, she truly had not consumed much, which was quite a hardship for a true foodie like her. As the two approached the Tianran Pavilion, Song Qian paused for a moment. This establishment was renowned in Yangzhou, typically bustling with patrons at this hour, yet it now appeared desolate, with scarcely a soul in sight. Song Qian sensed the presence of several martial artists on the second floor, their abilities skillfully concealed. He exchanged a knowing smile with Song Qian. Oh, tonight is indeed a night most suitable for murder. Ascending to the second floor of the natural residence, the two took their seats in a central position. With a resounding thud, Song Qian boldly slammed her sword onto the table. In an instant, the patrons scattered in the corners exchanged furtive glances, their eyes laden with intrigue. What can I assist you with, young lady? The waiter approached, bowing with a courteous smile. Song Qian casually pulled out a silver ingot from her sleeve and cheerfully proclaimed, "Bring forth the finest food and drink." "Certainly, esteemed young sirs, please hold on for a moment. The dishes will be ready shortly." With that, the innkeeper swiftly dashed away. And soon after, a series of penetrating gazes from the second floor turned towards them. Song Qian, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, poured himself a cup of tea and brought it to his lips. Observing this, the gazes around him suddenly intensified with fervor, brimming with anticipation for him to take a sip. However, at that moment, Song Qian hesitated slightly, his hand holding the cup pausing as he turned to Song Qian and said, "By the way, it seems you forgot to inform the waiter that you do not eat cilantro." "Oh, right." Song Qian slammed the table and exclaimed, "Waiter, come here." The waiter hurriedly approached, his gaze slightly flickering. "Young hero, do you have any further instructions? Inform the chef that I shall not partake in cilantro." "Certainly, certainly. I shall convey your message at once." The waiter sighed in relief and hastened down the stairs. Song Qian smiled gently, lifting the teacup to his lips, poised to savor the tea. The gazes around him converged once more, with several individuals displaying an eager urgency, desperately wishing for him to drink. Yet, Song Qian abruptly halted, placing the teacup on the table and calling out, "Waiter, come here." At this, the surrounding patrons exchanged subtle glances. Some appeared unable to contain themselves, ready to rise, but were restrained by their companions, who subtly shook their heads in caution against any rash actions. "Esteemed guest, do you have any further instructions?" The waiter's face had lost its jovial demeanor, replaced by a sense of helplessness as he glanced at the teacup in Song Qian's hand, internally lamenting, "I have never encountered such a difficult patron. You have been toying with that cup of tea for ages. Will you drink it or not? The tea has gone cold. Bring us a fresh pot." "Very well, please hold on." He exhaled quietly, feeling a mix of resignation and relief, yet he still grasped the teapot and descended the stairs. As he descended, his gaze inadvertently met that of another patron, to which he offered a slight nod. In a short while, the waiter returned briskly with a pot of tea. "Young sir, I have brought you a new pot of hot tea. Allow me to pour you a cup. Do taste the delightful flavor of our establishment's new brew." Song Qian nodded. Once the waiter had filled the teacups, he lifted his cup and inhaled the aroma. "How is it, young sir?" the waiter inquired nervously. Is this Longjing tea? Indeed, this is exquisite Westlake Longjing. Would you care to taste it? With a chuckle, Song Xian proclaimed, this young master has never indulged in Longjing tea. I exclusively savor the Dahong Pao from Wui Mountain. Fetch me a new pot. The waiter stood frozen, his visage gradually darkening with anger. At that moment, even the dimmest of minds could comprehend that he and his accomplices had been discovered for their treacherous plot of poisoning the tea. For half the day, this brother and sister duo had been toying with him. You dare to serve me? The waiter lunged forward. The sound of his bones creaking echoed ominously as he grasped the teapot on the table, intent on forcing it down Song Xian's throat. However, in the next instant, terror washed over him as he clutched his throat, blood seeping through his fingers. An unsuspecting chopstick had pierced his windpipe. Such a fondness for tea. Let me fulfill this desire of yours before your demise. With the teapot in hand, Song Xian poured the entire contents of scalding tea into the waiter's mouth, not ceasing until the latter's eyes rolled back in surrender. Then he carelessly discarded him aside. Wretched scoundrel, at such a tender age, your heart is already so malevolent. Today, I shall rid the world of your evil. A middle-aged man among the patrons erupted in fury, drawing his long knife from his waist in a flash, pointing it menacingly at Song Xian, embodying the valiant spirit of a hero determined to purge the wicked from the realm. Song Xian cast a glance at him, a light laugh escaping his lips. You fool, what is it that amuses you? Bellowed the middle-aged man, his long knife slicing through the air with a terrifying force akin to a strike against Mount Hua. Yet, Song Xian remained seated, unmoving, as he delicately tapped his finger on the water stain upon the table. Then, with a graceful flick of his hand, he propelled his finger forward. To everyone's astonishment, the tea seemed to coalesce into a small sword, shooting forth with precision. In an instant, the sword's shadow flashed and pierced through the man's throat, the sheer force of it sending his body flying. Brother son, cried the man seated at the same table, his voice filled with rage as he unsheathed his long sword and charged at Song Xian, the sight of his friend's tragic demise rendering him momentarily oblivious to fear. What boldness you possess! Song Xian chuckled softly, raising his hand to grasp the long sword held by the man. The man trembled, unable to react in time, when suddenly the sword tip pivoted sharply, piercing directly into his chest. You are. Terror flickered in the man's eyes as he pointed at Song Xian. Rendered speechless, with a chilling scream, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The 5 patrons at the other 3 tables gasped in shock. One among them cried out in panic. The information is wrong. The target is an innate martial artist. We must flee. Yet, before they could escape, Song Qian struck the table. In an instant, a multitude of chopsticks soared through the air, accompanied by the gruesome sounds of flesh being pierced, as all 5 were impaled against the wall. Song Qian walked steadily towards a middle-aged woman who was bound at all 4 limbs, her voice devoid of warmth as she inquired, Do I have enmity with you? The woman, filled with trepidation, replied, There is no grievance, no animosity. Song Qian held a chopstick, gesturing in front of the woman's face, questioning whether they perceived the siblings as easy targets. The woman hurriedly shook her head, stating that they too were merely hired to alleviate troubles for others. She emphasized that there had been no prior interactions or animosities with the 2 young heroes. Accepting their defeat at the hands of the 2, she pleaded for a swift resolution. Song Xian shook his head. Upon seeing this, the woman let out a sorrowful laugh, realizing that the young hero had no intention of granting them a swift resolution. Song Xian shook his head and smiled. Even the humble ant strives for survival. Why must you all seek death with such determination? As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, causing the chopsticks embedded in the bodies of several individuals to fly out with ease. I am a kind-hearted person, averse to bloodshed. You may leave. The group stood in stunned silence, and the woman wore a look of astonishment, bewildered by Song Xian's unexpected gesture. What is happening? You siblings have just ruthlessly dispatched 3 of us, yet now you profess kindness and disdain for slaughter? Although she was utterly perplexed, she did not hesitate to clasp her fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, young hero, for your mercy. We shall repay your graciousness in the future. Brother, are we truly letting them go? Song Qian inquired, her voice laced with confusion as she watched the wounded figures stumble away from the tavern and vanish into the darkness. Song Qian's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, If you were in this position, having received the reward for slaying acquired realm warriors, yet confronted with a target of innate realm warriors, after witnessing the death of 3 brothers and narrowly escaping, what would be your foremost desire? Song Qian pondered for a moment, then gritted her teeth and declared, I shall undoubtedly strip the employer of their skin. Song Qian smiled gently and said, let us go and watch a play. Having narrowly escaped with their lives from the natural residence, the 5 assassins, dragging their wounded bodies, did not flee to the outskirts of the city, but instead regrouped in a dilapidated courtyard far from habitation. Only upon reaching this place did the middle-aged woman exhale deeply, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. We survived. The others bore expressions of lingering dread, sitting cross-legged on the ground to cultivate their energy and engaging in hushed conversation. Sister, who exactly are the brother and sister we are to assassinate? They are far too terrifying. The middle-aged woman wore an expression of regret. The employer claimed they were officials from the Xuan, offering a rather high price. And I was greedy. This cannot be blamed on you, sister. After all, the employer provided the information that the siblings were merely in their 20s. Who would have imagined that they were both innate masters? A lean and wiry man gritted his teeth. The employer intentionally misled us regarding their ages. And the price was set for the assassination of postnatally trained warriors. That scoundrel is deliberately toying with our lives to test the true strength of those siblings. Sister, what shall we do? Should we let this go? A robust man inquired. Let it go? The middle-aged woman fell silent for a moment, her chest rising and falling, clearly struggling to suppress her indignation. We cannot simply let this pass. To take the lives of innate warriors for the price of postnatally trained ones, how can we allow such deceit to befall us? After staunching her wounds, she pulled out some provisions to eat and drank a few sips of water, then declared furiously, Yangzhou's Jiang family, I shall go and flay them alive. Will you join me? Upon hearing this, the others quickly rose, eagerly rubbing their fists in anticipation. We shall go together, they exclaimed. If we cannot provoke those siblings, we can surely deal with the Jiang family. After this job, we cannot remain in Mingzhou. We shall find a ship and sail to Songzhou. Outside the courtyard, atop a locust tree, the Song Qian siblings stood silently, observing the unfolding events within. Song Qian inquired with curiosity, the Jiang family of Yangzhou, do they harbor a grudge against us? Song Qian nodded and said, the scholar whose forehead you shattered today is a member of the Jiang family. No wonder. Song Qian chuckled in realization, their actions are quite swift. Those they killed during the day, they promptly arranged for assassins to act by night. Their efficiency is rather impressive. Song Qian gazed up at the starry sky, slowly speaking. The Jiang family is a prominent clan in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, boasting numerous guards and a plethora of skilled warriors among their ranks. These assassins possess considerable strength, yet they are merely capable of eliminating a few members of the Jiang family, which will not undermine the foundation of the clan. Let us return and gather our forces. We shall seal off the Jiang family. Tonight, I shall begin the eradication of an entire lineage. Song Qian was somewhat taken aback. Were you not planning to give them a fortnight to see which aristocratic factions would align in Yangzhou City? Why commence action now? Song Qian chuckled heartily, realizing that one must set an example by punishing a chicken to frighten the monkeys. Otherwise, what reason would others have to align themselves with him, correct? Song Qian shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to whom she would eliminate. She would simply follow orders, for scheming was far too exhausting. Tonight, the Jiang household would know no peace. In the dead of night, several bandits had infiltrated the estate, slaughtering over a dozen before the guards finally noticed and drove them away. Before the Jiang family could steady their nerves, Song Qian arrived with hundreds of black-clad cavalrymen from the Imperial Guard. His command sharp and decisive, seal the main and rear gates of the Jiang residence. None shall leave, only enter. The commotion stirred by the Imperial Guard was impossible to ignore. Along the street, doors creaked open as curious onlookers peered out. Why have so many Imperial Guards descended upon us in the middle of the night? Most residents in these grand manors were officials, and the sight of the black-clad enforcers sent shivers down their spines. They knew something grave was unfolding. From the neighboring estate to the right of the Jiang residence, an elderly man in his 50s leaned over the courtyard wall. The moment he caught sight of Song Qian, his breath hitched. Song Qian. Inside the courtyard, someone urgently asked, Lord Sun, which Song Qian do you mean? Lord Sun's voice trembled. Which one? The newly appointed commander of the Imperial Guard, transferred from the capital, Song Qian. The name sent a wave of dread through the Sun household. My lord, why has that executioner Song come here? Could he be targeting our Sun family? Disaster looms. We must inform the prefect immediately, if Song Qian is here for us. Delay will be fatal. At once, several young Sun clansmen slipped out through the rear gate, hastening toward the prefect's office. Meanwhile, inside the Jiang estate, the patriarch, Jiang Shui, scowled as he directed servants to clean up the aftermath, sighing intermittently. First, my son perished today, and now assassins have struck in the night, claiming more of my kin. The other deaths mattered little, but his newly acquired concubine, a breathtaking beauty he had scarcely had time to enjoy, had been lost in the chaos. What a waste. A damned waste. Just as his heart ached, a servant rushed in, panic-stricken. My lord. My lord. Catastrophe. Compose yourself. Jiang Shui snapped irritably. In Yangzhou, the Jiang family is the law. The heavens will not fall. What is there to fear? Boom. The iron gates of the Jiang residence shattered inward. Rows of armored imperial guards, blades drawn and crossbows strapped to their backs, stormed in with lethal intent. Jiang Shui froze momentarily before fury twisted his features. The Jiang family had long viewed the imperial guard as little more than obedient hounds, especially the former commander, Fang Tong, who had served them dutifully. Thus, Jiang Shui felt no fear, only indignation. The Jiangs were no mere wealthy merchants. For centuries, they had stood as one of the most powerful aristocratic clans in Jiangnan. Dozens of their kin had held high office, and Jiang Shui's younger brother, Jiang Shouqing, currently served as vice minister of personnel, wielding authority over the appointments and dismissals of countless officials. Even the prefect of Jiangnan treated Jiang Shui with deference. The Jiang family's influence had been built over generations. How could some upstart from the capital, a mere commander of the imperial guard, dare challenge it? Bolstered by this thought, Jiang Shui pointed at Song Xian and sneered. Young fool Song Xian, do you even know where you stand? Where's this? Song Xian raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, a look of bewilderment on his face. Ah, the feng shui here is quite favorable. It is indeed a splendid resting place for the departed. What do you mean by that? Jiang Shui retorted, his anger palpable. One of the Jiang clan members stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Song Xian. You, Song, you treacherous cur. You have slain my Jiang family's sons, and yet instead of seeking retribution, you come here to deliver yourself to your demise. Our Jiang family has been loyal and honorable for generations, a noble lineage. And you dare, before he could finish his tirade, a sharp sound of a sword unsheathing pierced the air, a flash of cold light cutting through the void. The members of the Jiang family felt as if they had been struck blind, staring incredulously at Song Xian and his companions. Song Xian merely turned his head to glance at Song Qian, who bore a calm smile upon her lips, as if she had not moved a muscle. Only Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu could discern that just moments ago. The fierce Song Qian had swiftly severed the neck of the Jiang family member with a single stroke of her sword. The speed of her attack was so astonishing that the others hardly perceived any signs of the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui stared arrogantly at Song Xian, even stroking his beard in anticipation of his family member continuing to berate him. While others may fear the Xianyi way, the Jiang family held no such trepidation. A mere martial artist, a tool for the emperor, unworthy of carrying the shoes of their esteemed lineage. Yet in the next instant, his expression froze. He beheld a massive head suddenly soar through the air, followed by a spurt of crimson liquid that drenched him completely. Jiang Shui instinctively wiped his face, staring in disbelief at the blood on his hands, before horror overtook him, eliciting a shrill scream. Ah! Before him, the headless corpse thudded to the ground, crashing onto Jiang Shui. This series of shocking events caused the clan leader to stagger backward, his earlier arrogance evaporating as he screamed in terror. Waste! Song Qian let out a cold sneer. With such cowardice, you dare oppose our black-clad guards? I thought it was sheer audacity, but turns out it's just ignorance breeding fear. After years of being fawned upon by former Commander Fang Tong, the aristocratic families of Jiangsu and Zhujiang had long forgotten the terror once instilled by the black-clad cavalry. Prefect Su has arrived. Just then, an announcement echoed outside the Jiang family gates. Song Xian turned to see a dignified, elderly man with an air of nobility striding briskly toward them. Commander Song, what warrants such a grand mobilization in the dead of night? As the prefect overseeing Jiangsu and Zhujiang, equivalent in authority to a governor commanding multiple provinces in Song Xian's previous world, this man held immense power. A third-rank civil official. His influence was such that even the emperor likely knew his name. At his appearance, the Jiang family members rejoiced as if finding their savior, clamoring to voice grievances and denounce Song Xian's brutality. Yet Song Xian merely cast him a fleeting glance and nodded indifferently. Ah, Prefect Su, the night is deep, and the chill here is severe. I suggest you retire early. At your age, it's best not to meddle in the affairs of the young. Prefect Su stiffened. Song Xian's words held no courtesy, No diplomatic pretense. Only a clear dismissal. The waters here run too deep for you. Leave. Narrowing his eyes, Prefect Su studied the headless corpse on the ground, then scrutinized Song Xian. Uncertainty gnawed at him. Does he intend to annihilate the Jiang family? The Jiangs were no minor clan. With centuries of influence, intricate connections, and high-ranking allies in court. Targeting them would send shockwaves through the empire, enough to give even the emperor a headache. The Jiang's retaliation would crush a mere black-clad centurion. Yet Song Xian's confidence suggested otherwise. Was he acting under orders? From the black-clad leadership in the capital, or the emperor himself? For decades, the court's grip on the provinces had weakened. Jiangsu and Zhejiang, despite their wealth, contributed little in taxes. Only Lin Rahai's periodic executions of salt merchants kept the imperial coffers afloat. But such measures were temporary. As long as the great families remained, tax revenues would never normalize. Has His Majesty lost patience with the Jiangsu Zhejiang elites? The thought made Prefect Su's head throb. He gestured to a guard beside him. Escort me back to my residence. My headache has returned. Under Jiang Shui's stunned gaze, the prefect fled the estate. Exhaling in relief once outside. Your departure was wise, my lord, the guard murmured. I cannot gauge the Song's sibling strength, but the two accompanying them, I've seen them once before. Both are preeminent martial masters of the Jianghu. One alone could eradicate the Jiangs, let alone two. Prefect Su paled. You mean Song Xian is resolved to destroy the Jiangs tonight? Most likely. Normally. Such masters avoid provoking great clans. Their influence ensures relentless pursuit by the black-clad guards to quell unrest. But tonight, they act under the black-clad banner, free from reprisal. Unshackled masters are terrifying. Without an army, the Jiangs are doomed. Understood. Clutching his forehead, Prefect Su groaned. Tonight, I was bedridden with illness, unaware of any events. Let us leave, these waters are too treacherous. His abrupt exit left the crowd dumbfounded. Even Song Xian was taken aback. A mere warning had sufficed to send the old fox fleeing. Truly, survival in high office demands sharp instincts. With the prefect gone, Jiang Shun's composure cracked. Desperate, he invoked his family's last resort. Song Xian, my brother, Jiang Shouqing, is the current vice minister of personnel, a favorite of His Majesty. How dare a mere soldier like you defy him? Withdraw at once, or I will petition the emperor to exterminate your entire lineage. At this, even Lu Xiaofeng sighed softly. The die was cast. He had understood Song Xian's intent the moment troops surrounded the Jiang estate. Tonight was a warning, a sacrifice to cow the rest. Had the Jiang patriarch shown humility, survival might have been possible. But arrogance, even in fear, bred only threats. Folly begets ruin. A fool at the helm deserves annihilation. Song Xian and Song Qian exchanged a glance, then turned their attention to the menacing Jiang Shui, unable to suppress a cold laugh. Since you, the patriarch of the Jiang family, have spoken thus, would it not portray Song as excessively feeble and incapable if I did not bring about a cleansing of your clan? With that, he raised his hand and declared coldly, the Jiang family of Yangzhou has hoarded bows, crossbows, and armor, and has trained assassins to besiege the Xian guards and the emperor's personal army, indicating treasonous intent. All soldiers, heed my command, seal off the Jiang residence and apprehend all conspirators. Those who dare obstruct the escape of any shall be treated as traitors, execution without exception. As his words echoed, the sound of unsheathing long blades resonated in succession, and the clanging of armor became particularly piercing within the courtyard of the Jiang family. What audacity! How dare these scoundrels act so brazenly against the Jiang family? In a nearby chamber, a white-haired elder was supported by two maids as he approached Song Xian with a face full of fury. I am Jiang Qingshan, once the Minister of Rights, who retired to my home 2 years ago, honored by the emperor and officials who escorted me for 10 miles. You, a mere child, truly believe you can trample upon the Jiang family, as though we were without protection. The old man leaned forward, sneering coldly. Song, if you possess any courage, strike me down first. I wish to see if you have the audacity. Song Xian remained silent, his expression adorned with a subtle smile. What, are you afraid? The old man chuckled mockingly. Come now, young scion of the Song family, come and slay this old man. I am eager to see whom the Son of Heaven holds in higher regard, you or me. Come, take your best shot. Song Xian let out a sigh, raising his hand to accept a blade from a dark-clad guard behind him. With a swift motion, he pierced the neck of the old man, the blade emerging cleanly from the other side. Such demands were unprecedented in his life. Today, he had truly witnessed something extraordinary. With that, he kicked Jiang Shishan, who was still gasping for breath, to the ground and pointed his long knife ahead. Those who dare to resist, regardless of age or gender, shall be mercilessly slain. Understood. The thunderous sound of hooves pounding against the earth reverberated as hundreds of dark-clad guards mounted their steeds, their long knives raised high. Anyone from the Jiang family who dared to flee or show any signs of defiance would be ruthlessly cut down without exception. Song Xian asserted that the Jiang family harbored assassins and secretly possessed battle armor and crossbows, and this accusation was not unfounded. It can be said that among the prominent families of this era, none were devoid of private armies. Now that hostilities had escalated, Jiang should retreated to the rear. His face clouded with malevolence as he fixed his gaze on Song Xian, issuing the command, "Eliminate them all." Behind him, a formidable throng of private soldiers emerged, clad in armor and armed with long spears. The shield-bearers positioned themselves at the forefront, while the spear-wielders took their place behind, forming a battle formation reminiscent of infantry countering cavalry. The thunderous sound of war horses echoed as the two forces clashed violently. In an instant, several steeds were pierced by long spears, collapsing in front of the infantry lines. Amidst the chaos of battle, Song Xian was not idle. In the shadows, 12 long swords were drawn almost simultaneously, their blades glinting ominously as they converged from all directions, aiming for the vital points of Song Xian. "Be careful, my lord." Lu Xiaofeng's expression shifted as he finally discerned, at this critical moment, that among the assassins lurking in the shadows, there was indeed an innate-level assassin. Song Xian merely smiled slightly, and the long sword at his waist suddenly unsheathed with a sharp, brief whistle, its sound akin to the roar of a dragon, trembling the hearts of those present. The initial group of assassins gaped in astonishment, feeling an awe that transcended their imminent demise. In that fleeting moment, it was as if they beheld the swordsmanship they had ardently pursued throughout their lives. Even Lu Xiaofeng was taken aback, his face reflecting profound shock. He was aware of Lord Song's formidable prowess, having previously encountered the overwhelming might of his sword energy, an indomitable force he could not withstand. Yet, sword energy is merely a manifestation of one's foundational strength. At that moment, Lu Xiaofeng witnessed firsthand the extraordinary caliber of Lord Song's swordsmanship. He had previously observed Shimin Shui Shui's technique, which reached an unparalleled speed, elusive and unpredictable, capable of determining life and death in the blink of an eye. He had long believed that, regardless of cultivation levels, in the realm of swordsmanship, Shimin Shui Shui's ruthless technique and the ethereal finesse of Yi Gucheng, the Lord of Baiyun City, represented the pinnacle of martial arts. However, after witnessing Song Xian's singular strike today, his perceptions underwent a profound transformation. Song Xian's swordsmanship, though seemingly unremarkable, executed a simple thrust devoid of any ostentation. Its speed and unpredictability were not readily apparent. Yet Lu Xiaofeng found himself enveloped by an overwhelming sense of inevitability. It was as though, with that single thrust, all avenues of escape had been sealed. No matter how one attempted to evade, the result would invariably be a fatal encounter with the blade. Lu Xiaofeng had witnessed many formidable sword techniques, yet he had always believed he could muster some resistance. However, upon witnessing Song Xian's strike, a profound sense of despair took root within him. It was a despair born from the realization that no amount of dodging or defending could alter the outcome. He would ultimately succumb to the sword, even as a mere observer. This feeling of helplessness washed over him, while the 12 assassins, facing Song Xian's onslaught, were consumed by an indescribable terror. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed simultaneously, as the 12 assassins felt a sudden sweetness in their throats, only to discover, amid the tearing of flesh, that their throats had been pierced in an instant. Among them were 1 at the innate level and 11 at the peak of the acquired realm. Yet, in the face of Song Xian's strike, they seemed indistinguishable, all falling victim to a single, swift blow. Thud, thud, thud. The 12 lifeless bodies fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Song Xian casually twirled his sword, flicking off the blood from its tip before sheathing it with a metallic clink. At that moment, Lu Xiaofeng finally regained his composure, swallowing hard as he silently expressed his relief. Fortunately, when the master had dealt with him, it was merely a gust of sword energy, leaving him a sliver of hope. Had the master unsheathed his sword and engaged in close combat that day, even with the combined strength of himself and Huamei Lu, they would have surely met the same fate as the assassins today, succumbing to a single decisive strike. Within a span of 10 feet, all beings were equal. I was invincible. Regardless of whether one was innate or acquired, all were eradicated by a single stroke. After dispatching the 12 assassins, Song Xian, with a sword held aloft, cast a glance at Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu. Lu Xiaofeng smiled slightly, understanding without need for words, and leapt forward into the fray of the Jiang family's private army. While he might have felt a tinge of discomfort against ordinary people lacking the will to resist, he felt no such hesitation against the ranks of hundreds. Lu Xiaofeng's lightness of foot, known as Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens, allowed him to move with the grace of a phoenix taking flight. Wherever he passed, soldiers clad in armor, brandishing steel blades and long spears, were sent sprawling like dumplings tossed into boiling water, unstoppable in their defeat. In that moment, Lu Xiaofeng once again rediscovered the exhilarating sensation of a martial arts master. Since encountering Song Xian, he had been plagued by self-doubt. Today, however, he breathed a sigh of relief and reveled in his prowess. Though Hua Manlu could not see, his keen spiritual perception sensed Lu Xiaofeng's exhilaration. With a gentle smile, he unfurled his folding fan and floated gracefully into the battlefield like a wisp of willow fluff. Together, the two innate warriors rendered the Jiang family's hundreds of private soldiers utterly defenseless. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the ground lay strewn with corpses. Those who survived were gravely wounded, groaning in agony upon the earth. The cleanup operations required no further instruction from Song Xian. The Xiani guards, under the leadership of the captains, methodically surged toward the various residences of the Jiang family. Before long, a captain, accompanied by several Xiani guards, hastened to Song Xian and knelt before him. "My lord, we have uncovered irrefutable evidence of their treason within the Jiang family." The captain gestured to the guards behind him, who began to unfurl the gathered items for inspection. Song Xian gazed into the distance, where a long black robe came into view, adorned with a vividly embroidered five-clawed dragon of formidable majesty. Song Xian was somewhat taken aback, for he had prepared evidence of the Jiang family's treachery prior to his arrival. This included clandestine correspondence revealing conspiracies with other clans, as well as proverbs akin to those of the uprising of the Great Chu and Qinsheng. The specifics of the Jiang family's involvement were inconsequential. Song Xian was confident that he could unearth such incriminating artifacts within their residence. However, it appeared that he had not prepared the imperial robe. In that moment, he found himself uncertain whether this theatrical display was a fabrication orchestrated by his subordinates. Turning his discerning gaze towards the 100 households, he questioned whether the items had indeed been retrieved from the Jiang estate. "Absolutely true," the 100 households affirmed, sensing the suspicion in the magistrate's eyes. "If I were to utter a single falsehood, may my entire family perish." Upon hearing this declaration, Song Xian was convinced. No one dared to invoke the fate of their entire family before him, for they were well aware of his temperament. To deceive him was to invite utter annihilation of one's lineage. Song Xian blinked, gazing intently at the black dragon robe for a considerable time before slowly retracting his gaze to the Jiang family head, Jiang Shui, who had been forcefully pinned to the ground. "I have not wronged you, have I?" Jiang Shui, initially filled with trepidation, now surprisingly composed, fixated a look of deep resentment upon Song Xian. "We could have coexisted peacefully, yet why must you insist on troubling my Jiang family?" Song Xian sneered. "Did you ever consider the consequences of your actions when you sent someone to assassinate me? It was you who first took the life of my second son, prompting me to arrange for someone to eliminate you. This matter was instigated by you." Song Xian sneered, expressing disdain. "The leader of the Sun and Moon sect, Dongfang Bubi, previously attempted to assassinate me. Do not pretend that your esteemed families were not involved." Jiang Shu was taken aback. "I am seeking an assassin from the Qingyi building. When did this become entangled with the Sun and Moon sect? Isn't Dongfang Bubi the one you are after?" "I have no acquaintance with anyone by the name of Dongfang Bubi," Jiang Shu lamented, blood welling up in his throat. At that moment, he finally grasped the grim reality. The calamity that befell the Jiang family was likely a consequence of bearing the blame for others. Not knowing does not change the situation. Song Xian chuckled coldly. "In any case, your Jiang family harbored rebellious intentions. Your extermination is hardly unjust. As for who the mastermind behind this is, this official couldn't care less. Whether it's you or someone else, or perhaps another family entirely, I shall simply eradicate them one by one. Eventually, none shall escape." Jiang Shui glared at him with venomous hatred. "Vile traitor, even in death, my Jiang family will drag you down with us. Do you truly believe this is the extent of our strength in the Jiangxia region?" With that, he took a deep breath and roared toward the heavens. "My son, why hesitate any longer? No sooner had his words fallen than a deafening explosion erupted from the depths of the Jiang residence, seemingly from the direction of the rear gardens. Song Xian leaped swiftly onto a pavilion rooftop, gazing into the distance. There, amidst the gardens, stood an artillery emplacement, upon which rested a massive cannon weighing several thousand pounds. With a sharp hiss, sparks sprayed from the dark barrel as a cannonball erupted forth, hurtling directly toward a dozen black-clad guards who had stormed the inner courtyard. Boom! Though the projectile missed its human targets, it shattered the stone pavement beneath, sending lethal shards flying like shrapnel. The fragments tore through the advancing guards, riddling their bodies with holes. Despite their formidable skills and cultivated inner strength, these warriors stood no chance against the sudden, overwhelming might of artillery fire. Ha ha! Jiang Shui laughed with savage triumph. Song Xian, the times have changed. The era when the great Zhou relied solely on martial prowess to dominate the realm is over. Do you not realize? Not just Mingzhou, but even Qingzhou, regional powers everywhere are secretly developing cannons and firearms. An ordinary man, to cultivate inner strength, requires not only martial manuals but also vast quantities of food, medicinal herbs, and decades of grueling training before he might become a Hotian warrior. But do you know what? Such a warrior, forged over decades, can be effortlessly slain by a few well-trained musketeers working in unison. The cultivation of martial artists takes far too long. But firearms and cannons? They can be mass-produced endlessly. With just half a year of training, we can field armies numbering in the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Jiang Shui's face twisted with fanatical fervor. Song Xian, do you know what this is called? This is technology. This is civilization. Oh, but do you even comprehend such lofty concepts? Of course not. A brutish martial artist like you could never grasp such profundity. But mark my words, Song Xian, one day, the martial arts you pride yourself on, the might you rely upon, shall be rendered obsolete by technology. They shall be crushed beneath the inexorable tide of steel and fire. Song Xian fixed his gaze upon Jiang Shui, his expression somewhat peculiar. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ventured to speak. The palace's jade liquid wine. Jiang Shui responded with confusion. Song Xian lightly cleared his throat and continued. This year, we shall not accept gifts during the festival. Gifts should only be. Jiang Shui interjected, perplexed. What are you talking about? I am discussing technology, and you bring up gifts? Can this person truly comprehend human conversation? It seems you are genuinely unaware. Song Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, for a fleeting moment. With all that talk about technology and civilization from the old man, he had almost thought he'd encountered a fellow time traveler. Now that he knew otherwise, Song Xian instantly lost interest. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and beckoned toward the distant artillery emplacement. Come on, fire at me, he taunted. Let this official witness the true might of your so-called technology. Seeking death. On the artillery platform, the eldest son of the Jiang family was directing a team of gunners. Pointing at Song Xian. Do you see that villain? Aim carefully, I want him blown to pieces. Soon, as the cannon was loaded, flames erupted from the barrel once more, and a solid iron ball shot straight toward Song Xian with deadly precision. Die! The Jiang heir grinned savagely, but in the next instant, his smile froze. From the distant pavilion, the black-clothed Imperial Guard commander, the very man who had brought ruin upon the Jiang family, merely lifted his hand and pressed lightly against the air. A crimson surge of chi swirled like a scarlet vortex, and within it, the cannonball spun wildly, emitting a piercing screech of friction. Yet, despite its violent momentum, it could advance no further. Song Xian smiled faintly and flicked his fingers. The iron sphere suspended mid-air exploded violently, scattering shards of metal in all directions with deadly precision, riddling over a dozen members of the Jiang family below like sieves. Not bad power, he remarked. Song Xian nodded in approval. The power is indeed formidable. The kinetic force of the cannonball is nearly comparable to the palm strikes Wulongchan unleashed when pursuing Yu Buchuan. In other words, the might of a single cannon shot rivaled the strike of a martial artist at the initial stage of the Xiantian realm. Such force would be difficult for a Hotian-level warrior to withstand, but against a Xiantian expert, it was somewhat lacking. Unless hundreds of cannons fired simultaneously to blanket an entire area, the heightened danger perception and agility of a Xiantian martial artist made them nearly impossible to hit. When the cannons proved ineffective, the eldest son of the Jiang family waved his sleeve, and from behind him emerged nearly 100 private soldiers. These men wore no armor and showed no signs of martial training, yet each carried a firearm. Jiang Shui laughed heartily. This firearms unit has been secretly trained by our Jiang family. Their weapons are the finest in the world, guaranteed not to misfire. A single shot can pierce 3 layers of armor. Song Xian, I refuse to believe you can withstand a cannonball and a storm of bullets. Song Xian ignored him. But Lu Xiaofeng looked at Jiang Shui as if he were a fool. It seems the Jiang patriarch has been so preoccupied with his technology that he knows nothing of a martial artist's true strength. At that moment, the firearms unit in the distance had already formed ranks. At the command, flames spat forth, smoke billowed, and the Jiang estate echoed with the relentless roar of gunfire. In response, Song Xian merely flicked his sleeve. His pure yang qi swirled around him like a spinning top. A series of muffled thuds followed as the bullets were caught in the crimson vortex of his energy and hurled back toward the gunman. Ah, help me. Many of the gunmen collapsed, struck by their own bullets, their agonized screams filling the air. Clang. Song Xian's longsword slid from its scabbard once more. And as the blade was drawn, a dragon's roar resonated through the air. In an instant, a ribbon of sword light unfurled like a celestial dragon, cleaving through the void with breathtaking swiftness. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning streaking across the heavens, the sword's radiance descended with a piercing keen, slicing through the air with a sound like tearing silk. The artillery platform where the eldest son of the Jiang family stood was cleanly severed by the sheer force of the blade's energy. In the same breath that the platform split asunder, Song Xian's figure flickered like a phantom, materializing behind the arc of his own strike. With a fluid motion, he reversed his palm and unleashed a devastating blow. The force of his palm strike erupted like a cataclysmic flood, a volcanic surge of power. Crimson brilliance cascaded like a meteor shower, raining down in a torrent of fiery destruction. Boom! The platform detonated upon impact, shattered debris scattering like a storm of petals, blanketing the surrounding area in a deadly hail of stone. Without so much as a glance at the devastation below, Song Xian sheathed his sword in a single motion, his form blurring into afterimages as he retreated, returning to his original position in the span of a heartbeat. You have technology. I have divine martial arts. Song Xian gazed expectantly at Jiang Shui, who lay sprawled on the ground with an expression of utter despair. Your technology still isn't strong enough. Do you have any other trump cards? Show them to me. Jiang Shui's face was ashen. These are already the most powerful firearms my Jiang family can produce. I don't understand. How can cannons capable of splitting mountains and shattering stone fail to harm you? How can human strength reach such an impossible level? There are many things you don't understand. Having witnessed the Jiang family's secret weapons and experienced the might of their firearms, Song Xian lost interest. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he ordered his subordinates, take them all into custody and bring them to the imperial prison for interrogation. The firearms were indeed formidable. With cannons and muskets combined, in an ordinary feudal society, the Jiang family might have had a chance to overthrow the dynasty. But unfortunately, the Great Zhou Empire was no ordinary world. It was a realm of martial arts. It was said that those who cultivated to the level of Grandmaster could tread upon the air itself. In such a high martial world, unless one could create a weapon capable of annihilating an entire city in a single strike, the supreme warriors of this realm, who could harness the power of heaven and earth, were virtually invincible. On the way back to the 1,000 household office, Song Xian remained mostly silent. The more he thought, the more uneasy he became. As a scion of the Shadow Guard lineage, his Song family was bound to the fate of the Great Zhou. But the Jiang family's rebellion left him deeply troubled. This was merely one prominent family in Mingzhou's Jiangzhou prefecture, yet they had already developed weapons like cannons and muskets. What of the noble families in other provinces? Had they all begun nurturing ambitions to overthrow the Great Zhou? Rebellious intent was not the true danger. What was most alarming was that firearms had advanced to such a degree. Yet the Shadow Guard in the capital had received no word of it. Or perhaps, reports had been submitted by local Shadow Guards. But the higher-ups simply hadn't taken the emergence of firearms seriously. This was not a good sign. Supreme warriors were indeed unstoppable. Firearms were mere toys to them. A single Grandmaster could effortlessly alter the course of a war. But what if the Empire's Grandmasters were restrained by others? Upon returning to the 1,000 household office, the silent Song Xian finally turned to Lu Xiaofeng. What do you think of the Jiang family's firearms? Lu Xiaofeng pondered briefly. Impressive. But they only pose a threat to warriors below the Xiantian realm. Against those above, cannons and muskets can hardly hit their mark, and even if they do, they cannot break through protective qi. Sensing Song Xian's concerns, he continued, I understand what troubles you, but honestly, there's no need for worry. No matter how powerful firearms are, they still require human hands to wield them. For skilled warriors, there's no need to confront firearms directly, simply eliminate those who operate them. Hearing this, Song Xian finally understood why he had heard nothing about firearms while in the capital. If even a martial artist like Lu Xiaofeng dismissed them so easily, how much more so would the Shadow Guard, who commanded the world's most formidable martial force? The Shadow Guard was not unaware of the emergence of firearms, but they likely deemed them unworthy of concern. If the higher-ups ever deemed it necessary to act, dispatching a few first-class Shadow Guards would suffice to eradicate any threat. For 300 years since the founding of the Great Zhou, the Shadow Guard had always handled matters this way. It was routine to them. Huaman Lu, who had remained mostly silent, unexpectedly offered his insight. My lord, external power is ultimately fleeting. The strength one cultivates within oneself is the true foundation. Song Xian smiled faintly and nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging his statement. Within the dimly lit interrogation chambers of the black-garbed guards, the air hung thick with stagnation. After dealing with the Jiang family, Song Xian had come directly to the prison. There were matters he needed to interrogate personally. Without unraveling the origins of this so-called technology and civilization, he feared his meditation and cultivation tonight would be plagued by unease. In the torture chamber, Song Xian sat composedly upon an armchair, his gaze resting calmly upon the black-garbed guards as they heated branding irons over a blazing furnace. My lord, all preparations are complete. Shall we commence the interrogation? A guard knelt on one knee, his voice hushed in deference. Song Xian waved his hand, instructing, "You all may leave. I wish to speak with him privately for a few moments." Understood. The others quickly exited the room, leaving behind Song Xian, who sat in a chair, and Jiang Shu, bound to a pillar. Song Xian lifted the glowing branding iron, blew on it lightly, and chuckled. "Elder Jiang, where shall we begin? The chest, or perhaps the face?" Jiang Shu swallowed hard, his face a mask of terror and unease. Song Xian, "Lord Song, there was never any enmity between you and my Jiang family. Must you take things to such extremes?" Song Xian stepped forward, the branding iron in his hand drawing near Jiang Shu's face. "You know what I wish to inquire about. Speak of your own accord, and this official shall grant you a swift end. Does my lord inquire about the firearms? Indeed. Do you imagine I'd ask about how many concubines you've wed?" Jiang Shu remained silent for a moment. "Regarding the firearms, my knowledge is limited. These were things my eldest son devised after returning from his travels abroad a decade ago. Is that so?" Song Xian responded with an enigmatic smile as he pressed the searing, red-hot branding iron against the man's face. A piercing, agonized scream, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig, erupted instantly. "Useless wretch." With a dismissive flick, Song Xian cast the iron aside and strode toward the cell where Jiang Shu's eldest son was imprisoned. Upon entering, the weary air of the Jiang family fixed him with an unwavering stare. "My cowardly and incompetent father has shifted all the blame onto me, hasn't he?" "Indeed." Song Xian chuckled, his gaze lingering on the man nearing 30. "You're Jiangchen, correct? I appreciate conversing with intelligent individuals, and you appear far more astute than your worthless father." Jiangchen let out a bitter laugh. "What intelligence do I possess? Had I truly been wise, I would have severed ties with the Jiang family long ago. If not for my ignorant and arrogant father's foolish attempt to assassinate you, our house would never have faced this calamity." Song Xian raised his hand with a casual gesture, summoning a chair that flew through the air to land before him. Crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance, he smiled faintly and said, "The grievances between you and your father hold no interest for this official. Speak, how did you come by those firearms? In those terms your inept father keeps spouting, technology, civilization, where did they originate?" Jiangchen remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "The Great Zhou was founded upon martial prowess. As its subject, my childhood dream was to cultivate martial arts and become a chivalrous hero. Yet, alas, my efforts bore no fruit. I sought guidance from many masters, only to be told time and again that I lacked the innate talent for martial arts. With that path close to me, I turned to scholarship, pursuing the imperial examinations. At 20, after failing my first attempt, I left home with my household guards to clear my mind. That journey led me, after countless miles, to the northern reaches of Mingzhou. To most in Mingzhou, the northern territories are a barbaric wasteland, though technically part of the Great Zhou. The imperial court has long neglected those bitter, frozen lands, content to collect taxes while leaving them otherwise untended. The people there are peculiar. Red hair, golden hair, yellow hair, every variation imaginable. Their skin is pale, their pores coarse, their stench unbearable. The first time I encountered them, the smell alone made me retch. At this, Jiangchen couldn't help but chuckle. These pale-skinned tribes are physiologically distinct from the people of the Great Zhou. Their meridians are incomplete, rendering them utterly incapable of martial cultivation. Thus, the court has always regarded them with indifference, a people who could never rebel, for even a handful of martial artists could effortlessly suppress them. I lingered in the northern territories for some time, traveling its mountains and rivers. But as I interacted with its people, I discovered something remarkable. Though they could not cultivate martial arts, they possessed their own brilliance. Perhaps precisely because they lacked martial prowess, they devoted their energies to the study of external forces. Gunpowder, something the great Zhou has possessed for centuries, was used here for nothing more than festive fireworks. Yet in the hands of those so-called barbarians, it became the foundation of cannons and firearms. Beyond that, they developed theories of physics, chemistry, astronomy. The very concepts of science and civilization that concern you, my lord, originated there. I spent years among them, forging connections and absorbing their knowledge. The firearms and cannons you witnessed in the Jiang estate were products of what I learned there. Upon returning home, I leveraged my family's wealth and manpower to assemble an armed force within a few short years. When my father witnessed the destructive power of these weapons, he was ecstatic, convinced that heaven itself had ordained the Jiang family's rise. Jiang Qin's expression darkened at the mention of his father. I urged him repeatedly to proceed with caution, to build our strength in secret and avoid drawing the court's attention. But after witnessing the might of firearms, his ambition swelled beyond reason. More than once, he spoke to me of raising an army of 100,000 musketeers to overthrow the great Zhou in a single stroke. Jiang Qin sighed. In hindsight, my own understanding was woefully lacking. Though the Jiang family is influential, we had never encountered true martial masters. My father's relentless talk of rebellion and dynastic upheaval gradually seeped into my own beliefs. After all, I reasoned, human strength has its limits, whereas the power of firearms knows no bounds. I refused to believe that flesh and blood could withstand a storm of bullets. Until I met you, my lord. Only then did I realize how narrow my vision had been, how laughably naive my convictions. His voice grew hollow, his expression one of shattered faith and utter desolation. The science I had revered, the civilized nation I had aspired to build, the firearms I had placed all my hopes in the hands of a true martial artist, they were nothing more than toys. That moment of disillusionment, it was despair unlike any other. Having grasped the origins of the firearms and the full context of events, Song Xian felt a weight lift from his mind. My lord. As Song Xian rose to his feet, Jiang Qin's eyes suddenly burned with fervor. Have you ever considered ascending to the throne? Though firearms may be ineffective against martial masters, on the battlefield, they are unstoppable. With your peerless martial prowess, you need not fear assassination, and with an army armed with such weapons, you could march straight into the imperial capital and rewrite history. Song Xian chuckled softly. You are quite naive. In light of your rather satisfactory answer, I shall grant you a swift end. With that, he raised his hand and pointed into the air. Jiang Qin's expression froze, his pupils began to disperse, and on his forehead, a blood hole the size of a fingertip appeared. Relying on firearms to change dynasties? Perhaps it is feasible in a world of moderate martial prowess. But in this realm where martial grandmasters can soar through the skies, firearms are but a farce. Unless, of course, he, Song Xian, could ascend to the ranks of a grandmaster himself. Yet, should he attain such mastery, he could effortlessly dominate the entire martial world, rendering the need for firearms to instigate a change in dynasty utterly obsolete.